Happy Tuesday, happy Tuesday, happy Tuesday. What's going on, Conscious Crew? Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up the video. Oh, Shauna, are you still in the chat, boo? My moderator, Shauna. I think I saw Shauna in here earlier. Are you still in the chat, love? If you are you able to come up or are you at work? Let me know. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, you guys. You guys already see what we're here to get into, chat. It is a glorious Tuesday, honey. Oh, nasty piece of January the 14th. Girl, I am her. All right, I'm going to drop the link for you, boo. I would love to have you come up. Oh, you at home? Okay, great. All right, I dropped the link for Shauna right now only. Shauna right now only. All right, what's going on, you guys? Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. You guys already see what we're here to get into. Before we go ahead and get into it, make sure that you guys thumbs up the video until it's absolutely stuck. You guys know that thumbing up the video helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. What's up? Shout out to all the new subbies. Make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. All donation information is in the description box below. $Consciouztv on Cash App and paypal.me/Consciouztv on PayPal. And with no further ado, I think we can go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, what's going on, Conscious crew? Hi. A few church announcements before. You guys know we had tea on top of tea over on the House of Reeds, my boy Royce Reeds platform. I shared out his Twitch and his YouTube channel on the community wall. I was not able to make the panel last night because I was commuting from one county to another, and I was not going to make it in time. So I was not in the building last night, but I want you guys to still support the Monday night show last night. So all information is on the community wall. We were at the House of Reeds last night. All right. I feel like it's something else. It's something else. Oh, so you guys know that like it's been a lot going on with this Twitch Allison Holker situation, girl, and I was like killing the content game, girl, back to back, girl. 7 hour, 11 hour, 5 hour, 4 hour, back to back commentary, girl. So I pretty much done said everything I have to say. I laid out my case before Congress, girl. A lot of you also have been on board with the perspective. I know that Twitch's best friend / childhood friend, brother, better known as Captain America, also did an interview with Make It Make Sense. I already was determined not to watch the interview because I just cannot take Manny. He's just too manic. And I already had done clocked his teeth, so I really wasn't interested in really hearing anything else from him. But I do know somebody that did watch the interview. which is my beautiful moderator, Shauna, and I'm going to allow her to tell us what in the hell took place, because you had a very interesting description for Manny after watching that interview over on memes. So if you guys haven't watched the interview, you guys you can check the interview out on Mim's channel. I think Mim's interviewed Manny Sunday night or Saturday night, one of those nights. So you can go over there and watch that. Shauna, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
All right, welcome to the platform. Oh yeah, you loud live and you're in color. What type of microphone are you using?
What's that?
What type of microphone are you using? You sound very.
Oh, my phone.
Oh, okay. Your phone sounds awesome.
Oh, cool.
Give that phone some coochie afterwards, Shy. It's put in the work.
I think it's because I'm just loud in general.
Period.
I think that's what it is.
That part. All right, so let's get to business. We got to get into this alleged NDA leak, courtesy of TMZ, covered by everybody else. But before we do that, we left off on Manny and his recorded phone call, which exposed just as much about him than anything else. And I know that he interviewed with Mims. Now, you had watched the interview, so what was your takeaway, your experience? What information was provided by Manny?
Before I tell you that, did you know he took that post down? His IG post. So the spirit was telling you right, directed you to go ahead and get your butt out, put your course back on, and get on a live stream, because he took it down.
Okay, so let's comment about that real quick, because I did see his post, one of his previous posts over the weekend, saying that he was going to take everything down. He was trying to be like it wasn't because of any
right,
but the reality is it was. Even if Allison is not like preparing a lawsuit right now or anything, or he hasn't been contacted by anybody, what he just really realized he just did is breach the hell out of that NDA, given some of the stipulations. NDA. So he now has given her a total case, and why he spoke out has nothing to do with her, because it was her NDA, so she can do what she want to do. Everybody else who signed that damn NDA were legally binded to the terms and conditions, and we're gonna get into the terms and conditions later. So and all that he's done in releasing phone calls, text messages, doing interviews about Twitch's death, about her and Twitch's relationship, all those things were direct breaches of the NDA. So you might see some Johnny Cochran games being played later. We might be preparing for a showdown this year. Yes. If Allison is in that space where she wants to give the family that work, then she now has been given an opportunity to do that, especially when it comes to Manny. So, all right. So yeah, so I'm not surprised that he took it down. I'm sure maybe he got contacted by some attorneys, or his own attorney reached out to him, or maybe he finally woke up from his blood-filled rage against Allison and realized he done jumped out of the damn window without a parachute, and now he might be in some shit, but the damage is already done. But okay, going to the interview.
Okay.
What did you hear?
Well, to be honest with you, not very much. I only watched about 30 minutes of it. His smoke detector was going off, and it was loud. It was chirping. Yes, it was chirping. And whenever someone's smoke detector's chirping, it really drives my dog like nuts. She starts shaking in a corner, and so I have to stop listening to it automatically. So I couldn't listen. I put in my earbuds, and my overall feeling is there was of course a heavy concentration on the NDA. I enjoy Mims. I love his commentary. I don't think he gave him enough pushback. It was definitely one-sided. Basically, they regurgitated.
It was a dog pile on Allison.
Yeah, and that's why I appreciate your conscious, because it's important to, even if you don't agree with the other side, to look at the other side, because you just never know. I mean, at this point, I don't know, and I don't have to know because I'm
What
not.
would
It's
you
not my
have
problem. You know,
as a viewer, and as someone who has kind of, as somebody who's been keeping up with all of this,
Mhm.
what would you have wanted to push back to be like? What would you wanted, like, what type of wall would you
Mhm.
wanted Manny to be up against?
Well, it's like this. The two most important things that people who are quote unquote bashing Allison are the NDA and the SA, and how it was inappropriate for her to share it. Now, I watched this morning, I watched a different commentary of people I didn't even know, and they were there. It was some random podcast I never heard of. Maybe I'd hear something different. One guy, he's like, well, this is her story. So I'm like, well, thank you. That even though it may not have all the weight, it has a lot of weight. And I understand how people are upset about her revealing what happened to him. But I also, I need you to conscious to be able to have that argument with someone, because I feel like initially I was like shady against Allison, and then I kind of flipped more to the middle. I wouldn't even say the other side. It's just the middle. It's important to keep the middle, so nobody could see the middle. And he's such a strange dude. He's so strange that even that was a turn off. He's just odd. He's an oddball, but he's a creative, so I get it. But it was that chirping and really the heavy focus on the NDA but that was the first thing they started to discuss. I was uninterested. I couldn't even, and he was talking so slow. To be honest with you, I mean, I wanted to listen, but I felt like, I think that IG post was more informative than that. That's the vibe I got. But again, I didn't listen to all of it. So,
well, Jesus Christ, a Thundercat said the interview was soft and they left 5 minutes in. Well, damn.
good. See, good. Okay, so it wasn't just me. It was just
you, apparently.
Okay, good. I tried to. I was dipping in and out, and then I finally just dropped them totally after 30 minutes. It wasn't going anywhere. It's like treading water. And I know, Mims isn't a journalist, and that's cool. He's a good guy.
All the more reason why we can get these holes that work, because we ain't journalists, baby. We can get in the gutter.
Right. Exactly. And I want and I want Mims to see the other side.
If we're gonna have a conversation, sir, like as a commentator, I am going to play the devil's advocate in this situation, because I just want to give you the opportunity to speak to a certain sector of conversation that is also happening contrary to the ones that you and Steven's friends and family are pushing or upholding. So just to kind of, I'm gonna use myself as a way to, to represent the people who are having the opposite conversation, so you can maybe give some clarity. Because, like you said, like, it's a lot of, there really is no real right or real wrong in this situation when you really just strip it down to the basics. And because of that, it creates a bigger middle ground and gray space for just people relying on their preference in the situation. Like, she's just moving in a way that they don't understand or feel a way about. But feeling a way about how somebody else moved doesn't necessarily make them bad in their movement. I mean, they just moved in a way that you don't either understand or that you would not have moved, but it also doesn't make someone evil because they made another choice. And I think it is important to push back against the family and establish the fact that, do y'all not concede to the fact that she is the wife? That, like, she is the wife, and y'all are not equal to her, even though y'all are his family. But she is in a unique position because she is the wife legally, and she was his intimate partner for the last 13 years, and she's the mother of his children. And I would have wanted to ask them. I mean, I would never want to interview any of these people. I'm not into interviewing personally. Like, I be putting my own hair out to do interviews, when I have done them, I'm more so a commentator. I just love to actually explore conversation, explore topics. I don't really like talking to the people themselves. And really all the interviews I've done have been like people just pulling up on me because that's just how much I'm just not really interested. Like I don't be reaching out for interviews. I don't be asking nobody to talk to me. I like just talking about what's happening. But under these circumstances, I would have felt it was appropriate to like definitely get Manny to just speak to all sides. You know, ask him, you know, what do you say to the people that say that some of your frustration with Allison is a bleed over from your own failed relationship to your slave master, hence your ex-wife? You know, is that not unreasonable? Do you also know that lots of high profile celebrity funerals have encompassed NDA'S? Your brother is not unique at all, and those NDA'S are probably more lengthy and detailed than the one that you signed for your brother. You know, Prince, Michael Jackson, Aaliyah. I mean, almost every high profile person's funeral had an NDA with some, you know, that was encompassing of clauses. Also, I mean, what do you say to Allison, who said to your face that your mother has signed NDAs for less reasons when he was alive? She signed NDAs for less reasons. And what do you say to the fact that she did tell you and you did not push back on her at the time in real time when she said that everybody signed an NDA, including her own family? So it was no dig to any particular person. And you all still had a choice. So why did y'all make it only to end up frustrated with it? I mean, going to the funeral wasn't going to bring your brother back. So it really was not necessary to per se go to his burial or to his service. And you could have retained your freedom and your liberty like everybody else who didn't sign it and chose to maintain their liberty, because going to Stephen's funeral wasn't significant. I mean, for me, like, I really don't go to funerals.
That's a lot of people who don't, right?
Like I had to be dragged into going to my mama's funeral because I'm just like, I mean, like, why? And I haven't even been to her grave since she's died, and she died in 2012. I haven't even visited. I mean, I'm just like, why? Like, why am I going to go to a burial ground to talk to a piece of land that her bones are buried beneath? Is actually kind of bizarre to me. I mean, it's like, I'm not that emotional, and I'm not that grounded in my ego, considering that I'm also like a very spiritual person. So it's kind of like the last place I'm going to be is where the physical body is, when that's not even what I really feel like I was in relationship to. I was in relationship to the person, to the synergy, to the energy, to the consciousness, to the personality. The body is literally just like, to me, it's like a car at a junkyard. I mean, it's just the body. It's just the shell. So for me, like, I don't have no relationship to the body. So I would have been strong enough to read that NDA and be like, yeah, I don't agree with this. I'm not giving up no proceeds for nothing. So bounce. I'll see y'all later. Wish y'all well. He's already gone. It's nothing that this funeral is going to make unique or special. I'm out. And then that just would have been that. But they signed it. Is there going to be no responsibility in the fact that y'all signed it?
Have you had the chance to read the TMZ article?
Hell yeah. And we can get into that right now.
Okay. But before we do that, there's two things I want to say. First of all, I guess they're eventually going to, I don't know if we're going to actually see it, because I'm confused about the NDA, and there's no way to clear up the confusion until we actually see it. But the fact that they're saying, oh, the NDA was for the funeral, but now it's appearing that, or maybe that's whatever narrative is coming out, that they're not allowed to talk about him at all, not just about the funeral. And okay, there's that, but there's also, she hired a defense attorney shortly after he died, which I think that's real weird. I mean, it could be, 1,000 reasons she did that. And who knows, it may not be true. But I thought that was interesting. She hired a defense attorney.
We can talk about all of that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we could talk about that too. Okay,
Okay.
so let's get this is the shade wrong, but they pretty much quote the TMZ.
I sent the TMZ article to you.
I saw it earlier that I had read shade wrong, and then I just had left the screen up here. But I'll put them up. Shade room is update. More details revealed about the NDA Allison Holker allegedly had signed by Stephen Twitch boss loved ones. More details have been revealed about the NDA Allison Holker allegedly had signed by Stephen Twitch boss loved ones. On Monday, January 13th, TMZ published an exclusive report asserting the outlet obtained the NDA. Twitch's family says Allison had them signed in order to attend his funeral. Per the outlet, the one component of the document is that, quote, it essentially blocks Twitch's family financially. More specifically, it reportedly blocks them from collecting any money from a memoir about their relationship and his death. Specifically, those who signed the document have reportedly agreed to hand over any proceeds from interviews, books, articles, or programs about him straight into Allison's pocket. Furthermore, per the outlet, the NDA appears to position Holker as the only one able to profit off Twitch's life story. To note, Holker is preparing to release her memoir, This Far, My Story of Love, Loss, and Embracing the Light. Additionally, the memoir will reportedly chronicle her life with Twitch. However, she has reportedly stated that proceeds from the memoir will be donated to the Move with Kindness Foundation, which was created in his name. Per the TMZ, the foundation was reportedly launched in Twitch's memory. As the Shade Room previously reported earlier this month, Holker, okay, we already know all that. All right, great. All right, so I just have one question that I'm not sure is going to be able to be answered. The NDA blocks them from speaking about his death and whose relationship, like Allison and Twitch's relationship? Because that's what Shauna got disconnected. That's what I assume to be the case. It blocks Twitch's family financially. More specifically, it reportedly blocks them from collecting any money from a memoir about their relationship and his death. Okay, see that their relationship part. Who is the there in the situation? They can't speak about their own relationship, or they can't speak about Allison and Twitch's relationship. Who do you think that there is, Shauna?
Yes. Sorry, I was hitting so many buttons and I kicked myself off. What were you saying?
I said, so who do you think that there is in the NDA? Like the family can't speak about Allison and Twitch's relationship or their own relationship, because I don't know who their relationship is pertaining to. Because initially I assumed that they were talking about they can't speak about his death nor Allison and Twitch's relationship.
You know, that's okay.
That
So
would make sense to me.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, basically the circumstances, whatever they learned about his death.
I'm not going to allow none of y'all, especially under these circumstances, to like control my personal narrative. Like, if y'all want to go and write your own books about your relationship to him, that's fine. But I like, you know, I want the luxury of being able to speak about my experience with my ex-husband.
Right. I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I don't want y'all rushing to sensationalize shit about he and I during this grieving time, because I don't know what the fuck is going to come out y'all spirit to begin with. Like, because once again, it's not like Stephen died in a car accident. He didn't die of like cancer. It's like he died by suicide. And when a lot of families have to deal with this, there is a lot of blame game, because people go to looking for, because suicide is already a difficult thing to deal with. Most people are looking for somebody to blame. So that happens a lot. That happens just in death, period. Yet alone, it's amplified when somebody unalives themselves. So the ego just feels the need to start accusing somebody of being the reason why the person that we cherish is not here. And I don't know whether her lawyer, because she said that her lawyers informed her to have an NDA, which once again is not uncommon when it comes to high profile situations, the sensationalism of it all. If she wanted to kind of just like suppress all of that because she didn't want people quick to jump out the fucking window and start trying to capitalize off the situation, especially since her and her kids were having to navigate this and probably couldn't deal with anything more than what was happening right here in the moment, yet alone have that doll piled on by people running to tabloid, running to podcasts, running to write books, running to all of that. Because we're talking about what she's doing 3 years later, not like 6 weeks later. Not her writing a memoir 1 week later. Not her writing a memoir 9 months later. This is 2-3 years fucking later that she's writing a memoir. But yeah, I'm just curious to know, like, who is the dare? Who do you think the dare is?
What do you mean? Like, there meaning what?
Essentially, it blocks Twitch's family financially. More specifically, it reportedly blocks them from collecting any money from a memoir about their relationship and his death. So who is there? Like, there as in Allison? Like, they can't talk about Allison and Twitch's relationship, or they can talk about their own relationship?
That's a good question. The only thing that could clear that up is actually seeing, because even Manny, I guess he's only one really. Actually, a few other people have spoken out, but I don't know if I've read those. But he never specifically said what she was blocking them from. And now it seems that first I thought it was just the funeral, but now it seems that it's blocking them from talking about Twitch as in regards to his death, and like, I guess anything surrounding that, maybe, or like, I don't know, or blocking them from making money from his name. Am I echoing? Because I hear myself.
It's not an echo, but it's it's like a pitch that's around your voice.
Oh, okay.
Echo, but
okay,
it's kind of fine with me. It just sounds kind of like high pitchy.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that. See, why not just? Well, I mean, hell, I guess even the Shade Room and TMZ them know better than to post a goddamn NDA. I mean, because I'm just like, y'all,
is that illegal? I don't know. Is it?
I mean, I don't think it is, considering that they probably don't have a blank one. They have one that's actually signed by someone, and that would probably be an interesting liability, especially for the person who trusted them by providing that NDA over. So we just have a bunch of outlets reporting what they have privately in their possession, but we don't see it. So I don't know who the fuck there is, and this language needs to be very specified so that I can know for sure whether she's asking them to not speak about their relationship with him and his death, or her and Twitch's relationship and his death.
I think it seems like it's both, because that's why that's what I'm assuming is why Manny removed that IG post. But along with that TMZ article, there's a video, and Harvey, little slime ball he's like, I have never heard of an NDA being signed for a funeral. I was like, dude, for real? I mean,
Harvey haven't been invited to that many celebrity funerals too.
Yeah, I don't. But I was like,
Yeah, I mean, he's just never been in that world in the context of attending a lot of high profile funerals. So, yeah, him, but that's something else that our men could have brought up is, you do know that, like, Twitch is like one of a trillion damn celebrity funerals that had NDAs enforced or provided to. Like,
but I don't even think that didn't even cross anybody's mind to even mention that it actually occurs, because if you're not in the celebrity world or been exposed, you wouldn't know. So that wasn't even within their comprehension. That's why I wish somebody else.
I knew it as a blogger, and a lot of the conscious crew members were intelligent enough to list off some celebrity funerals like Prince and Aaliyah and Michael Jackson's funeral, where there were all NDAs provided as well.
I mean, it makes sense to me once you say it, but
Yeah.
that was never even um mentioned or as a possibility. And then I don't know. They said there was 13 people had to sign. Only 13 people could look at him at Twitch. Like, I guess I don't know.
Yeah, because I had read the excerpt say that you know, like they wanted, and I believe it. Like when she says in the excerpt in her book, like they were wanting to invite a bunch of fucking people she never even knew personally, never was introduced to, etc. She didn't have no personal relationship to them. Like, yeah, she then like narrowed down to 13, especially this open casket. He shot himself in the fucking head. There's this massive ass injury. And like she said in the memoir, I don't want my kids having access to this, that, and the third. And I don't want those pictures leaking, which is what I had assumed initially anyway. But on top of that, when he was arguing with her on the phone and trying to pedestalize everybody else, like, oh, all these friends, all the people, like, they love him, they didn't know you, like, and that was her point in that NDA. Y'all wanted me to invite a bunch of people I didn't know personally to his wake and his funeral, and the only way I could protect him, my kids, and myself from all that was by having everybody sign an NDA to make sure that there could be some accountability and repercussions if anybody like was with the shits. Because I don't know whether these friends are also people in media, whether they are a journalist, whether they are producers, directors. I don't know these people. I don't know who they are. I can't speak to their character. And I don't want my kids or myself for the fucking traumatized by all of this. Because remember, Allison didn't even go see the body until it was like situated by the funeral home. She didn't go see the raw body because she just couldn't deal with it. So I find that reasonable. Now, let's talk about if their relationship is about like the family can't write or do anything that doesn't profit her. Because what's interesting about the clarity of that, right, is that she's not even barring them from not talking. She's saying, I want to make money. let all that money go back into me and his children. I'm not telling y'all not to talk. If y'all, the NDA is for if y'all gonna talk, then the proceeds from podcasts, books, memoirs, etc., about his death, his life, our relationship, blah, 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 goes to his household, goes to his children, goes to his wife. So, Shauna, do you have a problem with a wife trying to secure her financial future for herself and the kids she's left behind to raise by imposing something like this? That, hey, like, if y'all talk, all I ask is that, like, those proceeds go back into the family, the immediate family he left behind, because y'all are the family, but he didn't live in y'all household. He wasn't obligated to pay any of y'all bills. He wasn't obligated to, be a breadwinner in y'all's household. Like, but that is the case for me and his children. And he breached that contract. And now I'm on my own financially. And if there are going to be profits from his likeness, etc., I would like those profits to go back to his children and to me. I mean, is that unreal? I mean, is that an evil thing in and of itself? Because I'm so sorry. Like, I'm just team wife in this way. Like, I'm just like, it may seem, what she's doing may seem outrageous at its face value, but it's like when I just actually go into it, I'm just like, this is a wife taking care of 3 kids. 2 are his biological children. He didn't leave behind a will and testament. He breached his marital vows by taking his life, leaving her to be on her own now. And if she's asking for all proceeds to go back into her household where his kids are, I mean, is that an unreasonable act?
I would say the way you put it,
Mhm.
no. But
Because that's what it is. Like, now that
right.
I actually read it, I'm like, oh, this is an
Mhm.
NDA. Because so the word NDA is what's keeping everybody under this impression that they can't talk, but that's not actually what the NDA actually is when you read the details. The details are, if you talk, y'all are agreeing to allow proceeds to go back to us. So y'all can talk. Y'all can do interviews. Y'all can write memoirs. Y'all can write 20 of them. Matter of fact, I hope y'all do, so that all proceeds, and rightfully so, going to pay these motherfucking bills and provide,
Right.
you know, for education and medical and everything else that, you know, came with sustaining life for these kids. I mean, is that unreasonable? I mean, I'm not sure it is under these circumstances. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'm on the fence on that one. I mean, I could see it. I mean, if I was the family, and I was just thinking, if my brother's wife was like, if you want to talk about my brother, then the proceeds gonna have to come to me. But they didn't have any children, so that, let me take that. That kind of take that off the table. But it's like, yeah, I'd have to sit and think about that, because of course I would be salty. But I guess if you can write about him, but you can't include me or his death or his children, you know, maybe
No.
that kind of. If you want to write about how you grew up with him and what your life was like, your relationship with him, cool, you can do that. But you can't mention me, the grandchildren, or his death. I mean,
Instead, she's saying you can mention all of the above, just pay me.
right,
Doing so.
right, exactly. But in order not to pay me, you can't mention any of that, you know, because, you know, they're trying to make it a broad spectrum, like, oh, we're not allowed to talk about him. No,
Yeah,
you can talk about him.
Yeah, no, she's not asking y'all to not talk. She's asking y'all to pay her if y'all gonna talk. Like, if y'all gonna use his likeness, his face to,
Yeah.
you know, to generate anything that can be lucrative, then also so then this is even more fascinating to me, because that's also a stipulation, right? So it doesn't, the NDA really doesn't keep them from talking at all, because they can talk, but if they talk in a way that produces revenue, she wants that revenue restreamed to her and his kids. So all they really got to do to get around all that, if they are against, and I don't know why they would be, since they claim to care about his kids and they the uncles and the aunties and the grandparents, they should be invested in the well-being of his kids financially and materially. So I wouldn't even see what the pushback would be for that. But they get around, if they have any issue with putting money back into her household, is y'all can talk. Just make sure y'all not getting paid when y'all do. Like, just make sure that there are no proceeds that are produced from you running your mouth.
You know what? I actually, yeah.
And now you got your First Amendment rights, and you also don't owe her nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's interesting that you made me think. I mean, that's why you have to look at both sides of the coin, because I was thinking, you know what, I bet this is pretty common practice, especially in, you know, the celebrity Hollywood world. Because look at what's that, Whitney Houston's sister-in-law, who's she's the head of everything, and you have to consult her if you even remotely want to publish anything regarding Whitney Houston. You know what? Pat Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, you can't talk. She is the head of the estate for Whitney Houston, and anything that you want to do with Whitney Houston's likeness, you got to go through her. So it's like, I bet, because, you know, we're commoners, this is more common than not, of how you handle someone's estate, and that is your family, or you know, by marriage. Maybe I mean, that seems to actually, I guess, I don't know.
I'm just kind of shocked at, like, all of a sudden now, so, like, the people who are standing behind the brother, all of a sudden now are willing to contend all of the legal rights spouses inherit. All of a sudden now, like, God forbid, a marital spouse actually indulges all those rights. Right to estate, right to property, right to blah, 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 blah. Like, God forbid the spouse who is left as the king or queen in the situation actually rules according to the way they desire things to be. Like, y'all endorse Twitch crowning his Snow Bunny queen. Y'all attended the wedding. So y'all stood behind him putting her in charge on behalf of him. If something would have happened to him medically, by y'all attending the wedding, providing affirmation to him about who he chose as a wife. Y'all were happy for him, supported him in his choice. Then y'all got to keep that same energy from front to back. She's the queen. And she's doing what she is allowed to do. And I'm not mad at her for prioritizing her and her children first over anybody else. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at a wife left under these circumstances, trying to secure every which way she can a roof and a financial means for herself first and foremost. I mean, her husband's choice thrusted her into being a single woman and a single mother. And to condemn her for picking the pieces back up and trying to make sure that at the very least she can have the means necessary to forge ahead is crazy. And to be clear, the TMZ article also reminds us that she has not made any proceeds. So there's been no money made. It was an NDA that was signed. Everybody signed it. And she's made no money off of anybody because nobody has done anything to make money. Now, if they were really trying to help her ass, what they should have did was write a damn memoir. I bet you they would have started seeing them kids then. I don't have a problem with a wife wifing. Her husband made a tragic and violent choice. She is doing exactly what she's supposed to do as a protector. She's supposed to be securing the bag for her fucking children and for her lifestyle and for etc. And I don't personally have a problem with that. None at all. Zero. And if people don't like the rights that spouses have, then like y'all gonna have to take that up with your local council. Like I said in previous live streams, take it up with your local council. Take it up with the federal government. Take it up with your local mayor. Because baby.
Yeah.
I mean,
if this doesn't teach you anything, whatever side you're on, it's going to teach you that you do need to take the time out and spell it out in a will and make sure what your wishes are, because all this did was
because his mother was not his wife.
Exactly.
And I know some of y'all ain't gonna like this kind of teaching, and it is what it is, baby. But the wife is the queen, not the mother. The mother is the matriarch. She's the elder. The wife is the queen. She's the queen. The mother doesn't take rank over the wife. And this is why a lot of spouses are in conflict right now with the parents or the mother of their husbands. It's because people do not understand rank and hierarchy. If you want your mother to have rights, you go and marry her. Don't marry me. Marry your mother. Don't marry me. Go procreate with your mother. Go walk your mother down the aisle. Go take your mother on a honeymoon mission. And you marry your mother. Or, in the very least, if you want your mother entitled to certain things, that's the whole point of leaving behind a will and testament. To where you can still have some say-so into where the resources of any kind under various or any and all circumstances are allocated to. These are, once again, all responsibilities that Stephen forfeited. And as a result of the bizarreness and the chaos of his death and his choice, Allison was in pure preservation mode, as she should have been. Because I'm not asking her to have considered anybody else. Every man fend for themselves in this situation. I'm worried about my kids. Y'all all grown. Y'all can worry about y'all damn selves. Seems reasonable. I mean, tough cookie. Tough cookie. But reasonable nonetheless. Feels a little insensitive. But, you know, people feel all type of things. I mean, your feelings are your feelings. I mean, your feelings are your feelings. I mean, hey, how you feel is how you feel. I mean, feel. Yep. But reasonable nonetheless. Would have preferred, maybe, you know, you could have some, but hey, reasonable nonetheless. He chose her. And she chose her steps in the aftermath of his decision. And I don't believe that Twitch would have wanted anybody making money off of his likeness before his own immediate nucleus family got to. I believe he too would be very interested in the financial well-being of his wife and their kids. That he would want money to go directly into his kids' mouths before his mother, before his daddies, before his brother, before his friends, etc. The mother is the mother. The wife is the wife. What do you think about that, though, Shauna?
Oh, I agree. You know, I was reading this comment. You know what? It sounds insensitive, but you have to take the feeling out of it. You don't owe your parents anything. You know, it's the mother who raised and birthed him. You don't owe your parents anything. They chose to give you life, and so they are obligated to raise you until, because it's law, until 18, and then they can let you go. No more obligation. So it's kind of like he doesn't owe her anything, you know, if when you get down to it. So if you don't spell it out what your words or what your wishes are, then you leave it up for interpretation, and they need to be mad at Twitch for that, not her. You know, if they don't like her, if she is an evil person, ain't nothing they can do about it. You know, I just remember something else. So they were, did you ever get to listen to the rest of the IG post?
Hell no.
Okay, it's really good. But I went back and I listened to it, and there's a part. It just highlights how ridiculous a lot of this is. He said, you know, why aren't you letting the grandparents? You know, why aren't you making an effort to have the kids see the grandparents? Blah blah blah. And she's like, because it's not my responsibility. She's like, they have the kids' numbers. What? Why? They're asking a lot from her. She's like, why do I have to make you have their numbers? They're of age that if you they don't want to take any responsibility. They think she should hand the kids up on a platter.
Because this is a power thing. It ain't got to do with the power. Kids. The kids are the excuse to hide the agenda for power in this situation.
Right.
This is about power. This is a power dynamic issue, not even a kid. The kid. Because once again, if y'all love the kids so much, why not go out there and do the podcast, do the interviews, do the Oprah show, do the Ellen show, write the memoirs so that y'all can put money back into them kids' mouths.
Right.
And yes, that's a great question. Why are y'all dogpiling all this shit on to me as if y'all don't have a direct line?
Yes.
To these fucking kids. Like,
exactly.
What don't y'all understand that I'm a bitch in grief? What part of that don't you, that y'all just can't commute, that I am a bitch in grief? And yet y'all still prefer to just stockpile on top of a shelf that already is at limited weight capacity.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. And I'm not surprised that it was Manny leading the charge because of the way he was emasculated by his own white snow bunny queen. Oh, so of course his ass front and center. Of course he the one who who loud as hell in the room because he using Allison as his emotional dumpster because of his failed marriage and relationship to a white woman. So this is an attack on her. It ain't gonna do with the kids. It ain't even to do with the NDA. See, the NDA just inflamed them because they already had a power agenda. There was already a power dynamic issue at work, and the NDA just aroused all of that. But even when you look at the NDA, it's like, okay, well, I mean, she asking for the money to go back to her and the kids. I mean, do we really as a family find that unreasonable? Like Twitch left her ass alone, left her and the kids to fend for themselves financially. I mean, I don't think that's unreasonable. As a brother, as a mother, like I would want the kids and Allison to be first and to be taken care of first and to just be secure in that way. These circumstances are completely unfair to all of them, to Allison and to the kids. And if she's worried about her material safety, then so be it. Any grieving spouse with kids left behind after a choice like this would be absolutely afraid. I mean, what does all this mean now? This was the king of our castle. This was our leader. And y'all claim that white women so goddamn submissive to black men. So heavy reliance upon her king. He ain't here no more. He broke his vows as a dad and as a husband. And now she's left with an uncertain ass future. And if anybody gonna make motherfucking money off the circumstances she wanted to be her, I ain't mad at it. I ain't even... Okay, so let's talk about the defense attorney. I'm thinking what happened with the defense attorney, and once again, I'm open to all conspiracies and sides, but I'm not going to negate the practical before jumping there. Like, if there's a good reason to jump to the conspiracy first, or to prioritize any conspiracy, I will do that. But where there is like practical, sensible, either facts, corroborating, empirical, or practical, common sense perspective can be asserted, then I'm going to choose that first and foremost over jumping into especially the extremes of certain conspiracies. The defense attorney, there might be some truth to the fact that he chose her GUN to take his life with. If that was the case, I would not be surprised if her attorneys told her, just in case, you need to get a defense attorney in case they open up a criminal investigation if the GUN in question that he used was registered to you. You know, just in case, you know, have one obtained just in case. Now, a lot of people were saying, you know, it could have been her GUN, etc. Why was it her GUN? She could have been the only person in the house that legally owned a GUN. So it was the only available weapon available to him. Or, I mean, he could have just chose whatever weapon was available to him. It'd be hers or his. I'm not sure that any intentional thought went into whose GUN it was, more so than him just wanting to have one to accomplish what he wanted to do. What do you think about that, Shauna?
That makes sense. That makes sense to me.
Because these are white people. White people, one thing about white people that's very different from black people is that, baby, white people gonna be ready in case.
Right.
White people gonna be some in case motherfuckers. Black people kind of live day-to-day, situation by situation, moment to moment. We already don't be having, culturally, a lot of resources anyway to kind of pad ourselves and prepare for various situations. But, with her and Twitch already have a business, them already being in dealing with attorneys and business attorneys and entertainment attorneys, and they got married, obviously, so they also, done had to deal with attorneys and all of that matter. I wouldn't have been surprised if one of her attorneys said, yeah, baby, like, if that GUN was yours, then you might want to, like, lawyer up. just in case they try to explore.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, at the time, you know, it was just a black man in a restroom, seemingly from a self-inflicted GUN shot. So until that's further corroborated, baby, you might want to lawyer up. But then the coroner ended up corroborating that it was a self-inflicted GUN shot, and all of the splatter and all of the angles of the blood and where it was and how it landed and where the GUN was found on his person, it all made sense in a self-inflicted situation.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. I mean, yeah. I could see that. I could totally see that. You know, it is weird, but you know, just because it's weird, I mean, it's nefarious. So,
okay. So my question to you, Shauna, is do you have the capacity to consider that Allison may have had something to do with the death of her husband? And if you do, like, what do you think the motive was or the circumstances were that may have directly involved her or indirectly involved her?
So I remember when the story came out and some of the circumstances, she like ran from her. She didn't call the police. No, I don't want to say that what it's not. I don't remember what she did something that was odd. It struck me as odd. And that's, yeah, I don't know how anyone can say she was involved with it, but what I'm seeing mostly how people are justifying she had something to do with it is some Illuminati stuff. Oh, he was getting too big, and once I start reading that, I gotta click off because that's like a certain psychic. She has a reading on Twitch, and she not everything has a conspiracy. I mean, I don't know. It's every self-deletion she said, maybe except for like one, she's saying someone else, it was somebody got murked. And I was like, well, not all of them can. I just don't, I don't think she did, period. It doesn't even remotely look like it. And I think we're just been exposed to too many true crimes. Like there's a trial coming up this year that I was following. This woman poisoned her husband, and she tried several times to poison him until it finally worked. And she would have gotten away with it. I can't remember what happened that it pointed back to her, but she got away with it for a minute. You know, so I think people are just they've got once they see something is possible, then they add that to the equation. And so
that's the key. Like once people see something is possible,
right? Yeah, then they're like, oh well.
Yeah. Then they create an entire narrative and reality out of what is possible, but not necessarily true, but just possible.
Right. Exactly. And you know what? I can believe also, not knowing this man, that he was such a sweet person, and everybody loved him, that he felt that he could not be for real because he didn't want to break up that idea that he wasn't perfect and that he had dark days. And
that's why I can understand why they also made, because even the brother said, yes, he took his own life. Like he did say it, but they like kind of speaking out of both sides of their mouth because they also hinting that they also might be foul play. But I think that's due more so to the way Steven lived than it is Allison's behavior, which may not have made things no better.
It didn't.
Both are kind of bizarre situations, but if Steven led at surface a very happy life, I can understand why people kind of would struggle to accept that he took his life, because once again, that's what masking is meant to accomplish: deception. Like obviously, like I don't want nobody to know how depressed and miserable and unhappy I am, so I pretend every single day and pretend very well, and now everybody around me has this idea of me that I'm living the American dream and I have this beautiful wife and these great kids and great career and everything is just lever to bleak is happy-go-lucky and Cosby-like, and then kaboom. So like the way that Steven lived like sets it up so that people almost struggle to accept that he took his life. Like, why would this happy, smiling, extroverted, dancing, ambitious, loving, kind person, what could they possibly have been so depressed about that it drove them to take their life? Like, that's more so a result of how Steven lived in his masking than anything. But once again, because he was so nice, they also can't conceive of blaming him for anything. So
Right.
Allison is the next best option.
Exactly. You know, she probably already rubbed him the wrong way.
Oh, of
so
course, that NDA was the beginning of the rubbing of the wrong way.
Oh, I bet you. No, I bet you they rub because again, going back to that that conversation he recorded. She, the mother, they were supposed to go all together as a family somewhere, and Twitch didn't want to go, and Manny was like, well, pushing her. Why didn't y'all come see Connie, or why didn't y'all go see Connie? And she's like, and she hesitated. She's like, she just wouldn't admit it. And then finally she said, because he didn't want to see his mother. It's like, you know, it's like she says, she's like, you don't know the extent of their relationship, so stop playing, you know, so stop. So you can't assume anything, you know, that's just, and that's
what Manny does though.
Right. He
makes a lot of assertions, lot of absolutes. I mean, it was obvious from the phone call and from the post that he's completely pressed on putting her in her place and reminding her that she ain't nobody. She ain't nobody. That she got the least significant relationship to him. That she got the least meaningful relationship to him. He even asserted friends over who he's fucking and living with every day and procreating with. Like, his friends are more knowledgeable or have more authority to have a perspective or to have a truth or to have any right, you know, over her. I mean, it was really actually wow to watch and listen to somebody be delusional enough to say that to a intimate partner of someone, a long-term intimate partner of someone, like not some bitch he only been married to for a year now. He was only together with for 2 years. 13 fucking years, and you think that any of y'all can compete with her is like wild. And for y'all to have no space to consider that she knows him in ways that don't make her better than y'all, but just knows him in ways that y'all don't, given the type of relationship it is. They have a live-in relationship. She knows what her husband looks like when he don't have a camera in his face, when he's not on the phone with you. She knows what he's saying when he's not on the phone with y'all, when he's not interacting with y'all, what his pillow talk is. To assert that anybody would know him in a greater capacity, even his mama wouldn't know him in the way that Allison does. This is an intimate relationship. It's a romantic relationship on top of that. There are things that he would tell his wife before he tell his damn mama.
Right, exactly. Because that's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's meant to be.
It's your intimate partner.
Right.
So they're going to have so there's going to be a level of relationship and communication and a level of nuance that is going to transcend all his other social relationships. It also doesn't mean that there's not intimacy in those other relationships, but it's just like the problem is they're leaving no room for that to just be the case in their situation. They're just like literally trying to strip her of any type of like value in his life and any type of like uniqueness in his life. Like, oh, you just a wife. Like, yeah, like, what do you mean? Like, I am the wife. That's not like that's not an insult, baby. Like, do you know what a wife
Yeah.
is?
Right.
Like, do you know what
Legally binding? It's
yeah, like, do you know
legally binding.
like on a legal level, but even on an emotional level,
Right.
on a mental level, on an intellectual level, like, I live with this man. Like, what do you mean? Like,
Yeah.
this man, like, I shot kids out of this pussy for
All
this
right.
man. Like,
Right.
I know him in ways, baby, that you could never.
That no one ever, right?
Unless it's something you want to tell me. I mean, baby, this is my confess. I mean,
Right.
if there is anything you would like to share with me, because maybe I'm mistaken, baby. You know, I'm
Mhm.
definitely open to be corrected. I mean,
Right.
unless, you know, so it's just like this man sounded like sheer delusion. Like, and I was just surprised that she allowed him to carry on with her as long as she allowed it. But it was obviously two situations where two people were fighting to be right. Like, she didn't want to walk away from that conversation because she was hell-bent on having him understand her, but he was committed to not doing that. There was nothing she could have did that would have made them all happy, but just do exactly what they tell her to do. That's the only thing that would have made them happy in this situation. She doesn't get any autonomy, but Twitch put her as the numero uno in his life. And if there's anybody to be mad at, they have to be mad at him for marrying a woman that made them sign an NDA at his funeral, or that gave them the option to, because she didn't make nobody do nothing. Like, you have to be mad at who he chose, because Allison is a reflection of Twitch. And you can probably learn just as much about him, but actually observing her and understanding who the hell she was, because that was who he chose. Now, because she's not a girlfriend and she's the wife and she's entitled to certain things socially and legally, I mean, the way I'm looking at this is more so like how a judge would. It's like, I'm not here to entertain in my courtroom the family's feelings. Like, I'm here to reinforce the law. And my rule, my verdict is not rooted in emotionality. It's not rooted in feelings. It's just rooted in the facts. She's the spouse. She's the marital spouse. These are what her rights are. And if she provided a legal document that you all signed, and y'all are now not happy with, that's just unfortunate for y'all. But even on a social level, being the situation for what it is, yeah, I don't have a problem with her wanting money straight to her.
You know what else needs to really be talked about? The whole bye,
Hold on
Wendy.
one minute, Shauna.
Yeah.
Oh, Wendy.
Yeah, bye, Wendy.
Yeah. You don't know what is a lie. You sound like an avatarless weirdo. Like, for you to be in this situation telling a woman that she didn't tell the truth, who was fucking a man and washed a man draws that you never even saw perform live, yet alone have lived with, like, you sound like a fucking weirdo to be telling her or trying to assert your random weird ass off-putting perspective and attitude. If she said she found a box of drug paraphernalia in his closet, that's what the fuck she found. Now, if that's difficult for you to accept and understand, then that's just what it is. It's just that. If she found journal entries of him chronicling his molestation at the hands of a man when he was a kid, I mean, like, the question you have to ask yourself is, who the fuck are you? Who are you? That really is the question. We know who Allison is. The mother of two, widowed, ex-wife of the beloved Twitch, who she was in an interpersonal relationship with for 13 years. So we know where her throat, her pussy, her asshole, and everything else has been, and with who it's been. The question is, who the fuck is Wendy? And it ain't even Williams in the chat. Like, when you really think about, like, who in the fuck are you? Like, I am some random bitch sitting in Huckleberry, North Carolina, deciding that a wife and a woman that was with a man interpersonally for 13 years is not telling the truth. And based upon what evidence do you assert that? None. Don't even have a reason to see the woman as a liar either. Oh, and while I'm here too, I want to say that when I thought more so about the situation today, I was like, well, damn, no wonder she can also restream the proceeds from her own book to a foundation in Twitch's honor, because she really doesn't have to do this for money, because I forgot, the bitch is dating a multi-million-dollar tech CEO. So, baby, clearly ain't no motherfucking money issues running amok in the Holker's household at this point. Not at this goddamn point.
So back to the yeah, I agree, all of it. The essay, and somebody wrote, and it's not just in this chat, it's in all of them. They're like violating his privacy. I'm like, he has no privacy. He's dead. I mean, he has no privacy. He's dead. Who, and I really would like to. I hope she whatever she puts some more explicit detail, not for the sensationalistic reason, but to say who did this to him, because which shouldn't have been carrying that shame. That person should have been carrying that shame. And if that person,
what a Manny better hope is that she don't scribble his goddamn name in place of whoever the hell it was.
Right. Right.
What Manny better hope her ass don't do.
Right. It's like I bet you they are scared to, if they don't know, or even if they do know, that she's going to allude to who that person is, because they gonna be real uncomfortable.
Rebecca, people are that delusional. Some random bitch from Huckleberry, North Carolina, named Wendy in the chat is sitting in her goddamn recliner or in her goddamn scooter, minding everybody business, deciding what ain't true in the lives that people have actually lived. I mean, think about just how profoundly delusional you have to be to think that you have the authority to decide emphatically about what is not true in the lived experiences of other people, and then have no evidence to support why you emphatically are doubling down on what is a goddamn lie. Because let me tell you what is so preposterous about the emotionally dense idiots who are upholding that either what was in the journals in Nike Box should have remained private, or those who are asserting, like Manny and his friends and family, that he was a very happy person. What both of those narratives completely distract you from is the fact that this man was dealing with something that claimed his life. And the fact that everybody keeps overlooking that, but Allison, is very bizarre. See, I do think a cover up is happening, but it's not Allison to me that's participating in the cover up. And like someone said in a previous live, the family might be completely gaslit because they know exactly what the fuck some of those things might be in that journal. And a lot more than Twitch's goddamn personal demons might possibly be chronicled in Twitch's journal. And the family might be afraid that those things might end up in her goddamn memoir as a result. And so trying to violently, socially squash and intimidate her out of going and moving further and dropping this book, maybe for those purposes alone. That they all might be sitting around, baby, like, baby, could you fucking imagine if Twitch ass told that fucking journal A, B, C, D, E, F, and goddamn G? What if that journal chronicles that me and Manny experimented on each other in high school? What if that journal encompasses that me as Manny supported Twitch on his doing his bachelor party to cheat on his wife? Yeah, to go ahead and get that last hoorah up out of you. What if some of the ancestral sexual assaults that took place are chronicled in detail with names attached to them? What if Twitch told his mother about who violated him and she did nothing, like a lot of fucking black fathers and mothers do, especially from that generation, about those things? I mean, it's no telling what's in that journal. It's just no telling if it's just his business in there, if it's all of they goddamn business in there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just no telling what that journal is fucking laced with. And for all we know, he might have confessed things to that journal that made Allison definitely want to disassociate 2 days later, because he might have chronicled some of his affairs. He might have chronicled some infidelities. He might have chronicled just some harsh feelings about whatever he said to his brother, whatever his brother claiming, oh, he told me he wasn't happy with you. He might have told even more to his journal. I don't like this bitch. Anna. Her voice makes me want to turn into goddamn Jason Voorhees. I'm about to go Columbine in this motherfucker. I mean, it's just no telling what she has bared witness to now. And if those things might have influenced her ass to wobble even more after his death. I mean, we just don't know all of the ins and outs. But what we do know is that whatever the case may be, she is still asserting in all that she's saying that he was a good man.
Yep.
He was a good man.
Right.
She loved him. And, you know, she got a nonprofit in his name, and she want to bring awareness to mental health, and she's just ready to also move on with her life.
Yeah.
She's just ready to fully move on now, and she's in a place where she's done enough work to finally close this chapter. And this memoir and this nonprofit is her period on the end of the chapter. And she's just hoping that somebody can take some good out of her story, and she's gonna move on to her tech CEO, $1 billion pending husband once he divorces his other wife.
Right.
Adam Edmond. So when people saying she doing this all for money, baby, like what you mean? She's currently riding the dick of money. I mean, she don't per se need to exploit him, like need to exploit Twitch, when she's literally dealing with a multimillionaire right now. So my next question to you is going to be, is there anything you would want Allison to do? Like, now that everything is happening, everything is up and out, do you have any criticisms? Is it like, do you think she should consider some things? Do you think, you know, like, she should try to hear beneath all of the shallow hoopla of the family. And because I would say after this memoir, how about legally undo the stipulations of the NDA? Now that you have profited first, you know, you have a memoir coming, like she could drop the NDA. She could say, okay, like it won't be enforceable. You know, I just wanted to make sure that I could take care of me and Twitch's kids. I mean, I was a widowed wife. I wasn't expecting to end up in the situation I was in. I didn't know I would be a widow. I didn't know I would be on my own. I didn't know what to do. I was wrecked with fear when he died. I didn't know what the fuck the future even looked like. I didn't know what it meant to do this without Twitch. And my lawyers encouraged me to secure myself, which is what they're in place to do. They're in place to make sure that she gains the most. And that's what everybody's lawyers are to do for them, is to make sure that they are in as much as a favorable position as they can be under any situation, whether it's a criminal, civil, or whatever it is. I mean, that might not land well, especially in the Black community, because we just don't respect boundaries. We don't give a fuck about principle, and we are very emotionally grounded and kind of even choose our feelings over logic. So I don't really expect the Black community to be able to really understand anything that's happening in the situation.
Exactly. And you know what? If I were her, let the backlash come after this book and just go about your life. I'd just leave it as is. I wouldn't remove that NDA. I sure wouldn't. They've been so hateful and ugly, whether she's right, wrong, or indifferent, that I would have nothing to do with them. I would nope. Maybe in 5 years, okay, if we cool or whatever. I mean, she said these I think this type of relationship has been on eggshells way before that NDA, because she said, Twitch didn't want to go see his mother, which, whatever. We have issues with our parents sometimes, whatever. We go, fall in and out of love with
and
everybody.
Guess what, Shauna? Even Manny said that about him and Twitch. Like, he said about like a Twitch relationship to the NDA'S guy. It was like, sometimes brothers fall out. Sometimes
exactly.
People go through stuff. It is
right.
what it is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm of the idea, or the idea that you don't have to like your parents, and you can divorce your parents and never speak to them again, depending on.
I divorced all of my family. I ain't
divorce your family.
I ain't seen them hoes in 7 years.
Right, you can totally divorce your family.
I don't answer my phone. I don't answer no text. I don't open my door. And,
right.
And I don't care how fatigued and deathly anybody sounds on the other end of the phone.
Yeah, there's no there's no, you are in this family not by choice. So maybe I would leave it up to my kids. Granted, they're small, so that grandma gonna be waiting for a minute for them to grow up and be able to interact with her on their own. But seems like grandma, that family already burned them bridges. Like they
did.
Yeah, like with the kids.
She greenlit the whole witch hunt.
Yeah. And the fact that she wasn't contacting, like, how can you say we're withholding the children when you aren't even calling them? You have their number. And he didn't even deny it. Like, it's like, ooh.
And that's why I said that that phone call exchange was very revealing, because he got to say a lot of things to him in real time that he didn't miss.
Exactly. And his response, and the complete and utter gaslighting, it's the flipping of the situation is so telling. I think that the phone call for the emotionally intelligent was tells you how nuts that family is, and whether she's like whatever she's done in the back, why you don't like her, okay, but y'all in response to this have lost y'all's mind. You know, even a couple dance friends of his have said, they're breaking their silence. I hate that. But so far, like that mental health, whoever she was, she's not no, she's not convincing at all. She's not helping the situation. Manny's not helping the situation. And there's two other people who came out, former dance partners. I think they don't like her either. So it's like,
no, I can tell that all of them felt rubbed the wrong way with the NDA thing. And
right.
I understand if you're not used to, if you don't know how it goes. And
right.
on top of that, if you're just incompassionate, because you also, a situation like this requires some virtue as well. Like,
right.
you know, it's like, this NDA does look crazy, but like you have to then become a person and be like, well, I mean, what am I really actually upset? Like, what am I reading here that's really upsetting? Because this woman and my nieces and nephews are left behind. I don't have a problem with anything I do putting money in their hands as it relates to Twitch's name and his likeness. I mean, we are family, right? And he left these kids and her behind, right? And they are the damsels, right? Yeah. So it's like, what am I really upset about? Like, and the fact that people got upset anyway, the fact that the mama felt the way, the fact that everybody felt the way, it was like, oh, okay, like that's kind of the problem here. It's like there was really, really nothing for y'all to feel any kind of way about.
Right.
I mean, unless the issue is like, I want to be able to write about my brother, my friend, or my son, and also make money. Y'all didn't think to write memoirs when he was alive, so why is it a big deal?
Exactly. That's right. You want to write about his death, right?
Yeah, like y'all didn't profit
prior.
So I mean, like, are you losing something because you don't get to fucking
reap the benefits?
Anything that doesn't put the money back into, I don't. It's like, what?
They no longer get to reap the benefits of his success. So, you know, that's over. There's another part about that phone call. She said, I was the one when the family coming out to wherever they lived in LA or whatever, saying, I'm the one who put all that shit together. Twitch didn't. I did it. I set up everything for the family to come and visit. It's like, what more do you want from me? They want her to yeah, they do. They do. She's like, no, Twitch. You think, yeah, she's like, Twitch didn't do that. I did it.
Want to be Allison. They want to be the wife. And that's the problem here. That is what the problem is that you got all these wives.
Right.
In their feelings.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's only supposed to be one wife in their feelings. It's only one queen and should be in her feelings. And given the circumstances, I do think she can take up more space than them. I think that her and her kids can take up more space in the situation than them. And I just would have let Allison be, to be honest. Like, it's nothing for me to fight her over. I mean, like, Twitch decision is horrible and it's violent and it was selfish, but it was understandable as well if he's suffering. But two things can be true at the same time. It's an understandable choice given his grief and his sickness, mentally, emotionally, etc. But it was also equally damaging. And Allison or Manny or any of them are responsible for this, which is why they all have to just hold they, because of the situation, they should all strive to seek to understand each other more so than to make each other out to be the villain. But she is the wife. Like, if y'all really want to support her and y'all understand she's now the only parent left in the situation, then just let her have that. Like, what is that to let her have? Does money really mean that much to all of them? Because what nobody is talking about is how They're fighting over an NDA that was about money possibly being provided to Allison. Why the family isn't asserting that? They're trying to act like this is about being noble. No, baby, y'all upset about something much more shallow.
Yeah.
This is about power and this is about money. And if anything, y'all would be just as shallow as she is, but not any less shallow than she is, because you're arguing with her about an NDA that profited her financially because y'all wanted to profit as well.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
And she took that away.
Mm-hmm.
Pissed the fuck off. And if there's anything that black people gonna be pissed the fuck off, baby, with, is they got their money.
Oh yeah.
Any goddamn coin, money is gonna drive the wedge. Put money in between, baby. Daughters at war with their mamas, mamas at war with their daughters, sons
Right.
at war with their fathers. Money will do that when money is your God. But
Mm-hmm.
even if money is her God, that money still should be important to her. She's a mother of 3. And these are his kids that she's having to continue to take care of in his absence.
Right.
So I don't find that unreasonable, even if she has like ulterior motives underneath all that. At the end of the day, like, the money still goes to her.
No, I was just reading this new comment. People need to leave that.
Hit the link, Kenneth. I want some, like, y'all hit the link. Come up here. I ain't gonna cuss y'all out.
I don't believe that.
I'm too tired.
I'm just kidding.
I'm too tired today. I'm so tired because I was commuting yesterday, and then I went to bed at 7 this morning.
Oh
Lord! I woke up at 12. So
oh no.
Yeah, I don't even have all my Infinity Stones to cause the apocalypse. So I'm not gonna cuss nobody out, but I would
come on.
I would just like to have like a fluid conversation.
Yeah. Nobody's trying to. No, I think it's good. That's the thing. It's good to have opposition. Let's talk through it. I mean, that's what it's for. But when everybody's on the same side and not really we're not even on sides. We're in the middle. Being balanced. It's not on a side, but it's like. Let's look at both sides. It seems like people are refusing to look at the other side.
Okay, I will give Kenneth's perspective this. Maybe in a perfect situation where it doesn't involve a bunch of chaos and distress emotionally and mentally and a bunch of shock and bizarreness, like under the circumstances of burying somebody who took their life and dealing with just all of that on top of like handling all the business, because there's a funeral and waits and all of this that got to happen on the same timeline of you processing like this bizarre historical event in your life. If the circumstances were perfect, yes, I think Allison could have like maybe like read the room a little bit more and kind of maybe gave the family different NDAs than the friends possibly. But once again,
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Right. But once again, this isn't an ideal situation. Like, she's already admitted that her head wasn't on straight. I mean, she said on the phone, sorry, Manny, I don't know how to do this. I didn't know how to do this. I'm so sorry for whatever mistakes I made in this. I don't know how to deal with my husband committing suicide. I'd never expected to have to endure something like this. So it's like, that's the reality of this, is that decisions were made at a time that was where there was a lot going on. There, like, fear would have been at its height at the time of this funeral. Anxiety would have been at the height, because a funeral happens on the same timeline of the actual loss. You bury somebody, 2 weeks at the longest, maybe 3 after they pass, under whatever circumstances they pass under. So this all happens all in one vacuum. And I just don't expect somebody dealing with this to, like, I can make space for whatever mistakes she made initially. if there was things that she can look back over in retrospect and be like, yeah, I can see how that rubbed, you know, some people the wrong way. I can see how things weren't necessarily explained at that time. Everything just looked at like what it looked like at surface glance. I can understand, you know, whatever. And I still may not have chose to give a fuck about most of the people who was cussing me the fuck out, but probably like with the mother, I would have made space, maybe, you know, in my retrospect, etc. But what the family also has to do is, like, regardless of whether she does that or not, like, she is a mother and a wife that had her husband taken from her, like, and she was the last person to see him alive. She was the last person to feel his impression in the mattress. She woke up to her husband not being next to her. And then she had to deal with that trauma, not only as a wife, she had to deal with it as a mother. She had to take on the pain of her children. I think it's reasonable if Allison's head wasn't completely like centered in all of this. And if she just basically might have thrown most of that shit in the lawyer's hands. Once again, this is a woman who didn't even see her husband's raw body. She saw him after the funeral had made him up. So she wasn't even in the headspace to even think about the optics and the way things look. I think that those high-powered ass attorneys did most of the stuff on her behalf. They just told her, hey, we'll make sure everything goes accordingly. We'll take care of all of the NDA'S, We'll drop all the paperwork. We'll make sure that things are ironclad, that you and the kids are protected, that y'all are safe, that y'all and she was just fucking checked out. Like her daughter said, my mom doesn't even remember the funeral because that's how traumatized and just all of the bullshit was. Like, there was fights at the funeral. It was just a very hard time. So why are y'all still holding on 3 years fucking later to an NDA? Oh, because she wrote a book, and if we couldn't talk, she shouldn't talk. She never said y'all couldn't talk. She said y'all couldn't profit, and guess what? She ain't even profiting. It's going into a goddamn nonprofit in his name. So she's not even taking the proceeds to go on a damn $10 million shopping spree with down Rodell Avenue.
I just remembered something.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of that nonprofit, so someone had asked, or I read somewhere, I don't remember, that why didn't she say the proceeds were going to like a trust for her children instead of this nonprofit organization? What do you think about that?
I think that that's a part of the work that she's really, because I think that that's a part of the sincerity of her plight with the purpose of the memoir. This was meant to pivot to support other potential Twitches, other potential Steven Twitch bosses, and other potential Allison.
But 100%?
Yes, why not? I'm dating a tech CEO who's 100% wealthy.
But she's not married to him, though. I mean,
I'm going to be, as we can see from the circumstances.
Oh. Oh no. Mm-hmm.
If you think that this man is integrating his children into my life for me to be a lemonade or for me to be lemon, no ma'am. I'm obviously on the trajectory to being a wife.
Mm.
You know, he's not introducing his children for the sake, you know, of me being a long-term mistress. Mistresses don't typically have a relationship to the children to begin with. And we on whole family excursions out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
His wife to have a problem with it all. So, you know, and Wesley did say in her video too that we don't got no money problems, baby. Like, we all right. You know, so I don't know what's happened over the past 2-3 years. You know, her lawyers obviously have lawyered, you know, so things are okay financially. She doesn't per se have to do anything for money at this point. But once again, we got to keep in context at the moment, at the time. At the time, she was just a woman put in a situation where there was no absolute, there was no concrete ground under her feet. she was in an immense like transitional period. Her husband just unalived himself, and he left behind no will and testament. So I think a lot of things from the lawyer's behalf was just about securing the circumstances at the time. You know, we're talking now about what has happened 3 years later, where they are 3 years later now, which would have been a very different set of circumstances than where her and the kids would have been 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, or whenever it was ago. So, and I think there's something to be said about that, right? Because as a result of it not being a trust, that means that it's still not about money. It's still not about money. Even what she's doing is not about money. It's about purpose. I applaud that. And if Twitch has to be the catalyst for conversations around self-deletion and addiction and even things that might not even pertain to him, but it just opens up that valve. It opens up that subject matter, especially for us as Black and brown people. I'm also not mad at it. Because what I am mad about is the statistics around Black male mortality.
Yeah.
That's what I am upset about.
Yeah.
So
They're missing that point. They're missing that point. That's the huge the lesson that's hey, something that needs to be corrected. They're concentrating on the wrong thing, you know.
It's all about the details and revolving all around and revolving all of this around the specific identity of Allison and what her potential motives, what her potential involvement, what her potential whatever is, like, when it's obviously at this point much larger than that, and she's making it her business to make it much larger than her.
Yeah,
she's allowing it to be finished with him. He started it, and she's allowing the fact that she put a nonprofit in his name based upon his lived experience and some details that could give his family and give his community and give his fans some closure around what he may have been dealing with that led to this. She's allowing him to finish this perfectly, and I think it's a poetic finishing.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a really poetic finishing. I think it's an honorable finishing. I think it humanizes him. I think it starts all conversations, and I think that it makes us, if anything, like, yes, he made the choice he made, but you also can have like compassion for him as a result of understanding maybe some more things around his life and what he was keeping in and what drove him to this. And it is important that she puts a name on those demons so that we can have more incentive to be supportive and to do something when we see other people under these similar circumstances around, like trying to survive SA trauma, sexual assault trauma, trying to survive maybe addiction. Like, it can rate like the memoir, like she said, is meant to raise awareness, and she's spoken to many organizations and specialists and have gotten really educated around all this, and she wants everybody else to have that information available to them too. They can see themselves, and she's just bold enough to use her and Twitch situation to as a catalyst for deeper work. And yeah, this family is tarnishing his legacy. They are taking away from this moment, and they also are stripping him away of that legacy because they know that Twitch would not have allowed them to do any of the things that they are doing right now. He would have never allowed y'all to publish a secret recorded phone call of his wife. He would have never allowed y'all to say something as insensitive and shallow and apathetic as blood is thicker than water when he took in a stepdaughter who he went out of his way to secure as his own and to make sure she felt like that. And for those statements to come out of y'all mouth, it's like wild as hell. Like, he would have never had y'all go at Allison in this way. He would have divorced her first. Y'all got to remember, he stayed married to her to the end. So what part of y'all behavior would make him happy?
Right.
Twitch, if he would have felt his wife was a homicidal maniac, he would have walked to a police precinct instead of a hotel room.
Oh.
If he didn't want his wife to fend for herself financially and his kids to fend for themselves and all of this, he would have walked to a mental health facility instead of a motel room. All of these are just narratives. But ultimately, how are you upholding his identity?
Yeah.
By throwing all of his stuff out there, including sharing to the world that he allegedly was contemplating, like, or that he wasn't happy with his wife. He never said that out loud. So are y'all? It's like they're doing the same thing she's doing. It's
Exactly.
weird.
They
Like,
are.
weird. And it's even more delusional that they're justifying it in the name of standing up for him. Did he
Right.
ask y'all to stand up for him? Oh, I think that's the problem. He didn't ask the things he really should have asked of y'all. He didn't ask y'all shit, actually.
Mhm.
That's the issue. And it's bad enough if she couldn't keep her mouth closed. Like, now it's worse that y'all can't either. So y'all want her to do something that y'all can't even do.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Like,
That's exactly in the
I
name
can't
of
keep my mouth
hypocrisy.
closed. Yeah, I can't
Yep.
keep my mouth closed for shit.
Right.
And y'all heard him say it. I've been waiting to do this for 2 years.
Yeah. That's that.
And you know why I was asking? Because you know, the whole time, Shauna, I've been asking, like, okay, he been saying, like, oh, I've been trying to keep it cool. I'm like, it can't be, because they got too much to say, like, based off of just nothing, really. It got to have been that there's been stuff going on privately.
Right.
Well, I was Googling some shit, and guess what? I found this article on fucking Reddit just a year ago. Allison Holker, brother-in-law and cousin-in-law, have questions after Allison announced that she would be joining the judges panel. I don't know, like, what show she was on. I guess it was a show she was on, and she was one of the panelists. Steven's brother and cousin both took the Instagram to demean her and the keyword again. So now this put context to the text messages where Allison apparently had expressed some things to Twitch's mom about things that other relatives were doing, because they were, like, always wanting to rush to social media to talk shit about her, which now I understand why the fuck y'all haven't seen them kids, and why them kids have not been interested in returning y'all goddamn phone calls, even though y'all had direct lines to their asses. It goes on to say that the cousin, quote, shame on Fox, can't support them after hiring Allison Holker after her extreme disrespect for the Boss family after Steven's death. Now, this is a year ago. They've been on this campaign for months, gripping about how everything from her receiving his estate to making them sign NDA'S around the private funeral to insinuation she should be supporting them. And Shauna, do you want to read the rest of this before I gaslight my damn self into oblivion?
Where are we going? Where am I missed which part?
We are right here. You can start with Dave.
They've been on the campaign for months, gripping about everything from her receiving his estate to making them sign NDAs around the private funeral, to insinuations she should be supporting them. In some way.
That's why I said, let me let Shauna take over.
Oh, Lord.
Shauna take over.
They are also complaining they aren't allowed to see her children, which, no shit, you publicly ridiculing their mother. Why would she allow you access to her children? I'm beginning to form a theory here, and I want to know if others think the same. Here's mine. Oh. You want me to keep going?
I can read this.
Okay, go ahead.
I think Steven may have been giving his family some kind of monetary support either regularly or as they requested it when he passed. Allison, who now only has half the income flow her family did before Twitch died, stopped these payments as she figured out her life, went through the court for assets because he passed without a will, and since it stopped most of their projects at the time, cold turkey. She wasn't willing to give away money when she and her kids' financial futures were up in the air. She probably wasn't even sure she could keep her house at the time. Then they started this hate campaign when she won his estate in court. They had been publicly shaming her already, and she now feels no obligation to help these hateful people. That is definitely a very grounded hypothesis. That adds even more it adds even more color to this complex set of circumstances.
Makes sense.
Power dynamics here, monetary. And isn't it weird that I just called it out about the NDA? So like y'all mad because y'all any money y'all had planned to make off his name and likeness were going to go to Allison and the kids, rightfully so. And now we're getting more intel about the fact that there's been all these issues and them feeling like me and you've been saying that this whole time, like these people like are looking for a lot from this woman. So this theory that Steven might have been monetary, and once again, I just said money. If you want to fuck up a black family, let's put the money concept in between them niggas, baby.
Oh yeah.
Shit gonna turn into some Suge Knight ass, Kim Porter, P. Diddy ass shit. When it comes to involvement, this makes a lot of sense if they had some type of codependency.
Yeah, of course.
Materially on Steve, and if he was such a nice guy, that's probably why they bigging him up, because they got to use his ass up a lot. He was so gullible. He was such a people pleaser, always saying yes. And maybe this also why Allison went into complete self-preservation mode, because maybe this was part of their frustration in the marriage is, why are you supporting these grown-ass people?
Exactly. Like, she's not going to continue to do that.
These motherfucking people, they're not helping us. We got fucking kids. Fuck these motherfuckers. And so when he died, she closed shop. Mine.
Right. I bet they were.
Y'all done leached enough. Y'all done used enough. Y'all done took from our pot enough. Y'all done ate from our table enough. If you ain't been eating in the way that made your ass rich by the time his ass died, then you're gonna go broke. So, cause baby, I'm done with it.
Right. I mean, I'd be pissed off.
This really explains this, as even to the NDA, to why her lawyers formed everything the way that they did. Like, cause this probably was the fucking case, and this is why she acted the way she acted afterwards. Like, baby, I ain't got no coin for y'all, but y'all can see these kids if y'all want to.
I got no
baby, I ain't got a single quarter for you niggas.
But you can come see these kids. Come on. And the answer was no. No.
Because that's what the bottom line of the NDA is about. The NDA never kept them from talking.
Right.
It kept them from making money.
Off
of him. So baby, this is very fascinating. This is very fascinating. And this shit was going on just a year ago.
Yeah, that's a good Reddit.
Wow.
Yeah. Because when you think about it, he was probably supporting the family.
Of course, because he was too nice not to.
Yeah. He's taking care of a lot of people.
Yep. Like, this is why they pedestalizing him. It wasn't just because he had a personality. He was opening up that goddamn wallet.
Right. I bet he was taking care of a lot of people.
People pleaser to not. And look, if all we know, this could have also contributed to his depression. Because, a lot of people pleasing, they get stressed by their people pleasing. They don't necessarily like the fact that they feel so insecure that they don't know how to tell nobody no.
Right.
And a lot of times, people pleasing people, while they may maintain their people pleasing, they oftentimes will kind of develop an inner complex about themselves where they begin to feel, pressured, exploited, objectified. They question whether people really care about them. But once again, they're too insecure to not please. So they keep pleasing while suffering in silence. And my grandmother is one of those individuals. Baby, she will people please, and then be mad and stressed as hell at her own condition. Everybody taking. And it don't matter what she say behind closed doors. It don't matter what she say on pillow talk. It don't matter what she say for hours on the phone with her good gossiping church girlfriend. She gonna still show up, people please, and make herself fucking miserable because she's too insecure to say fucking no. Don't want to feel like the bad guy. Don't want to feel like you're letting nobody down. The pressure to say yes, the potential punishment that comes from not saying yes, and the constant objectification, and what that type of usury, what it communicates indirectly to the person who's being used. Like, this is all I'm good for. These people can't possibly love me. I know I can't really trust these people. There was definitely dependency. This explains why everybody loved him outside of just having a nice personality. He was just as nice with those resources. Just as nice, baby. And Miss Allison got sick of this shit. They probably argued about this shit throughout their marriage. He probably did a little bit too much at times, which all people pleasing do. They do the most. They do the most, baby. They do the most in order to keep motherfuckers happy with them. And Allison just got sick of it. And when he passed, baby, she was like, oh yeah, baby. Y'all not dealing with Twitch, baby. This is Alice, and y'all are officially in the Wonderland, bitch. Fuck what you heard. Wow, wow, wow. The link is in the chat for anybody who want to come up. Click the link to push back then. Who? Okay, let me see. The co-host agrees with everything. No, no, baby.
Come on, Esther, hit the link.
Esther, you ain't even been here long enough, baby, to see how.
I'm like, didn't you just?
You ain't even been here long enough on this channel to see how, baby, we've been swinging the pendulum for a whole week now. So we done went all types of back and forth, baby. Okay, now Esther, the question is, who are you, and do you know how Twitch's dick feels? Because if you don't,
you're wrong.
it means that you another motherfucker who don't know objectively what the hell is going on. But what we do know factually is that this family is pressed over an NDA that kept them from making money.
Right.
That's what we know factually now. What we do know is that they can't prove he wasn't on drugs.
Yeah.
And what we do know factually is that they have not made any hoopla over him being violated as a child.
Right.
What we do know is that they have offended the fuck out of his stepdaughter, who he didn't love like water, he loved like blood.
Exactly.
What we do know is that they have tried to insinuate that she's connected to his death. Completely defamatory and outrageous, if not true. And to say that without any objective proof about the surviving spouse and mother of your niece's nephews is wild and insanely reckless and harmful. But we do know from the phone call that we listened to is a man entitled himself to think of himself as more valuable than the wife in the situation, who continued to berate a woman who presented an NDA that nobody had to sign but chose to sign and was still being harassed about it long after the fact. What we do know is that this family is upset about this woman's right to tell her story with her husband because she is that girl in this situation. What we do know is that Connie, Manny, Drake, Shawty Low, and PD Pablo and them ain't did nothing but raise hell the past 3 years while this woman done created a whole nonprofit organization in his name. What have they respectfully done in his honor, except for actually tarnish it by going at his wife, his widow, and the mother of his children in one of the most malicious and aggressive and demeaning ways possible. What we do know factually is that the brother who led the charge already had a white woman fracture due to his own failed marriage. And conveniently got a whole lot of smoke.
And let me
But
tell you about
white woman.
About the white woman. He's like, she's half, what did he say? Half Armenian or something like that. I don't know. I was like, bro, don't do that. He's like, she's half white. So, okay. He's
And
dumb.
And guess what? He called her white in his post.
He
He the one who said, I realized we were both married to white, white, fetishizing, whatever.
Right.
Whatever. And remember, like that was the whistleblow to the black community.
Yep.
There's been a lot of whistleblowing.
Yep.
A lot of dog whistling going on.
Right.
We done seen the plays, baby. We see the underbelly. We've taken in the historical and cultural nuance of how black families don't make a lot of space to deal with suicide in the proper way. We barely deal with just death in any damn capacity the proper damn way. And yes, we are living in a space where there's a lot of tension between white and black folk. You got to bring in that element here, especially considering what the brother said. You got to deal with the fact that in the black community, like there is a lack of boundaries, and you got too many people who like to assert themselves above the husband and the wife and don't respect hierarchy and chains of commands. It ain't fair to some, depending on what happens, but these are the rules of engagement that we all socially agree to. And we don't contest shit until shit don't go our way. And I also find it interesting that they did nothing to contest this. They never got a lawyer in any of this to consider if there was any real reality to the NDA'S. No, nothing. They just shaded her and dragged her. But where are the nonprofits? Oh, I forgot. Wait a minute. We didn't start nonprofits because that would have profited Stephen, not us. Where are the memoirs? Oh my God, wait a minute. We ain't wrote no memoirs because that would have profited Steve and not profited us. Wow. So y'all are mad at this woman because y'all didn't get to profit. Because even her writing about Stephen profits Stephen. But y'all didn't want to write memoirs or do anything in his likeness aside from talk shit because y'all couldn't personally profit from it. It all would have been going back to Stephen's next of kin and inheritance legally, which would have been his wife and his kids. This is all about money as usual. This is manipulation at its highest and at its finest. And guess what? They all got an answer for that, baby. These ain't my works. Baby. These folk got to deal with all this, baby. They got to answer to their God about it, baby. I'm not fond of my sister-in-law, but if my brother passed, it's all taking care of her and my nieces and nephews. Yes, at least first and foremost. You know, everybody else not invisible, but, you know, shout out to you, Toko, for understanding the chain of command here. Because we live in a society, baby, where folk think they equal, baby. And they forget, baby, there's a chain of command that gets established. It's all about the money. That's why his family is really big mired. Rebecca says, yes, I used to dislike my brother's ex-wife, but he never knew that as she was still his wife and he chose her own period. Look, I got plenty of motherfucking people in my family who married to people that, you know, if it were under any if the circumstances were different, baby, it would be a ring around their damn eye. I got uncles-in-laws that I do not fuck with, but I do not dare unnecessarily disrespect them. I don't wage no war. And when I have to be around them, at very best, I just have nothing for them. Nothing for them. Nothing. Not a cuss out, not a hi, not a bye, no nothing. My mama raised me. If you ain't got nothing nice to say, baby, don't say nothing. So I don't say nothing at all. Ain't no phone calls. Ain't no all this hoopla going on. It is what it is. Hey, King Goddess. Hey, love. Hey, boo. Happy Tuesday. All right. Any final words, Shoshana? I'm gonna drop the link one more time in case anybody want to get up her.
No, I'm looking forward to this book. I mean,
Man, I'm scared.
I'm
I'm goddamn scared.
I don't know. It's like somebody wrote in the chat a little bit ago. I wonder if the book, the journal, can be authenticated. Well, that would be easy. It wouldn't be that hard to authenticate it. And I think it would be interesting. You know, he probably didn't share very much, so it would be interesting to see what his thoughts, because I bet everybody would be shocked, you know. And the fact that this man, unless he was in therapy, which we don't know, is this grown man is writing in a journal, says a lot. You know, it says he's probably pretty sensitive and trying to be in tune with his thoughts, or feels like he has no one to talk to and isolated. That says a lot for a grown man to be, you know, writing in a journal. Who knows how long he's been doing that? But I want to answer Whitney B. She asked about nonprofits. People do steal through nonprofits because it's like that's how you can launder money. How they do it, I don't know. I don't have a criminal mind, but people just like with churches, open up a church and you don't have to pay taxes in your pocket the rest. I don't know, but yeah, there is a way to steal. I think what's her name just got busted. The model. Oh god. I can't think of her name.
Naomi Campbell.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, stealing from. Yeah, that's easy to do. Yeah, completely. I mean, I hope she's not, but whatever. I mean,
Stealing from them hungry ass children.
yeah, it's like yeah. I mean, it's it's illegal. So if you're gonna
And guess
steal,
what?
yeah,
Allison wouldn't even be wrong for just like all the proceeds go to my goddamn checking and saving account. You know, 'cause, I mean, it's like
right.
I am the wife caring for his young children still, and I spent a lot of years to be the provider in that sense. So it's no shame. I feel like it's like under these circumstances, I wouldn't have to hide none of my damn motives. I would be completely confident in, what I have to do as a result of what's been left behind for me to do.
Right.
And I would have no shame, no insecurity, no nothing about it. And I would be doing exactly what she's doing. I wish y'all light and love.
Right.
I think the circumstances here, I think if both sides just put all the information together, you kind of do get a full, complete sentence. You get a shit show of a jambalaya, but everything is kind of self-explanatory if you look at it for what it is. Like, it's clear to me based upon the information extracted from the alleged journal, the shoebox, and Wesley allowing us to know that her dad did smoke. His brother did corroborate that. Allison corroborated that. But that he did an ayahuasca trip, that he unlocked and unearthed some things inside of himself, because that's what ayahuasca did. Around the time he probably chose to go on an ayahuasca retreat or to do ayahuasca is probably when he also decided to just even put down his usage of cannabis, because he probably just got into a headspace where he wanted to try to do his shadow work. I don't know whether he was some spiritual books at that time or motivating him, and maybe he was just like also feeling a little guilty about the example he was setting for Wesley and his kids. Like, you know what? I don't want to be out here behind the pool house smoking fucking weed.
Right.
I need a better example. Let me deal with my problems, And so he tried to clean himself up, put himself on the right track, and did an ayahuasca retreat or smoked ayahuasca for the sake of awakening, and it awakened him to a lot of things. Because Wesley is a really big deal. Like that was a really big deal to Steven. Like when after he did the ayahuasca, like it really like meant something to him. And she said it brought up a lot. It brought up so much for him. I think that might have been when the journal started. He probably faced weed and marijuana, and all the other stuff with like trying to mitigate that by creating a space for himself to be vulnerable, transparent in, which maybe was not a space that had been created in any official relationships, but he carved out that space himself with his journal. And I think as a result of all the stuff that came up, but at this point, he also had somebody who had been in a lifelong relationship to people pleasing and thinking that he had to do everything by himself, that it was his job to deal with all of his stuff on his own. And I think that's the thing that he forgot to do in all of this, is to get help. Is to get and to keep getting help. Even if he had gotten help at one point, he might have been in therapy at one point, he might have been talking to somebody at one point, but continually to do that, I think that might have been what was the weak point in his attempt to heal himself, is he tried to take too much of it on by himself. I do not find the circumstances around his death unusual, or I don't even see any need to question it, because everything about how everybody reported him being leading up to his death makes a lot of sense. From him calling his mom the night before he did what he did, telling her that he loved her, the statement he made to his daughter, which was the last time that she saw him alive, which was, "I wish I could be your Superman," to him calling the hotel or the motel ahead of time to ask them if they had any rooms available. People who worked at the hotel, from the clerk to the maid, can corroborate the fact that not only did he arrive there alone, he also seemed to be in normal spirits. There was nothing unusual, etc. All that makes sense in terms of how somebody would move towards the end of their life, tying up all the loose ends, saying goodbye to everybody, and nobody knew it was their goodbye. Even Allison, who shared in her People magazine interview that she thought toward the end that they were experiencing a whole separate honeymoon. But now we know why he became so happy and why things became so good. Because he knew what he was about to do. He knew that his suffering was about to be over. He had made that choice long before he did it. And he was happy because he knew he was about to make his exit. And he was tying up all the loose ends. And he got up that night and he peacefully left his home. He left his car in the driveway, his keys on the table, took his or her GUN, walked a few blocks away, checked in, and he took his life. After he made sure that everybody knew that he loved them. And the rest has been history. So there's nothing that looks unusual. What Black people are looking for is their own need to make this something other than what the family still can't make it about, which is the fact that, oh my God, this man took his life. And because a lot of times as Black folk, we are in the business of putting so much stake into a good material reality, I think that's the blind spot in our ability to accept that Twitch did what he did. It's what? Who would take their life? He had it made. Baby. The only people that take their lives are not just the poor. The wealthy take their life. The famous take their life. The very successful take their life. The very attractive take their life. The very beautiful take their lives. Taking your life is about your emotional experience, your mental experience, not your material experience. Which is why suicide knows no face. It knows no circumstance. It knows it's of respect of no persons. And I think the fact that she's white just kind of adds the extra zigzag and the extra like abnormality to a situation that we as a community struggle with as a concept to begin with. And I think the family, I think they do miss Twitch. I think that they do and did believe in his mask. And I feel like they are, and because he did so good at wearing the mask, they refused to give up the mask that he wore. But that there also was an incentive to having proximity. There was a gain to his proximity to Hollywood and being a reasonably successful man. And there might have been some dependency there on his friends and family when it came to him. He was always a person that people could count on to borrow money from. He could always talk them into investing in a good idea that they came to him with. And because he was a people pleaser who was suffering silently, he leaned into a lot more yeses than he did no's that made his ass miserable. Coupled with the fact that he did ayahuasca and now was dealing with a lot of surface trauma that he might have suppressed, which is why you do the other drugs, weed, shrooms, etc., to possibly suppress, or hell, he might have been using the shrooms and might have been using the cannabis to actually awaken what only ayahuasca was able to, because shrooms, mushrooms, and cannabis also have metaphysical properties too. But considering on the gravity of his trauma, those things might not have been able to like really crack the door open. Or he might have been using those things to numb the things he finally got the courage to confront. And doing ayahuasca was a part of that confrontation. But he lost his battle to his fight with good and evil because he didn't have the level of self-love nor the level of community necessary for anybody to have possibly intervened on his behalf. I don't think there's anything unusual around his death. He acted just how people typically act who are sure about that decision. Some people do go completely dark. Some people go completely happy toward the end. They go to the club one last time. They go, out to dinner with their friends and family one last time. They are completely in high spirits. And I think the rest of this shit is just family dysfunctionality. Black people are still playing catch up in our understanding of mental health. I do believe his family just doesn't understand this. I agree with you 100% on period. A Banjo Babel. Hey, opinionated. Can you hear me, love? I think you're on mute. Can you hear me, opinionated?
Yeah, I'm on mute.
Okay, there you go. Hey, boo.
You a cash out. How you doing, Conscious?
I'm doing love. I'm doing great. How you doing?
And hello to the beautiful lady that's with you. I think her name
Shauna. Yeah.
Shauna. Hey.
Hello.
Conscious.
Yes.
You've been throwing down on the topic. The other night I was beating on the sofa with you. I was like, yes, Conscious, because people don't understand. And I listened to Mim's whole
his interview.
I listened to the whole interview, even despite the thing, because mine was going off the other day, and I didn't even realize I had been took it from the wall. But
the smoke detector.
So it was still going off. I was like, oh, good Lord. But anyway, yes, everything you say, yes, yes, yes. And what I think you just got engaged, right? Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you, boo.
But you're gonna be in the partnership soon.
And that's why, and this situation got me thinking, like, maybe I need to stay engaged for the rest of my life. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm ready, baby, for all this. I'm like, I don't even deal with my own family, yet alone I'm not dealing with nobody else's. So I'm just gonna spend my time like just kind of moving through this because I don't even know what I want this to really look like. I mean, I wasn't even expecting no man to try to wife me up to begin with, because I'm not even in a place where I'm still operating like a traditional kept man. It's like my partner asked me to like take this ring at a time in my life where I am career driven. I am dating my career, and even though he's been in my life forever, like I told him forever, like that the next half of my life is about my legacy, and it's about my purpose. I'm not putting a person like ahead of myself or ahead of anything else. And he's understood that, and apparently he is okay with being second or third or wherever the hell he fall on the agenda list. And if he's presenting himself as somebody who's capable of understanding where I am and what I want for my life, and he still feels valuable and wants to be a part of the way that I'm ordering my steps at this point, then I'm like, who am I to tell you not to? You know,
Yeah,
like,
and that's the fact. You know, when I started dating my husband, I was in the army, but I had just,
yeah,
I hadn't been in as long as he had been in, right? But I told him, I said, you know what? You want to date me, but right now, my whole purpose is
yeah,
to try to get my mom a house. We grew up
yeah,
poor. You know, she got a total of 6 daughters. I'm the oldest. Watch her have a heart attack. So I'm taking care. I went into the army strictly to take care of my family.
Oh wow.
And once he got there and he saw, the living conditions and how she was living in a trailer old.
Yeah.
You know, when he first went to his visit, he was determined to do that. And when she passed on, he helped me raise my sisters. So I feel if you didn't straight up told him, and he's still there.
Yeah.
But so I feel that's why I never had children.
And we've been friends this whole time too. Yeah, you know, like I watched him like be married. I watched him be in and out of relationships, but not married, but I watched him be in and out of relationships, and we've been friends, you know, like this whole time too. And we've dealt with each other like in between our situations, and we just kept holding on to each other, and it just kept being easy. Like it was one of the easiest situations I've been in where it's been no heat. It's just been, it's felt like a flow more than anything. Like it's like a flow. We just been flowing. So I get that. And you know, I've been thinking about you, opinionated, because I'm just like, you are another prime example of like the Allison situation where, like, based upon what you shared with us the other night, I'm just like, this is what I'm talking about, where people have really lost respect for hierarchy. We've really lost respect for position, and we really are living in a system that does not appreciate people's, like, we don't respect people's positions, and where everybody feels equal to the next. And I don't, but like, I even had to address somebody earlier who was like, his mom. I was like, yeah, I believe even the wife should come before the mother. I mean, the mother is the mother, but the mother gives her son away for a reason. Like, she reduces herself when she, you know, co-signs a marriage, or even when her son or daughter chooses to have a legal spouse. Yes, that trumps the brothers, it trumps the sisters, it trumps, and it don't make everybody else irrelevant, but it does put somebody else at the head of the tribe.
And you know what? I think people need to go back to the beginning of what marriage was. And they still practice that, you know, in different countries. When a man in a different country take on a wife, that man has to pay a dowry. He has to pay that family in order for that family to become one unit. Do you understand me? When that man decides to take that daughter, yes, you have to pay a dowry for that woman. You have to give the family so much in order to even get a part of that name. to be part of that tribe, to be part of anything that that family goes through. So yes, the wife is the prize. I think a lot of people have this modern day approach when it comes down to marriage, but they don't realize how much the spouse actually have to, and that wife has to endure with that husband. They're not living there.
Right.
They're not knowing what they're going through, good or bad. They don't really know anything.
And when our lights are off, y'all's lights are still on.
Still on. That's right.
Right. Like, baby, you know, you can't champion up against somebody who is living that hand in hand with your loved one, such as a spouse.
Right. Right.
Hand in hand.
The only problem I have with her, Allison, is I feel in the NDA, if they do make money, it should go to the children and the foundation.
Yeah.
Other than that, instead of just to her pockets, you know what I'm saying? Even though she's over her children till the age of probably 26 when they finish college. But any funding should go to the children and to the foundation that she have for him.
Yeah.
As far as her pockets, you know, he's gone. I understand that, but I understand that you was the wife, but you did choose to move on. And once you move on, I think, the children are still left, and the foundation can the foundation can always use money. Plus, let's be real, it's her 501c. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's her 501c. You know, and if you understand the business and the logistics of it, I think, you know, you'll be okay. But
and that's what's so funny too, opinionated, right? Is that like everybody's marriage is a business, but then them watching this white woman actually get in her business bag is a problem. Like, but everybody always say, oh, marriage is a business. Right. It is a business. It's not just emotional and feeling and sentimental. Like, legal marriage is really a relationship between y'all two and the state. Y'all two and the federal government. It is a proposal to the state.
Conscious, they brought up the fact that she was on Hit the Flow.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, it was like, so what money does she have? I said, she could have a lot of money, because you know what? Let me have one opportunity at Hit the Flow. I don't care if it was on VH1.
Mm-hmm.
I could take that money, and as long as I invest it properly, I could live for the rest of my life. You don't know. And I can invest in more and invest in more. I.e., let's look at the Alba girl. What's her name? Jessica Alba. Jessica Alba did a few movies, and she took her money and she invested it and made the Honest Company. And that is a $1 billion business for her right now, to the fact that she never had to work again. So are they crazy? You know, some people are really insane.
They are. I think they are kind of crazy.
They kind of crazy, but you know, that tells me they don't know how to deal
because
with it. Because
they want to admit that this is about money, opinionated. Because remember, the NDA don't keep them from not talking. The NDA is an agreement that if they do any talking, if they do any interviewing, if they do any book writing, that the proceeds will go toward Allison. Now, we also don't have access to the actual NDA, so we don't know if at that time there were like trusts set up for the kids, and that's where the money would have been streamed to. We don't know the particulars about exactly where the money would have went, but the NDA agreement was that if you guys are going to produce anything in his likeness at this point, especially around his death or y'all's relationship, then, like, you know, could y'all agree to have that money go back into the nuclear family he left behind?
And you know, Conscious, I listen, and I think you're right on that too, right? I think so much can be done from this. And if they would try to get along with Allison, maybe things could change. But here's what I took from it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the little girl says she saw y'all on holidays, sometimes birthdays. That lets me know that it was a wedge right there.
And she said that it was mostly the wedge because of distance. Like, everybody lives in different states.
Okay, but still, if you love your grandchildren, most grandparents love their grandchildren to the point where, and you got a rich son, it ain't nothing for him to put you on a plane anytime you want to, when you want to go.
Remember, the daughter also said we actually saw them more after Twitch died than we did the whole time
Exactly.
Was alive. So
Exactly.
it begged the question of, okay, well, what's going on then? But the family also did drop receipts regarding like text messages that seemingly show her not responding or whatever the case may be. But everybody was still living in different states at that time. And I just assumed that she was still grieving. So she was like in and out of wanting to be bothered, really. Like, because
And
like
that's
when you grieve and it's like you're just not in the same mood every day. It's like sometimes you have bouts where you feel like yourself and you feel
some
kind of
days
like
you just
act, and then
cry
you have
all
times where
day.
you just kind of check the fuck out. Like, I don't care. I don't, like you just don't want to carry nothing. You don't want to be asked to do nothing. You just want to be left the fuck alone. Like, you just.
And then still got to put on a brave face for
But
your
yeah,
kids.
yeah, like those are the only people that you're making the exception for. It's like, I know I gotta show up for them, but it's like everybody else, it's like it's a day by day thing.
Because conscious, I ain't gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
To be told that your spouse have 48 hours to live.
Yeah.
And in them 48 hours during COVID, they're not telling you nothing. So you scrambling and you only got a certain amount of time to talk to the doctor.
Yeah.
You feel like you're going crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
You really do. And I don't think people understand all of what it takes. And I don't have kids. So imagine having kids. I have dogs, and I sent my dogs to my sister. I mean,
that part,
I
right?
couldn't deal with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I mean, and him, I think he's red pill all the way.
Absolutely, because I think somebody said that from the interview that he was kind of, I guess, toward the end, he was kind of going on a little tangent or whatever about women and all this, and I was like, child, I told y'all this. I've been saying it in my life. I said this man got a woman injury. He got a female injury, and he said it in his original post about the white woman that he allegedly screwed him over. So I wasn't surprised that kind of came up and out of him in the interview.
And Conscious, my last thing, I want to say, see that red pill community, they got to be stopped. It's time. The stuff that they putting out there is BS. Yeah. I want to start. Y'all want to have a red pill community where I want to have a pill for the women. I want to have a place where the women can honestly talk about
the pink pill, baby. Pink pill community.
Brought you guys up to be the man that you are today, and not all of a sudden because your penis ain't working. Let's talk about it. Or it's too short to really reach. Let's talk about it. Let's go into it, because we can talk about it all day. Are you butthurt by a white woman and now you mad at black women? Are you so color struck that you can't accept the skin color of your mama that you got to go marry somebody else, and you ain't happy with your life right now? That you hate every woman in their perspective, or you just can't be told what to do because you're trying to still find yourself in life? Can we really talk about? Or maybe you're a multiple baby daddy who can't take care of one child, but now you want to get married and you finally want to settle down and make the right decision, and you don't know how to do it because all your money goes to child support. Can we really talk about what black women go through in this world today with some of these black men?
Yeah, some of them,
not all of them.
Yeah, because
they put it on all women, but I'm gonna put it on some of you black men. I mean, that red pill community, the women ain't talking enough for me, because we could have been shut them down since Kevin Samuels. Because let's talk about it. He wasn't the prize. You were not the prize. Rest in heaven, dead man. Okay. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I had to be for a minute conscious. I had to get my little stuff out.
Get the pink pill community up and going, operated.
We gotta get it up and going, girl. We gotta go somewhere and be just as God. Because it's time.
I ain't mad at it. I understand it. It's a mess out here.
Yes, but I did send you a super chat to thank you for allowing me to come on your stage and have fun with it. You know what I'm
always are welcome, and I'm so glad that, like, again, I thank you so much for sharing your experience, because it really highlighted my point, and I hope that as a community we can kind of see beyond the particulars of Stephen and Allison and kind of make the conversation bigger than even them, because it's a lot of things happening in a situation that we need to really be talking about as a community as it relates to certain things that are showing up in the community, like, and all the moving parts are in this situation. So yeah, I'm going to be extracting as much content out of their situation as possible. Let's talk.
That's right.
Yeah, let's
That's right.
talk
Oh, and
about
Conscious,
it.
I want to thank you, and I want to thank your chat. Because just like you said, you thought about me, I thought about y'all. And I had that hard conversation with my husband.
You did.
I did, Conscious.
Oh.
And, you know, I told him the story, you know. And I said, Kevin, I really do feel that you did not take up for me with your family. I still feel that anger there. And I shouldn't feel that all because I wanted an apology. And they said no.
Yeah.
I said an apology was for them cussing me, but your life is here. And I didn't do that to them, you know. And he was like, well, you know, we had a big falling out. I said, but what was a big falling out? Because you never told me. Well, I don't go home as often. I said, but is that punishing them? I said, because punishment is not what I want.
Right.
I think the bigger thing for them is
understanding and awareness.
And just a simple, you know what, Terry, in that moment, maybe I have overreacted, but I was wrong. And as a woman, I empathize and sympathize. You know what I'm saying?
And also, you are a member of this family, and we all adults, and we had no reason to respond in the way in which we did. And we did disrespect you, and we disrespected our uncle, our brother, etc., who has integrated you into this family, and you did not deserve that just because we didn't know how to deal with what was happening at the time.
Yeah, because I don't want to keep him from his family.
Right.
But I find it unfair.
Yeah.
That I have to keep myself from them or distance myself because of pain. That's not how a family makes it in this world. We need each other. You know what I'm saying? So I had that talk with him. I thank y'all.
Well, shout out to you. Because this is what relationships are all about. Like, if you don't got a spouse that you can bring yourself to do the vulnerable thing with, then it really ain't a relationship at all. So the fact that y'all were able to have this conversation and you were able to put, you know, your vulnerability on the line and speak to that, that is incredible. And, you know, I keep hearing marriage counselor after marriage counselor after marriage counselor say the key to any working relationship and certainly to a healthy marriage is communication. So shout out to y'all for communicating and keep communicating with each other.
Because you know that was hard. That was a hard one for me.
Yeah.
But thank y'all. I appreciate
y'all. No, thank you, boo. Thank you.
And I'm gonna get off the thing.
All right, love.
Great day. Love you.
All right, baby. And love you too. That was our opinionated child. Yeah, come on to the testimony. Look at the consciousness. We out here doing the work. We out here keeping marriages together. We out here encouraging the strength and functionality of relationships and family, baby. This is what we do over here. And look how, like, opinionated would have never even got a hold of the commentary that led to a conversation that led to, you know, her taking a step to address something and have that reconciled going on in her family, if it wasn't for even covering this whole situation and taking the conversation beyond the particulars of just Stephen himself and Allison herself. Man, this is incredible. That was a super chat and cash app all by it damn self. My God, today what's going on, Blood Arena? Hey, boo. I agree. This story covers so much more than a simple unalive. And no, it's so much bigger. And that's ultimately, for me in this situation, Allison's trump card. Because I'm just like, thank you for attempting to do something of substance with your situation, his lived experience, because whether we know it or not, this is a conversation that we do need. And it's a conversation that can be had and changes can be made to help us to address all type of things happening within society, happening within the culture, happening between like relational dynamics, all type of things happening around even mental health. Because my God, y'all, the statistics for Black men are insane. And you just can't look at those statistics without just falling apart. You know, simply told. Let me see if I can pull up something here. I haven't vetted this article yet, but we're just going to read it just to give. This is why this platform, hold on, let me see. Okay, this family was in major conflict, dysfunctional, and long before Twitch decision. The longer this goes on, the clearer the emotional disconnect GlassTV is trying to broaden. Period, baby. Rumor said this is why this platform stands out from others. Keep doing the great work of the Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter. On period, my rumors, child. I'm surprised that you ain't hit the link doing, you know, I know that you've been getting it together over there, you know, in your real life rumors. I'm like, damn, we ain't had rumors hit the panel in a minute. Because I just knew that you was going to have some things that you wanted to touch on, and because it's such a dynamic set of circumstances. But as it relates to black men, young black men are dying by suicide at alarming rates. Now studies suggest that racism, childhood trauma, may be to blame for suicidal ideation. 1 in 3 rural black men reported they experienced suicidal ideation or thoughts of death in the past 2 weeks, reports a new study from the University of Georgia. Childhood adversity and racism may hold much of the blame. Suicide is the second, check this out, you guys. I want you guys to really hear this in slow motion. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for African Americans between the ages of, my God, 15 and 24 years old, according to the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention. Suicide is particularly prevalent amongst Black-ass men who die by suicide at a rate more than 4 times that of a Black woman. When we're talking about Black men are in danger, Black men are in danger. Not only is the white man a threat to the Black man's vitality, not only is racism, not only is other dysfunctional Black men a threat to Black men. Oh God, I ain't even sharing the screen. But Black men themselves are a threat to themselves. Could you have y'all excited that the second leading cause of death for Black men is themselves. Black man is the second biggest. A Black man's self is his second biggest opt. Could you imagine yourself being your own opt? That bar right there alone, that line right there alone is loaded with so much reality and perspectives, and the fact that it's 4 times higher for Black men than Black women is apocalyptic in nature. Now y'all know why I'm harping on why I'm not mad at the conversation that Allison got started. Because honestly, his Black ass family should have escalated this conversation in the context of mental health and awareness, because this is a for real epidemic. For real epidemic. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for African Americans between the age of 15 and 24, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Suicide is particularly prevalent amongst Black men who die by suicide at a rate more than 4 times that of Black women. If Todd is in the chat, hit the link, Todd. It feels like nobody is talking about the problem. Oh my God, wow. I feel completely seen. Girl, I feel completely seen by this article, because nobody is talking about the damn problem. Nobody is. And that's what our community is knucking and bucking against, pretending that it's about everything else. Oh, it's about this white woman. Oh, it's about the NDA'S. Oh, it's about how she could do her mama like that. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Girl, a black man took his motherfucking life and had it all, and would rather choose to die anyway. Black boys and young men who are at the height and the prime of their lives, where they should be the most excited about living, the most excited about their futures, the most excited about the prospects of tomorrow. Suicidal ideation is claiming them between 15 and 24 years of age and at an accelerated rate. It feels like nobody is talking about the problem and it's only getting worse. Quote, I think we often don't look at where the disparities are and who the individuals most at risk are when we're talking about suicide ideation, said Michael Curtis, co-author of the study and a graduate of UGA's Human Development and Family Science Department in the College of Community of Family and Consumer Services. Quote, we just know it's bad, and particularly amongst young Black men. Quote, historically, research has not invested a lot of time and effort in looking into what are the unique cultural contexts that make certain men more at risk for suicidal thoughts than other men. The study found that growing up in a low-resource environment and experiencing racial discrimination during young adulthood makes it difficult to engage in healthy, trusting relationships. Strong feelings of mistrust and caution towards social relationships can lead to feelings of isolation, which in turn can prompt thoughts of death and suicide. Childhood racism takes heavy toll on young Black men's mental health. The researchers followed more than 500 African-American men from their late teens through the early 20s in rural Georgia. Now, this particular article focuses around one very unique contributing factor to suicide rates amongst Black men, which is racism, systemic racism, overt, covert racism. But you guys know that this is nuanced and exacerbated because suicide for minority people, mental health for minority people typically is a jambalaya altogether. You can have social oppression, social stigmas, depending on what minority community you come from, gay, trans, Black, etc., woman. Then it's compounded by other travesties, childhood sexual trauma, emotional and mental neglect, emotional and mental abuse, abandonment, physically, emotionally, death, traumatic events. Poverty can be a very traumatic set of circumstances to survive in and of itself. Childhood bullying, incest, and then so when you are a minority person living in a system amongst dominant society, typically all of the things that injure us mentally and emotionally is due to a lot of contributing factors. And in this case, this article explores the impact of racism on young Black male psyche. The research followed more than 500 African-American men from their late teens through early 20s in rural Georgia. At 3 separate times over the course of several years, the men were asked to reflect on their childhood, including economic hardships and traumatic experiences. Some of the questions included whether they experienced physical or emotional abuse, witnessed a relative being abused, felt loved and special, had enough to eat, or had access to medical care when needed as a child. Quote, we found when Black men were exposed to childhood adversity, they may develop an eternal understanding of the world as somewhere they are devalued. Study participants were also asked about their feelings and beliefs about close relationships, such as trust in romantic partners, and concerns about being taken advantage of in relationships, as well as how often in the past 6 months they had been treated unfairly because of their race. Finally, the researchers asked the participants about depressive symptoms and how often they had thoughts about death and or unaliving themselves in the past 2 weeks. The researchers found that these childhood experiences with trauma, deprivation, and racism took a heavy toll on study participants' mental health as they entered into adulthood. We read that quote earlier, said Curtis, who practices as a licensed marriage and family therapist. Engaging with social support is critical for young Black men who experience many challenges to success, something that Twitch didn't have. Now, we know from his journal entry that Twitch apparently had experienced childhood trauma. Not only did we learn from Allison that, according to his journal, he had been actually assaulted as a kid by a grown-ass man, but we learned from his stepdaughter that Stephen also had to survive his father committing suicide because Connie is a widow. And Twitch also, ended up as a fatherless child. I'm not sure when his dad took his life, but Wesley had let it be known that Twitch's father also took his life. So all of that trauma. Now I don't know a lot about Twitch upbringing, so I'm not sure if he also had a, if his family struggled, if they were a low income family growing up, if he's somebody that had to get it from the mud. I don't know whether he was raised in the suburbs or what his economic situation is, but right there you already have two major traumas. A son who had to survive his father committing suicide and childhood sexual trauma on top of that. That's also incubated within a family where you don't get to talk about your feelings. And I'm sure as a Black man, Stephen did not tell anybody about being molested at the hands of another man, especially because he would not have wanted to deal with the stigma of being perceived as gay. This may also have created another traumatic journey because a lot of men who have been sexually violated by other men also happen to be on the sexual spectrum. If they are on the sexual spectrum already, what happens in a homophobic society, especially as a Black person, is that you then falsely attribute your sexual assault to the revelation that you may be bisexual, you may be pansexual, you may be whatever the case may be. And then that's quantified by the conservative and religious ideological philosophies around one's orientation. The stigma of being queer, being gay, it being an abomination. God don't love you. This is a sin. It'll send you to hell. So you have all these like quantifiable extremities when it comes to a person's afflictions, sexual trauma, questioning one's sexuality in a homophobic conservative system, not being able to voice your abuse and your afflictions because of the cultural practices of silence and denial. Once again, then your father commits suicide, and then if there is an economic injury there, such as him being raised poor, so now you can really start to get a good grip on, the heaviness of what Stephen may have been carrying around his whole life. And the only person he trusted was his journal, and attempting to self-heal, self-medicate, which for some, they end up being able to champion. But for others, that battle sometimes claims their life. Young Black men in general, and those living in rural areas in particular, are disproportionately affected by childhood adversity. They're more likely to come from economically distressed families, grow up in low-resource neighborhoods, and experience trauma in their communities than their white peers. Previous research has shown that racial discrimination increases the risk for depression, anxiety, and psychological distress amongst Black children, adolescents, and adults. Although childhood neglect and trauma played a role in predicting suicidal thoughts, the researchers found that racial discrimination independently predicted higher rates of suicidal thoughts. That means even participants who reported positive childhood experiences but experienced racial discrimination in young adulthood had a more difficult time developing and maintaining healthy relationships. As a result of that lack of community, they were more likely to experience thoughts of self-deletion. Quote, "The quality of our relationships is what sustains human beings," said Stephen Kogan, lead author of the study and a professor in UGA's College of Family and Consumer Sciences. Quote, "For people who have suicidal thoughts, there's the sense that no one knows me, nobody cares about me, there's nobody there for me, I am alone." This is the masking that we've been talking about as it relates to Steven, this happy-go-lucky TikTok dancing, smiling, super talented, American sweetheart who was everybody's best friend and was just so light and love. The masking, the masking, the masking. Healthy relationships can prevent suicide, boost mental health. Okay, this is a hammering down on the significance of proper and healthy community because we cannot do it alone. Especially as minority peoples, our lives are too complex. Our lives are too unique, multifaceted. We are stronger together, and the data and the research stands in solidarity with it. Jay Ivory says, "You just made me text my 23-year-old son because we assume Black men are okay." Thank you for talking about what men go through too. You are so welcome, Jay Ivory. And yes, please continue to check on y'all's Black men, baby. Please, Black men are not going to tell y'all like women that they hurt. They are not going to. Those who do are a minority who find their voice. Black men have a lot of shame around their pain because they've been taught that vulnerability as a man makes you a sissy, it makes you a punk, it makes you incompetent. So Black men are not going to willfully offer up their vulnerability. They're not going to willfully give themselves permission until they're taught to, until they are affirmed to, until they heal and they're encouraged to. But Black men haven't lived in a system and haven't lived in spaces that have been deeply affirming around Black male vulnerability and emotionality and the importance of not only feeling what you feel, being able to communicate what you feel, and being able to understand what you feel. Those thoughts can set in quickly, and one of the biggest protective factors against suicide in healthy relationships, having someone to call when those feelings start to get overwhelming, the researcher said. Quote, "You don't wake up one day and say, it would be better if I was gone." There are multiple factors in childhood and one's current context that inform suicidal thoughts. To address these men's needs, we have to address how racism in childhood and adult erodes mental health and well-being. Parents can play a key role in helping their children cope with these struggles, the researcher said. Quote, "More research is needed, but one finding is unequivocal. Loving yourself as a Black person is foundational," Kogan said. "Teaching children and youth to be proud of being Black counters the potential for them to internalize negative messages about Blackness that pervade the U.S. society." All right. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful argument. Rumors and tea. Hi, love.
Hey, Conscious.
Hey,
Hey,
boo.
Conscious girl.
Hey, love. Glad to
Ugh,
see you. Glad to have you here. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Good.
I'm glad that we're here in the conversation that I can take part in because I really don't. All the
Me.
other stuff I don't care about. I
Yeah.
don't know why I'm so disconnected from that chaos,
Because
but I
you minding
am.
your Black ass business.
Maybe that's what it is, but I am.
Baby, these are
um,
interracial problems, honey. You ain't got nothing to do with
right,
it. Mm-hmm.
right. But yeah, this is something that is so needed. We need to definitely have more of these conversations. Um, it is interesting because Coco's comment is actually what persuaded me to actually hit the link and come up when she said that, let me go back to it. Her comment was, there aren't they aren't taught to deal with their emotions and trauma. Also, the age being so young, it proves that black women shouldn't mind their black ass business. They are our children. And then her next comment said that before we think about therapy, we need to understand how to evaluate our emotions. We have normalized a lot of this. It's so interesting. I was talking this week with my sister. My oldest son had just got out of the shower, and I was like, "How did you know?" I don't know what made me ask him this. I said, "How you just washed up?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "How you feel?" And he was like, "Huh?" I said, "How do you feel?" And he was like, I said, "I feel regular." And I said, no, I'm saying, I said, when you got in the shower, and I said, coming out of the shower, I said, you felt one way going in and you felt another way coming out. How did you feel? And he's like, I felt regular, like I always feel when I take a shower. And I said, and how was that? And we went back and forth because he never could answer the question. He couldn't give me a description, right? So my youngest came in. So I asked him the same question. I went to his brother, just asked him the same thing. I told his brother to stand there. Asked him now. They're both looking puzzled. Like, what are you talking about? Like, and I'm like, I'm trying to get an understanding of how my children feel. Are they aware of their feelings? Like, because what I've noticed in the last few months is that the young people really don't have the verbiage. And I know a lot of people are like, well, they're young, sit there, but I just find it so interesting how they cannot communicate effectively.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's alarming because it should start in the home. My children are teenagers. So for me, it's like you guys should be able, you may not be able to articulate everything, but you should be able to articulate the basics. And so when I started breaking it down, right, I'm like, does it feel refreshing? Like, when you go, I said, when the water hits you, I'm just giving, examples. And he still couldn't connect. Like, it just wasn't registering. And I was shocked, baffled, because I'm a talker. I'm always engaging and asking questions. And they listen to me on the panels and talking to other people. I was completely shocked. And I'm like, okay, I came to the realization that's me. That doesn't mean that my children have to be just as vocal and open as I am. But I'm like, this is more work that I need to do. I called my sister. I shared with my sister the experience. I told her to try. I said, let's make this a little experiment. Not only did I call my sister, I called 7 other women in my life that have children. Doesn't matter if they got boys or girls. They all have teenagers. I told them the conversation. I said, talk to your children. I said, it doesn't matter what it is. They could be eating something, watching something, whatever. Just ask them about their feelings. See if they can describe what they're experiencing, good or bad. Don't you know every last one of these people, now that's 8 people altogether, all had the same experience I had with their teenagers?
Wow.
And I said, first I was like, okay, me and my sister, we was raised in the same household.
Yeah.
Our kids basically are being raised together. Now, even though we're in different states, they still being raised together. You could be like, well, that's in your family. But I strategically talk to people that don't have any relation to each other. And there's 8 different households, now 9 because of mine as well, where you have a group of children, young people, on their way entering into adulthood that cannot, at this moment, articulate their feelings and their emotions.
Wow.
And I said the scary thing about that, I said, wow, everybody I talked to was a female, right?
Yeah.
I got on the phone. I called one of my male cousins. I called one of my elder uncles. And I said, talking about what was going on with the Twitch thing, right? Because I've been in the chat. I just haven't been communicating.
Right.
And I said, without making it about Twitch, I said, where is the support for black men before things get out of hand. Where
Mm,
is the support? Because the only community that I see within the community of black men
yeah.
is the LGBT community, keeping
Mm,
it 100,
yeah.
that communicates, that are open, and that will tap into their emotions. But I
Mm,
know that is the divine feminine,
yeah.
right? I said, but where is the support amongst you all?
Yeah.
Because the fact is, when it comes to black women going to black men to try to get them to open up and communicate, it's like pulling teeth.
Yes.
And we do know historically, black men support each other in ways they don't support black women, and vice versa, right? So
Hmm.
we also know, though black men do not allow each other to have 100% autonomy and comfort, where
Yeah.
they can be super emotional and vulnerable before things become like, before it's like a heightened situation, like an emergency. They don't casually just allow each other to sit and talk about their day being rough, or it has to be a
Yeah.
climax of things, like, so there's not just a regular, hey, how you doing, bro, what's going on, how was your day? Yeah, it's not a regular of that. That's not a normalized thing. And so when I asked them, I said, why aren't, I asked my elder and I asked my cousin, why aren't you guys just making it normal for the younger generation? I said, y'all had the barbershop atmosphere and conversation. It's always about women's sports, frivolous thing. Why don't y'all ever talk about your feelings? Talk to the young people, the young men that's in the shop or wherever y'all around congregate. Why don't y'all ever talk to them on a regular, or allow them to see you having real productive conversation, meaningful conversation, where they can
Mhm.
feel comfortable and feel um what's the word? Feel normalized
Yeah.
and vindicated and feel assured
Yes.
that this is okay. Because when it comes to us women trying to teach that and instill that in our sons, especially, it's always going to
It
be the
feels like
backlash of it.
it feels like to men that you're teaching them how to be women. That's why I got to come from men.
That's what I'm saying. It's always going to be the backlash of you're trying to make him soft.
Feminine. Hmm. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, we can check in, obviously,
Yeah.
because it gotta be, even though it may not necessarily, we may not be successful 100% in
Women
getting it
have to
done.
demonstrate the softness. Men have to affirm it.
That there you go.
Everybody else, yes. The women
And so
demonstrate it, and the men okay it.
And so for me, I said, when you started talking about this, and when Coco put that down, it really struck me. Like, I said, okay, here go to confirmation. Conscious, you always in my brain. We all,
Mhm.
I'm like, it's a confirmation, because these are the things that we lack
Yes.
within our community. And it doesn't, not to leave out the young girls, because there is space for them too, but we're dealing with the men, right, the males right now. And honest to God, I think that is
And
like, it's an emergency.
and like we are dealing with a deficit because patriarchy allows women to be expressive in that way. Men are disproportionately left out of that affirmation. So you're seeing an escalation in their self-destructiveness versus in the female community. And this deficit is what we've all been screaming about. That's why when we've been up here as women, when we've been up here as LGBT members, when we've been up here as the alternative black communities, we've been saying we don't know why you niggas are fighting all of us about patriarchy when you should be helping us to dismantle it, because it's also unaliving y'all. It's a cancer to y'all
Right.
too. Yeah.
Right. So my youngest said, he said, "Mom, he like, every time you conscious on, I be all the way in the bedroom, and you always getting worked up and always emotional, this and the third." So I had to show him, like,
Mhm.
even though you hear my passion and you're like, I'm emotional, you're emotional too. I'm like
Yeah.
laughing. I'm like, and you would think, because basic education, teaches them the definition of words. They don't identify things that way. I said, when you're laughing, do you not know that is an emotion? You're expressing yourself. I said, when you're hiking on each other, which I call jonesing or whatever, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I said, you're having fun. I said, I said, when you're disappointed, that's an emotion. When you get hyped up about football or whatever you're watching, that is an emotion.
Yep.
And I said, you have to understand, having emotions is a normal thing. All human beings have it, no matter if you're male or female. And there's nothing wrong with your your emotions. Allow people to understand where you're at, your mood.
Yep.
And he looked at me and he was like, that's a 13-year-old, right? He looked at me, he was like, yeah, but mind, your emotions be all over the place. Like, I don't know. And I'm like, that's a good thing. Because I said, what that shows me is that you're paying attention to my mood. And I said, that's why we need to be able to express our emotions. I said, because I would never know what mood you're in if you're not expressing yourself through your emotions.
Yep.
And I said, just go and sit and think about that. You know what I mean? Like, it's something to think and consider. Like, it is okay and it's healthy because we all have emotions. You know what I mean? And it's important to articulate your emotions. So then I said, you may not always have the verbiage. You have some emotions just come through action.
Yep.
But I say, when a person, I gave him the example of being stoic. And I'm like, when you see a person, you can't read their mood. Sometimes when you guys are tiptoeing around me because you don't know what mood I'm in.
Yep.
And I said, what does that? It causes an imbalance in you, right? It makes you a little insecure and feeling like, can you approach me, not approach me? You don't know what you're going to get from me. I said, that doesn't feel good, right? And then I was like, dang, I'm talking to my child like he's in first grade, like he's in elementary school. And I really wanted to cry. Conscious, no, like, I really wanted to cry because this is a generational, this is what we got going on right now.
Yep. It's cultural. Yep. And it's an epidemic. All right. And most Black men have no idea, just like the young men in your family. It's also commendable that you are literally doing like exercises of like awareness, and that you like being intentional in helping them to cultivate a priority and a awareness of their feeling. Like, because most people are unconsciously doing everything they're doing from a feeling, but don't even understand that their behavior is actually the result of a feeling. Some type of an emotional initiative is happening even on an unconscious level. To actually be intentional about paying attention to what you're feeling, this is what actually allows us to have great strength around emotional discipline, because these feelings are not happening in some separated vacuum from ourselves. They're a reality. They've manifested in us. And the more you can hone in on what you feel, the more you can appropriate your behavior under every given circumstance, whether it's a heated, hot moment. This is how a lot of people save their own lives and keep their asses out of prison and jail, and from not pulling out their goddamn Glock, because they are very aware of what they're beginning to feel and where their feelings are like they're going to lead to, and can pull out. This also allows men to object to situations that end up becoming rape for women, because the more emotional discipline you have, the easier it is to also have sexual discipline. So even if your libido is going and you already roused up because you have a partner that mutually is wanting the same thing and then may abort later, if you don't have the self-control, the self-discipline to become aware of your feelings, but then to also be behind the driver's seat of them, your feelings, just like in the case of murder, just like in the case of fighting, in the case of sex, can result in you justifying not honoring a person's no and stop, and allowing your feeling capacity to take you over. It is so important for us to understand our feelings. But there's a lot of information. Like, I know most of how I healed myself, aromas, came from me exploring my depression. Like, what is inside of my loneliness? Like, what is inside of my sadness? What's inside of my, like, yes, I'm experiencing as frustration, but what is the actual frustration? Like,
Right.
what is it saying to me? What the fuck am I frustrated about? Like, what is it? This rabbit hole is what we call introspection. And introspection is necessary to self-elevation. And I love the fuck that you are like out there being a literal physical divine feminine force, doing these cultivating exercises with young men and with men, period, in your family. That is fucking crazy. Like, to be intentional about it is insane. And then, like you said, the reality, based upon where things are right now, is also leading you to be fucking shocked, which also means that this family has a opportunity to start cultivating some wingspan before anything else or any other growth spurt, or before they get any older, or before they embark upon, a serious relationship or serious situation, a serious life choice. And it's necessary to do that.
It's like everything you said, I in real time I can't even explain how my brain moves
Yeah.
faster than a computer, because
Mhm.
it's like at those moments I see their life in
Yeah.
the future. And I know that it is part of my responsibility to prepare them as much as I can. Like I know that I'm not gonna have any control once they're of an age, but it's like, if I see the flaw, the red flag, I have to do everything I can to correct it. And that's what I try to explain to them. And I do understand, because part of my process in parenting is to also not beat myself up, because I can lay out the meal,
Right.
have everything prepared, but I cannot force them. I can even put it in their mouth, but I cannot force them to swallow it.
Yes.
And if I do force them to swallow it, I cannot force them to digest it. Like I make sure that I'm aware of my limitations. And
Yes.
so I do articulate this, because the
Or
video,
of your place. I am
right, that's true.
I'm the messenger. I'm just the
That's
messenger.
true.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There was a video I shared with you on Instagram of the
Yes.
young girls. I don't know if anyone else in the chat, if you guys saw the video of the young girl being held wrong. I don't know. I'm gonna say wrongfully held by the
Yes,
police.
she was a
Um
misidentification. Mm-hmm.
yes. And the emotional
Did you want me to play it?
intelligence of the friends. Huh?
Or did you want me to play it?
If you don't mind, yeah.
You can
And
play
I'm
that.
just using these young ladies because it touched on, because this could be, and I really want young men
Yes.
to view this, because it was a lesson and tapped into everything we're talking about right now. I
Mm-hmm.
played it for my sons, and I said, y'all pay attention to this, because having emotional intelligence, it can be the saving grace and the factor of preventing you from being arrested, being unalive, and even being assaulted. It is very important.
Very, very. And me and you was just talking about this in another situation on the back end about just black youth and police and just young black people, having to navigate the space. Which once again, our lives as minority people is just so multi-fucking faceted. It's so multifaceted. But here is that video that Rumus is talking about, you guys. Let me remove this comment. This is courtesy of the Neighborhood Talk. The caption is 11-year-old black girl left in tears after being placed in handcuffs and told she was being detained because she matched the description of a woman who stole a Kia. Male cop was aggressive and then became apologetic after realizing that he had messed up. Mackenzie Brianna is the mother of this 11-year-old girl, and she took to I assume Facebook and said, walking home from school today, my child, 11 years old, was placed in handcuffs and told that she was being detained because she matched the description of a woman who stole a Kia. My child is released from school at 1:55 p.m. This happened at 2:40 p.m. When did she have time to steal? If she did steal the Kia, where is it? Why would she be walking down the street playing in the snow with her friends? And then this is what the Onondaga County Sheriff's County. Okay, so this is that video. And her friends are going to be advocating for her as she is handcuffed.
They stole a what? Oh.
They can't drive. What do you mean? Most kids can't drive and they're still out here stealing cars. That's a sixth grader. Yeah. I got 12-year-olds driving those kids. I'm nice.
Oh.
Wait, was it
He
yellow
probably
car?
got Angela.
No, it wasn't yellow. What color was it? What?
Oh.
What type of car was it?
It was a Kia. Bro, it was one of them Kia boys. Kia girl. Brighton Academy.
Brighton Academy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool right there.
We got out of school at like 1, but we just went to go right, but we decided to play in the yard.
You guys might be stepping back a little bit.
And he was looking at us like, it's probably him calling the police. She was wearing a pink jacket, pink cargo pants. I mean,
Those are camo pants.
Pink jacket, exact same description.
Yeah.
So you know.
but did they say she had a bow on her head?
Yeah, I don't know. They're sending me a picture. So as soon as I get a picture, and if it's not her, I'll send it.
You stole a car?
You don't do it the whole time.
Okay, but we was not a whole field trip. How could we steal a car?
How long you guys been walking around together?
30 minutes. Like, as soon as we get out of school, we all just come in, hang out, and like, we'll play in the field.
Like, if you go around the corner, like right over there, you can see where we was playing in the snow at.
You'll see like footsteps and snowmans and stuff.
Snowman.
Snowmans. Yes.
We didn't make no damn snowman. Girl, you gonna tell me this ain't you?
Let me see.
I didn't have to say shoes on that time. That's not her.
That's not her. Let me see.
And she light skinned it.
Let me see her.
That's really not her.
I didn't even see the picture.
Hold on.
Back up, girl. Yeah, we need back up. Wait. This is crazy.
Is it okay if we throw snow at her? This is like, she like us this crazy.
Right.
And that's here because I'm just one older brother.
And that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Come on, younger. Okay, guys, you need back up. Back up more. Janet, leave me alone before you're looking at me. I get cussed on you too. I'm saying
You can't cut and throw snow at you.
look at you. Ah, there's 3 cops. 1, 2, 3. Anybody come up right here. See, now he's blocking us. I feel like this is racism. It's not.
That's
It's not her. I'm talking about brothers. We have. That's not her. Wait, can I get her phone and stuff?
Everything's gonna be okay.
I know. Let me get her phone. What's her password?
Here, we're gonna keep it with her so she can call her parents. Okay?
No, I'm gonna call her mom for her. What's your
No,
password?
we're gonna keep it with her so she can call her parents.
Her
All right?
mom's not gonna want it. Wait. Here. What's your password?
You're gonna lie and tell me that's not you.
I'm not lying. Look at her shoes are white. Her shoes do not have no cake on them.
You can't see. Listen, it is one. If you're honest, it'll make it easy.
0909.
Wow.
20.
Wow.
0920.
It's not her.
See, oh, it's her.
All right. I'm gonna undo your handcuffs now. Okay. Do you want me to grab your backpack?
This is crazy. It's so crazy, right?
Aww.
Like, this is really like crazy. Like, this is so crazy.
I mean, I'm sorry. You can see how they could match that. Just like
I know the brains are way longer than That's two different cases. Y'all can see that she has Pikachu. The other girl had white shoes on, which they were probably Air Forces. Come here. Oh, you want to call your mom? Here. Let's go. Let me walk you.
You guys are twins, right?
They're not.
If it is you,
It's
play
not.
it well today.
Let's see. This girl's got hair down to her ass. That's what. Like otherwise, like those pants. I just watched the video. Like you guys are all like identical. It's not.
I mean, I'm sorry, but that's the truth is pretty clearly.
Okay, let's go, guys.
Good to go, okay? I'm sorry.
That's racial. They were getting shit for not to open.
Wow.
You can obviously stand for her. Come on.
Wow, Anya. Talk about
I said a few things. I said, you know, they have the emotional intelligence that most adults lack.
yes.
In this situation, adults would have lost it, been cussing, carrying on. That was my first observation. My second observation was even towards the end, the female officer, those kids were very respectful,
Yes.
very respectful. For her to say the description of the alleged person had hair down to her ass. It was like it was almost as if they wanted the children, these young ladies, to be provocative, you know, like
I
to be
noticed that in
aggressive.
the
So,
other male officer too, who was almost like taunting them. Like, if you would just be honest, we would have no problem. If you, I'm just like, what?
and I said, this is I promise you, like I made my sons watch this, and I said, you have to understand, you can't be, I said it's unfortunate, but you can't be sarcastic with police. I said you have to really just stand there, and I said you have to be truthful with them. I said stand your ground, but don't be aggressive. I said you could, there's a way to be assertive without even getting out of order or whatever the case may be. Don't give them any reason to feel like,
Yeah.
which really, to be honest, you don't have to give them a reason. We know this, but you make it so
But
where
you are
that
just saying that don't
don't give them the ammunition.
yeah.
Period.
You're just telling them like about like their part in it, you know.
And that's, and that's what I keep going back to, you know, regulating your emotions, being aware of your emotions, knowing how to identify your emotions, knowing how to really explain it or whatever. Because a lot of times, if you don't know how to articulate and express your emotions, explain it, describe it, you're going to do it through action.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, people, if they don't hear the words and they see the actions, usually it doesn't work in your favor.
Right.
It is weaponized against you,
Mm-hmm.
which I think it's really unfair
It
in the
is.
sense that we all have emotions. We all express our emotions, and we should not, unless it is putting you in danger, but we shouldn't jump out the window and assume anything either, because we've seen so many times on this platform and in everyday life where people like to weaponize others' passions
Mm-hmm.
for violence.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
I don't think that's cool. It is not fair. It is really unjust.
I think it's
But
important for us, like you said, to teach because of the situation we in, right? Like we know we don't live in an ideal system, and we know that these police are not going to act ideally toward us. And I think because of that, we are having to teach young Black adults, and hell, as you said, they acted better than Black adults actually do in these situations. But because of the situation, like we almost have to teach our people to not panic amidst police the same way that it's not going to be good for you to panic behind the wheel of the car if you've lost control. Like the same type of like centeredness you need to regain control of the situation because it's already an out of control situation. We have to go into these police situations assuming that it's already an out of control situation, which is why we need even more order and decorum because it's already escalated because of the color of our skin. The color of our skin has already escalated the situation. So Because of that, we need the extra emphasis on our end so that we can survive these encounters. Like you said, it doesn't mean that even if you do everything asked of you that you will, but we're just focusing on the part we can play in getting out of a situation effectively, more so than having to have some group marching our name on our behalf afterwards. So I'm down with all of that feedback, and this is how I've always behaved. Anytime I've been stopped for driving like a hoochie mama, or passing through an area where, you know, they were doing checks or whatever, or I was pulled over for a broken tail light or whatever, I immediately went into like my corporate energy. I immediately went into like doubling down on like just being totally at peace, like being completely confident and clear about the fact that I ain't got shit to worry about, and letting that energy lead me. Letting the confidence of, I know I don't have nothing to worry about because I ain't doing shit that can become nothing. So I can confidently just wear the casualty of that energy and be
Right.
casual in these situations. Yeah.
Right. So going back to the topic at hand, because I don't want to hijack away from the black man
This is important.
conversation. But I know that it is each one teach one, and learning from each other. There are things as women, black women, that we can definitely learn from the black man, and vice versa. When it comes to this mental health situation, to my black men of all ages, no one is trying to weaponize your vulnerability. I know it's easier said than done hearing that from a black woman, because it has been done. It has been done. And black women, we have to take ownership. And regardless of where the foundation of it comes from, we do
You
have to take
demean them,
ownership.
you emasculate them. Yes, you
We do.
do.
We do.
Ain't no word
We
to say, y'all.
absolutely do. And I think that is unfair. The same energy that we feel when it comes to us feeling disrespected because the black man feels like we when we go into our independence, and how that's weaponized against us, it's the same. We do the same thing. We have this tit for tat back and forth thing that we do with each other, that we really have to stop doing, honestly. And because we do know that, not all, but we do know the percentage of especially single black mothers. We know that we are raising these young men. It is our job to validate their masculinity. It is our job to validate. And it's also our job. And when you validate, you know the balance. You have to teach them that there are dual energies, dual personality, like dual energies inside of them. They're not just masculine beings.
Right.
But I guess if you don't know these things, like I feel like we need to get back to learning our true essence, like so that we can, as we're raising our children, we can instill in them the balance of life, so that they can be prepared. And I understand, like if you don't know and you haven't been taught, you can only give what you have to give. But that's why it's important. We always go back to the conversation when it comes to children and all of that. We always go back to the conversation why it's important to you to be prepared to become a parent.
Yes.
And like, even when as adults, right? Because children become adults.
Yes.
And then we have these dysfunctional, toxic relationships.
Yes.
And people don't know how, and we have this thing that because we were taught and we were raised a certain way, we feel like it is okay, and that is the way that we're supposed to be. We are beings that are supposed to constantly evolve. We're not supposed to remain stagnant in one space in our life. Like, we're supposed to evolve, supposed to change. And I think that is important as well, like learning about evolution in our place, how evolution allows us to correct the things that are broken, damaged, and just needs to be readjusted in some cases, to put us on the right path in order for us to live, our greatest fulfillment in life. And I just really feel like we need to get back to that wholeheartedly, all of us. Because that's what's going to make the difference. Like, that's when you wake up and you realize you've been in the fucking matrix. And then you understand what's really important.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it is really horrible to know that, like, we do, and I'm not taking nothing away. I am a black woman all day, every day. But I do feel like I'm not here to coddle a black man, but I don't think that we give them enough acknowledgement in the areas that they need. This is a serious topic and issue, and we don't hear enough about it. And it's alarming to me because our sons, our brothers, our fathers, our cousins, our man, husband, whatever, they should be able to come to us. They should feel like they can come to us. They should want to come to us and be able to open up and feel heard and feel protected, feel wanted, and vice versa for us, of course, for us as well. But there's a problem because we just don't hear enough of this in a conversation about,
You hit it on the
them aligning themselves.
I think that you hit it on the nail. That this is why we gotta keep doubling down and putting the pressure on the household and mother and fathers, and being intentional about what they're really cultivating and how they're really socializing females and how they're socializing males. Because by the time a black man has been neglected, and by the time he has been cultivated in all the wrong ways by the system, by the culture, by his family's lack of values, and then ends up as a grown man with another grown woman in the form of his intimate partner, who may be more aware than him, oftentimes, like, he's too far gone at that point, and it only leads to contention in the marriage or in the relationship, and leads to breakdown and being on different pages, and a man feeling erroneously emasculated, because in that sense he's really not being emasculated, but he doesn't know he's not being emasculated because everything he's been taught has told him that this is not the way it's supposed to be, and this is not how a woman is supposed to be, and this is not what a woman is supposed to be telling me. She's supposed to be greenlighting my behavior, etc. And so we don't want generations of people like we have in current generation, where you have 50 to 70% of marriages failing. You don't want to keep cultivating generations of people who don't know how to develop interpersonal relationships, mostly because their relationship to themselves is not even being cultivated, and then the things they're being taught about the world, about men, about women, about social engagement are all upside down as fuck. And the beautiful thing about this generation is that we have so much data to remind us and show us that we are wrong. We're wrong. We're wrong. Whatever we've been doing, whatever we've been saying, whatever we've been teaching has been wrong. The data proves it and reflects it, that we're wrong. And so, like you were saying, Rumas, at some point, what we really be talking about, it ultimately really transcends female, male, and ascends into just humanness and the recognition that all people are human, and that what we're talking about when it comes to developing interpersonal skills, emotional intelligence, emotional availability, mental and emotional control, self-discipline, are talking about human qualities more so than masculine and feminine qualities. Like, yes, the masculine feminine category helps us to contextualize what we're talking about, but it really is a unisex set of virtues and characteristics that are important for all people to have. Because, as you said, males might be in a masculine body, but they have an androgynous spirit, just like females might have a feminine body, but also have androgynous a androgynous consciousness, because everybody feels. Men have not, like, Just like everybody can grow hair. Like men can grow their hair naturally long. Women can grow their hair naturally long. You know, these are not female male things. These are human characteristics, human potentials, and human realities. And we have to see our emotional range as human. And we've got to particularly go back in and recorrect generations of wrong ideology in our culture about emotions and men. We've got to intentionally teach that out of our community. We got to intentionally teach it out of men. And we've got to humanize men in that way. And men, of course, have to do the work to take advantage of that affirmation, take advantage of the safety that's being created, take advantage of the encouragement, take advantage of that and collaborate with that, because it's going to take two to tango in every situation. We can teach it out, create the space, and then men have to make the choice to be brave of heart and to indulge in a new programming, a new awareness, a new sense of being, a new sense of standing up. And it starts with exactly what you are doing. It stands with you intention. I mean, girl, this is why you are my spiritual bitch. This is why you are my motherfucking spiritual wife, Rumors and Tea. This is why we be on the same motherfucking page. Like you being, it's what if every person adopted that? What if every elder, every adult just all of a sudden woke up one day and just did what you did and then continue to do it? Continue to do it and reinforce it again and again and again. That's how we change culture. That's how we change pathology. This is how we change generational pathologies, generational erroneouses, generationally transferred immaturities, because these things have been taught to us. These things have been demonstrated to us by dysfunctional men, dysfunctional women, ignorant ass men, ignorant ass women. And it's going to take intentionality. Sometimes as a community, we oftentimes talk too much about hope in a sense of lightning hopefully striking, or this expectation that the things necessary for us to move along collectively would just fall out of the sky when no, it's going to take manual labor. It's going to take intentionality in order to change our trajectory. And it starts, y'all, with what Rumors and Tea is doing in her own family, with her own kids, with her own nephews, with her own uncles, with the men available to her. You do not have to be some big Beyonce ass person with a platform of quadrillions of damn people in order to do substantive work and healing. You just have to work with whom God has already assigned to you. And we all have been assigned to a community. That's why we're all born into a family. And that's why every family is given a black sheep. That black sheep is a healer.
I promise you, I'm the black sheep.
And is. And is. And it
I
is.
promise you, I am. And you know, I used to really have an issue with that terminology, and then one day I felt okay with it. Like, you know, they had me feeling some kind of way about the color black and everything, that it was just such a negative connotation with it. And then one day I realized, like, no, it is okay. It is okay, because the reality is you're doing what no one else is willing to do. It ain't that I got it all together. I definitely don't. But I like to disrupt what is not the norm for me. What everybody else feel is normal, I'm like, this is not normal. It's just not healthy. I can't see anything unhealthy being normal.
Mm.
And I just refuse. Like, you know, like you would, like, thank God for the experiences I had, because I think it was a time that I could never see the good in my life, in my childhood or anything. I was so focused on the trauma. And as I was healing the trauma, I realized I had a very good childhood. Like, it was very well, even though there was trauma there was a lot of balance in my life. So I couldn't see past my pain. Obviously, I was a child. So all I could recognize, because that's what was always emphasized in my life anyway. Like everyone always dealt with the negative. No one ever really shined the light on the positive. And once I started seeing the positive and in my healing, I realized I had the lessons, I had all the tools I ever needed to heal myself. I just wasn't aware of it. And so what I'm trying to do with my own children and my loved ones and people that I don't know is try to show them, like shine a light on, not to make them ignore anything that has caused any traumatic effect in their life, good or bad, right?
Yeah.
But I want them to recognize the tools and to also understand one thing I do tell my children. It is okay. You don't have to agree with everything that I'm telling you and trying to teach you, but there's going to come a time in your life that it will come to your remembrance
Yes.
and you may have to implement it.
Absolutely.
Right now, it may not seem of any importance and value. It may not fit for who you are right now, but there will come a time that it will. And I told them, like, I said, my great grandmother used to say, when you get older, you're going to see, mark my words. You may not get it now, but you'll understand when you get there.
Oh,
And it's the same thing. And I said, we all can attest. And we all can attest to that we didn't get it then, we didn't see it then, we didn't experience then, but somewhere down the line, we have.
Now, speaking of down the
And
line, I want to get a knockout in here because he just want to drop in super quick. He had called me though, because it's hard for him to get on StreamYard. He's on speakerphone right now, and he was responding to some of the stuff that you've been saying, Aromas. I want to y'all give me a one. Give me a one in the chat if y'all can hear a knockout once he starts speaking. Can you speak knockout?
Yeah. I guess I'll keep speaking and see if anybody can hear.
Okay, if y'all can hear that pretty good, because that's about as loud as it's gonna get, baby. It ain't gonna get no damn louder than that. If y'all can hear that, give me a one in the chat. Can you hear him, Rumors?
I can hear perfectly well.
Okay, cool.
I'm okay. Everybody giving a one. So go ahead, knockout.
All right, so I wanted to speak, kind of like I think this is what I was hearing. I always pop in on your live, and as soon as I hear something, I'm like, damn, let me jump on. But as far as let's say, people, but like especially men, boys, right? Kind of speaking to her last point is, if you don't learn it in the house, or you learn it from somebody in your family, you're gonna learn it in the real world. And it's ugly how some of those lessons get taught. And it's like, even right now, Conscious, you know what I'm dealing with right now. Yeah. But it's just like, I had to kind of step to the side and let this dude know, like, all right, look,
a grown man,
you're not being a man. And I hear a bunch of excuses, oh, I'm this and I'm that and I'm da-da-da and I'm da-da-da. I don't care. At the end of the day, you are 21 years old, bro. You are a grown-ass man. Whatever you're mad about, whatever you're upset about from your childhood, whatever, that's totally on you. But now that you're out here in the real world, nobody's entitled, or nobody's obligated to take care of you. You're not entitled to nobody's things, money, whatever. It's like, you walking around here, you want to be a tough man, you want to be, John Jack and all that, but then it's like, at the same time, you're sitting here crying in the living room because you're saying you can't get nothing to eat. And it's like, and we'll talk on the phone later, but like, this dude is crying, like bawling crying because he can't eat. So I'm like, okay, here, I'll buy you something to eat. So, this is what, maybe like coming up on like a week ago, damn near. And I come downstairs today and I'm like, hey, so, when were you thinking about giving me $15 back? And I get told I was wrong for confronting him about the money.
Oh, what? I ain't get to hear the aftermath of this. What?
Oh man, and you know how I am. I'm not a.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but I was like, first of all, you was the one sitting there crying.
And y'all may not be as shocked at me because there's so many elements that Knockout is not including right now, but the situation that he's talking about as a whole is fucking insane. It's like fucking insane. But go ahead, Knockout.
Yeah. So anyway, you know, me and my boy were talking about it earlier, and we were like, okay, it's gonna come down to a conversation, right? Just simply because, you know, we're men, and at the end of the day, it's certain things that we should be able to do to where it doesn't turn into a physical thing or a violent thing or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like it should be something that we can sit down and talk about.
Absolutely.
And then on top of that, me, you know, I'm 30. My homeboy is 46 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we're talking about a 21-year-old, there's a lot of things that this guy hasn't. I guess his dad wasn't there or something like that.
Yeah.
So for him, he associates a lot of things with being a man of, like, you know, messing people over and not being integral and, like, you know, all these things. And it's like, no, like a man does what he says he's gonna do. A man pays people back. A man, you know, does these things. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't. A man doesn't go around with his hand out, you know, asking everybody for shit.
Yeah.
You know, a man doesn't go around lashing out and flipping off the handle and shit because he doesn't get his way. Like, these are things that we're taught when we're babies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't do this. But when it's not corrected, you turn into this 21-year-old child, and you have to get corrected like a child, and you hate it because it's like, oh, I don't want nobody to talk to me like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, that's the only way you understand. You know? And it's, unless I take my belt off and whoop your ass for, you know what I'm saying, for correcting you, like, you know, that's the only other way you're gonna learn.
I want to ask you and you and Romas, like, with that being said, because you just said something interesting. You know, these are things, like, these are differences of right and wrong that we're taught even on the elementary level, like just as children. How much responsibility do y'all put on the overall culture as well to take up their fair share of responsibility for putting out the proper images of Black men and Black women? Because there are certain studies that have revealed that culture at this point is trumping parenting. So you can be home teaching your kid, you know, the right thing, but the overall culture could be showing something different, that is becoming more pervasive of an impact on young people than even what they're getting at home. Do y'all feel like the images put out of Black people, a knockout to your point about Black men, are men living within a patriarchy of culture that kind of endorses us to, like, take pride, like taking pride in ourselves does come with a form of kind of like arrogance, and when we feel uncomfortable, the images, even beyond like what our pastors or our parents may tell us, contrary to the images, are if somebody disrespects you, if somebody makes you feel some way you don't want to feel, then you enact violence or means of aggression. You dominate that said person or said space. Like, is culture also a part of the poison? Is it a part of the problem? Like, do you need your kid, and do you need young Black people being able to not only see the values you're teaching them at home, outside of the home, they need to also see that in school, in music, in TV, in programming, in, like, outside of their space? Or y'all are more willing to kind of just allow the line of demarcation to exist, like, let culture be culture, and parents just have to figure out a way to double down on their values, irregardless of where the outside world is?
Here, I'm gonna say my little piece real quick. I'm gonna hop on.
Okay.
For me, I remember growing up, my mom had parental controls on the TV and shit. When BET After Dark came on, the TV locked up. When they had, you know, whatever music videos playing, it got locked up. But I was smart enough to know that music is just music. I was smart enough to know that these entertainers are just entertainers. My brother wasn't smart enough to differentiate the two, and decided that he would start living life like how he heard in rap music or whatever. And that got him, you know, to where he's not here no more.
Mm.
So for me, the influence has to be the parents. It definitely doesn't need to be the culture, but I do think that, you know, when we're looking at certain aspects of our culture, you definitely want those things to be present, you know, for your child. Like the other day, you know, we were talking about HBCUs and all of these, you know, fraternity and sorority people that got, you know, rank and got good things going on in life. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
you see all these positive things, but they don't get put in a black child's face as much as they should. You know, so you know, my thing is I want to have my child around all of the good influences as much as I can, because you know, I don't want anything rubbing off on them stupid as far as these Kia boys or any of these idiotic 17-year-olds that are, you know, ruining their lives before they even start. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
But yeah, here I'm gonna let Ruben speak. I'm gonna hop out.
Okay, hold on. Where the hell you going? Because you always got to hop the fuck off. You ain't never got no real time to be up here.
I'm not at the house right now.
Oh, you went at the house. Okay. All right. I'm gonna call you when I get off too. All right. That was knockout, you guys. Rumors, like, what do you think about outward culture? Like, does outward culture concern you at all? Like, damn, you know, my kid is going to like hear all this from me, or, you know, the young black people assigned to me are going to hear this from me, but then the rest of the world is like boomeranging something contrary back to them.
Absolutely. You know, I have been having some issues because of the culture, you know, with all of, you know, everybody should know by now that I'm very progressive, very open, quite liberal, but still, you know, provide a balance, you know, and it's been really hard with my oldest because he just did a 360. And I was shocked because I did not know like where it was coming from, to the point that I had put him back in school learning. I took him and put him back on he's homeschooled. But you know, in this parenting journey, what I've observed, you know, with my own experience being a child once, going through my teenage experience, and also understanding my children being their own individual selves, right? Um, it is but so much you can do.
Yeah.
The thing is that you just have to trust that you have given them, and you are giving them the best of yourself. And what I'm learning to do, right, as I'm embarking on the teenage years, I've allowed my oldest to I want to see who he's engaging with. And I'm not trying to be the cool hip mom, but I'm trying to be the open mom, not just for my children, but his friends as well. Because what I have noticed, I had to think about this. When I was a teenager, I remembered how I really liked and admired most of my friends' parents, whether it was their mom, mainly their moms, right? Whether it was their moms or their dad, right? And I didn't know that that's how, until I became an adult, that's how a lot of my friends' moms and dads learned to have a relationship with, like, you know, strengthen their relationship and build on their relationship with their children was through me, by befriending me. And then, like, you know, most kids, you know, when I was a teenager, most of the time, my friends, they used to be like, come on, why you talking to my mom? Why you talking to my dad? Come on, come on, come on. I wanted their parents to feel, like, approve of me. And I wanted to be the friend that they trust me. Like, so it wouldn't be an issue if I called and say, can they go with me? Can we do this? You know, I wanted to be that friend. I didn't realize, though, and like I said, until I became an adult, what my intention and my agenda was, me and the parents had the same agenda and we didn't know it. We shared the same agenda with one another. And so I'm working on that right now with my children, with my oldest son, with his friends, so that they can feel comfortable with me and I can get to know them and I can feel like I can trust my son, to make, you know, have people in his life that are not influencing him, or vice versa. He's not influencing them, to, you know, just know, like, and I'm finding that all of these young people are influenced by the culture. Like it's no way around that. Like it's like once these kids get a certain age, I don't care if they've been locked in a dungeon. Once they get a glimpse into that. Now what I do tell them, all of this is smoke and mirrors. This shit ain't real.
Yeah.
It's all very much my favorite word for them is performative. Everything you see, even out in the general public up close in person, it's all performative. Because when people are outdoors amongst the public, they're showing up one way. When they go back behind closed doors, they're a whole nother person.
Yeah.
So don't get caught up and impressed by what you see out in public. That shit ain't real.
At all.
Hey y'all.
Hey, Fuzzy.
Hey, Fuzzy.
Hey boo. Well, I wanted to get in on this conversation because this is so intriguing to me. And rumors, I want to tell you that you are definitely heading down the right road with questioning your son and getting him to talk to you and just developing his emotional intelligence. I did the same thing and I didn't even really realize it was a thing until I'm listening to this conversation going, oh my God, I did the same thing. And then you mentioned homeschooling and I'm like, oh my God, we did 2 years of homeschooling. Well, mostly because of what happened in 2020 that prompted that. But I'm so grateful for that time because it forced me into having all that time with him and being able to build a solid culture in him away from the culture because we were isolated during that time. But if I had it to do all over again, I absolutely would because I was able to instill a lot of the good, knowing that the world is going to tell him all the bad that comes with being Black. I was just donating a lot of all those homeschool books, and it was so much. But to really build a foundation on all the good that has come out of the culture, I was able to do and instill a sense in him that he can choose outside of what the culture says that he is.
Honestly, I had been homeschooling way before the pandemic. Every experience outside of their first initial introduction from preschool into elementary back in New Jersey, they were in a charter school. Big difference. Once we left and they got into like a public school setting, I saw instantly, I would see the difference in their behaviors, especially my oldest. And I said, okay. But it's been something about these teenage years. And for me, I don't want to take away, make it a sex thing or whatever, like male, female, whatever. But I do know the stigma when it comes to being a Black male. And my son he just doesn't get it, and I'm like, we don't when we were coming up in my time, I'm an 80s baby, we had a balance. The things we saw on TV, of course, we're talking about the crack epidemic years. We still had a balance. You had the Cosby Show, and you know what I mean, and live a different world and all those type of shows. Like, it gave us a balance. We didn't just have, foolishness and all the propaganda. You still had shows and influences in the culture where you know what I mean, we had the balance. It wasn't all about
You
being a,
got the
celebrity.
Cosby's. You got Family Matters. You had In the
Family,
House
yeah,
with
we had
LL
balance.
Cool
The 80s
J.
and the
You
90s.
had Martin Lawrence and his long-term relationship to a woman he really loved. Yeah, you had all of that.
I don't know what the honest to God. I don't know
It
what
was
they. I
R&B
cannot tell you
music.
what they
It
had
was
today.
rap music. You still had the love, get married. You're my world music. Like you said, it was a pot of stuff.
Mhm. I don't know what, honestly, I haven't watched, like, I watch reruns of stuff now, like syndicated show. I don't know what is on TV. I cannot tell you the last time I paid attention to watch TV was when Empire was on. How long Empire been off? I don't even think I saw the last 2 seasons of Empire. That's how long I really watched in live in time TV. So I don't know what's on TV for these children that provides a balance. I know I don't hear no R&B music. I don't even listen to the radio because I don't hear no R&B music on the radio. Every time I come on, it's always, Papa, all it's just foolishness. And so I don't know what society has, the culture has to provide these young people with a balance. So it is important. That's why, and I always tell my kids, I play old school stuff for them. They be saying it's corny, it's boring, but it's mandatory with me. You're gonna sit down and you're gonna watch the Three Stooges. Like, you're gonna sit down, you're gonna watch A Different World. You're gonna sit down and watch And Live and Sing. I don't care. You're gonna sit down, you're gonna watch and have substance to yourself, some type of wholesomeness, because I don't know what's out there that's providing that for you.
Yeah, it definitely is a difference because oftentimes riding in the car, like fortunately mine likes old school music. He likes his own music too, but he can get down with the old school when we're playing. Um, so I don't know. I used to, when he was young, have him pick out the instruments. So I guess that's how he got to like really paying attention to the music because it was kind of fun. Like I would have him pick out the drums, the horns, and stuff like that and tell me the difference. But
Mm-hmm.
I will say we definitely had a different time. And what I would do is go back to that time and recreate, like, like you were saying, a balance. Like it's not natural in our society right now that balance is there. So I created it by, I'm going to tell you the good on the inside. So like right now, all this manosphere stuff that was going on, my son knew about it. I mean, I know he's got electronics and he's online. So I know that he's going to hear this foolishness, right? So I would talk to him about it instead of like just hoping and wishing and praying he doesn't come across it. And like, what do you know about that? He would tell me, um, and obviously, he's going to tell me what he thinks I want to hear, but I would go in and have like the real conversation. Like, that there are some women that are trash that these men could have experienced, but you also know that there are women like myself, like your auntie, like the women in your life that you can pick and know the difference. That, you know what I mean? And even if a woman is trash, does it make sense for a man to be online like this, saying the things that they're saying, things of that nature? How does that help the community? Do you see any way that could help the community? And we would have conversations like that. And I would just say that I'm very proud of the man that he is now because, he's in college and he's very much a man. He's very independent, very, very much someone that I'm extremely proud of, someone that I'm not afraid to grow old because I know that I'll be taken care of, all of that type of stuff. And it's mostly because of the things that he says, like how he wants to take care of me. That, I mean, that's a mother's dream, and that he would even be considering me even as he is so young. You know what I mean? Like that ain't something I was saying at 19, but him being a man, he a lot of his drive is so that he can take care of himself, take care of his family, wife and kids, and take care of me. And I think all of that comes from the conversations that we've had. And I just wanted to encourage you that, sister, you are definitely on the right track with your son. Keep talking to him because it does pay off. And just tell him, like, I would have my son say, which one would you rather choose, to live in a house that is cool? Like, it ain't cool. Like, and I said, what kind of sense does that make? Like when it comes to black men dating white women and stuff like that. I said, I don't really care who you date. But the thing is, what you don't ever do is exclude black women like you don't know no good black women. Right. All your life, all you've known is good black women. So what they're saying don't even make sense for your life. You know what I mean? That type of stuff. And he would be like, yeah, you're right. And when he looks at it, he was like, he really enjoys black culture just as much as I enjoy black culture as a Black woman. So he has an appreciation for Black women. That's all I've known him to date are Black girls. Like, you know, and it's not like me saying, like, back in the day, parents would try to say things like, if she can't use my comb, don't bring her home. Well, that don't really make a lot of sense. You know what I mean? I mean, it sounds catchy and we know what she's saying. We know what Big Mama was saying, but it ain't really make a whole lot of sense when it comes to looking at the world and dealing with the peer pressure that's out there. You know what I mean? Because the peer pressure would say, oh, Black girls ain't nothing. My son, oh no, he done had whole discussions with his friends about the value that Black girls bring and that's all he wants. And I'm like, whoa. You know what I mean? Like it's been pretty cool, but we have had these discussions in the home. You know what I mean? So yeah, girl,
More
just
importantly than discussions, there's been demonstration.
absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
since we
Yep.
once in a woman what he has had in his mother and what he has seen and had in the other important women in his life, his grandmothers, whomever you have allowed to be the female community around him, which is why demonstration is so important. And I was just about to, and I was thinking about my own thoughts on culture, and then I realized, wait, that culture argument from some experts and researchers is complete bullshit. Not that it is um that there is no reality to it, but what we also have to consider is that we have other minority groups sitting right amongst us who are able to completely survive the fucking culture and keep their lineage and their culture in terms of what their personal values and cultural values are uh on a pedestal. Like we have,
Yep.
like in America, this is a melting pot, and we have lots of Jewish people here, lots of Asian people here who are able to stay on brand and stay in sync with what is being reinforced, what is being demanded, what is being mandated by, the household, the parents, etc., even in a foreign land where they are outnumbered in terms of what's trending, what's the algorithm of life, what's in the algorithm of the culture, etc. And maybe when it comes to us as a community, like, we have made too many excuses for not being as serious in our leadership and in our raising of young people as we need to be.
Well, if you ask any Black person to describe the culture of Black people, you're never going to get the same answer. If you would ask a Jewish person to describe their culture, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get the same description and answer because there is stability. And I think the main thing is that because I don't want to go into the whole history. We know why things are the way that they are, and it goes back to like the whole identity thing or whatever. And I just think that it's kind of crazy because I can tell you there are things in my family that are traditional, right? That I was taught that was a part of our family culture that has never changed. But as a whole, when I look at others, I've never seen these things, this so-called culture. I've never seen it amongst other Black families. And I always thought what was my family's culture per se was a Black thing. I thought it was universal to Black people. I didn't discover that it really was as true to what they would tell us or have taught us that it was our family culture, that it was really, really our family culture. This was just our family traditions. This was our family things and belief system. I didn't know that that was not universal to all Black people growing up.
What in particular are you talking about? Because a lot of things I do see is universal. Like we get each other's jokes. We've had a lot of the same experiences. Like if you know, it could be somebody that ain't been
Hello?
Just sorry, the phone closed out or whatever. I have to keep tapping the screen. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Uh-huh.
Yes, we can
Okay.
hear you.
Yeah. Okay. I was asking what thing in particular, or give me like an example, because I do think like when it comes to Black culture, there's a lot of things that we do have like a shared experience. Because like how we can just catch each other's jokes or understand at the very least. Like I may not have been to church in 20 years, but you tell a church joke and I'm right there with you. I get it. You know what I mean?
I think that
Uh,
shared I think that shared experiences and
mhm.
values are two different things. Like if you've been raised in the same environment, yes, you are more likely to have shared experiences and to understand kind of the language and the personality of the collective of the community. But the question is it possible to have an individual value system despite being incubated in a community?
Yeah, yeah, totally. Um, yeah, I totally think so.
I mean,
I,
because I just gave it an example. A lot of Mexicans, a lot of Latinos, a lot of Asian Americans, a lot of like different folk are existing amongst the dominant society who are not necessarily stained or influenced or haven't necessarily been swayed per se or haven't had any like strong deviations from whatever the core values are of those particular communities. So whether you're talking about an Amish community or whatever, like these
Hmm.
pockets of minority people exist amongst the collective and they are doing fine, holding on to their realities. Are
right.
we as a Black community making excuses for ourselves by deflecting to the culture? Or are we in fact dropping the ball? And that's why our values and our expectations keep getting away from us.
We
Yeah,
absolutely are. We absolutely dropped the
mhm.
ball. Absolutely.
I was going to say the same thing. We dropped the ball. And I think the larger society, I think what myself and Rumors and T are doing is that inside value that's in the house. That's why I was asking her, like, what was she saying about her values being different that she thought was everybody's values?
Yeah.
Because I have had that same sense, but it's very obvious that myself and the people that I know have gotten different results than the overall society of Black folks. So there's clearly something different going on the inside of the house that ain't happening as as the larger society. Um, because all this anger and stuff, man, you should have seen me cleaning out all my Hotep books and all that stuff. I was like, man, I was so down, thinking that we all had the same experience and the same goal to better ourselves. But thank God for the internet, because of me being able to hear people speak and now realize that, oh, hold on, baby. There's a reason we are so disjointed, and everybody ain't for us just because they look like us. And it almost feels like the majority ain't for us. So I've pretty much taken up, who I know I can identify as with me. That's who I'm rolling with,
Yeah.
as opposed to me bothering myself with the community as a whole. When the community as a whole is ready, holla back at me. I'll join. But I'm not going to be any disillusioned nor continue to pass on disillusionment, um about the community,
Yeah.
thinking that we are all in the struggle. I've always had a little bit more than the person standing next to me, and then there's always been somebody above me that had a little bit more than what I've had. You know what I mean? So I had the beauty of being able to stay above, um stay, at the very least middle class, and aspire for more while being able to reach back and help somebody else along the ways. The problem with that is there's a lot of vitriol, a lot of jealousy, um, a lot of issues that, baby, I can't help you. I'm not a psychologist. I don't know how to deal with that. I thought that if I come up and I'm able to help, me lending a helping hand is going to help bring you up to at least where I was or where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing that as a, why would I trying to help you and you see it as me being better than you, me, they turn it into something negative. I ain't got time to figure out that psychology. I'd rather just stay focused on my goals and go up higher.
In
and
the words
and
of
then I
Iyanla, either you want the help or you don't.
period. Period. And at this point, baby, you're gonna have to work for it from me, because you're gonna have to have some skin in it, just like I do. Like, it almost feels like reaching back and helping. If that makes you feel bad, baby, that is not my intention. So let me just go ahead and use my energies elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And elsewhere is me. My energies are turned towards me at this point. I done tried to help everybody up to this point. And yeah, I literally am doing a full year of just me being selfish
Period.
and doing the things that I want to do, exploring me, figuring out me,
Yes.
and enjoying me. And whoever can get with that,
Can
roll
get
with it. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. My core people are set. So like, if nobody else ever comes into my life, I'm good. you know?
Yeah.
Um,
Hold on. So, are you saying that you're also single?
I am single.
Okay.
I'm single, but like I have like really good people in my life. Like, single when the timing's right, there is someone special in my life. It
Mm-hmm.
is just the timing ain't right now,
Okay.
for us to be together, but
Mm-hmm.
it'll happen eventually.
Yes, she gonna divorce that man, child, and he will be yours. Okay. You want your Allison Holker shit, baby. Period. Okay, so I have a question for y'all as Black women who are raising Black men. What, like, has that been scary? And is it scary? Because I know you have a adult son, Fuzzy, and I know you have young men who are becoming young adults. Rumors like, are are, are y'all like, how do y'all like I don't know, like, do y'all have peace? Is there some like sense of kind of maybe a silent anxiety, or are y'all like, what is y'all's, how do y'all deal with having Black men in the world?
For me, it was very important to keep his father in his life.
Mm-hmm.
And so even early on, I understood the importance of a Black man. I wish my daddy was here to help me with him, but he wasn't. So the best I could do is make sure that his dad stayed in his life, and
Mm-hmm.
as much as his dad wanted to be. And fortunately for us, he did want to be there, but I did make it extremely easy for him to be. And
Mm-hmm.
I also, because his dad had some disappointments as far as I was concerned, I was like, you a good dude, but I want my son to think a little bit higher, especially when it comes to be able to get along in a home. So I incorporated him. My best friend, her and her husband have a beautiful family life. So I was able to incorporate him into that situation so that he got to see what an actual man in the home looks like. You see
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? So that's his uncle. My best friend is auntie. And and fortunately, I was able to, he knows what it looks like, and that definitely is a different home that provides a different level of safety
Yeah.
than just me and him being on our own. You know what I mean? So there goes another thing that I would talk to him about, how important it is to have all your children under one roof. You know, what does it look like when these men be having children here, there, and there? You know, you don't get to be with your kid. Your money is split up all over the place. Um, and the kids don't feel as secure. You know, there was a time that his dad lived with us, even though we were divorced. I worked night shift, he worked days. My family was too crazy. I couldn't leave him overnight. I didn't want my son spending the night out. So I told his dad to just come back and move in with us for a time. Um, so even though we both were dating other people, we made it work and we were able to raise him. Like there's a lot of sacrifice in being single, but you know, obviously you can't have a whole nother man around. I never met someone else that I would marry again, especially after doing marriage one time. I was like, yeah, I definitely know where I messed up at, and I'm not willing to do that again.
Yeah.
Um, but as far as it being scary, I think every parent would say it's scary because you have something so precious that you have to protect. At the same time, it's the dopest thing I've ever done. Like he is so fun and gave me so much purpose, like, you know, to get up
Yeah.
and create experiences,
Yeah.
to plan that trip so that he has exposure to this, that, and the other thing. You know what I mean? Um, so yeah, it's you know, it ain't all scary, I would say that. But you know, it would be terrifying when you hear stuff on the news that's happening and you know that you brought this precious thing into the world. You dressed him in black skin and now you made it a little bit harder for him because of that black skin.
Mm. Mm. Is there a sense? So is there a sense of guilt in a sense?
I did feel guilt for a while.
Mm.
I did feel guilt for a while because I was so hell bent to keep it black, you know, just so hell bent. I had opportunities to be with others that would have lightened his skin, you know what I mean? And perhaps provide a little bit more protection. That sounds so crazy, but I have literally thought that, you know what I mean? And, you know, I thought it was so selfish of me. I not only wanted black children, I wanted a black boy. And
Mm.
it's so, I just
And
feel
what
like it's
had
so
made
much.
you?
Hmm?
And what had made you want a black male specifically?
Um, I bought into very young thinking that boys were
Easier.
better than girls. Hmm.
Oh, hold on. Better. Can you unpack? Can you unpack
Yeah,
that? Mm-hmm.
better in the sense that um, they were seen as powerful and it was okay.
Mm.
And that I was always being told crazy stuff or made to do things that made me feel less than. Like my brothers are outside playing, but my mama got me inside cleaning their room or washing the dishes for the whole family, and it's all because I'm a girl. Well, you come
Wow.
inside because you're a girl.
Yeah.
So that would make me feel like bump this girl stuff. You know what I mean? Because I was tomboyish at the time. So
So
you
you
couldn't
saw earlier on that that males had a lot more privileges than their female counterparts.
Correct.
Mhm.
So imagine now, 20 years, 30
Mhm.
years later, and males are crying that women got all the privileges. And I'm like, man, y'all some pussies for real. Because because y'all got it made from the household. Like,
Mhm.
how in the hell you fumble that?
Mm.
Like,
Mhm.
really? And mama did not do them no services. She did them no services. I raised her, my son, like she raised me. So he a whole ass female out here. Like
Mhm.
in the
Mhm.
in the sense that he can do for himself. She
Yeah.
did my brothers. They can't do ish for themselves. If they ain't got a woman, and I mean a broken down woman at that, you know what I mean? They can't be with no woman like me.
Yeah.
Um,
Mhm.
and you know, like it's got to be some woman that's hard on her damn luck, and just it's got to be some
Fuzzy,
woman that just got to have a man. Mm,
Fuzzy, you
yeah.
sure we not related? We ain't come from the same family.
It might be time for an ancestry DNA. So
I'm
No,
trying to tell
it
you.
might be related.
Hmm.
because I can
Now,
definitely identify.
yeah, mama did me right. She did me right. All them extra things. You know, I'm sitting in here in a clean house right now. You know, there's peace all over my home, no matter what room I'm in. And you know, the last time I visited home, man, when I tell you the junkyard, it looked like damn Fred Sanford's house out there. It was bad. Like, what the heezy? You know, wife tired, kids. It was bad, just bad how my brothers are out there living and compared to me, you know what I mean? And then for them to try and destroy me for a little bit of money after both our parents passed, you know. So when daddy passed, everything just naturally flowed down to mama, no
Yeah.
problems. But when mama passed, now there's a distribution of the properties and stuff like that. We have land in the country, and I inherited the house.
Uh-huh.
Man, that house been promised to me since I was 10 years old. But
Yeah.
these fools literally sued me. They literally
Wow.
went and got the white man all up in our black ass business
Wow.
when our parents already decided, like not only decided, but had a will. Um, so they tried to say, oh, well, mom didn't know what she was doing. She
Uh,
had dementia. That's very offensive to me because I took care of
yeah.
her for 18 years.
Right.
Dementia or not, she lived and lived freaking well, you
Uh-huh.
know, for a very long time.
So what was
Um,
their excuse for trying to opt you out of the home? What was their agenda? What was
that I would become a millionaire by me inheriting more property
and they thought that their sister becoming a millionaire was
is a problem.
actually a problem.
Is actually a problem. Yep.
So
You
hold
know what
on,
it
babe.
sounds like?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like because your brothers were coddled, that they were they have an entitlement and they felt entitled to what
Mhm.
was left to you because that's how they were raised. You were the one that did the taking care of them, so they had it easy, and what they desired they get. So that's what it sounds like, a behavior that was instilled in them, and unfortunately, your mom coddling them
Yeah.
allowed them to feel an entitlement, and it's unfortunate.
And because I have done so well for myself, I was like, listen, we ain't got to fight over no property. And I really initially thought that they felt a way because this is the last parent. There's no more to be
Yeah.
handed down. There's, you know what I mean? But here's the thing, they are all older than me, and our parents did for all of them way before it got time for me. You know what I mean? Like I had to literally wait till they passed on for me to get this. But one brother had a home with a pool, but he wanted to cheat on his wife and ended up losing that house. Um, Another one wanted her to sign on his house. That's all he wanted. You know, I'm buying the house, but I don't want my wife, if we should not make it, to be able to get half of the house. So my mama signed. That ain't even real math, child, because I promise you that wife had more power than my mama's little signature being
Yeah.
there, right? And you know, everybody had before me.
Yeah.
Me getting this house, it's crazy that they fought me and destroyed the whole doggone family because I'm the one that would have done for all of them. You know, I don't even live in that city right now. I would have had that house fixed up and looking beautiful, and they could enjoy it, but you pay me enough to keep it going. You know, what is it to keep up the doggone taxes? That's not a lot of money, but they would have fought me on that. And no, you're not going to live off of me for free. I'm not your mother. You know what I mean? Like, this is formerly your mother's house. This is my house now. You know what I mean? So, yeah, yeah, kept me in a 4-year legal battle, and all for me to get what was mine. You know, the white man
Cause
had
what
to,
God got for me, baby, even the white man can't approve of y'all niggas taking from me.
Period.
It's for me, baby. Opinionated
Period.
said, did your case play out on TV?
No.
No,
Mm-mm.
okay. So nah,
Mm-mm.
it's probably opinionated that there are so many people who've been in this situation, unfortunately.
Exactly.
You
So
know.
many people just like me. That's why I
But
don't
how have
have the
you
faith.
processed
Like,
that? Like
mhm.
your brothers turned you into a thing rather than a person.
You know, that became very real to me at the deposition when my brother sat there and with disgust say, yeah, she's going on trips to Paris. She done been to Mexico and like going down my whole damn Facebook timeline. And I'm like, damn, that was a couple years ago. Like, I really ain't even been on it like that. And the fact that I hadn't been on social media because I realized that that is where the jealousy started to brew.
Mm,
Um, and it's like, gosh, man, everybody's on here just sharing, having fun. I'm pretty damn funny, when I'm just talking, when I get to be laid back, you know what I mean? Like that's all I want to do is damn giggle and laugh, have a good time, right?
yeah.
So I never thought like people would be looking and being jealous, especially not in my household. Maybe an old classmate, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But not my own doggone household. And that's what really brooded. But I'm like, man, like I went on a girls' trip. We split that ish 5 ways. The trip wasn't no more than $1,500 or something like that. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like it like there are ways to do things, and my family are such that they've been doing things long before I was even doggone born.
Yeah.
What is the problem with me taking a trip, and why are you feeling the way? Like I don't feel no ways when you left the country to go to Egypt. That's on my bucket
I
list. I would
mean,
like.
like, this is the full personification of sibling rivalry, which really starts with the tone set by the parents.
Yeah.
You know, like,
And
mhm,
I was the one that put my life on hold. My 20s and 30s, I stayed in my home state. That ain't me. Soon as my mama closed her eyes, I rolled the freak out. I've been ready to go since 19. But I didn't. The experience my son gets to have going off to college, I didn't get to do that because, my parents were older. I stayed to take
yeah,
care of them. Um, and that's perfectly fine. That's a choice that I made. Would I suggest it to another young woman? No, figure out another way. Figure out a way that you can still keep eyes on your parents to make sure that they're good, but live your life.
yes,
All because at the end of the day, the second my mama closed her eyes, them fools was plotting on me, had to have been since she was on her deathbed, which was
mm,
18 months, because they wasted no doggone time.
yeah,
They wasted no time. And
yeah,
the thing is, we had already discussed how things were going to be
yeah,
divided. They knew that they would get the free land, I was getting the house, and
mhm,
how it would be divided. There's absolutely no reason for me to be $90,000 out of pocket
yeah,
paying attorneys. So the system won, you know.
absolutely.
They
Wow.
they couldn't keep up with the attorney they hired to try and annihilate
Yeah,
me. That's just how good God is. And that's what, like, I would say do the right thing, do what you feel is in your heart, because I'm telling you, my soon as my mama closed her eyes, my money went up 4 times. You
period.
know what I mean? My money went up 4 times. So
I'm not
me being
surprised
able,
because look at all of the love that you sold and even taking care
right.
of her.
Hmm. And taking care of her.
It
Um,
happened to me too. Soon as my grandfather passed, everything just shot up after that, and God really like trampoline me into a very stable situation, and I was just like, I didn't even have to ask for anything. It was literally like handed to me practically by the universe itself. And so that sewing, like that was a very selfless act of you, even though like that's your mother, but like you have already acknowledged in so many instances, like there are options too. Like, and not everybody chooses the path that you chose. And some people just all out abandon their parents. Some people put their parents and homes, etc. So for you to have
Yeah.
really taken the
See
time,
that
yeah,
that's one of the things that I would say is cultural. You
yeah,
know, us Black women, we take care of our elders.
uh-huh,
I work as a nurse, so when I tell you, like white people put it ain't an option that you coming up in their house,
yeah,
or that they putting their life on hold to take care of you. Like I
uh-huh,
take care of so many people. I'm like, how in the hell are you 90 living alone? Like
yeah,
there ain't gonna be no 90-year-old that I love in that situation. You know what I mean? Especially not the way that I was.
yeah.
I kind of get why white people do it now. You know what I mean? Because it is a lot of work. It's a
It
lot of
is
sacrifice.
sacrifice.
Mm, hmm It's a lot of sacrifice, and
So I had to take care of my mother. I lost my engagement. Like I was engaged at the time that I started caring for my mother back in 2012, and I had to like basically move back into my childhood home with her because of her health situation. And my younger brother, he was young enough to be concerned about himself, so he was, doing him. He
hmm,
didn't want to, sit back and, kind of deal like with all of that. But, I did. And yeah. So it
yeah,
and it is really a passion project. It's a labor of love. And it's one of those situations where uh it's just
yeah.
it's in love. There really ain't no amount of payback, which is why I understand why the universe still got to pay it back, because it is literally a act of servitude. And yeah, and it's a hard job, so I also understand why people don't too. Like I don't judge people who don't. And
Yeah, I don't judge people who don't.
I have
Like
a lot of
it's a
respect,
case by case.
and I
Yeah.
have a lot of respect for those who do.
Right. But I do think that the Black culture is why it was just easy for me to
Yes,
just pick
absolutely.
up and do. Like my mama, from the time I realized that she was sick, didn't skip a beat. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Ain't skip a beat. She ain't miss a church service she wanted to go to.
Uh-huh.
She ain't miss a meal. She didn't have to bring her damn hand to her mouth to
Yeah.
eat. She had it so sweet. And I'm so
Uh-huh.
damn proud of myself.
Yeah.
When I look back, listen, if I can just get what I have put in, I
Yeah.
know I'm blessed because
Yeah.
like I am damn proud of
Right.
myself.
Like if this was if I'm coming back to me, if the universe gonna give me back to me, I'm gonna be all right.
I'm gonna be all
I'm
right.
gonna be all right.
Literally, that's how I look
Yeah.
at it. Like I don't have no fear of aging or
Yeah.
none of that. Like it is
Yeah.
all sweet.
Yes, God.
Um,
So
but
have you reconciled this thing with your brothers? Like, did your son get an opportunity to have a relationship to his uncles? Like, where are y'all now as a
no, we will
brothers?
never have a
Never.
relationship. Because like that fool is still trying. And there came a point where I realized because like we went through mediation. The deposition really, really hurt because that's when, I told you he was talking about
Yeah.
you know, like I realized, like, my God, like who in the hell is mad at somebody
Yeah.
this day and age going to Mexico
Like
or to
I'm
damn
literally not
Paris?
even
Like,
I'm not even this dude's sister. I'm an athlete to him. I'm his competitor. Like I'm just somebody he's
right,
running a
right.
race with.
That was so shocking.
Yeah.
Um, and then he also said in that deposition that, she's a nurse. We left her to take care of mama because she's a girl. And he literally said that.
Wow.
We left her to take care of mama because she's a girl. And I'm like, first of all, nigga, you ain't leave me to take care of nothing. Like, I didn't have no discussion with you. I saw
Yeah.
my mother in need and I stepped up.
Yeah.
That is your blessing. The whole time I took care of her, I always felt blessed because I never really had to use my own money. My daddy left money for her and she had her own money, like
Yeah.
like how you get your social security check, right? So
Yeah.
she had my daddy's and she had her own.
Uh-huh.
So with that and my good management, I could take care of her, you know what I mean, without me fighting screaming or my son doing without because mama got a need, you know.
But what you heard in him saying that really was that patriarchal programming, whereas and he
Hmm.
basically communicated that we left
And
her
I didn't
to,
know nothing about
yeah,
that.
we left her to do what we believe women are to do.
Right.
That's what he was basically
Right.
saying. Mm-hmm.
Right. I did not have a name or a label
Yeah.
for it like I do now. And I didn't realize that he was being misogynistic. It's
Yeah.
all these conversations online that I am now educated in
Yeah.
what that is. I am now educated on what narcissism is. That's
Yeah.
the narc in my life.
Yeah.
And I like how narcs are largely formed from being overly coddled by their
Yep. They either
parents.
are overly coddled or are under coddled.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. This one was overly.
Over.
And what's crazy is mama would have ran over me in a heartbeat
Yeah.
to give him this house if he ever expressed to her
Right.
that he wanted it.
Yeah.
He always said, I ain't
And he
coming to the
knew that.
country. I don't
And
want,
he knew
I ain't,
that, like, which is why he was confident in fighting you for it, because he knew that mama would have approved of the results.
well, after years of me taking care of her, I can assure you she did not, because even when I wanted to give this house out up during the fight, I would rather split the house, amongst all the siblings. It
Yeah.
was like, what's that Bible story where Pharaoh's heart got hardened? That's like his heart got hardened because I would get 10% of the house. It's 10 of us. So everybody would have gotten 10%. Now the house is 100% mine. And
Yeah.
I know legally the house is 100% mine. I just don't want to fight. I'd
Right.
rather invest my money elsewhere
Yeah.
than in these attorneys, right?
So.
So he so this fool says, um, no, no, she gets nothing. She gets nothing. I was like, huh? Why his lawyer ain't telling him? He's confused. So his lawyer actually was telling him that no, this is a good deal. You need to take it. He said absolutely not. He wanted to continue to fight. He was pissed off that I wasn't whipped, that I wasn't withdrawing or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's kind of when my fight started to rise up in me. That's when
Yeah.
it was like, okay, I don't give a damn if you are sad because your mama died. I ain't had a chance to grieve mine because of dealing with all this legal foolishness, and the fact that I also had to look at all my other brothers sided with him, as opposed to even the ones that helped me take care of mama. He had absolutely nothing to do with her when she was down and out. But there were two brothers that did help, feed her and bathe her and things of that nature. They were in the house and they did help out, right?
Yeah.
But even with them being so close and even acknowledging that they were aware that mama left the house for me, they still sided with him because he promised them. One of them, he said, oh, well, you can move out of your house and move into mama's house. I told him if he wanted mama's house, he can buy me out of it. But I'm not just giving it to you. I have a child and I'm not just going to give it to you. Like y'all made this legal. What you going to do? Because the whole time I know I am legally protected. Mama left papers for me. So you can contest all you damn want to. And yes, even though they could contest. So listen, let me tell y'all one thing. If your loved one is leaving you anything, have them put it in a trust. Oh,
Yes.
go through a will because you're going to have to go through probate. You get the will, but you also have them put it in a trust because that is a much more protected vehicle than a will is. And that's the only thing that my parents did not know. That is the one thing that damn white attorney that they hired did not tell them and really admonish how it protect them, because if the lawyer would have understood that I was young when they promised me this house, right? So they had reservations that I would get married and they didn't want me to be married and then some man come along and be able to take it. I don't even think that's how it works in my state. Um, you know, in my state, it's what you get in the marriage is what's up for grabs, not what you had before. But nonetheless, he didn't work that out where they understood that. Therefore, in the will, they added one of my brothers on with my name. So that could have been an issue, but by them stealing the will, but my mom also did a power of attorney. This was my saving grace. She did a power of attorney that allowed me to mortgage, deed, sell. I could do anything with the house that I wanted to. So the portion that said that I could deed it, I used that to deed the house to myself and my mother. So I always kept her name on it because this your house until the day you die. I ain't never gonna take that away from you. But I protected myself by adding my name to it. Therefore, I'm on the deed. Nigga, who gonna check me, boo? Who,
Okay.
who gonna check me, boo? So I whooped his ass all up and down that courthouse. Didn't even have to go to court. I was at my son's high school graduation that day. That's how good God is.
Mm-hmm.
My expensive ass attorney was there representing me, and
Oh, I think your audio here went out fuzzy.
yeah, sorry about that. He was in the courtroom crying and everything, but I whooped his ass.
Period.
And didn't even have to be there. That's how good God
I heard
is.
you was looking for me.
Yeah, Rebecca, you asked did I work and take care? Yes, I work full time as a registered nurse the whole time. Yeah, I didn't get to have days off. I hired help on the days that I had to go to work. Um,
That is nuts.
and then I was there taking care of her. I used to try and vlog, but I never got the vlog started of me, taking care of
Yeah,
her, washing the laundry and
yeah,
cooking and um just going through the
yeah.
day ins and day outs of being a caregiver, and raising, my son is all young. It's good for me. I'm glad I have those things recorded, some of it,
Yeah.
so that I can look back. But when I tell you, like, yeah, I did my big one with my mama,
Absolutely.
and I can teach other people how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I would strongly suggest, finding out ways. And did I take care of her so that she would deed me a house? No, I got my own property.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're jealous.
Yeah.
Partly because I have my own, but they got their own too. They had so
Brothers
much.
are
And
greedy and entitled. Greedy and entitled.
yeah,
Greedy and
yeah, and very much narcissistic because that fool just won't stop. I had a good laugh the other day because a letter arrived and he had the nerve to write the court to
mm-hmm.
ask them to reconsider their decision. And man, the
He's trying to
court,
appeal their decision.
yeah, the court wasted no time denying it. So oh my God, the way I laughed getting
All right.
off work.
Do your brothers, and then I'm gonna let Jessica respond because I got a feeling she seemed to be very gaslit by the behavior of your brother. So I'm sure she got some some
She
mention.
swears she don't see me on TV.
No, this is that was opinionated in the chat, but this is Jessica
Mhm.
on the
Oh,
chat.
okay.
My question to you is the last question about the situation is do you feel like your brothers are dangerous? Like, do you feel like this is one of situations where they're so detached from you, they're so greedy that they maybe would try to have something happen to you in order to get access to the property,
Um,
or you don't feel like it's that bad per
no,
se?
I do think it's that bad, and
You
I
think
I
that?
stay away. I stay away. Two of them I would go around, but this main one, the main one that's driving everything, the true narcissist, no, I absolutely stay away from him because it's either gonna be him or me that attacks.
Wow.
Because
Yeah.
it's been going on for so long. And he did try to attack me one time, and this happened in front of my son.
Jesus
And
Christ. What?
yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my.
And I was mad because my son didn't get out that car to come and defend me. Oh, I laid his ass out that day. I was like, don't you ever in your life let nobody
Mm,
come for your mama. You know what I mean? I was
yeah.
like, if anything happened to me, what the hell you think gonna happen to you?
You.
You know what I mean? I was like,
Yeah.
you protect me at all costs.
Get behind that wheel. You press the gas on these niggas.
Exactly.
Take
But
them out.
he was young at this
Yeah.
point. Like my son would have been
13,
13, 14, somewhere
13
around
is scary.
there. but all the yelling and stuff scared him. Like, we live peaceful. And then after that, I
Yeah.
made sure to get him in martial arts because I'm like, you can't be scared to fight. You don't have to knock a nigga out at some point. At
Yeah,
the
and it's
very
because
least,
he had been nurtured by his mom this whole time. So he know nothing
right.
about this roughneck Bed-Stuy ass Brooklyn life. Get out there.
Right, right. I was like, oh
All that.
Lord, I done made an error.
Yeah.
It's a little too
They just
too
did a little balance
it's a
of
little too
karate.
safe.
Just
It's
a
too
little,
safe
yeah,
in my
right.
house.
A little balance of karate.
You see, I grew up in a house with all these niggas, so I
Yeah.
know how to fight.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
I told him, um,
Well,
I
what is the explanation from your other brothers? I mean, it's like they have no objection to what the aggressive brother is doing. Like they have they really just don't even see this as unjust or unfair or
see where
cruel
they
or
fucked up with me at is they know the right thing, but they said that we just gonna have to see what the courts do. And I said, okay. So you see how I stopped buying into, I don't give a damn what these niggas out here saying about what white people are doing to them. Because the second they could use a white person to
they
try
will.
and bruise
Yes,
me, to try and lessen my wealth,
absolutely.
they went straight to the white man,
Yes.
gave no defense, not even for the sake of being right before God, not for being right for the sake of their parents that they know gave me this house since 10 years
Yeah.
old and never ever changed. We have had multiple family meetings. It has
Yeah.
always been discussed. There ain't nothing nobody's confused on. You know what I mean? The younger generation would stand up and say, yeah, we heard mama say that. We understand that the house is yours. Why are they fighting you for it? You know what I mean? Their own kids would call and check them about why are you doing this to Aunt Flo? You know what I mean? So they they end up they end up having one of them tried to play the neutral position, like I'm just gonna stay neutral while sitting up over there with every meeting with his attorney and actively participating with the other side, but trying to tell me that he's being neutral, you know?
Uh-huh.
The other one actually was living in the house. So since he was living in the house at the time mom died, they called the police on me when I was there fixing up the house. Me and my son went there.
Wow.
We are scraping walls, about to paint and make the place nice, right? They stopped me from working. And the officers are like, well, he had like squatters rights at this point because he
Uh-huh.
had lived in the house. And I said, okay, you got it. Stay here then until we finish. So he's got to live there 4 years, goddamn for free. What
Wow.
kind of what kind of working out you think I'm about to do with him? I'm carrying a grown ass man as a single parent, and you think that's okay? You know?
Uh-huh.
Um, nah. The house is unrecognizable at this point.
Wow.
But the woman in me, as soon as I breathe on it, it's gonna come alive again. It's
Right.
just I couldn't do anything while we were fighting because it's a
Yeah.
legal battle, and
Right.
it don't make sense for me to be putting my money into it
Yeah.
until it's over. But it's over now. It's
Yeah.
over. I've been awarded it. It's mine as it was from
Amen.
the beginning.
I just really hate
Amen.
that you had to lose your brothers over stuff. Over stuff.
Exactly.
Just stuff.
It's over their behavior though. Like ain't nobody, white, black, related, unrelated, I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Married, divorced, gonna treat me like that and get away with it. Like,
So like,
I don't conduct my life in a way that you need to be out here trying to rob me of stuff. You know what I mean? Especially not nobody that I know. Tell
yeah.
me what you need. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like that. Tell me what you need. If I can work it out, I can work it out. I'm not there. I wouldn't be in that house. That house would have been fixed up,
Yeah.
beautiful. I would have had my son learning new skills,
Uh-huh.
with the cleanup and the painting and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Instead, they stopped me from being able to do that. I don't take that kindly because I can't get that time back with my son.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's okay. I just renovated my own house and made my son a part of
Yeah.
those projects, and making sure that, the stuff that we couldn't do, he was paying attention to the workers so that he would learn, how to do stuff. Like, you
Yeah.
know what I mean? It's stuff like that. But I was determined that as a man, he needs to know how to move around the house and to
Sure.
use tools and things of
Yeah.
that nature.
Yeah.
They weren't going to stop me from providing him that with the time
Shout out to
that
you for really teaching like your son to have skills and
it
teaching him
shout out to the
about
black man
skill.
that I dated last, because he was really good at making me understand that a man has to be a man.
Yeah.
He did think that I was raising him too soft, and I did not buck against him. But some things did piss me off that he would say, because he would be calling my son derogatory names like niggas do.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he was telling me from a man's perspective. And I was like, I don't have a man living in this house, and I am a woman. I have to see it. I mean, at this point, I'm thinking my son, it's all wonderful,
Yeah.
but he's right. Like, I told him, he would say stuff like, he should know how to change the oil on a car. And
Uh-huh.
I'm like, he don't even drive. He was like, Flo, I'm changing my oil on Saturday. He can come and watch me if you want him to. How can I pass something like that up? You know what I mean? Even though he couldn't drive
Uh-huh.
at the time. I mean, I'm talking like he's 14 at the time.
Yeah.
So, but I talked to him for Christmas time, my ex, and just told him a big thank you, gave him this long, big thank you, because I do feel that a good bit of my son's independence and confidence in himself as a young man comes from me listening to some of the things that he said,
Yeah.
um and the skills that he helped me to
Yes.
hone into, that my son need. It's
Yes.
more than just him playing basketball for
Right.
him to feel masculine. A
Mm.
man has to have skills, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I started paying attention to things like that. And yeah, that boy, he's driving now. I said, man, that dude drive like he been driving for 20 years. He ain't even 20 years old yet, but he's
Once you
so
got it, you
good.
got it, honey. When you got it, you got it.
Yeah, he's so good. I feel so safe. It feels so good to be able to kick back in the
Yes.
car now. But
Here in the
oh,
wind on period.
Jessica, hey girly.
Welcome to the chat, Jess.
Hey y'all, I'm over here frying chicken, so don't
And
mind.
is.
Oh, it
But
sounds good,
hi
girl.
Conscious, hi
Hey,
everybody in the
boo.
chat.
Hey.
Hey.
So this conversation could turn into a spider web graph
Yes.
of things, because I'm gonna use this as an example. Tyler Perry's Diary of a Mad Black Woman. You see, black men, a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them got that sense of ownership and want on every perspective. Uncles, husbands, ex-husbands. He put her out the whole house. And then what happened? She had to come back and take care of him. Your brothers, the way they do women and how their actions have shown over these years, you might end up needing to take care of one of them again and put them in the wheelchair and put them in the tub. So they need to watch out, because you don't go around with a sense of entitlement like that. My soon-to-be ex-husband, his mother was sick. He brushed her to the side. And now going through all different types of mental anguish and hell. You don't do women like that. And yes, in our community, we don't really see a lot of black parents, especially mothers and grandmothers and aunts, going to nursing homes. It's always the woman that ends up taking care of them, the female community. And what I'm afraid for these black men out here having kids everywhere, who gonna take care of you when you actually need to go someplace and can't move and need somebody to wipe your butt and take care of you and change you and stuff like that? The kids that you abandon ain't gonna do that. So it's gonna be really sad out here. They want to talk about black single women and cats and having dogs, but when you turn 85 and can't move, you're gonna be in a state assisted home with nobody coming to see you. And all them babies that you done made, then grew up and had grandkids, and they don't even want to be near you. You ain't got a pot to piss in and a window to throw it out of, no land that you own later, no house that you own later. And then you just gonna be laying up there mad and die by yourself.
Yep. That's what it's looking like for my eldest brother that's doing all of this. He don't get along with none of his kids. His youngest son moved his mother in to his own house. That boy is 25 years old. Moved his mom in. He got a trailer, and he moved his mom in with the mama's husband. They fell on some hard times or whatever. It's his prerogative if he wants to move him in. Well, the daddy said, no, you can't let your mama live there with you in his own house, though. Like, this legit is his own house. It's not a house he's renting from his daddy. It's not a house that his daddy gave him or anything like that. It's his own house. And his daddy is trying to tell him he can't have his mama live there. So they had a falling out, and that was his last hope. The older kids that he had, they been gone. Don't fool with him at all, because they had been in his house, so they knew his ways, even in ways that I didn't know. Like, I didn't really have to find.
So he didn't want his own son to take care of his sickly mother. The jealousy, the entitlement still. He was already jealous of her. When he dated her, when they went through courtship, when they start having kids, he was already jealous of her. Now you're jealous of her in old age and you don't want the children to take care of her. That is deeply rooted and disturbing.
Overly coddled led to that narcissism. I think, Fuzzy, your audio had went out too, boo. You can hear us, but we can't hear you.
It's
Overly
across every platform, though. Yeah, overly coddled. It's like with every platform. You hate to see a black woman own a car. It could be a raggedy used car, a business, a corner store.
And
Like,
that's what I hate about what patriarchy has done to men, because it reduced men to what they do rather than who they are. So when they see women acquiring things or being able to do for themselves, it, for men, infringes upon their identity. And because there is no identity in all actuality, aside from doing, inside of being a slave filled machine, being a buck, they collapse. And then they direct that anger and rage onto women.
Right.
Rather than onto the system that socialized them under this idea that
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
It's because, like you said, with the buck breeding, that's all that was going on during slavery. And now that things have changed, there's this sense of, oh, we need some type of power. And being in the proximity of clear women makes them feel like they have this type of proximity and this type of power. And then it's like, oh, well, black women are beneath us. But
Yeah. That's
okay,
why
well,
I
you couldn't
love
out of
that.
slavery. It was more of us
Mhm.
than more of them.
Yeah. If they have that feeling that they are better than black women, that's why I love them over there with clear women. Because at the very least, woman to woman, that clear woman have the system to protect her. Me, I had to thug it out by my goddamn self. You know what I mean? I had to thug it out. It is my faith. I do believe that my mom in the spirit turned things around, because like I said, my money went up exponentially right on time. I mean, the timing could not have been any better that that lawsuit hit, because I was able to fight back, and he was counting on me not being able to fight back because he had a couple dollars. Like, he ain't no, like, it was like an uphill battle of fighting a nigga with some money.
I think your audio went out again, Fuzzy. If you can hear us, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I can always hear y'all, and it's like, I don't know why it's doing that, but
It's back.
anyways, I think I'm gonna put it on the charger and maybe it'll keep the screen lit up because it's like the screen fades out
Yeah.
and then y'all can't hear me. But well, anyways, what I was saying is I said the fight feels to me like fighting someone that's got money. You're right, but you don't have the money to fight them back. That's what it was giving, but I was able to fight back. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So I'm just so doggone grateful
Yes.
for that. Because I was right the whole time. Like the law was always on my side. He ended up running out of money and not being able to continue to fight with me. He had to go before that judge, doggone pro se, by the time it got all said and done. And he's in debt to his attorneys. I don't owe nobody. You know what I mean? So um
That's how
that
karma work. A man must reap
mhm,
that which he soweth.
period.
And sometimes the ditch you dig for somebody else becomes your very own grave. So he dug that hole for himself by vindictively, maliciously, unwarrantedly pursuing this fight with you out of pure greed and shallowness. And he deserved to have got his ass whooped and have gotten his ass melted down in court.
Mhm. Yeah,
It
I'm so
sounds like
happy.
they wanted an in-house maid for the rest of their life. Like they saw you being brought up by your mom to, cook, clean, keep a house. And well, if the house is gonna go to her, then she'll always be there. And then we can just move any type of riffraff and kids and baby mamas up here, and she's still gonna be here. Like, no, that's
Nah.
insane.
See, I was never that. I always bucked. I bucked even against my mama as a young girl. I did not play that mess. I did not think it was fair. That's probably where I learned to start fighting for
Yeah.
myself, because I would be in there. She would literally be threatening to whoop my tail because I would be so
Yeah.
indignant. Like it's not fair that I have to be in here cleaning while they're playing. Like, you know how crazy that sound?
Yeah.
So now they grew up and can't do a doggone thing for themselves.
Yep.
Um, and they sorry. Like,
Yeah.
ain't got the kind of ambition that you would think a man would have. I said I would
It's
never
crazy.
do that.
Yep.
Don't ever do that
And
to
that's
your
why I
male
say that
children.
it came through the tone that your parents have said, unfortunately. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They
Mm-hmm.
created those spoiled bastards.
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah, they really did. And what I've read and come to understand about narcissism
mhm.
is, yeah, a large part of it does come through them being coddled too much. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So, as much.
And that screen that went black again. I was gonna ask all of y'all ladies too, because we have a lot of like angry black women at men, like women who are like black women who are very mad and angry at black men. How have y'all been able to not throw black men away entirely, despite what y'all have gone through?
I make them earn me.
Yeah.
I make them earn me. Like not even my son. If he get to acting a damn fool, will I just stand beside just because he a black man? I had been there, done that, and I feel like that is detrimental. That is causing them to be the way that they are. That is causing them to devalue us as women. And yeah, no, I know my value is way too high
Yeah.
for me to ever be disrespected by a black man.
But
I,
what
I
has
don't.
kept you from what has kept your heart from growing cold toward all black men,
I know
despite
good
some
black men.
negative experiences?
Yeah, I know good black men. I surround myself. I mean, like, look at you. You know what I mean? Like, we're having these deep conversations. The men in my life, I told you, like my ex-boyfriend, even my ex-husband, our relationship.
I'm not a man, Fuzzy. I am a byproduct of European anal sex.
Oh my God.
according
Oh.
according to hotel philosophy. I'm not a man.
Okay, well,
I'm a buck broken Negro, according to philosophy.
and those that be saying that shit be the main ones. They just be scared to live freely.
The fuck.
Like, like, um, but you know, no, I can have conversations like this with the men in my life, so I know, like from the beginning, that there's not all, and I know not all black men think crazy towards black women. There are black men out here knucking and bucking on behalf of black women. You know what I
Who done
mean?
lost their
So
lives, who went to graves as a result of knucking and bucking,
yeah,
and protecting
yeah,
other black women in their life. Yeah.
yeah. So I know that they're worth it.
So
You
what
know,
do you feel about? So what do y'all think about the black women who, like, for some reason, they feel they've never, like, do y'all feel like the black women who feel like they've never met or don't know any good black men are like just overlooking the good black men because they may have just felt they've experienced more negative ones, or that there's really like that people can really not experience any solid good member of a community?
I don't think they're overlooking them. There's many factors. I think that sometimes due to our culture, which is many different things, sometimes a lot of us never leave our threshold. We never move out of our city or do things outside of going to a club or a bar to experience those men. So they progress in age. They might have had kids, and they're just like, I'm just gonna settle for it because maybe I'm too old to leave and too old to do this and that. But it's like you're never too old to grow. And if you really want to experience that black man, maybe one day you gotta go to an art museum and not go to the corner bar. Like you have to
period.
move outside of it, and you cannot let the people around you tell you that, oh, once again, that ain't black enough. You ain't gonna find no black man there, because you will. You might turn that corner and there's a Monet painting and there's your future husband. Regardless of, oh, he don't do this and he don't do that and that ain't black enough, and that will be it. I haven't given up because I always remind myself about my uncles and my granddads and who went off to North Korea and fought in the war and Vietnam, and it's like maybe it's just a wave, and maybe in a couple years it'll change. Like things change,
So
but
you
we
do
also
want to be involved with the black man.
yeah, and especially like the younger black boys, like, okay, for instance, with this whole wildfire thing going on in California and lack of police officers and emergency people, that's one thing we need to do, if anything, push the black young boy into becoming a firefighter, becoming a police officer. You say all police are bad, like F the 12, well, teach our young boys to go in and become those better leaders that we want to see in our community. And then we'll have them. Then our daughters, like my daughter that's 4, if you're working on your son to become a firefighter, hell, she might meet him later and there's a whole union because you brought him up and I brought her up, and during the whole thing we were trying to make a change. But we can't complain about it if we're not going to try to change it, and it does start with the kids.
Yeah, for sure.
So I got hope that whoever my daughter marries in the future,
or whomever you fucking marry in the future. That Jasmine meets Aladdin off this damn fire truck.
Not a fire truck. I'll be like, oh, now you don't know something. They say firefighters are cheaters. So I don't know. I would. Yes, they be at.
You know what? They probably are, because their job is to chase. So they probably are.
I will be in the bushes while he putting them flames out. Like, don't pick her up too heavy like that. Don't pick her up.
Not cheaters. I am screaming. My God, today. Rumors and Tea. How have you avoided the bitterness of negative experiences with black men to corrode at you? Even though you got probably a larger dating pool situation than Fuzzy and Jessica. Just
No,
because
I've
of your
opened my
spectrum.
dating pool.
Huh?
I've definitely opened my dating pool.
Well, I
And
was saying in terms of rumors because she's on the broader spectrum.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you know, taste the rainbow, baby.
Mm-hmm.
so, so, so I don't know. So, do you feel like that has helped you, Arumas, or do you actually hold some? Like, do you kind of got reservations about Black men?
I don't, I'm just very open. I humanize people.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not on the black man hate train. I can identify that there is a severe, serious problem.
Yeah.
But I humanize them because I know that there's issues amongst the black woman. That is a contributing factor, not to, dismiss the contributions or lack thereof that the black man does um, play in this toxicity in our community. But I do identify that the black woman plays a just as big a role as they do in the toxicity. It is really unfortunate how
Man, let me tell
it
you,
kind of goes.
Rumors. I had just watched. I don't know if you had watched the special that Iyanla had did, like when her show was on, when she was dealing with a broken black man, and she did that like a sit down.
Had that big piano, had
Yeah, and all the people that I had just watched that like 2 days ago, and they was getting into the hurt of like both sexes and the contributions of like broken black women and then broken black men, and then how that just turns into the circus that it becomes. But it was just like refreshing and kind of reopen my mind all over again about the way that all of our woundedness and socializations have like contributed to the fuck shit of it all.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I watched that. I know exactly what you're talking about because she did the same thing with the women.
Yeah.
I watch that every 6 months. It's on YouTube.
Yeah.
Literally every 6 months, and it just keeps me balanced and grounded. In my humanity for everyone.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you that I think that is something that we all need to do. Watch this every 6 months, if not more, just to understand that we all have pain, our traumas, we all have had the experiences, and you always bring it back to the source and the root of the problem. And it's just unfortunate because I think that, honestly, I think that the black woman would be willing to allow the black man to be the leader if he actually steps into that role. I think we would love to surrender because I think we're tired. I'm gonna take the word think out. I know we're tired, but there's a level of distrust amongst us that we don't trust them and they don't trust us.
Right.
And I think it is so unfortunate because when it's all said and done, I think that I don't know how to do it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how to do it. I do know it starts within our own home. But it's weird because even with our children, there is a level of distrust. I don't know when it become like when it's implemented, but somehow those young men, those young girls turn into adults that don't trust their parents. Therefore, they can't trust their
I'm gonna tell you where
partners.
it started at, especially for us, because as soon as you said it, I turned into a 13-year-old. It started with the reality that our parents were hypocrites, and because I think this is a real big issue in the black community because we had a cultural practice of justifying hypocrisy in the name of do as I say, not as I do, instead of actually consistently operating in the integrity of self. We justify hypocrisy by saying my actions don't have to match my values. And then
I allow my sons to call me out because I allow them to call me out. I make sure I've taught them how to be respectful in calling me out. My boundaries with it, but I allow them to call me out anytime they feel like I'm being a hypocrite. And I go into explanation, and I always tell them, you're no different than me. I'm no different than you. We're both human, right? but it is my job for me to try to enforce and try to get you to be better than me. And it's okay for you to call me out. It is okay for you to let me know you feel like I'm being a hypocrite. You may have heard me, because I'm very transparent and open with them. You may have heard me discuss or tell you something about my experiences, and you feel like, you want to have your own experience. And I let them know, well, this is the reason why you can't have this experience right now. You're still a minor. I'm responsible for you. I don't want to have to, especially if it's something that's going to be criminal. I don't want to have to stand before the judge. I don't want to have to pay fines. I don't want to have to be threatened legally. So when you become an adult, then you can go ahead and have that experience. But while I am responsible, if it may feel unfair, but we're talking about legal action that you don't have to be accounted for. I do. So I tend to give that explanation to them for them to understand you. It's okay that you feel like I'm a hypocrite. But trust, the only reason why I'm saying this cannot be done is because of the ramifications that comes with you trying whatever it is. There's ramifications that I am not willing. And guess what? Whatever I did that you feel like I'm being a hypocrite about, my parents didn't have to, they didn't have to suffer any consequences for it. Things are different. A lot of things are different, and unfortunately, it's okay. And I also I teach my kids. I pull the phone out and I show them, listen, you see what year this is? Like my oldest, he'll be 16. You see what year this is? Baby, you have literally by law for certain things, you have 2 more years. By law, for other things, you have about 4 or 5 more years. Before you blink your eyes, it's going to be here. I know y'all not self-aware that way, like with time, but trust me, by the time you blink your eye, it'll be here. It's no rush. And I just handle it that way. But there is that distrust. So when we have our children that become young adults, they don't trust the parents. And then it makes it hard for them to trust their partners in a way where we can still, like, we know, even though we've taught them, that we can 100% say, we know that if they get into these relationships, no matter whom it's with, that they're going to know how to communicate effectively. You're not going to have to worry about them being irresponsible, in a sense where they're going to get in trouble legally, with the law, or they're going to abandon whatever responsibilities they may have. That we know that they're going to do all that they can best by the other individuals that they're involved with, whether it's their children, if they have any, their significant other, platonic friendships, whatever. But unfortunately, the way the system has brainwashed us as a whole, there's no trust. And once trust is fractured, y'all know everything else falls apart.
I don't
So that's
know
the
this
unfortunate.
mistrust. I'm sitting
Huh?
here this whole time. I said, this whole time I've been trying to think back, in my life, a mistrust of my parents. I don't have that between me and them. And I can't see it between me and my son. Obviously, I would have to ask him, but I don't see it in his behavior that he mistrusts me or anything. So I'm wondering
Sometimes it could be very,
how that
sometimes it
got
could be
there.
very subtle.
Hmm.
Sometimes it can be very subtle. Sometimes it's not even, they don't even have to be aware. And then sometimes it doesn't have to be with you. It could be with the other parent. Like, just those people that you have
Mm,
that real significant relationship with. Because let's be honest, all of us did not have, even though that's supposed to be the first relationship we have
hmm.
in our lives, but all of us don't have a tight knit relationship with our parents, and that's a part of the trust and the fracture. And then sometimes you can be, but it's very performative. You don't know until you're in there. There are some people that can go to their parents and talk to them about anything, right? They feel comfortable in talking to them about anything, but they still don't talk to them about anything and everything.
And that's like a generational curse in the Black community, especially among women. Like, we don't talk about certain things. Like, my grandma raised me. She didn't like talking about sex. She didn't like talking about like the female reproductive system. And when I found out later on why, that was because she had been SA. And the person that I grew up with that I thought was my granddad really wasn't my granddad. And like, you know, older people, it's like a glass of water. If we don't, it just keeps flowing over and flowing over. And I guess one big thing in our community too with the whole trust thing with our kids is, well, when you turn 18, you have to pay for this and do this and all these heavy responsibilities. And then they start to like just go wander out into the community and probably don't understand credit. And that comes into a trust thing. And money is a big trust thing. So white kids, a lot of them don't even leave the house until they're like 25, 30, but their parents have taught them and been open with them, and not that whole, well, we don't talk about that here. Like, we need to talk about everything. Because, yeah,
Everything.
you will be to 18 to 19 to 21 to 22. Like, we need to talk about everything and not put so much pressure on them. Like, I really don't want to do that with my daughter. If you feel like, oh, after high school, okay, I got scholarships, but I really don't want to go there right now. I don't really want to do that. I don't want to waste money and your money getting into a major and a minor that I know I'm going to flunk out of. And I just want to do this. Okay, as long as you're not coming back pregnant and babies and whatever, and you're doing something positive, hell, if you join the circus, I will be behind you. There's no cookie cutter. A lot of our community, we just need to get the pressure off of them. That's a generational curse from our people. Of you need to do this time frame and this time frame, because not everybody works like that.
Yeah.
I would love for us to get back to the basics of teaching them, because I realize they don't know how to do anything. Like you was talking about, you know, your son learning how to change the oil on the car, like the, the basic survival skills, and they just don't know how to do a lot of these things. And I do think that we need to implement these things back. Like because I remember being
Yeah,
in
we
high
do.
school having home ec and shop. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you had what was it called? Shop. Yeah, when you do the wood and all of that. I remember those type of skills being taught to us. And if what you didn't learn at school, you definitely was learning at home how to use a hammer and a
Right.
screwdriver and things of
Yep.
that nature. They don't know how to do
Yeah.
anything other
Yeah.
than
I
if
would
it ain't
have him putting
electronic.
together furniture and everything else in his house to make sure that he's got some skills, you know what I mean, to be out here beating his chest, calling himself a man. Because I think a lot of their anger this day and time is they don't know how to do nothing but run their mouths. That's why podcasts are so popular. You know, men ain't out here minning no more. They're not out here doing
But
things
you
that
know,
would.
I'm not going to slam that because I just think it needs to be a balance in life. I
Hmm.
appreciate the podcast, whether I agree with the topics or not. I appreciate it because we do need to be communicating. We need the space to communicate, but that doesn't take away the fact of, like, I just think we don't have a balance when it comes to our community as a whole, our homes as a
Hmm.
whole. A lot of things has suffered, with our parenting, because obviously we have to work. If you're a single parent and the cost of living, you have to work more now than anything, you know what I mean, just to make ends meet, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, it's so many, like, the values that we need to focus most on are being suffocated or pushed to the side because we're forced based upon how this country, and it's all systematic. Trust me, this is designed for that purpose, for no other purpose but to have us distracted so that we cannot provide the balance, so that our children cannot grow up into being productive human beings, and within our community, that we don't have a balance where we don't have you were saying enough firefighters and things of that nature, and in law enforcement. We don't have enough of us in stem cell research, the medical field. We don't have enough of us in building, houses and things, and then farm. We don't have enough of us in no industry other than entertainment. We entertainment industry is saturated by us,
Because
Yep.
you
and
want to know
they're
where
not,
that
and in the
comes
home
from,
ain't really benefiting us.
and you want to know where that comes from, rumors and tea. Now, stay with me. It's like a menstrual period error. We're not slaves anymore, and they're not jumping up in blackface. Now we're the blackface. Oh, we got these niggas on the football field. They running up and down and dancing for us. We got them on the basketball court. That's what it is now. There are our players, black men rushing. Oh, I want to be in the NFL. I want to be in the NFL. Getting concussions, CTE, everything.
Yeah. In the meantime, the real money is in ownership, and ain't nobody aspiring to ownership. You know, the real money, and you ain't got to get no concussion being an owner.
To distract us from the things that that are the most important. And this is why I urge like us to get back to the basics of our standards, our morals and values. Step out, like look outside of what seems to be what they want us to believe is the norm, because this is just not normal. Like it is no way. Every time I sit back and I watch and observe other ethnicities, every single time, I'm always perplexed is why we cannot get back to as a whole, why we can't get back to that, like why every other ethnicity is doing better than us as a whole community. They're just doing better than us, and I don't understand why, because in reality we are the freaking blueprint.
I'm gonna honestly tell y'all basically like what I think in the most remedial way. What happened? I think that after several quadrillion attempts for us to like do it in an honorable way and to ascend the honorable way, and black people like investing in business, Black Wall Street, all this, you know, like, and just dealing with centuries and centuries and centuries of overhauling, of redlining, of the bullshiggity, of like one psyop attack from another, whether it be slavery, then systemic racism, then the crack epidemic. Like after all of these psyops and all of these attacks on our community, whether they were literal and physical attacks, whether they were psychological attacks, aka through media, through music, through art, etc., whether they were through food, like whatever. I think that now what we have right now is the result of a very fatigued community coupled with a community that is now like, we have not been able to get it as a collective. Now it's every man for themselves. And then as a result of the every man for themselves attitude, now that everybody has been reduced to survival because the system done cranked up its foot on our necks, you have in that survival some things we have introduced and allowed to represent us that actually are very destructive. Like I agree with the right to produce hardcore rap, to talk about shoot 'em up, bang bang, all that shit. I endorse the right to create art like that of Cardi B and Lil Kim and all of that. But because of the survival and because of the every man for themselves, what you have is kind of like the dysfunction of that, which is those things have taken priority. And now you kind of have like some of the worst, almost like downtrodden, animalistic aspects of what we can be taking front seat rather than being to the back of the bus. But because the bus done crashed out, like everything is out of order. And so you got some good things ahead of us. You got some horrible representations taking up too much space as it relates to us. And then you have a community that has failed in large ways to continue to band together in an environment that keeps intentionally stripping us apart and ripping us apart. And so I kind of see the community as in like shambles right now, where the pieces are kind of like scrambled all over the chessboard, and there's no synchronization and organization, primarily because individuality has taken up a large space, and people are just like people are taking their opportunity to kind of like run into CVS and distill their portion of what's available on the shelves. And it's just kind of this big middle space chaos. And the little voices on the extreme ends of that are like, hey, y'all, like, we get it, we understand. And yes, we are in survival mode, but we can't actually get to a real place, and we can't really form any real strategy around how to get from point A to point B by just being in a state of chaos under the guise of survival and under the guise of I gotta feed my family, and that's my excuse for placating to the debauchery and to the fuck shit of it all. And who cares? Like, as Rumors and T is saying, you know, it's in music, it's in even the media right now. You got the Zeus networks, you got, you know, the reality TV is saturated with the craziness of it all. You have social media, you have World Star, you see how there's becoming like this cultural acceptance of like wildness and unhingedness and shallowness and surfaceness. And I too am curious to know, like, I'm not confused about how we got here, considering all that's happened historically makes sense why there is breakdown and why everybody is kind of like just running to do whatever they have to do, whatever the fuck that is. Which is why we're struggling to band together. But I wonder, like, how are we going to get back more so than how we got here? Like, how are we going to get back to that sense of like pride and living intentionally and agreeing to what our struggle is? Right now, you cannot get Black people to collectively agree. Some, like a lot of these niggas, feel actually free.
I think we have to. I'm sorry to cut you off,
Okay.
but I did want to interject because I had some thoughts on that. Like back in the day, the numbers in the pride, like outwardly, looked like it was a lot of us feeling pride. But I assure you, amongst the group were people like my brother, and that's how things from the inside would get spoiled. I think we have to become more emotionally intelligent and be able to recognize the enemy within, because we had historically been looking at the enemy like somebody outside, you know, the white man, the system. We're always looking outward, and then we end up being destroyed from the inside largely. And I think that that is what happened to all that pride that, you know, we know about, but our kids don't know nothing about. You know what I mean? Um, it's it, it's people in the music industry selling us out with all this raunchy stuff. No other genre of music is so full of filth. Nothing but guns and pussy. You know, it's all they be talking about these days. um as opposed to, you know, the other genres of music, you get a little bit more lyrically, even though we don't tend to like the sound of it as much. But you know, I've seen like a recent interview with, oh gosh, I think it was NBA young boy, whatever his name is. He was saying, you know, like, I've made millions, but like I really got young kids out here saying these things. Like, you know, he was saying like I sold out for money, and he was coming to that realization of what the music industry is, how it works, and how he's played a part in it. So I was like, okay, well, shout out to him for realizing it. But there are people way older than him that must have come to that realization at some point, but they still continue to put the filth out. You know what I mean?
The music, like you said, the music is a distraction, and the videos pull them in. by the pearls, snatch him up by the neck. Because then you see the videos, you see the BBLs, you see the lace front all the way down to the butt, and then you see the clothes, and you see the designer. And unfortunately, we know a lot of Black men out here that will go and spend $600 on pants and wear them for a whole week, and then they can stand up in the corner on their own, but won't put that into Robinhood or crypto or buy some stocks and go to school. And it's all a distraction to keep us at the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, like my son buys stocks. He shocked the heck out of me because he been making some money too. With
And it's not hard. Like it's not if it's not hard to do anything. You just have to want to do it. You have to want to get up and run and lose the weight and read the books and go and buy the house and learn how to fix it. Like you have to want to do it because not because oh you have to, but because it's going to fulfill my life. And you'll never know who you might run into and you'll be able to help them. But in our community, there is a lot of competition. We can't live in a multi-generational house like other communities and know that, oh, well, the grandma and the aunties is here. They watching the kids while the men go work on this company that they got, cut grass, build a house, and then the women are over here doing that. We can't live in houses like that without arguing with each other on who gonna pay this bill, who gonna pay that, and somebody eating up all of this, and then it's all broken down. And then people moving out. And then you're struggling even more when you could have been together as a collective building. We can't live like that. Not a lot of us.
I was just talking to my son about that because he's studying computer engineering. And, we were discussing everything going on with Elon Musk and him bringing in the Indians to take these jobs and stuff like that. Right. So, I was like, what do you think about that? Because the advantage to Elon is they're willing to work for less. And the advantage to them is culturally, they can live 10 in a house and save that money. You know what I mean? So, so the rent that I have to pay, they only have to pay a fraction of it, as opposed to I got to pay 100% of it. So I don't have as much money to put aside to save. So your generation, I think, you and your friends would probably in this generation, if you don't stay home with me, are going to have to learn how to pool your money together just so you can get ahead because everything's so doggone expensive now. So, we're just talking about stuff like that. I'd love to hear his young thoughts on things. Sometimes he didn't really have any thoughts. He just was listening to what I had to say and kind of mulling it over. But
I think it's going to also take, like, in terms of getting back there, because I was continuing to think about that question, how do we get back there? It really does go back to what we kind of been saying the whole conversation. It's going to have to start with the youth, and it's going to have to start with another layer of Black parents who become very serious about Black youth education, directing them away from the culture, being willing not to be the cool parent or be the trendy parent, but actually parent with an intentionality and awareness of what the Black community needs and being intentional about bringing Black kids into the world to fill those needs. Like, I'm going to bring lawyers and doctors into this world, and I'm going to set their lifestyle up to support that. I think a lot of what's happening with why some of these holes, I think to Jessica or to Ruma's point, are like in the community in terms of like, where are our doctors? Where are our politicians? Where are our social workers? Where are our blah, 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 is the fact that we're not literally intentionally curating and creating those individuals. We are like, the question has to start at a very basic fundamental level. For one, are we even intentionally co-creating, or is that just a byproduct of fucking, or the byproduct of being in love and wanting to start a family? But are you actually being intentional about what type of child you want to bring into this world in terms of what you want their contribution to be? What like,
Right.
it has to start right there about intentionality when it comes to procreating and intentionally, because that's really what the Asian Americans are doing. Like, they have a vision. They
Right.
know where they know what the wealth is connected to, what careers the wealth is connected to, what careers will elevate them in power socially, politically, economically, and then they double down on the lifestyle and the disciplines. And it
Yep,
starts as
that's
the children. Mm-hmm.
They become
what I
helicopter
was going to
parents.
say. That's what I was
And
going to say. I talked to one of my old coworkers, right? And they're Indian, and I wanted to know how do they influence their children. Now, everyone in his family, out of he has 10 siblings. Everyone, with the exception of him, are physicians. I wanted to know how do they influence their children to go into the medical field. And you know what he said to me?
What?
In their country, where his particular country, like how everything is publicized here on the TV, on through the radio, whatever, their source of advertisement, how everything is entertainment for us. That's how they do in their country when it comes to
Yes.
anything in the medical industry.
Yes.
So that is like, this is the influence. Like, they program.
Yes.
The same thing that we do here. It's just that they program us to go into entertainment. Whatever that is for the entertainment. That's what's oversaturated in our TVs, in our media spaces.
I've heard
And
that same thing about the Asian algorithm for TikTok. Like, their
yeah.
TikTok is all educational stuff. It's not all this entertainment shit.
And so I said, I had that conversation because I wanted to know how being so open minded and allowing my children to be free thinkers, I've tried to influence them without making them feel like they have to do what I want them to do. To go into certain industries, consider doing this as, try this at least once you get out of high school, go to college, whatever you want to do, but try this for me for like the first year or two. If you don't like it, you can go finally chase your dreams, et cetera, et cetera. And try not to put the pressure on them to be what I want them to be. And it was really shocking when he said, you're competing with media. Unfortunately, unless you don't have any TVs in your home, no electronics, no phones, no laptops, no computers, they have no access to that. If they have access to those things, you're not going to win. Because it's oversaturated to basically manipulate. I'm gonna use the word, he didn't say manipulate, but to manipulate. He said that's like everything. He said that's why, America, like we went, the conversation, because we have it all the time. We went down that rabbit hole of how we're programmed, basically. And so I was like, dang, it's really crazy. So he was telling me how one of our other coworkers, well, these are my former coworkers, how one of them decided to move to his country, but this particular town in his country, after visiting, so that she was going to get married. She wound up not getting married, but she has a child, and she had her child over there and everything, so that her child could be brought up in a better environment. The cost of living, like, she's basically like darn near a millionaire. She still works here in the States, but she does everything, what you call it, virtually.
Yeah.
She's still an American citizen, but she's living over there. And living similar to like Nosy. And living a whole better life, and her child is having a better life experience overall because of the values and things they have over there. And I honestly, I said, dang, as a parent, because we don't think about it. We just don't. We don't think, even for us that sit out and that plan, for those that planned it, You don't think that far. You don't think that deep into what you're bringing into your child into being here in this country, all that is entails and things of that nature. You just don't think that deep. You may think about it, but you don't think that deep. Like, oh, should I possibly want to go to another country? Like what obstacles other than the basic obvious obstacles we're going to face day to day. We just don't think that deep. Like there are better options than this. And I just think it sucks because I know we need more doctors. I know we need more attorneys. Not just the obvious things, but I know we need more of everything in our community. We lack.
Educators, whole nine, yeah.
Mhm.
Architects, we need a lot more businessmen. Like we need owners,
Yeah.
like we need.
That's what I tell mine. Like, I don't let him think, oh, you're getting an education just to go out here and get a job. No, you need to be a creator of jobs, you know. So, I really sing that to him, even while he's getting his education, with plans to, he's going to start out with a job, but for the
Yeah.
purpose of learning how
The
things
end goal, yeah.
Yeah.
Like you want to be creating careers.
You want to be creating careers and, have a goal of creating jobs for other people. So, hopefully people that look like you, because everybody else don't mind hiring those that look like them, but we got to get that mindset back, you know what I mean? And it's you just got to continue to have these conversations with the youth because they're very open. Like my son be
And I
so
think we gotta
happy.
evangelize Fuzz. I think we gotta evangelize the reality to the community, almost like on some Jehovah's Witness shit. Like I think it's honestly time for Black people to go door to door, get out there in the streets to community organize and to present the data, because I think we have enough data going on as it relates to statistics of all kinds that in and of themselves are strong enough to raise an awareness and to kind of alarm our people. I think we just need the facts shoved in our face. I think we just need to become very aware of the facts. I think that a lot of Black folk are still living in la la land, and and kind of like we kind of like see the end results of the problems, but we don't really know that there's like a real metric and a real epidemic and breakdown and collateral damage that's happening across the board when it comes to Black folk, when it comes to Black health, when it comes to mental health, when it comes to our dietary, when it comes to our economics, when it comes to romantic, interpersonal, when it comes to all of these things. Like there's data behind all of this shit now, and it's so scary, it's so overwhelming that it in and of itself creates an urgency and kind of a sense of like, oh my God, like I actually have to like be sober behind the will of my life. I have to be sober behind the will of my decisions. Like there's things really happening to us, and then the fact that all of that is just exacerbated by the fact that we have external enemies is even fucking nuts. We really cannot afford to be asleep, and we do need to see America not right now as a home, but as a jungle. Like we are butt naked in the wilderness, and there are lions, tigers, and bears all around us. And
I'm sorry. Would anybody be interested in doing like us planning something behind the scenes to host or do something like a teen summit almost? Because I know we do we genuinely, this panel is genuinely geared towards the adults. But I would really, really love to talk to some teens and get their perspective. Like I know I talk to minds and stuff like that and the people that I know, but I would really, really love to engage, have a panel possibly, even if I have to go live on, on YouTube, I would really like to
So you do want to
have a
do it
panel with
virtual?
the young people. Hmm?
You want to do it virtually, like online? Okay.
I do.
That
I
sounds
do.
fun. That's a dope idea.
I do.
And what would
Because
it
I
be
would.
around?
Huh?
And what would it?
Um,
Mhm.
like the things that we're discussing now, like, of course we can, if you want to just get a main topic and start there, that's fine. But the conversations that we're having, like right now, any of it,
Mm-hmm.
I would just like to hear their voices in
Yeah.
these conversations. Like I definitely encourage all of us to do it offline anyway. We should be doing this period, whether you have little kids, teenagers, young adults. Like, we should be having these conversations anyway. But I think that it's important because, like I was sharing, like with my oldest, he's becoming withdrawn. So I have to, do a whole bunch of acrobats
Yeah.
to get him to really open up and engage. So usually that involves me bringing in a friend of his or someone else to get them to conversate, then he'll join in or something. But I know that they're so influenced by their own peers that it will allow them to open up and engage more. And I think we need to hear from them because although we have the experience, we don't necessarily, like I said, when I first came up here, they don't know how to express themselves.
Rumors, would you say your older son is moody? Like his moody.
He's the opposite. He's not really moody. He's
Okay.
very detached. um
Mine did that to me around 15, 16 years old, right?
That's all
mhm.
right.
And I was about to just get ignorant and haul off in his ass because he was really getting on my nerves, not talking, not expressing himself. But instead of me going off because it was like, dude, it's me and you, like, I don't know what the heck your problem is. You better say something. Give me an idea. Well, he didn't know what the problem was either. I happened to get my labs drawn independently. Um, and so I took him the next week to get his drawn, and his vitamin D was like critically low. Vitamin D
Mhm.
is it's an essential mineral that
Yes.
we need. And with darker skin, it's harder for us to get, and especially the way we live now. Um, we don't walk to school long distances. We don't walk anywhere long distances unless we're intentional about it. But you know, he wasn't getting like the outside activity and stuff, at least not for long periods at that time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So those are things I had to change and then go get him vitamin D injections to get his levels up as quickly as possible. That helped a lot. And I tell you,
Mm.
night and day, like I literally was about to haul off in this boy's A, but because we had always been able to talk, I kept feeling like something's wrong. Something's
Mhm.
wrong. This ain't him. Like, you know what I mean? So I would suggest getting his vitamin D level check and see.
Well, yeah, I know it's not any of that. I definitely know that. We've been doing all of that.
Okay.
Been there, done that. He's just going through. I mean, I'm gonna say things have been definitely better since the holidays. Thank goodness. But it's typical teenage adolescent phase. He sees the friends that he has that he was. I'm not gonna say I'm never gonna be like my child. Somebody was what you say, had my son doing this, that, and the third, whatever. No, he just wanted to be a part of the popular crowd, and the popular crowd usually is the ones that have no real parental guidance and supervision. And I have rules, and you're gonna do what I say. But I'm also open, and I've been um, loosening up the leash, allowing him to have certain freedoms and liberties with boundaries and things of that nature. But you know, typical. I don't want to be the one that has to leave the party before 8 o'clock. You know, I want to. They don't have to come home to 12, 1 o'clock. But you're not doing that in my house. You're gonna come in when the street lights come on. You gotta come in because it's dark outside. And unfortunately, we live in the South, and you know we're up Northerners, and I don't trust the South. You know, as peaceful as it can be, I don't trust, you know, what I've known the South to be when it comes to Black young men. You're not going to be walking up and down dirt roads, half lit blocks, walking around with hoodies on and things of that nature. You're just not going to put yourself in a situation, unfortunately, that even though he's innocent, I'm not going to allow you to put yourself in a situation that may not be safe for your well-being. Because the last thing I want to do is have to be standing over a coffin, or even at going to a jail, like a prison, you know, any of that type of stuff. I don't want those type of issues. I don't want that for my child. I don't want that for myself. And so, you know, but things are getting better.
Amen.
You know, I
Yeah, I
understand.
will.
That's the reason why when Conscious asked earlier about how does it feel, like, is there any, like, what did you ask? Was it like fear or whatever the case may be? I too, like Fuzzy, I did not want daughters. I didn't want children, period. My children know this. When I decided to go in and be responsible for my actions, I did not want any daughters. I heard so much about the warnings of if I had children and when I had children, I was going to get the karma that I gave my mama, this and the third. So I just knew having a daughter or daughters was going to be hell, because I was really brainwashed to believe I was hell. And I have since wished that I had daughters, because what I find is I don't think that I don't think I was that much of a headache like my son, like it's really my oldest son. I know a lot of times we put a lot of stigma on the girls. Oh, she's going to be fast. They're going to be the ones that had the babies, this and the third. I'm so afraid because my children have never seen me in a fully functional relationship. They've only seen me interact with their dad. And I've been very politically correct for the most part, you know, as far as relationship, you know, sexual and all of that, romantically, I've been very politically correct in how I presented myself before them. So I've never given them an example. My oldest son, his father he's a whole philandering whore.
Period.
So my oldest son thinks that that is something that he may possibly like, following his father's footsteps. Now, there's times he brags about it, and then there's times that he has actually, not in the last few months, but he's actually had a real conversation with my sister, and took issue to that, like he don't want to be like his father. My fear is that if he continues to go around thinking that behavior is okay, that he will become like his father, have a bunch of children. I'm praying, I'm working every day trying to get that like mindset out of him, because I don't want him to be that way. I just cannot see that. Huh?
No, I was going to say, that's interesting that you know, prefer women, because I have a niece and I cannot overcome like oh shit factor, because my big problem with bringing women into the current state of the world is like I just feel personally that I don't have enough confidence and sense of good men in the world to feel like she's safe, or any woman really is safe. It's like men are just, the bad men of the world are just so bad that it's just like I don't have a confidence in like, oh, you know, like she's gonna, like, if she's heterosexual, so, you know, she's gonna meet a great guy. I can't even say, I don't even know too many women, even grown women now, that are in like that note that are being loved properly and taken care of properly by a man. And I'm just like, oh my God, what is this going to look like in like 16 years? Is the world going to be worse? Are men going to be even more deviated from the proper path, and then it's like SA and misogyny and just like I just don't know how to think of it. I don't know how to just like that. Like my only alternative right now is like I'm just gonna turn her into Laura Croft. She's gonna be Tomb Raider. Like I'm just gonna have
Well, that's what I was gonna say, Conscious. Honest to God, when Fuzzy was talking, that's why I said, is she sure that she and I are not related? I always looked at the men in my family and saw a bunch of bitches. The women in my family were very much woman king. Very like even though I went through my own, uh traumas, the abuse, all of that, right? I never was in fear. It is so strange how I never was scared. I never was in fear. There was always a fighter, a warrior in me. I never, ever, ever felt threatened. I don't even in my like the abuse. There was never in my life a time where I felt like, oh my God, this is it. Oh my God, I'm being hurt. Oh my, like none. There was just always an instant fight in me. Always like a defiance in me. So I feel like,
But see,
although
like,
I
and
was
that's the part that I don't doubt. My issue is like you live in a world that I know requires a fight, like not trusting the environment that women are in generally in this system, like not trusting everybody else,
right.
like that is and because of women, I don't. It's just like I just need the world to be better. Like I just want we. I hate that this world is so scary. I hate that it's so stupid. I hate that it's so violent. It's so bizarre. It's so weird. I hate the trafficking, the human trafficking, the child trafficking. I hate all of the bullying. It's just like too much
It's too
bullshit.
violent. It's too
Yeah,
dark. It's too
it's so
heavy.
much going
Ain't enough
on.
sunshine and rainbows. No, I listen. I totally get it, and it is, that as you're speaking, right, there is a part of me that I have shared this with people because I'm now, even though it may not sound like it, I am very much in my soft era phase. Like I've been in this phase for the last maybe 2 years. I'm getting softer and more relaxed, even though with all that's going on in this world, I don't feel the fight in me anymore.
Yeah,
I just don't. I can pick and choose my battles, and most of the time I choose peace
yeah,
because I don't see anything. I don't put myself in situations, environments that will cause me to be on a defense,
Yeah.
and I feel good about that. There's a part of me that feels like, damn, I have to seclude myself in order to find this, but I'm glad about because I'm really every time I step outside my door and just even head towards environments that I think, lively environments, things of that nature, there's always this like sixth sense that tells me to turn my ass back around and go back in the house. And every time I do that, I go on social media or I get on the phone with someone and I'm hearing about something that happened. And I'm like, thank the heavens, whatever that was, the discernment. Thank God I listened to that inner being in me. And I turned around because there was definitely danger. And it didn't have to be nothing, life threatening, but there was definitely something that was going to disturb my peace.
yeah,
And it sucks though to have to live in a world where in order for you to survive, just to survive to the next day, that you have to have a fighting spirit and energy. It does, because that's like you always say, battle fatigue. That sucks.
yeah,
But I'm confident in if I would have had daughters, they would have been able to do it. I'm not saying I don't think my sons can do it. My youngest son, I don't really have that much of a concern about him. He's such an introvert. And I see more and more every day that he's more like me as he's getting older. However, my oldest son, y'all, I just question him. And I say the only thing I can say is you just do your part. You just do your part. And that's all you can do. When you know that you've done all you can do, you can throw your hands up. The rest is on him. The rest is on him. And that's the only good thing that gives me some peace. Because I know that I have done and I am doing my part.
it sounds like you are afraid, despite doing your part, that he seems to be.
I just
That's
think
what
he's
I'm.
going to be the one that has to learn the hard way. I'm not gonna, and I don't want to speak that like I'm just not giving up on him or anything like that. To a large degree, I was like that at some point in my teenage years. I just had to, like, no matter what, I was the kid that, or the young person that, they said don't touch the fire, it's gonna burn you. I just had to. I had to get as close as I could. And I might have just got a little scorch and not completely burnt, but I had to feel the sting or burn or something. That's him. That's him. But he may surprise me and be the opposite because, like Fuzzy said, my son too, he told me. He said, I don't know why I'm like this. I don't know. I'm trying to find myself. So I'm taking him at his word. I have opened up to him and his possibility. I'm doing things with him that he, like, allowing him to choose certain things he wants to do. And by me doing that, I'm gonna tell you, because I've always found the way to. It's just a compromise. By me doing that with him, I think is rebuilding some type of trust that he may have lost with me, feeling like I'm not allowing him to have a voice.
That's what I'm about to ask you. Why does his personality have to fit this idea that you have of him? You know what I mean? Because it almost sounds like he is extroverted and he expresses himself differently, or he desires to express himself differently than the way you would like to see him present.
He just did a 360. He was one way and
Mm-hmm.
this did a whole 360, and I understood that he went from being a whole mama's boy, overly communicative, overly what you call affectionate and things of that nature, to
Okay.
completely withdrawn, completely turned, like, shut down and things of that nature. But what I'm understanding from talking to some of the men in my life, talking to my therapists and things of that nature, family therapists, that is usually what happens, like, with anyone that's going through a transition in their life, especially a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
They can't give you answers to things that they don't know, they're not aware of. Like, he's like, when he said, I'm finding myself, I don't know why I'm doing this, I'm going through something, I'm trying to find myself. It wasn't that he was intentionally trying to be a rebel, trying, be contrary, just that he was going through changes and he's trying to find himself. And with all these explorations, he just don't know. Like I said, they don't know how to communicate, don't know how to express themselves.
I think that it's important to consider what Fuzzy is also saying about making sure that we don't determine what their personality is, even if they kind of hold a position for a while. Especially when they're growing and they are in that intermediary state.
Yeah.
Where they are just becoming and figuring things out, and we all went through crazy teenage phases and identities and figuring out all of that. I think it's also important for parents to not stress themselves out too much, even though I understand why parents do, because it's just innate to be concerned and to just be concerned in that way, and to kind of look at the teenage phase a lot like this is a second toddler, like this is a second toddler stage, and kind of look at the teenage journey like we do toddlers when they are like just kind of trying to find the equilibrium, and they're touching everything and they getting into everything, and it's just kind of an adult or a young person's way of learning their self and their environment all over again, because puberty launches forth another kind of sense of self. So it is almost like becoming another version of self.
I do
Right.
think
And
16
you may
is that
return back,
age.
and you may return back to what you were, but you
Before. I definitely know it ain't the end all to be all. This ain't the final, like, absolutely not. Like, because we're all evolved. I'm very clear on that. And that's why, me and you talking back, and I've definitely, like, I'm so much more lackluster with it or whatever. I had my mind is other places. Now I'm having a conversation with y'all, but my mind and my days be spent in engaged with other things that I don't, but I keep my eyes open so
Right.
that, I know what's going on and I'm aware, but there's not a lot of pressure. Now, in the beginning of it, I was stressing. I became a helicopter mom because what the hell is going on? This was not the norm. And then, like I said, after talking to the men in my life and the professionals and things of that nature, and then I had to look back at myself, and it's so weird. I don't know about no one else's experience. I don't recall how I felt when I was transitioning in my teenage years. I was just living.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? And that may be the case. Like I don't know. I do or I have tried to get him. Let me correct myself. I have tried to get him to express and tell me like what does it feel like and things of that nature. And then once he said he couldn't explain it, he doesn't know. I couldn't really be upset about that. Like that was a real thing for him. But for me, when I reflected back, was given the assignment to reflect back, I don't have an idea about what that experience was like for me.
Shit, I
To
do.
I know
say,
one thing. My
I think
mama
it's
didn't give a
different for
care what
teen
I was.
boys and girls.
I'm
huh?
sorry, Jessica.
Oh no, I was saying like I think it's different for teen boys and girls. Like I kind of like I knew where I wanted to go, what I wanted to do, and I guess I'm a Renaissance person. I'm good at many things. But I remember for one
Mm-hmm.
example, I told my grandmother because I paint and I draw, and I was like, oh, like I want to move to Paris and draw and do this and that. And remember, I said like she had been assaulted. The first thing that popped in her mind was you're going to move, you're going to meet this guy, you're going to get pregnant, he's going to leave. And I felt like that was discouraging. But when I got older and I figured out what happened to her, she made a move. She got hurt. So I guess with moving forward with my daughter, I try to keep her in as many things as possible. Like she's in swim, she's in dance. I want to save up more money and get her into horseback riding because I don't want to discourage anything. Like I said, if you want to go get shot out of a cannonball, like from the circus, I'm gonna do that for you, and just try to not distinguish anything. And maybe I guess since they always say boys are different than girls, maybe he already kind of knows who he wants to be, but it's like he's still like tumbling through it. Like we see as women with like 4 sidewalk squares in front of us, and they see barely the line in front of them.
So I do
Mm-hmm.
recall my son went through something similar around 16, and like I said, I got made sure his health was good. Once that was tightened up, he did. He was better. And any other like withdrawing or pulling away, I would keep my eye on. And I even came up with a term. I was like, "Oh, okay, you teenaging today?" And he would be like, "Yeah." Just meaning I don't want to talk right now. Everything's good. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't let that go on for too long. But I mean, not talking is a form of expression as well. Perhaps if you present a journal so that he has something where he feels safe to write his thoughts out, he'd be able to express them orally because he's had time to process them um a bit. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, he uses his he does have outlets. He uses his musical talents and skills, child. Whew.
mhm.
I'll be just like, oh my
At
God,
16,
like
I'm gonna be honest. At 16, as a young boy, you are just trying to figure out how to be cool. Like you really don't give a fuck about your parents. It ain't really about them no more. It's about like now your own social environment
Yeah.
and the peers that you actually think are important because those are the ones who determine a lot for you, unlike your parents. Like you spend the bulk of your time with your peers, especially when you are in public school or even if you're private school, aside from like being homeschool, and you're just really trying to understand the complexity of being a young person in this like immature social environment with your peers, which is like very lopsided and stupid and clicky, and there's this power dynamic, and usually boys are trying to fixate it on how to be that guy in that system.
And you can't be that guy all up under mama.
No.
That's what my son eventually
And
told me.
mama can't teach you how. I mean, mama
No.
can't really make you that guy because you already that guy to your mama. It's like, how do I be that guy to these girls, and
To
how
the
do I
public.
be that guy to these dudes? Like,
Now let me make something clear. I don't want this. I had to tell my sister this because me and her are the opposite in that way. I don't want my child up under me. I want him to go. I want him to be out and be a social butterfly. I just want to make sure I know.
you just want
I
him to
want him to
be
be
good. You
responsible.
want him to be
I just
well.
want him. Yeah. I just need to know where you're at and the people that you're surrounding yourself with. That's all I need to know. You understand what I'm saying? Like, go. Like, I don't need, because I feel like you
And
handicap your
that's
children
another
when you do
part of the
that.
secrecy too, right? Is that like the reason I can't talk to mommy and daddy about my friends and the people that I'm interested in is because when I'm after being cool and I'm after trying to figure out how to like be in a position of power, I'm usually competing with bad behaving people.
Right.
I'm usually
Right.
competing with bad behaving peers. So,
But you know what? Can I tell you something? And I shared this with them. I say, what is interesting is, I said, I had people in my life. I would, let's be transparent for a moment. I was the peer pressurer. You understand? Like, I say, I've even had my cousins, like friends, family friends, like talk to him. Like, I'm like, I didn't come from, I wasn't, I didn't have the policing of, I don't want you to hang with this person because they're the bad influence. It was very much, I know y'all all doing something y'all got a business doing. And I would be honest and say no, not to their friends, to my parents. I would be honest and say, no, 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 no. They don't want to do nothing. It's me. They don't want to drink. They don't want to try nothing. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. It be me. And everybody used to just look at me and shake my butt. And it was so weird because my mom worked at the school. So everybody thought, which is weird. It's almost like I was a preacher's kid too. Like, people be thinking like, oh my God, that's the preacher's child. But there's always the stigma. The preacher kids, the PK kids be the worst kids, right? And then it was like, okay, my mom worked in the school. She was a teacher and everything. And everybody thought, oh, okay, she's going to be the good one. But I was really the peer pressurer.
Yeah.
So I don't have the issue of, like, I know he's probably already tried to smoke, right? He's probably already tried to drink. Ain't nobody foolish.
I already lost
I'm
his
just
virginity.
Yeah, I'm like, and I've said this to him. I just want you to be responsible. You kids be outside too. Again, I know because I've been there, done it. Y'all be outside, probably drinking or smoking, and you think that there's never going to be a time that the law is never going to drive by, or someone is not going to call y'all idiots. And all I'm asking is for you to be a little bit more responsible. And I mean, but then I say to myself, what do I expect? He's 15. He's about to be 16. When I was 15 and 16, I had a little bit more common sense. But still, in all, I was doing things that I had no business doing. I was reckless. So I don't over police the situations too much anymore to that extent because I don't have time. I have other things, like I said, other things going on to be really sitting around. I just ask them like, just be smart about it. And then, like I said, things have gotten better and I feel good about it and I'm gonna keep doing it. And I don't think this is gonna last forever. Everything is a
No.
phase. Hell, by the time he turned 18, even though he will be legally by law an adult, I will probably be stressing about something else that he's into. That's the one thing about being a parent though, no matter what, I don't care how good our children are going to be or whatever, like you're going to always, it's going to be something always for you to be concerned about when it comes to your children. It just is. So
he also has the makings of leadership too. Typically, like a lot of leaders, they have to end up being a lot of things they not in order to understand who exactly they are. And they go through kind of these transmutations. The teenage era for a lot of girls and boys generally, it's just a very insecure time. it's just it's a time of strong insecurity. It's a time of really a lot of self reckoning, and yeah, it's a very interesting time, because as a teenager, whoo, baby, we was off the chain. We was just the baddest bitches in town, and it was just all about striving toward peer acceptance and striving toward kind of being seen as alpha, even if not in your presentation, but like in your energy. And just kind of surviving the teenage jungles because it's just very interesting being a teenager. You see a lot of diversity. You see, because it is very cliquey, you start doing a lot of math on kind of like who's valuable in these spaces and who's not, because teenagers are very clear about mistreatment and honoring. Like when they don't like a type of personality, it is utterly rejected unapologetically. And those personality types that are not a part of the like acceptance, that are not socially acceptable, are strongly pushed against. Like it's not even no middle ground when it comes to teenagers. So you're learning like social power, social dynamics, all those observations go on as a teenager, and you determining how to not be eaten, how to not be unchosen, and it's just a lot. Like your brain and your soul, as we all know, it just does a lot. I don't even know how I made it through my teenage cycle, because really me and my friends here, I mean, well, we just spent most of our journey just being like dumb niggas, and everything was always about having to prove yourself. Other kids always make you prove yourself. You always have to like show up. You always have to perform. You always have to, once again, come out a winner, as a lot of, and that can also lead to a lot of depression if you don't have that type of stride in you too. Like constantly not having to be eaten, sometimes this will result in you just laying down and being eaten, like, because it's just some people just don't have it in them. And I think a lot of teenagers fall into depression because of that, because it does require, you feel pressure to have to be seen as acceptable and okay, and the rules of engagement are just literally so dumb. The things that can make you uncool are so stupid. The things that can make you cool are so stupid. Like, it's such a stupid time. So yes, that's why parents can't afford to over dramatize it. The kids are already gonna be dramatic enough and melodramatic enough about the period, because it's just such a stupid time in your little growth spurt. So yes, like it is best that parents kind of like pray.
And we have to remind them that.
Yes, pray for the teenager and just try not to further complicate it, because it's just going to be a goofy ass period of time.
Somebody give me a time capsule so I can go back. The hell, I would love to go back to my teenage years.
We just got to.
Do you trust your son?
Do I trust my son? Yeah.
You do? Okay. That's really important.
Yeah, one thing about it is that even though he's withdrawn, right? Even though he's withdrawn, my kids are still very transparent with me. He'll have his moments, and he's very like transparent. Like that's the one thing I can say. Like it comes off like very nonchalant, like, and I just be like, do you hear yourself? Like you speak with such ease, such like no type of like, I don't want him to be afraid, but like no type of cautiousness, no type of like, maybe I shouldn't say this word. He's just very open, like me, very open in that essence, but it's just like on his timetable when he feels it or whatever. And I'm wondering, is that like, because he's a Gemini, right? Not to bring, astrology, zodiac, all that. But I'm wondering if it's,
that explains a lot.
he's a Gemini. So I'm wondering, because I've never really had no real experiences with Gemini, right? And I'm wondering, like, is this like something that like it's like a dual personality almost?
Yes,
He goes
a Gemini, yes.
Yeah, it goes from one extreme. It's always an extreme though. So either he's completely closed off to the extreme, or the next minute he's just completely oversharing.
That's totally the Gemini.
Yeah,
they literally are like two people. So
But
you
I'm
have
just
hot
getting
and
more of,
cold. You
yeah,
got light
right now
and
I'm just getting
dark.
more of the
Of the dark.
extrovert, like, you know what I'm saying, the you know, the extreme of not talking. But once he do talk, it's too much.
Yeah, that makes a lot of
It
sense.
be too much, and I be just like, and that's why I'm saying it's not that I don't trust him or anything like that. I definitely trust him. I know he's not going to, especially the things that really really matter the most. He's not going to lie to me. Um, but he will withhold until he's ready to share, and then it just be like, okay, when he shares with me, like I said about the being like his father and all of that type of stuff, it really is alarming because his father is a he's a philandering whore. He is.
Which
And I'm like,
And so
that's not cool.
is that his way of admitting that he feels like he may be hypersexual to some degree? Because why would he be afraid? Like what's making him afraid of that himself?
He's like, it's always an issue. Like, Ma, okay, the girls, they're arguing. This one posted me, that one posted me, this one posted our text messages, this one third. It's a problem. Like, it's like they're about to fight. They want to meet up. They wanted to, like, and it's always like, you know, young people drama stuff or whatever.
Mhm.
And I'm like, you know, that's it, Matt. Just stop. You shouldn't be like. First of all, you're too young to be in a relationship with anybody. So I would prefer for you to have a lot of female friends. But it's nothing to be playing with people's feelings, emotions, misleading them. Be honest with everybody, yada yada yada. But I'm like, it should never be a thing where you're having multiple friends. Now, half of these people he ain't even seeing because you know these young people today, they meet people on social media and swear that this it'd be weird. But anyway, so it's not a sexual thing, but just the mindset of it's okay to have 4 or 5 different females you're talking to and you're telling them all the same thing. You're my girlfriend, I love you, I like you, let's meet up. You know, it's very whorish, like his father does things like that and deals with multiple women. The only
That's
difference
probably
is it's
where
sexual.
you and Dad have to come in to
Man,
help.
I told you this before on the back end. I told you I talked to they think that's cute. That's the problem I have with a lot of males when it comes to
No, because he's showing through like what he's co-created that he doesn't have any structure to his date to dating. He kind of doesn't know what he's doing. He just know he has feelings, and everybody who shows up is interesting to him, and then that creates chaos. Because, like you said, he's saying the same thing to all these girls, and he's giving them all their shot, and then they discover each other, and then it creates confusion, and all of that really just shows that he just isn't really. He doesn't have a lot of structure to his.
Does he
he
have?
doesn't. I remember I said early on, lady. I remember when I told y'all that I have never set the example. They doesn't date. He hasn't learned any of this stuff from me. He's learned, and it's unfortunate that he's learned it from his father. I've talked to his father and asked him to have a conversation because I have the conversations myself, but I know he'll listen to his father when it comes to that because for them, well, not them, for him specifically, he feels like I'm inexperienced. Although I have children, clearly I've had relationships, right, of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
He still feels like I'm inexperienced because they haven't seen me in a relationship. I've been very,
Do you
intentional
have
about that.
anybody else around? Because like my son saw me dating, but not like in a relationship outside of his father, right? Um,
Hmm.
but I had my best friend that I could send him to in the summer and Christmas breaks and things like that to put him around like a household with a man in it and a woman and the
The
children.
Fuzzy, the unfortunate thing, I'm going to be very honest, and I tell them all this to this day.
Mm-hmm.
Every relationship they've seen up close and personal for long periods of time to have an influence on them, all the men have been whores and been openly whorish, okay? Cheating philanderers, where they didn't care, don't have no respect for the women, none of that, and everybody just accepted either it's not talked about or whatever, just, ghetto-ness. And I've really like despise the men in my life, in our family, and outside of I despise them for setting that type of tone. It is like weird how they celebrate being a whore.
I do think that makes a big difference. A huge difference, because
And
he
so
never gonna see anything wrong. He's gonna see
so the
everything
ones that
right.
do, they've always been clowned. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
oh, you's a sucker, da 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 da, like stuff like that. And of course, the women, we're gonna echo and champion those. But again, it's like the influence of the majorities versus the minority.
Yeah, men are very communal. They want the approval of each other. I've realized that. That's why it's very important to get a man. Like, if that's the example and that's the thing that is really bugging you, because you know what it leads to, you've experienced,
Hmm.
then you got to get him around somebody.
That's why I was reaching out to the ones that I do know that have, like, they may not be perfect, but they have
Yeah, not perfect.
a way better, what I mean, like, they got their own issues, but they have a better performance. I'll say, use the word performance. They have a better image as far as relationships, more healthier image than the ones that that they were around or whatever. Like, and that's part of the reason, another reason too, not solely, but that was part of the contributing factor of me secluding me and my children from a lot of the male relatives in our family, because, like, the influence that they should have had in a positive way, they didn't want to share that. They wanted to just be like, it's weird. Like, it's cute. I thought when my oldest, I remember, I don't know if I shared this before, but I remember he was 9 years old the first time he saw porn that I recall, that I know of. um and it was something that popped up before they started enforcing the parental control on YouTube. He
Hmm.
was watching some cartoon, and then it had a link or whatever. Because I went through the history, because his my youngest nephew came to me and was like, to call my son name. It was like, he watching nasty stuff. And I went and I couldn't believe that, because this was a laptop that we got through the school at the time. I could not believe that it was allowing. I thought they had, like, you know what I'm saying, restrictions,
Yeah.
and it didn't, right? And so I go through the history to find out, et cetera, et cetera. And I remembered I called several men in our family to have a conversation. And you know what they all was celebrating? Oh, like saying to me and celebrating at the same time, like, that's okay, that's good, that's good. At least he wasn't watching, it wasn't gay, that's good. He, what else you want him to look at it? Say that's all right. He coming to age and stuff. And I'm like, no, I thought it was inappropriate. I said, if that was a girl, if I had a daughter, you guys would be outraged. But
Right.
because it's a boy, you're celebrating it, and you want me to feel like, oh, because it's heterosexual, and that means that I didn't care what it was. It was inappropriate.
But
And I wanted him to have the reassurance of, I wanted someone to support me and say to him, you're too young for that. And
they're
I
over
didn't get that.
they're over sexualizing our community. Like when the little girls start to develop, oh, you acting fast. But when the little boy doing stuff like that, oh, it's
It's a
okay.
double standard.
It's a chest
Hmm.
photo. Like, no, it's still bad. Like, no.
His father said to me, I reached out to him because I barely talked to him, but I reached out to him and he said to me, oh, that's a part of growing up. And I said, that may be, but he still needs to have a conversation. I've had the conversation. Now it's your turn to have the conversation with him. And I'll never forget, 2 weeks after that, I drove all the way to New Jersey from North Carolina. I'll never forget, this was for Christmas. I drove 2 weeks later up to New Jersey, just so he can have. It wasn't planned for me to go up to Jersey. I did that so he was going on vacation, to break. I say, you need to go spend time with your father and let your father have this conversation, things of that nature, whatever, whatever. And he never had the conversation with my son.
Wow. I mean, it don't sound like your ex really even have it in himself to have that conversation. Not from your standpoint. He can tell them how to be a player, but you was never going to get what you were trying to get out of that conversation anyways. So,
And I've even had that fuzzy, and y'all, I've had that conversation with him too. Like, do you think that it's okay that your son's walking around here? Like, and I've had my son in person, have this conversation with him. Do you think it's okay that your son is like he may be like you, this and the third, and for like he just dismisses it. Oh, he just talking. He don't know what he's saying, this and the third. And so what I've come to terms with is I can't do his father's job in the sense of trying to guide him, force him, manipulate him, whatever word you want to use. I can't get this man to have the conversation. Like, I just can only, again, do my part. And I just don't really stress over. I'm having the conversations with y'all right now, but I really don't. It's no need for me to like overdo it or overthink it, or, what I mean, stress myself over things that I just don't have no control over. I see the best. I do still try to speak the positivity into him to let him know that you're better than that. I don't claim that for you or whatever. You may see that, but that don't mean you're going to be better than your parents, not just your
Yeah, you
father,
just
your mother
gotta show
too,
her better.
you know.
Girl, even
Give him
even if it's a conversation, if you don't have nobody in your real life, find a damn Hallmark movie, something. I mean, Hallmark might be way too soft for a black boy, but you know what I'm saying. Find something that would give him a view, an inside look on what it's like.
what like the how to treat a woman and things of that nature.
Right,
You
and
mean
to
like dating and stuff like that? Oh yeah, no. Like we've been there, done that. Like that's why I have I do have high expectations. So when I talk about
mhm,
when I was saying about when you asked me do I trust him and things like that, my issue is not that I don't trust him with. I just think that he's gonna have those those moments of he gonna have to learn the hard way. But overall, do I think, because I know I'm raising good, productive
mhm.
human beings.
Yeah, that was my goal
That
from the
don't
very
mean,
beginning.
yeah, that don't mean that he ain't
Uh,
gonna make no mistakes now.
Right, that part.
Unfortunately,
I
I
was like,
hope
I
that,
think that
for
I was
me,
thinking, back to my son when we moved to this city. He's out, he's meeting new friends. He had a few friends in this town, but um, they went out to a house party one night. Well, he gets to the house party and they're smoking weed and pot and stuff, right? So he's with
mm,
more friends that he knows, and everybody else is smoking, getting lifted. He excuses himself and goes outside, calls me, and was like, "Mom, I'm just calling to let you know that there there is weed at this party. I'm not doing anything, but I wanted you to know." And I was like, "Well, son, how do you feel about that? You know, do you feel safe? Do you think you want to do it?" He was like, "No, I don't want to do it." And I said, "Well, are they pressuring you at all to do it?" And he said, "No, ain't nobody pressuring me." I said, "Okay. If you were to be pressured by your peers, what do you think you would do?" He said, "I'm not doing it." He's like, "I don't want to do it." I said, "Oh, okay." So he stayed at the party for a little while, and then he felt like he wanted to leave because he didn't like the smell. He called me to let me know, listen, I'm about to get on the bus because that's our custom. You can go, but let me know where you're at. You know what I mean? Um,
mm-hmm,
I'm on my job. I can't be on my job and worried about you. Let me know where you're at and where you're moving to and from, right? So he decided to go ahead and leave a little bit early. But I was so proud of him and our relationship that he felt safe enough to call me and let me know that that was going on at the party, which big shocker to me. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't shocked that that was going on, but it felt really, really good that he felt safe enough to call me and let me know that that was going on and how he was handling it, and that's why I asked you, do you trust him? See, in the moment, mine called me, but yours may need to get home before he's ready to open up and talk about it. You know, it sounds like you have an amazing kid and y'all have an amazing relationship. I do think that at 16, it's one of them portals that open and there is a separation. I absolutely hated 16 and beyond. Now that he's a little bit older, I've gotten my hugs and snuggles back, but he wasn't even doing that. Like he was so it was such a stark difference in, you know, him wanting to be around mama. And I just had to remind myself, okay, he's a boy. This separation has to happen in order for his natural progression. He has to separate from me in order for him to naturally go to the next phase, which would be you know, women his age. You know what I mean?
Right. You know
So
what? And I'm gonna say this to you guys and ladies, gents, check this out. Honestly, you know they had this saying where they say the firstborn is the one that you like make all the mistakes, you know, go grow up with and things of that nature. It is making it so much easier with my second. I'm not gonna say that I'm not having different experiences, but it's not too much when it comes to my youngest son. But it is definitely helping me with my youngest son. I am so prepared because he's now 13, and although he's very much like the mama's boy out of the two right now, he's actually going through he started his little withdrawal phase. And it's not affecting me like it did with my oldest. Like I feel like I'm like deja vu almost, but I'm familiar with it. So, you know, yeah, that's the good thing. And I'm just hoping that with my youngest that it won't be the opposite where he's going because he's such an introvert. Like he's just the opposite of his brother, and I want him to be extremely sociable. I want him out, not out my house, but outside, and you know, because I just want him to go outside and live his life or
girl,
whatever. But it's the preparation of the
you gotta
oldest.
text him to remind him to call you. You're gonna be like, you two outside. Like
But yeah, but I'm already experiencing him withdrawing, like starting to withdraw, and I'm like I'm embracing, like it's just not. And I say, wow, it's really kind of like I don't know how to done. Here I am suffering with expressing my feelings with that because there's a part of me that feels like, okay, I've been down this road. I'm like, you know, how it feels the beginning phases of it, and it's not affecting me the same way. And I'm like, dang, that sucks because my oldest always I have to always go through these experiences first with him or whatever. And you know, I guess that's what happens when you're older than the other. Like it's just life. But I'm so prepared and ready for it because I don't want to. That was one thing I promised myself. I was not going to coddle my sons like the rest of the men in my family were coddled. Even though all of them are self-efficient, the men in my family, they can all cook, clean, sew, do you know, do the work of a man and a woman, all of that, whatever. But they still were coddled, so they're lazy as hell and don't want to do nothing for themselves. I don't want that for my son, so I've been the opposite in that direction. So that's why I'm like, I want them to go out and live their life or whatever. Because guess what? When they do leave, it is my time again. I've actually sacrificed a lot being a single parent intentionally because they didn't ask to be brought here, and so I will be ready to get back out there into the world and live my life and get to traveling and all of that stuff. You know.
yeah,
So I
that's the
look
thing.
forward to it.
And it's wonderful. But listen, I wanted to bring up another topic, which is, do y'all think we do damage to the psyche of Black boys that grow into Black men by overly talking about uh, the plights against them in the home, so that their psyche is constantly, while they're developing, we're talking about you know, police brutality and how horrible that is, and how, can you imagine if you were a child and you're hearing about that, how terrifying it would be and how that affects your psyche? I was just thinking about that and kind of wanted to know if y'all thought, or have ever thought, like, what is this doing to my child's psyche, and how would you you know, combat that?
I guess it's kind of like it's a double-edged thing because unfortunately, yes, we didn't choose to be born into the race or gender that we were placed in, and the things that are happening to our community, you kind of have to, but you also, I guess, have to go into it without like it's probably levels to it. Like, don't jump immediately into, well, there were hangings and there were times in the period where they ate people because they escaped, but talk to them from a standpoint of, okay, just because you're this gender and this skin tone and well, this race or ethnicity, you may leave the home where we love you to death, but you may go to school and there may be a kid that is raised to think differently of you. Be open-minded to them, be patient with them, and sometimes you could change people. Like, we see it all the time. There's people that meet ex neo-Nazis and that one black person changed them and they're getting the tattoos covered up. Like, we have to teach them tolerance as well, because there's not a lot of tolerance in our community for being different. So telling them about it in layers, most definitely, because some of the schools that I went to, they only will want to talk about slavery and getting here and the trade during February. We're gonna talk about that every day. And I've had some teachers that got in trouble because they wanted to make that a year-round thing. It's not just 1 month. We're gonna talk about it every day, and we're gonna talk about other cultures' issues within them being mistreated and stuff. Like, there's got to be a balance on. We're gonna talk about what people, African Americans, went through here, the Holocaust. We're gonna talk about Asian, the Trail of Tears. We're going to talk about everything, but in layers. And if you don't feel comfortable, then you have all the right to be excused from it. But we have to talk to them about it because, I mean, face it, our black boys are being targeted, and so are our black young women. Like, we got to, but we don't have to go at it real harsh, but we have to.
Well, I don't know, Fuzzy. I don't know what time you came up and what all did you hear. But we were discussing that some of the statistics that Conscious had read. It wasn't about. It was about them, the black male unaliving themselves and things of that nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we got into the conversation about per someone, I think it was Coco in the chat, writing about having to talk and discuss more when they're children, about their emotions and things of that nature. And I was saying that a lot of young people, young men, like dealing with my sons and things of that nature, they don't know how to express themselves, their emotions. They don't have the verbiage, which was strange to me to find out through my own little experiment. They cannot express or explain their emotions. And then it took me into the conversation about having emotional intelligence. And I had sent Conscious a video. I don't know if you saw the video, but it was a video of these young girls. One young girl was 11-year-old, if I'm not mistaken, 11 or 12-year-old, was stopped by the police, wrongfully held under the suspicion of stealing a car or whatever. And her friends stayed with her, and the emotional intelligence that her friends displayed defending her, also in interacting and engaging with the police, was breathtaking. It was inspiring, and it was unfortunate all at the same time, because these were children,
Mm-hmm.
and they were very much aware of knowing that this was unjust. They also expressed that they felt like it was a bit racist, and they were very assertive without being disrespectful, and making sure that they recorded and stood with their friend and stood by their friend. So I understand how it may sound like you can see it as possibly talking to your children about it, when you said, but you asked specifically about the males. speaking to them about it, how people may think that it can be something traumatizing, but unfortunately, because it is something that happens in real life, that you have to prepare them, because you want them to know the possibility of what they may need. Now, they may never have to run into a situation where they go through that and experience it, right?
Right.
But you can't say that they will.
Mm-hmm.
And so the unfortunate is that you have conversations. It's unfortunate that you have to have the conversation, but the fortunate thing is the preventative measures by your conversations that you have with them gives them the awareness of how to properly handle themselves and engaging in a situation that will basically be the difference between them going to jail, possibly being harmed, possibly, or unalive, possibly, to versus coming back home safe. And I think that we live in a climate where the latter is unfortunately just have the conversation. Like we can't continue to live where we think that it's better to not to educate our children and be realistic with them about the climate in the world, the temperature of the world we live in today. We just can't. So
I
I feel like
absolutely.
we're doing we would be doing an injustice by not letting them know.
Yeah, my question is more on the amount, because like, let's say for example, I watch a lot of the crime shows, right? That's just what I do for entertainment when CTV ain't live.
Hmm.
But
Period.
it seems like a lot of people, they just jump straight out the bag and it's automatically racism, and I'm like, no sir, you literally are doing 100 and a 65. That is the reason the cop pulled you over. But they would argue and fight, and now you went from just getting a doggone speeding ticket because you don't know how to handle yourself to having taken in that information so much that you think it's about race, and no accountability for what you did, and now you done turned that thing into a felony. I have seen that happen so many doggone times on these like cop body cam channels and stuff, and I'm like, what the heck is going on here? Like, people would literally just be jumping out the doggone window, completely opposite of those little girls. I saw that first here. um
That's
but like
But I think
completely
that's
opposite.
different though, Fuzzy, because me personally, I'm very clear. When I talk to my sons and even anybody, honestly, I make it very clear. Don't put yourself in a situation. Don't do anything that's going to resemble or give a reason to be stopped by the police. Now,
Right.
if you know that, even if you know that, because we do know there are situations where the people are stopped and they are not within, they're not breaking the law. They haven't done anything criminal. I still feel like there's a right way and a wrong way. Unfortunately, yes, we do see where there are people that are of the same hue as the police that talk to them any kind of way. They sometimes they run them over, drag them down the street,
Yeah.
and they still live to see another day. We know this happens more or less than none, right? However, we don't have that privilege. We don't have that privilege of necessarily always arguing with the police either. And as I stated earlier, there's a right way and a wrong way to do everything when it comes to people. When you're not the one in a position of authority, it is unfortunate because as a human being, you are a civil servant, so they work for you in total reality. But unfortunately, we don't have those privilege enforced for us in this country. So there's a right way and a wrong way for us, unfortunately, to do things. And I'm gonna keep using the word unfortunately because it is unfortunate. It is sad that for those that are innocent, that are wrongfully treated and abused and everything else, it is unfortunate that we gotta cower ourselves down in order to appease their egos.
Right.
And that's why we have to also remind, well, before we send our children out here, we have to get them to understand the difference between the isms. Like, if you get pulled over, don't just automatically say, "Oh, it's racism" or "it's this," because honestly, it could be classism, and like in a lot of different countries, like especially in Europe, we're arguing about racism and they're arguing about classism because they may live in a monarch system where they know where they fall in. And here, just like with those little girls, that car in that police officer's mind was, "Oh, she shouldn't be driving that. That's like a $35,000 car or something." And they put us in this position where you can't earn that because you are black and stuff like that. And we have to let our kids know, when you leave this house with your license, your registration, if you get pulled over, put it out, don't move, turn your video camera on, get badge numbers, call for like another sheriff, a state trooper, do what you have to do to remove yourself from that. Because if somebody did you wrong that pulled you over, as long as you make it out of it alive, we can fight it in court. Because we can't do nothing if we're burying you.
I also want to respond to Fuzzy, because I think that what Fuzzy is asking is if sometimes over emphasizing racism is causing black people to interpret everything as racism, such as if you get pulled over for a ticket, and instead of you acknowledging that you got pulled over because you literally were driving past the speed limit, you just interpret it as, "Oh, this is racist." And I would say to that like all people, you have to definitely be balanced, and first and foremost educating everybody that in this system you're going to be held accountable for what you do wrong. Period. And yes, you will be held accountable. If you do wrong, you'll be arrested, you'll be charged, you'll be given a citation, you will be confronted by the legal system or whatever it is if you do wrong. And that applies across the board. When they holding you accountable for something that you have actually done, it's just called accountability. When they are doing to you something that they don't have to do to you or don't have a right to do to you, that's when you can entertain whether it's racistly motivated or not. But no, not every situation where black people are being held accountable by somebody of authority who happens to be non-black is racially motivated. If you steal out of that damn store, police are going to handle your ass accordingly if they get to arrive on time to hunt your ass down or to confront you. If you are beating on your wife or your girlfriend, or you are fighting in public, and police have to respond to that situation and dismantle that accordingly, you're going to be treated accordingly to what you are doing in that situation. So when they're holding you accountable for what you've actually done, no, it's not racist. But if they are doing something to you they don't have a right to do to you, then yes, you may can entertain then what other situations. And I feel like the black people who make everything racist are just, I don't think it's a matter of them being over educated or over dog piled on about racism. I think that those black people know exactly what the fuck they're doing, and they just want to deflect from their own bad behavior by just blaming it on the white man and blaming it on racism.
We love to want to get one up over, like, we feel like so much is old because of all that has been done as a collective to us. But the reality is what you just said. If it doesn't take away, even if the person is a racist, you still committed a crime. That don't change and negate the fact that you committed a crime. You know what I mean? Like, so if you don't commit the crime, then you don't have to worry about, like, you have a leg to stand on. But when you actually are guilty of doing it, like, I don't care if they are racist, you still did something wrong. So there's accountability, like you say, accountability. But I do notice, because we've seen this throughout history, like, we can use OJ Simpson for instance. People feel like, oh wow, even though he was guilty, right? They feel like he was guilty, or what? Even though the court said he wasn't, they still feel like he was guilty, and they feel like, oh well. There are people that feel that way and still feel like, oh well, because that's one time we got away with it. And I
Yeah,
do think that is quite sad, honestly. Like, I understand, but I still think it's sad. I don't agree with it.
yeah, I understand too. And I know what Black people mean when they, like when we are doing that, but we do have to be careful to like make sure that we are unlike them. We are
Mhm.
upholding like righteousness, and that we are not necessarily looking to have the right to do wrong without accountability, like white people sometimes are treated and given the privilege to do, but that we are looking to have a fair system that equally holds everybody accountable and to the same measure, regardless of skin color, regardless of race, regardless of gender, etc. Um, but we do have to be careful, like not to narrate it as if we are looking to get away with something, or to live in anarchy, or to live in a system that doesn't have a check and balance, but that we just want to make sure that everybody is checked and balanced fairly, that you check them hoes over there just as much as you check these niggas over here, that you check them motherfuckers over there. We just want to make sure that it's a fair check and balance.
Well, CTV, what about like teens or young people or juveniles, kids that are put in a position where you mentioned an example of theft? What if we have kids that have committed theft and been caught because they were just trying to feed brothers and sisters?
I mean, I think that we still have to, I think that we have to deal with those things still accordingly, because what you open up when you take the onus, because I do think it's a two-party issue. Like, you do have a two-party issue in a situation like that. You have the issue of like the role that the system is playing to create a sense of poverty for certain communities or classes of people, and then you have the issue of the person actually committing the crime. I think that we always have to hold people who commit the offenses reasonably accountable for their actions, because if we don't, we open up the idea that you can justify doing wrong to someone based upon your circumstances. So that means that if you just coming out of your house, Jessica, because I'm starving, I get to rob you blind, or I get to run up in your place and rob you for all that you got, or I get to follow you back to your car out of the grocery store and make you hand over your wallet and your keys, and I get to justify that because I'm hungry and I got babies at
Yeah.
home. I got a wife
I
at
never
home.
got to work because I
Yeah,
can
I
go
gotta
rob
eat.
you.
And
Yeah.
so we always gotta hold everybody accountable, but we do also need to look at the system too, and if it's contributing to a situation. And that's where we always put the onus on government and local government, and making sure that we create spaces and opportunities for people to get at least their basic needs met, whether that's through nonprofit organizations, food pantries, food shelters, etc., that we are doing community drives, that we are also like taking it upon ourselves as a community to recognize that there is kind of a particular issue or issues that keep coming up, and what we can do to kind of mitigate a crime by actually just creating a space to assist people in basic needs, whether that's clothing and thrifting our clothing, things we don't use. And there's all type of ways to kind of get involved to kind of help slow down this kind of poverty to prison pipeline situation. I do think that everybody has a role in that, and we shouldn't also just look to like government, but we should look toward community, which used to be like that. Like it used to kind of take a village to raise a village, and kind of a community effort to kind of also clean up our community, to hold each other accountable, to band together, to look out for one another, to kind of So, but yes, I definitely stand by holding folk accountable though, because I don't want somebody thinking they can do something harmful to me or to my loved ones or be destructive in my community just because their personal circumstances may be justifiable.
Yeah. Have you had to deal with that with I don't know if you have nieces and nephews. Have you had to deal with that personally with your nephews or anything?
In terms of them committing crimes?
Well, no, just like being racially profiled or just being out here in the world as a Black individual.
Neither one well, none of the nieces and so my family really hasn't had a big policing problem in general. Like I don't know what it is. Like for some reason, my family just don't have like experiences with like police officers, and we just haven't had those type of experiences. Kind of, like just per generations. I don't remember ever my aunts or uncles ever, talking about these type of experiences, and then my generation of family, like my cousins and stuff, like we don't have these type of experiences. I always tell people I've never experienced like overt racism at all, and the times I have encountered police have always been pleasant. I've never had issues with white people anecdotally. And so that is not something that's like showing up, but in terms of the conversations, like my nieces and nephews that I'm particularly raising, they haven't even hit puberty yet. And I'm right now just instilling in them just being good people and having a sense of humanity and just being kind. And I also have them they have a confident coaches, which is something that I learned from Beyonce and Jay-Z when I learned years ago that they had appointed a confident coach to Blue Ivy, and I thought that was such a brilliant ass idea. I'm just like, oh my god, why the fuck?
I've never heard of that before.
Right, a confident coach, and you can outsource for a coaches it's almost like a mentor program sort of, and they can be of any age, as long as they are at an age where they can actually learn and absorb information. And pretty much confident coaches just help them to build their personal confidence, helps them to have public speaking abilities, help them to have confidence in public, before people, in themselves. And I have found that as a result of my nieces and nephews having access to that it gives them more agency. They are not as susceptible to peer pressure because they have the confidence to not give a fuck about what you think about what they should be doing. Like they have a stronger sense of self, which helps them to kind of like center their own compass. And I'm going to kind of keep them with confident coaches pretty much until they can graduate, honestly, because it's just going to make them stronger and more resilient and make them kind of more self-identified than peer identified. And when that starts very young, which is why I implemented that into their lives, it's just easier once they become teenagers. Once they kind of have like gone without that, and then you insert it, once they're kind of in the eye of the storm, I mean, at that point, it just has a 50-50 chance of benefiting them because they're already kind of swept off of the shoreline by the tsunami of teenage bullshit and peer pressure and all of that dumb shit. But if you can get up in there way before they even get to that level in their social experience, then you have a person who's going into that with already a sense of self versus somebody who has already started being peer identified and then is kind of having to struggle with trying to detach from that in order to identify with a self, which becomes harder because the pressure is already there and has already been set in, and that pathology has already kind of been leaned into. In terms of race, I plan to talk to them once they hit that puberty, and once they have kind of like, once they get to that age where it's like they're going to really start living a life outside of us, like when they're going to be, allowed to not drive, but like when they're just going to be allowed to like kind of have a social life outside of like the family. Because right now their life is basically like schooling us, and we pretty much are like, control everything in the middle. But once they hit puberty, once they hit kind of that 12, 13, and they want to start doing sleepovers with their friends and shit, and they want to meet up at the bowling alley, and they want to do stuff, and they want to go places, and I'll start slowly talking to them about like the nuance of race. But right now they are also getting a big education and just being Black and just being affirmed in their Blackness and understanding who their ancestors were, and understanding Black history, and understand race in the sense of a concept, but not something that is anecdotal, because they don't know what that looked like personally yet. And we don't like expose them right now to like the shit that's in TV and that's in the media, and the deaths of George Floyd and all of that, because it's not, as far as we're concerned, it's not going to show up right now, because we have so much control right now over like just their whereabouts and what they do and who they're around and not around. And so yeah, and when they do become of age, I am just going to teach them what I practice my own self. Like, racism does exist, and you cannot control whether somebody's racist or not. All the more reason why I want you to be cool, calm, and collected, especially when it comes to authority. Never exacerbate anything. Always make sure that you live to tell about it, and that you act in a way that allows you to live to tell about it. That may involve having to put up with some shit in order to live to tell about it. It may require you to be quiet, to comply, even if you feel what's going on is wrong. The racism coupled with the authority that a person has in that situation gives them the right to dictate what takes place, and more than likely whatever they want to happen is going to happen anyway. So don't exacerbate anything to any aftermath. Have them be able to justify what they were manipulative about. You stay the good guy, and you stay compliant, and that is going to be always your best bet as a Black person in this system, is to just be the good guy in the situation and live through it. Live to be able to tell me about it so that we can go and sue the fuck out these motherfucking hoes and get rich as fuck. Live to come home, to get to me and to get to your people so that we can get the proper authorities involved. But just live through it, So my general simple practice, because I think anything else really complicates it, is just to be the good guy, be the good girl, be the good guy, and comply. Just make it almost go into it like as if you are cleaning a toilet. Like, this is a yucky experience, and you just do what you got to do to get the fuck up out of the situation. Like, that's what you want to look at the police as. Like, just do what you have to do to expedite your exit out the situation. So, don't say what you don't have to say. Don't argue what you don't have to argue. Don't be attitudey about what you don't got attitudey about. Realize that there is going to be a difference in the power dynamic, right, wrong, or indifferent. And the easiest, most life-saving thing you can do is attempt to just be as compliant as you can, and everything else will be fine if you can make it out of that situation alive, especially if you're being done wrong in that moment.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want to bid everybody a good night. I enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, same here. This was dope.
Yeah,
I was just about to say the same thing.
This was not supposed to be no motherfucking 7.5 hours. It was supposed to be a fucking 15-minute commentary or a hour-long commentary, if that. And I've been doing so good with like my my like short form content. I'm like, okay, good. My content is like in the 45-minute range. It's in the hour range. I've been feeling so good. And then boop, I done got into this long form spirit again. And especially this damn Twitch. I think it's a Twitch comment. The Twitch commentary have been taking this shit into the corners of the universe.
Yeah.
But you know what? Too, anytime you open up a panel and you bring us up, you know, the crew up is gonna be. It ain't gonna be no 45 minutes. You should know that by now.
Right.
You know, we long winded like you, conscious, and it works. You know.
Because we conversationalists and intellectuals, so you know, we got that extra capacity to like unpack shit, and that's what turns some of our conversations into hours long, because we just be going down the rabbit hole and ripping off the layers of clothing in the dialogue.
Right, right. And listen, considering all that we do take in ingest into our bodies and our minds and spirits, listen, this is good. I'm happy. So, but I just want to tell everybody good night. You know, like I said, I've been in the chat, but it was good partaking.
Yes, I'm glad you hit
It
the
was good
chat,
partaking.
baby. All right, boo.
All right, cool. All right, conscious. Love y'all.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, good night.
Do y'all have any issue with that? Because I have heard the opposite. I heard people, you know, like I've heard the contrary argument of Black folks saying, you know, we shouldn't have to, you know, be, you know, compliant if we're being done wrong. We should stand our ground, and we should, you know, do what's in our rights to do, and etc. And a part of the problem is we comply, and like, how do y'all feel about that argument?
I think it does not work, at least not what I'm seeing. I think you have to survive the immediate moment and then get the law on your side when you're safe, when you're up out of that immediate moment. And then, like, the second part of what I wanted to say about that is I wanted to make sure that I didn't raise my son just thinking he was no type of victim just because he was Black. I told you I had some guilt about him being, you know, me making him Black, you know, intentionally. And I, and because this world is so cruel, and it seemed especially cruel to Black men, I did not want him walking around with like this scarlet letter on inside of himself. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't give a damn what the world look at him and see. I know he's a wonderful person.
Yes.
And I told him the same thing. You get home to me. We can take care of everything else afterwards. You know what I mean? You conduct yourself the way you need to conduct yourself and get home safely to me, right? And we'll deal. But in order to combat him constantly seeing on the news, you know, anti-Blackness, when we would sit down to study like African American history, the history is so horrible. You know, it's like, damn, the current is terrible, the history is terrible. How do you ever overcome? Right. So I would use these stories, let's say, starting with slavery. First of all, nigga, you ain't no slave. Okay. I'm gonna need you to understand real right now and for real, because I think a lot of times people take on the identity. I remember in first grade, literally in school was the first I heard about slavery. We never talked about it in my home, right? So I get to school and I'm seeing pictures of Black skin being whipped with whelps on it. And they're, you know, just telling us this terrible history and seeing people in chains and stuff like that for no other reason than they were Black and they were brought here because they were Black. You know, I'm hearing things like that. And I was so terrified. Like, it literally scared me on the inside. Like, I can now say that my spirit was scarred learning that information, especially in the way that I learned it, where they told all the bad but didn't. And slavery was bad. Like you can't really find no good in it.
Yeah.
Especially American, African American slavery. It's the worst in the world, right? But I just was terrified, and for me to be such a young child learning such complex stuff, and I did not have the safety of my mother there to assure me that you were not a slave. Like I'm thinking I'm black, I'm a slave, because I'm black. I didn't realize yet, because we ain't got to that part, that I'm free now, And sometimes it seems like a lot of black people's mentality is still stuck as if we're slaves, and they have to they have to hold themselves to um, a lower level of being. And I mean being as in how they present to the world, how they be, like, things that they do.
Let me
I
ask you a
am black,
question.
so I can't do this, I can't do that. I hear so many people say stuff like that. Okay, go ahead.
How did you liberate yourself as a woman?
Um,
Beyond the ideas of patriarchy, of the pressure to be sexy in the way that the system tells you to be sexy, or how did you break free from all of the characteristics projected on you and expected of you, and transitioned into who you believed you actually are versus who they tried to make you to be?
A lot of it, unfortunately, I did buy into for a time.
Yes.
And how I liberated myself was that little bit of fight, that in the little girl in me, that I would stand up to my mom. She's my first authority, and I would stand up to her because I was so irate. Like, this is not right. You having me to do the cleaning while they're outside playing. I want to play too. You know what I mean? And for no other reason than
Your audio went out again, Fuzzy.
okay, I'm sorry.
You're back.
I said that, the injustice that I felt with my mom having me clean while my brothers are outside able to play for no other reason than I'm a girl, really is something just in my spirit. I have a bit of a fight. So I stood up to her, which, she's my first authority. So that's a very scary thing to do. But I did it anyways, even at the threat of being beaten like a damn slave, would be whipped for me standing up for myself. And I didn't care. Sometimes she would actually hit me, and most times she wouldn't. So I kind of as far as liberating myself as a woman, good Lord, I am still liberating myself as a woman, but I am as free as I has ever been.
Yeah.
Starting with me seeking information as to why me and my family were fighting. I literally discovered like your channel and a few others that have helped me to understand why certain behaviors were happening, I started to understand narcissism. I started to see that we are actually online having these conversations. And I was like, oh my God, I am not crazy. I'm not insane. I have been gaslit for several decades, but the rest of my years, I think I'm good now because I'm definitely a lot freer than I used to be. And it's mostly because I've let go of the ideals that I had about the community. I was really naive. I had no idea that even 10 Black folks would be like my brother, much less there's a whole community of them. There's so many of us that have had experiences like mine to the point that you see here tonight. Somebody thought they saw me on a show,
Yeah.
and that's not me. You know what I mean? So I
I asked you that question
mhm.
as it pertains, like, bringing it back to blackness, and what do you share with young people, young black people? Is I have like a makeshift little, like, I have like these things I've created, end up like these kind of affirmational things I've created for myself as it relates to like reminding myself of my position. I have a particular little makeshift like folder with in the first part of the folder is a bunch of images of slavery. It's a bunch of images that just remind me of how my people were treated and what has happened to them on this landmass. And then I have a picture of the Ku Klux Klan to remind me of who authored this confusion and what some groups expect of me and see me as. And then the picture after that is a big picture of the United States, which is a reminder to me of what this country is trying to overcome. And then the final picture in that folder is a picture of me, which represents who I get to choose to be, which is myself. That's my choice. And so the way that I go about, I don't withhold the history from young black people, but I think it's important for us to always, of course, disseminate our history and make it age appropriate. But to always make sure that as we teach young black folk about their history, what has happened, who did it, how we continue to participate in it long after it was done, maybe even how it still shows up in some ways, but that in the end of that education, at the end of every educational session, and you can probably do this with any issue, whether it's homophobia, whether it's sexism, whether it's racism, whatever it is, make sure at the end of every educational system that we remind young people that they have a choice and who they are. And as long as they can have access to the history and to the reality, etc., but at the end, know that their destinies are theirs and that their fate is theirs and that they have a say-so in who they are, then it's okay to give them the history without fear of tainting. Because yes, if you don't like balance out that with like some hope or some type of good, if you just throw the whiplashing at their ass and throw, the lynches at them and throw, like the bombing and throw all of that at them, and you don't bring it back full circle, like because the point of all this history is to teach them that a lot of things are going to possibly happen to them. There are a lot of expectations on them, but despite that, their life is about them and they have a choice in who they want to be and what they want for their lives. So I think as long as young people are empowered with autonomy and they're empowered with a choice, and that they're reminded that they have choice in who they are, they have choice in what they stand for, they have choice in what type of experience they give to other people, like, I don't think the history is that scary.
Yeah, I do think I did a better job of teaching the history to my son than it was taught to me. because I always balanced it with, look at the terrible things that they went through, yet they got us here, where we are now. We still got a ways to go. And, from a standpoint, like, man, they really went through some terrible things. I think we ought to work to make them proud, because they don't have the opportunities that we have. It doesn't make sense for us to not strive to
Right.
be better and to get everything out of this land that they never got to experience, and then some, because of all that they went through.
Yeah.
I would speak to him about the strength that they had to endure the terrible things that they went through, so that he would understand strength and to know that if it was in them.
Your audio went out again.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying, I would talk
Oh
to him.
yeah, and that part is important. Teaching them the beauty and the contributions of Black folk as well. The
Yeah,
inventions, the math, the scholarship, the art, how, our imprint and contribution to this world. And it's across every landmass.
exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. That we are a big people,
Yeah.
and, don't shrink. We are to expand. We should be expanding in the world. I don't know why we are so damn turn around
It's
in these.
because the system got us surviving the flu every day.
Hmm.
And when Rumors NT was talking about the statistics I ran, the particular study I had pulled up was focused around young, like, why is the suicide rate so high for young Black men between the ages of 15 and 24? And
That's what made me ask the question. I had been
Mhm.
curious about it since you read that article, and I wondered, like, what's scaring them, what's making them so low. I mean, we know the homicide rate in the community is crazy high. I did not know they were taking themselves out
Yeah.
at as equally a high a rate. And that's crazy because white boys had that on lock. I did not know.
Yeah.
Uh, you
We
know,
had outdid them. Yeah. Like, they used to be the lead in numbers in these areas. Now it's us.
yeah, that's what made me ask the question, because I was wondering, like, is so much negativity being thrown their way, they feel so doggone helpless.
Yeah.
Like in Twitch case, he was a grown man. Twitch needed to put his doggone foot down. Twitch needed to run away or something if them doggone people was getting on his nerves. But to
That's
do that.
why childhood is so important, because typically what you don't learn to do as a child and as a young person, you don't learn to do as an adult either. If you never learned to have a voice, then
Yeah,
you tend to not have a voice at 40 either. If you didn't have a voice at 12, if you didn't have a voice at 15, if you didn't have a voice at 21, you won't be 50 with a voice either. Unless, there's been enough compounding pressure to help you to kind of change course in a lot of ways. But we don't want people to end up powerful accidentally. We want to intentionally make people powerful, but it has to start very young in order to give them a real shot at liberation. It's harder to liberate once you've been a part of a perpetual system for a long time, and then to break those generational, cultural, societal norms is harder as you get older. So the younger they start out liberated, the more that, like the scripture says, raise them as you would have them to be in the world. So when you get at them younger, it just gives them a higher chance of those type of traits versus when they got them later. Yeah.
I think with Twitch too, he probably really needed to forgive himself. And I'm not too well versed in like the other, like his side, but was he taking care of his whole family? Like, Was his stardom the
You don't really
backbone?
know. It's only being speculated. But since he was a people pleaser, more than likely, yes, he was.
And he didn't fix things and heal from it. So then he started taking care of people and was still trying to take care of himself. And now a wife and kids. And I guess he just felt like he couldn't be anymore. He couldn't
Yeah,
be great anymore, or
and
their greatness.
probably felt like he was letting people down by
Yeah,
not being happy and
yeah.
not by being tired and not and being too pressed to make other people happy
Hmm.
than to find his no.
And his greatness wasn't enough for them, or maybe it was, but from what it looks like,
It's
no.
self-esteem.
Yeah.
I think it was, yeah. I think that most of his issues were definitely just around self. I think Twitch, like you just said it so eloquently, like a lot of black men, and it's across all of the studies, including the one that we read earlier, that that men largely, including white, like don't speak, and surveys prove time and time again that men are really suffering when it comes to silence and vulnerability. Like men just
But
do not.
that's the patriarchy. That's the
That's the patriarchy.
patriarchy
Yeah, it's
that's
a lot
telling
of
them, oh, you can't cry, you can't do this, you can't do that. And it's all bottled up. And then when they explode, they're gone.
yeah. And the more minority you are, the more nuclear the exploding going to be, aka the gun violence, the gang violence, the ravaging of communities, which is why our communities look much different than white communities. Our ghettos are literally almost third world countries. Because the more minority, it, the larger the rage is, just because of the bizarreness and upside downness of all of the cultural pressure, all of the over policing, all of the generational issues. Because the more minority you are too, like as the statistics also show, the higher the crime rate. So poverty leads to a lot of crime rate, a lack of education, which is why Kamala tried to clean up her truancy situation in California, because they saw the link between the lack of education and criminality, because a lot of the people getting locked up were high school dropouts and didn't have a formal education, and therefore that made them more prone to a life of crime as a means to survive. And when they started cleaning up the truancy and putting pressure on parents to actually, have their kids go to school and get an education, they saw crime diminishing. So there's all these interesting links. So the more minority, the more fractured. And black men under a patriarchy, it's a lot, but black men are not speaking their pain. They feel like their only identity is in doing, and when they can't do, they feel immensely saddened. I don't know if Twitch felt like he was failing people because of the shutting down of the Ellen show. I don't know if that kind of killed his self-esteem on top of everything else that was corroding at it. I don't know if apparently he got sexual trauma he never got help with. He was also, his father committed suicide. That's a traumatic event. So there's all of these things, and if black men don't talk, they're not gonna walk. They're not gonna walk. And
Yeah.
they gotta talk. Black men have to talk. And I think that's why Rumors in T2 was a little concerned about her teenager. It's like, talk, talk, it's okay to talk. It's okay to share. You don't have to hold it in. And you don't, the definition of being a man is not always knowing what to do. You're not going to always know what to do as a man, and it's okay. Like, you get to be confused. You get to be hurt. You get to be soft. You get to express. You get to be sad. You get to not know. Like, you have to be compassionate to yourself.
And
But
sometimes,
Mhm.
And sometimes you don't even have to like a form of talking could come in art. Like, or if you take them to like one of those chaos rooms where you break something and you like make it into something. Like, you see how people they break bottles and then they place it and put resin and show paint behind it and their pain, or or music. Like, some of the best composing artists have made things that sound like their pain because they couldn't speak it. So we have to give them also two other outlets of, okay, you don't even got to say nothing, write it down, like paint it, sing it, do something. But as long as you get it out and you don't let it keep flowing over, it's going to flow over from you to maybe your partner that you may have in the future, your children. And we have to break it. It has to end here.
Absolutely. Like, art and mental health is critical. There's a lot of studies around how even like art and music is actually helping to develop young people diagnosed with autism. Some of them are completely autistic free by the time they're in high school as a result of musical programs and art programs. So there's a lot of like social science around the way that art helps in transforming and giving an outlet and a space, like Jessica is saying, to our inner world. Art allows us to engage our shadow self, to create our boogeymans outside of us in the form of horror, in the form of fiction, in the form of just being creative, in the form of rock music, in the form of rap music, in the form of poetry, and having an outlet, being able to communicate. The principle really at the heart of art is expression. Bring some type of expression to your intimate self. Art allows us it gives us permission to express our intimate self without apology.
And you want to know something? What I found out just a couple years ago, just from like a few Black men that I like worked with, and it was really to see them talk about it. You would have to be there. There's a lot of Black men that are into LARPing, like live action role play, and like the Lord of the Rings, the what's the one you play on the War of Worldcraft, but they could be from the deepest hood ever and love
ass niggas.
Yes, and from the deepest hood ever and love it, but don't want to step into that because they're afraid of how the people will think about them.
A nerd. A lame. No.
But if that could keep you from thinking about committing crimes and riding with people and doing,
and if it brings you genuine happiness, that's what you got to
do
stay
it.
close to. Yeah,
exactly. Do
brings
it.
you genuine thrill and genuine excitement. Like, that's what my life looks like now at 39. Is my whole life diet is about what moves me. I no longer do anything I don't want to do. Anything I don't want to do, I don't do. Everything in my life now are things that bring me thrill. And I understand I'm also speaking from a place of privilege, because a lot of people are like stuck in aspects of the matrix that don't allow them to live a full life committed to just their joys. People have to work jobs, people don't all have careers, people, it's all of that. But you mitigate your misery in life by giving yourself permission to do the things you can do that give you happiness, like whatever that is. You have to make space in that and not neglect that at all, and just succumb to surviving and succumb to just going along to get along. And yes, you have to be mature and brave enough to know that the things that make you happy may not put a smile on everybody's face, but you have to be mature enough to understand that you don't need other people's permission to be happy. You don't need other people's permission to be yourself. You don't need other people to agree with your hobbies and with your interests, and give your life space to breathe in that way. Give your life space to encompass the stuff that make you happy. And if it's that Nintendo game or those comic books, or like you said, that fantasy play, or whatever it is, if as a big old adult, there are things that you enjoy that make you a big ass kid, stay close to those things, whatever just makes you feel alive, like that makes you feel alive, and that gives you a sense of life. Like you need that, because we're going to be in situations dually as people, to where sometimes we're going to be stuck in situations where we're not having our way entirely. Our life is not ideal. We have to do shit that we don't want to do. If you don't give yourself a recess, if you don't give space and open up pockets in your life to be happy and to have a sense of self, yes, eventually you probably are going to go fucking postal and lose your goddamn shits. And, you're going to either be destructive to yourself and both destructively to other people. You have to be able to be happy where you can be happy and give yourself full permission to do that. And people need to do that. It will help you to deal with whatever your responsibilities are with a better sense of spiritedness, if you are also giving yourself permission to have the recess breaks that you need by, once again, just doing the things that make you happy.
We have to get out of survival mode.
Yeah, entirely. Yeah, you cannot survive entirely. Like you can't commit to full, unless it's temporary. Unless like you just got to give yourself a plan. Like if you're gonna be in survival mode, you gotta get in and get out of that. So you gotta have a plan and a purpose. Like you gotta create a vision for yourself, because if you lock your life into survival, you're gonna be a dead person, either physically or emotionally and spiritually. Some part of you is going to die, though. Like you're going to die if you commit fully to surviving and you never give yourself an escape plan. You never give yourself a pivot. If you don't order the chaos, but if you just make a bed in it, it will swallow you up, in the words of TD Jakes.
You'll lose your spark.
Yeah, you're going to lose yourself. You're going to lose your soul, your innocence. You're going to lose all of that. You got to breathe through this thing. It's like labor. Sometimes life is going to feel like you are giving birth. It's going to look like the laboring room. And anytime you get to just huff and puff, and you just got to breathe through. Sometimes you got to breathe, and your breathing through is be yourself, be your genuine self, do whatever you can to be happy, whatever that is. Because that's going to help you to maintain your mental health under circumstances you prefer not to be in, but may have to be in for the time, if you don't allow yourself to continue to have an experience of life. You're going to grow into a deeply pessimistic, bitter, resentful, angry, dark, recluse human being. And that may show up as somebody who uses people, manipulates people, inflicts harm upon people emotionally, physically, etc. It may look like self-harm. It may turn into a narcissism. You may develop mental illnesses and mutations in your personality as a result. Because the thing about yourself is that it will adapt either to good circumstances or to negative ones. It will take shape of the energy of your life. We are moldable as people. That's why we have to live intentionally, because we're like water. We will take the shape of any object in our life.
Especially if we have children. Like I understand like things can get overstimulated and overwhelming. But if, like you said, if you don't breathe and find like an outlet, like or a hobby or something, I mean, even if you do it once a week or a couple minutes out of the day, and if it's profitable, turn it into a career. Like, at this point, we have to just try to like be happy, and then you live longer too, because then you're not stressed out, having a stroke, high blood pressure. Like, you just have to, and that runs in our community. So the less we put on top of it, the longer we'll live to see milestones of us and everybody else in our life.
Exactly. That's it. Keeping that immune system strong, because we really do underestimate the impact of stress. We always think of stress as just emotionally. Your emotional life is literally a chemical like it's a chemical reality. We are biological entities. Like our bodies are biological. It's made up of a bunch of organs and chemical balancing. Stress contributes to the disruption of our chemical makeup, which is where you can get chemical imbalances at. You can literally like stress can reprogram your brain. It can reshape your cognition. It could reshape your neurological wiring. It could reshape the way that chemicals interact and exist in your bodies. And then as a result of long-term stress, you are reshaping and rewiring your hardware, and now you got a new algorithm, which is called chronic depression or bipolarism or schizophrenia or
All these body aches
yeah,
and pains that people be
or
complaining about.
hypertension now, or high blood pressure, or the development of aneurysms. Like you just have all this shit, like because it's not just feeling. You are literally endangering you're taking years off your life, and you're putting your mortality at risk by being in long-term stress. So like it's not just about feeling bad. Feeling bad is compromising your immune system. All these things open you up too, as well, to the development of all type of diseases, make you more prone to sickness. And the beautiful part about that is that we can rewire it as well, but yeah, it's beyond just feeling bad. You are fucking up your body, and you're fucking up your literal health, and your emotions are connected to your literal health, which is why stress is the number one killer. And people are doing, and sometimes, if you don't know better, you end up trying to mediate. I mean, you trying to um make sometimes you try to treat your stress with more destructive practices like smoking cigarettes, or eating out of pleasure rather than nutrition, um and or through hypersexuality, which can be problematic in and of itself, porn addictions, drug addictions, alcohol addiction, spending addictions. I mean, and so your life can just really spiral if you just do not give space to happiness. And even if you're not in a situation where you can do the things you love all day or as an everyday, you got to once again just open up the pathway. Just like you make time to eat every day, you make time to scroll through social media every day, you make time to look at your phone to see who texts you and call you. You got to do that when it comes to your happiness. You got, it can't be like, it has to be mandated. It can't even, you can't even look at your happiness as like a luxury. It has to be something that is mandated, and that you have to provide space for you in the life that you're living. And the more stress for the circumstances of your life are, the more you need to definitely double down and prioritize and scribble in being able to have those outlets, whatever they are. And I'm talking about everything from the least amount of joys to, like, listening to your favorite songs, like Jessica said, writing, having a journal like Twitch, like they're just things every day. Make sure you work out to some degree, that you bust a sweat, because you need those dopamine and serotonin hits. You don't have to do some high energy intense workout, but you just need to get that sweat going to get those good chemicals activated and aroused, that stimulate just a better feeling, a better mood. Try to eat as good as you can, but any little tidbits of pleasure when your circumstances are at an all-time high, it just helps. Watching your favorite shows, getting you a support animal. God damn it, if you need a puppy, hell, like if you need to care for something other than yourself as well, something that just helps you to pour your love into. So you just, from the tiniest of shit to the biggest of shit, figure that shit out. and make space for that. Don't just sit in your misery. Don't just self-loathe. Don't just feel sorry for yourself. Don't just allow intrusive, because this is what allows the persistency of intrusive thinking. The more you just lay in it, the more your brain is going to then lock your ass into that basement of your soul. And now everything you feel and everything you think centers around your darkness. And it becomes harder to float to the top. It becomes harder to break out of that bullshit because your body and your thinking will close in on you and work together to make your life feel like complete hell. And you don't need anything outside the actual circumstances doing that. If it's already bad enough, you got to work a shitty ass job for now, or you got to, live in a shitty apartment or move back at your parents' house with their dumbasses, like that's already bad enough. That your physical circumstances are stupid and just not where you want them to be. Don't exacerbate it by also having negative thinking and resting in negative thinking and feeling. You got to have some positivity and some motivation and have things that keep you seeing that light at the end of the tunnel. You got to do that, or you're going to go postal, and the kid's going to be dead, the parents going to be dead, and your ass going to be dead all in one run. Because the way that
plan a vacation, like even if it's not far, like going to the nearest biggest city that's by you across the state line, treat yourself. Like bills will always be one thing, but you still have to do a small loving thing for yourself.
Yeah, you got to do it all, and I think as a people we get to like go big or go home. We feel like if we can't really do something that's incredibly like if we can't make a big feat, we feel like we shouldn't make a feat at all. No, like do all of these things, like what Jessica said, take a walk, go to another county, go to a fucking game, go to a show, go to a concert, go to a lounge, go to the Greek festival happening next week. Get out, move your body, like, or hell, if you can't afford nothing, you don't have a car, you ain't got money, you can't afford to go nowhere, you can't afford to go to the next biggest town, go to the happy place in your brain through the power of meditation. You can leave your emotions through the power of meditation. You can regulate your feeling experience through meditation. If that's all that you have because you are just that broken, destitute, that you really you don't have a lot of mobility materially, then meditation and centering your mind and your feeling body and your emotional body and your pain body through meditation and prayer is going to be your greatest asset, which I'm going to say is something that you should have as a regular health boost daily anyway. Is you should have a daily practice of deep, genuine meditation and or prayer. That will be a great help to you as well. I've seen people change their life simply off of the resources that come through people having a consistent practice of prayer and or meditation, because meditation and or prayer allows us to break free from the emotions that turn into actions consciously or unconsciously that help us to contribute to the quicksand that we're in or the stuckness that we're in. So emotions oftentimes are connected to behaviors that once again come through us either intentionally or unintentionally as a result of the way we feel, which do not add to already distressing circumstances if those feelings are negative, because we're just now contributing to the negative as well. It becomes too tangling now. If you allow yourself to exist emotionally, mentally separate from the unhappy, the unpleasant physical circumstances, your physical circumstances are easier to shift and more than likely will shift accordingly. If you cannot lean in with badass thinking and pessimism, that just leads to more damage. But when you join in, obviously, you know, you get a long error on your hands, and you don't want an error, baby. I've seen some people errors last for decades, last half their life in the wrong direction, living a life that was unhappy because they participated in already unpleasant circumstances. Their brains leaned in, their attitudes leaned in, and they're almost like married their circumstances. And your whole life can end up that way. It's not necessary. Yes, a vision board is very powerful. A lot of people have been able to see a lot of breakthroughs in their life when they write things down, when they put things in books, put it in a journal, put it in a vision board. I noticed too that I worked, like if I want to complete something absolutely, something about putting it on paper, something about seeing it outside of myself, something about making a list out of it just helps me to commit even further to accomplishing those things and being consistent with those things. If I just have it in my brain, you know, it either will or won't get done unless it's just really on my heart to do. But if I can definitely see a quantifiable degree of commitment to my goals when I just have them sitting outside of myself. So vision boards have done a lot of great things for people, just being able to see that stuff and kind of have it as an affirmation and as an outward reminder just makes you take it that much more seriously, which we need. More intentionality, being intentional. Life is meant to be intentional. Be intentional. Don't be afraid to be intentional. And don't think anything is going to fall out of the sky. Nothing is going to fall out of the sky. You are going to work for everything. So you have to put effort into your life. Nothing is going to get better just because you feel you're a good person. Nothing is going to get better just because you feel you're a nice person. Nothing's going to get better just because you are a Christian person. Nothing is going to get better just because of who you are. What you do is the real fruit and potential of your life. It's what you're willing to do. So be very active in your life and be very intentional.
Now, when you say that, the main thing, the whole Christianity thing, like nothing's gonna get better if you're like a Christian. Well, and I know this is a completely different topic, and I'm surprised you haven't brought it up yet, but the pastor in Virginia that made the young Christian girl apologize for being pregnant, like, that's another thing. Like, you need to apologize to yourself first and not anybody else, like, for you to have that positivity. We really do need to talk about that, CTV, because why was a 15-year-old apologizing to the congregation?
And you know why?
You
know why? Mm-hmm. You know why? Because baby.
I wonder which one in the front was the daddy.
Child, now that is a mess.
They say the drummer was the daddy. Well,
are you serious?
What? I know you lying.
They said it's a 20-year-old, 20. Now, she did graduate high school, so she's at least 17, 18. You know, she did look mighty young, but that whole look that they had going on in that church, all the women looking like they in the 1800s and the men just as modern as can be.
And they were separate. They were separate.
Must be like an apostolic church.
Right. And the women sitting on one side, the men sitting on the other.
Oh, that's definitely apostolic. Yes, God. Wow. But you know what's so funny? That whole scene reminds me of the scene right in the New Testament where they brought the female. Where's the man?
Mm-hmm.
You made the woman stand in her shame. You made the woman stand in her so-called sin. and then allow the man to be without the public lynching. It's the sexism of it all for me.
That part.
Because if you were going to look at it as a sin and make them feel like they let their community and families down, etc., then obviously, unless she had an immaculate conception, the nigga who impregnated her should have been right there as well, equally having to atone and to confess and to repent for whatever. And this, I'm telling you, and that religious script is a whole nother social programming all by itself, and it's so sexist and it's so warped and it's so rooted in patriarchy that it's insane. And the fact that a 16-year-old girl has to be made to feel ashamed about a circumstance that more than likely is a result of a failure of her parents is even more interesting.
How about the demonstration of the parents? Because the mama have multiple kids, and
that's
she's
what I
been
mean. The failure of the parents, and see, and and so the priority and who should be held accountable is in the wrong place.
Right.
The child, but not the mother, not the father who either is involved or not involved, or is a baby daddy who took no responsibility, and then the mama who went on in her brokenness to have more kids and to sleep and lay down with men and etc. And these are the demonstrations. So exactly what did you think the young girl was going to do other than be a product of her environment like everybody else?
Mm-hmm.
And then to judge that and make the young girl ashamed for being a product of a situation that she was brought into, and not hold her parents accountable for why a 16-year-old girl now has to concede to pregnancy and why this was demonstrated to her, and who didn't clean this up in themselves as a parent that led to this is interesting.
The pastor just had no right to do that. Like, where, like what
But
game?
he every pastor is given the right by his community.
That's crazy.
Every pastor is given the right by his community, and that's why they call it. These are the small cults. When we're looking at churches, all I see is just individual cults, and they are funded and organized by the people.
Mm-hmm.
And so the pastor is a reflection of the community. The values of the pastor is the values of the community, of the cult. So there is nobody to object to anything. There is nobody to advocate for anything, because what's agreed to as right and wrong is authored by that community. And depending on what their values are, can lead to a lot of distortion in the community. Trauma, abuse, exploitation. And that practice, unfortunately, is so ancient in our community. We were just talking in the last few lives about how in the Black community, young girls oftentimes were shamed, going all the way back to my grandma and her grandma's day. My grandma would always tell us stories about how if young girls became pregnant as teenagers, they were oftentimes sent upstate, sent to live with other families, as a result of them bringing shame. And you heard nothing about what happened to the boys that impregnated them. All the penalty and punishment was on the girls. She told us how also young girls as young as 13, 12, 14 were looked at as bargaining tools, and that they would oftentimes be given over in marriage to men if that man had resource, if he had prestige, had property, had land, had something that could be an asset to a poor family. Those young girls would be given over as young brides. I mean, all type of fuckery went on in the name of surviving, in the name of resource, in the name of religiosity, in the name of social norms and taboos. I mean, it's mind-blowing when I listen to. That's why I love talking to like older people about the world that they lived in. It's crazy at the things that were okay and the things that were casualized.
That's why when you look at even like outside of our community and culture, especially with like the Gilded Age, when you think of like JP Morgan and Chase and the Astor family and the Fisters, a lot of those men were like 60 and their wives were like 19, 20 because the girls' families knew that we need the wealth to keep going. Like your dad's money is running out. Or arranged marriages and other cultures to where it's like he's trading us these cattle, and you'll learn to love him. You'll learn to like his face.
And Jessica, those practices were just 2 generations ago. Just 3 generations ago. Like we're not even a whole century out of those type of practices. And that's why we keep saying like the slave mentality and the world of the old, it has not completely died. It's still very young. Like, we are only like how many decades out from a women's rights to vote? Like
we couldn't even have bank accounts, I believe, until like the 60s or 70s.
Yeah. Y'all couldn't even own a credit card, couldn't even own a bank account, like literally had no agency. And so also aligning with the man was about inheriting rights and privileges as a woman. So a lot of women, and men allowed themselves to look like that, saw men as resources. It didn't necessarily have to be about love. It was about that S word, survival.
Which was even more backwards because if you think about it, especially in the 40s and the 50s, the women were at home, the men worked. So they did hand over, their checks so you could go run errands. You get to deposit the money, but you can't
make it
have your social and your name under it, which, okay.
Right.
Makes no sense.
You don't get to make it. You get to spend it, though. And it was about keeping a man as the head, keeping a man in power, and making everybody else subordinate.
And I think that right there, we saw a big influx of backlash bringing that old stuff back to the forefront when I forgot what bank that was that gave out not initially like handed out, but it was there as a resource for Black women who were business owners, and all the Black men on the social sites were mad. I forgot what bank that was. They had it.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
And people got angry, like, why didn't he give it to me? Well, you don't even have a business. You don't even have an EIN number. So what?
You're not the ones known in the community for starting businesses. Like, you would think that would make you want to go start businesses, not become angry at your woman or the women in the community. Like, make that make sense. Like, I mean, because it wasn't like those people just said, oh, we're going to go to the women to emasculate the men. No, the women in our community are the ones starting businesses. And so
Goldman Sachs.
Yeah. They want it to be a blessing to, well, not even a blessing. They're making an investment. You know what I mean? Them people got a reason for why they want to give that money to Black women. You know, they know we're going to make good on it. And CTB, to answer your question, I had time to think about it. I think a large part, the conversation helped jog my memory of when I started getting free in my womanhood. And that's when I left the church. So
Makes
a lot
sense.
of yeah. that undid a whole lot.
Yep.
Being away from the church. Oh, I thought this phone closed out again. You know, being away from the church for a while. Breathing without all of that judgment, without all of that performance, and all of that expectation
Yep.
on me. And then I was able to find myself. And I was like, you know, I certainly am not what that says. And there's so many harsh things and rituals towards women. Plus, women weren't getting any of the things that they want up out of the church. The church got
Yep.
everything they want out the women. But
Absolutely.
women, you know, I know the most faithful of women
Yeah.
are in the church.
Mhm.
And they're faithful, they're waiting, they're tarrying.
Yep.
And
That's where a lot of female empaths are in the church. Oh, your audio went out again. There you go.
and they're not getting, you know, it's not a fair exchange for all that they're giving. They're giving their time, their money, their passion, their life. They're literally giving their life to the church. And when I started asking the church questions and the mic was like snatched from me, that's when I knew it was time to go, because I was like, okay, so I can give my money in the hundreds and thousands of dollars. But when I asked questions, one of my questions was, I needed to have an experience of God that was greater than celebrating buying a house. I do not need to walk in this church to know how to buy a house. You know what I mean? Like, there are certain earthly laws that you have to do. Fix your credit if it ain't no good. Have a down payment. Have a job to prove that you can pay for the house. You know what I mean? Um, there's a lot of earthly things that I need to do, but when it came to having an experience of God that was beyond like just material things that anybody can have, oh, they snatching the mic from me. It's time for me to sit down. It's time to move the program along. And I was like, oh, so y'all really think we just supposed to be running around here celebrating somebody buying a car? Somebody getting a new job? Well, honey, if I applied for the job, I fully expected to get the job. Like, that's that's why I applied. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yes, let's give all honor and praise to God, because there's a reason I have this confidence. But come on now, there's also things you gotta do to get the things that you want.
Yes.
But I'm trying to really
And
experience
their own
God.
scriptures tell them that faith without works, faith without labor, faith without action, faith without effort
Is dead.
is
Exactly.
completely dead.
Exactly. So that's kind of you know, when I started developing myself, I had no interest in raising my son in the church. I only want him to have enough of the church experience, so as things are referenced in the community, he knows what it is. You know what I mean? Because I do find that to be still some of I, that's the richness in the culture that I would say. I really enjoy a lot of the jokes and stuff that come out of the church. But do I want to sit up in there and be indoctrinated in it ever again?
No.
Absolutely not.
And I can relate to that, because I was able to liberate myself as it relates to my orientation once I left the church. Once I left conventional religion, that's when I was able to free myself too of the shame and the performance and the masking and the unnecessary shallow fixations on what we do rather than who we are, and the exhaustion that comes with being reduced to what you do rather than who you are. Like what I do sexually and romantically, it's not more significant than who I am in principle, who I am in ethics, who I am in morals, who I am in righteousness. And I don't want to sit in any system that dehumanizes me and reduces me to my behavior per se, or to what I do per se, rather than who I am in ideal, who I am in philosophy, who I am in my humanity. And so shout out to all of the people that were able to humanize themselves and that did what they have to do in order to feel human so that they can actually live and enjoy life. It was something else that you just said. Oh, I was gonna ask you, as somebody came up in the church then, like, so what is your concept of God? What is your concept of, I guess, what happens after life, if you believe anything does?
I believe God is with me. Like, I believe he buried himself on the inside of each one of us. We have a measure of him. He is with us. I no longer feel that I have to pray looking up like he's up in the sky. I just speak and things happen. I practice the metaphysics. I practice um some magic, and
Can't be a black girl without it.
right. Period. You want and I just he's very intuitive to me, I refer to him as he. Sometimes I refer
Okay, because
to
I was just gonna ask you, like, what do you see God as? Is God a person? Is God a entity? Is God what? How do you experience, or how do you conceptualize?
I believe he's all encompassing. Because of my upbringing, I mostly say he because that's just a part of
About a
it's very
habit.
it's a habit. It's hard to like get out of it. But there is no female without God also being female. Because I represent female the same way we show up and we have masculine and feminine.
Your audio again.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying the same way we have masculine and feminine in each one of us. I believe God is the same way. He is both. So because I am tapping into my feminine more, I'm trying to retrain my brain to see the femininity in God more. So I'll refer to, God as she, her, because I need to know that I am safe
Yes.
as a woman, just the same. God has been great to me as a man, but as a woman, I want that expression just the same. And I really I just feel a lot more liberated in that talking to God is so much easier than all the constrictions that I once felt in the church. Like I don't wait till Sunday to get happy, or there's no way I
To
could have.
worship, to praise, to be in God.
Exactly. All of that is mine, no matter where I am, who's around me, what's going on. He's accessible right now, period.
Because I'm gonna ask Jessica the same question. So, like, what is your? I mean, so what role do you think God plays in our lives? Like, when you think about, I guess, some of the things that trouble you intellectually or your experience of life, good, evil, life here. What do you make of God as it relates to this fuzzy, and then I'm gonna
Oh,
get
you're
a
talking to me.
next.
Okay.
It's for Fuzzy or me?
Fuzzy,
Yeah.
then you.
Okay.
So what do I think his role is?
Yeah, like what do you make? Like I don't like. Are there things you don't understand about God, or do you see it all as God, including the bad? Like, how do you make sense of God's role in all of
I'm
this?
trying to make sense of the bad. The only thing I have where I am with that is that you have the good and the bad, and that there are just certain laws in this realm that we have to experience. And in order to experience good, you must also have bad, that everything came in pairs. Like there's a polarity where is that the word I want to use? A duality where there's black and there's white, there's good, there's bad, there's up, there's down.
Yeah.
And you see that in everything in nature, in the laws of this realm.
Yeah.
So I feel that that is why bad is. Now I cannot make sense of why harm would come to a child or an elderly person or someone that can't defend themselves. That I just can't see God in. So so there's good and evil. Evil is just really that, and the good in the land have to stand up and protect those that are weaker than us. So but that's how I make sense out of the bad things that happen. I know that I have a sense of protection that I walk this earth with, and I know that that is directly connected to God. Also, I feel that someone prayed for me a long time ago, so there's a covering that I sense that I have. So as far as
I'm gonna tell you how I see that good and evil thing. I resonate with good being what God is, and evil being a result of the freedom God gave to creation. Freedom as in choice. Freedom as in free will. That evil is the result of free will. And love is God's personality and identity. But the darkness is the result of choice. Everything in creation has a choice to use its existence, its capability, and however it sees fit. And so either entities will or won't operate in the likeness of God or operate in the likeness of their own ambition, which they've been given a choice to. Kind of like to respect the law, which is a reflection of God, or to do what you will and break it.
That's a whole lot of choosing people are doing.
Yeah.
Yes.
But here's the thing. It's a lot of people choosing the right thing too, which is why, as dangerous as the world is, it's also still reasonably safe.
Right.
We trust other human beings to the point that we can still feel comfortable go sitting out in a park or go pooching through the grocery store or shopping outlet without fear that a bullet is going to hit our heads, or we still feel reasonably comfortable enough to get in our cars and to commute on the road and trust other human beings as we commute on highways and byways. We still live in neighborhoods alongside other people. So, there's a lot of, people do dishonor their power and do selfish, destructive things with the power. But there's people doing a lot of good too. And I think it's important for us to remind ourselves of that too. To remind ourselves on days that, like, when we can go out into the city and things are okay. We can go out into our front yard and things are okay. Our loved ones can go to and fro their daily task and things are okay. That we really take that in, and be present in that, so that we don't get a warped sense of reality.
Yeah, I do have that sense that, I am generally safe,
Right.
although I see a ton of evil in the world, and I do wish
Yeah.
it was better here.
Yeah.
Because although I may be safe, the stuff that I'm seeing is happening to somebody, and I would want all of us to
Yeah.
be well,
Mm-hmm.
So,
Are you afraid of God?
same question. Am I what?
Afraid of God?
Afraid? No.
Okay.
No.
Did-
No. Definitely respect. When I understood that the fear of God meant you respect him, I was like, oh, okay. I fear him then, but
Mhm.
not in the sense like I'm scared of him or anything like that.
Okay.
No. But now, what's your take on that same question?
And what's the question again?
The question was, you how did you ask me that question? What's your thoughts on God? What do you think? What's your experience of him?
Hi.
Hey, Aaron. Is it Aaron?
Hey. Yeah, it's
Okay.
Aaron. Hi.
I'm always giving everybody a new name because I be butchering the hell out of people's name. So welcome to the platform, Aaron. I would love to get you in on this conversation too. God, what do I think of God? That is a very interesting question because outside. Well, first of all, I've only based God on my own experience.
Right.
I've only based God on what actually how God shows up for me in my experience. So, as I said, it strongly resonates with me that God is the light,
Yes.
and that God is love, and that God is hope. God is faith. God is just life itself. That all of the beautiful things are just what God is. I have a very complex construct of God and a very complex construct of creation. I'm able to make space for wickedness and evil and destruction as just a result of how the system itself is created. Like I think that tornadoes, hurricanes, tsunamis have their place in creation, kind of as like these natural vacuuming systems. I'm not sure they're meant to actually claim lives if we actually respected where we should be building populations and where we should not be building populations, and respect to the earth and its created state and the check and balances that are within Mother Nature. I think when we were more pagan, we had a lot more respect for the boundaries of the earth and creating communities and cottages where it made sense to, and respecting what was considered to be dangerous of the earth. And when it comes to evil, like I was telling you, Fuzzy, I just look at evil as just a manifestation of freedom. And that true freedom is the choice to choose life or to unchoose life.
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
you, and I think that I look at evil as the reality of autonomy. That while we really do have autonomy, we really truly have autonomy. Like I could take my God nature and destroy an entire nation with it. I could destroy an entire community with it. I can destroy with this, or I cannot with it. So the capacity for destruction, the capacity to do disruptive things, it's just the result and reality of choice and autonomy. And in terms of fear of God, I definitely fear that which I cannot fully spiritually or even intellectually fathoms. But not a fear that is stagnating, but more so a fear that's produced in awe and in total in total reverence of something that I just cannot entirely understand, and that level of depth and that level of that like I just don't have the capacity to understand the entirety of something like that, because it really, when you really think about God and you think about nature, you think about our existence, you think about the vastness not only of the world and humanity, but just literally it all, like the world within worlds within worlds within worlds within worlds, the fact that God, this mad scientist, created humans from tadpoles, and that all of this, all living things started essentially as a protein or as a germ, or like, and to create on that microscopic level and then create on this macro level, which is the vastness of space, the bizarreness of time, planets, parallel dimensions, interdimensional entities. When you just think about just the vastness of it all, it's just like, I have no idea. Like, this, God created this outward world to show me that this is beyond my pay grade, that this is all beyond my pay grade. And it's a humbling reminder that it's beyond my pay grade of understanding that I am obviously a part of something that is
bigger than us. Yeah.
it's the word big even feels so insulting, like, because big sounds so small, but yes, big relatively speaking, like that I am just a part of something that is just a part of something that is a part of something that is just eternally, ridiculously incomprehensible, that it is just designed to almost be incomprehensible. And so when I ask the ancient question of why, like, what is the purpose of life, I guess every entity has to conclude that it's the purpose of life is itself. The purpose of life is you and you and you and me. And this is obviously meant to be at its most practical an experience. And I look at us as a downloaded liquid version of whatever the supreme force is or force is of nature. I almost look at humans and probably even other entities as not only God the author, but God also as the experiencer of its own authoring. So I'm observing my own work as God, as a created thing. Almost like projecting ourselves into the simulation, that God projected into the simulation through living things, through the whale, through the pig, through the dog, through humanity, through the birds, through it all, through the tree, the rock, the river, that God authored and is simultaneously
I like what Fuzzy said when I believe it was Fuzzy. And hi, everybody. Hi. Thank you, Conscious, for allowing me to be on here. And I'm sorry to
Of
cut you
course.
off, but I believe God, He's all encompassing, if I
Yes.
said that word right, or
Yes.
He's omnipresent, or He's
Yes.
omnipotent in
Yes.
everything that we do. And He has created us. But I believe He has, when you going back to what you were saying, what is our purpose here? I'm struggling with that right now in my life, where I'm trying
Mm,
to figure out like, what is my purpose here? What am I, like, I've always had that question in my head, like, what are we here for? But I believe the universe or God, he or he knows what he's doing. And not only that, he has something greater in store for each and every one of us, to be honest. And I think it's far beyond our understanding and far beyond what we can comprehend. But at the end of the day, I believe God, what's the word? I believe God just at the end of the day, He knows what's best for us, and He is guiding our footsteps. He is guiding our paths. Just, He's just, God is everything to me. God is everything to me. I don't know if I can speak for anybody else, but as for me, what does God mean for me is just He is everything.
yeah.
Like he's a friend of mine. Like, you know what I mean? Somebody I
Mm,
can walk with and talk with and
yeah.
pray to and just I can confide in. So I mean, yeah.
Okay. So that is brilliant. And I think you answered the question of like, well, hold on. Did you say that you also are kind of, I guess, still unpacking the purpose part? Like, why God did it all? Or like, why you're here?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, definitely. I'm definitely at that stage in my life where because I'm a I'm a I'm a transsexual woman, and it's very difficult really navigating this life as it is.
Mhm.
And last year I just turned 31, and I feel kind of stuck where I'm trying to figure out like what is my purpose here? Like God, why do you have me here? What am I what do you want me to do? And
Mhm.
so like when you ask that what is our purpose here, I don't even quite know how to
What if
even
God' purpose in creating Aaron was to have the experience of being trans?
mm,
What if that was God's purpose?
yeah,
Is being
yeah.
trans. God wanted to know what it felt like to be trans in the personality known as Aaron.
And then I think not only that, like what's the word I want to say? I think like not only that, like also being able to minister to other trans girls out here
Yes.
and to be able to
Are you in
just
the United States?
oh yes,
Okay,
because
okay.
I stay in DC. I'm from the DC area. I'm a
Okay,
DC
okay.
girl.
DC. Shout out to
But
DC.
you said what?
I said shout out to DC.
Hey, DMV baby. But
Period.
I think when you do say that, it is when I say bigger than me, it is for me. It's kind of bigger than me because I don't know what he may have in store for me or like
Mhm.
what he is guiding my footsteps or where he is leading me to be able to like be able to help another trans person out or just minister to them or whenever they're going through a tough time or just anybody.
Yeah.
Like you see, yeah.
So, it's so funny. For a woman who has no idea what the hell God's want, I have heard nothing short of you knowing exactly what
Mhm.
what to do. You want to be an evangelist of love and self-care and self-love to other women of your experience,
Hmm.
that's important to you. I mean, you seem to have an answer.
See, it may seem like they have the answer,
Mhm.
but then at the same time, it's just like I go back and forth with it in my mind where it's like, oh my God, like what am I here? Like I'm still figuring that part out. And it may seem like I have it, but I really don't. But it's just, mm, yeah.
And it doesn't have to be the only thing that you're here to do either. I was
True.
talking to a friend the other day, and he was just, yabbing off about just being upset because his life definitely took a turn, and he's kind of in the process of rebuilding some things, and he's just like, I want to do this, and I want to do that, and I want to do this, and I want to do that, and I'm just like, what's so funny is that you wanting to do this and wanting to do that, and you kind of thinking that you know or you believe what your life should look like is actually what has contributed to your misery. I said,
Mm.
what if it's not about any of the things you thought it was supposed to be about, and it's just about you just going about life?
Yeah.
Like, like, and I think sometimes the way we're programmed as humans, and we're raised in a society that tells us we need to be ambitious, and we need to have goals, and we need to have dreams, and we need to assimilate to these things, that we sometimes don't even realize that some of this, like, feeling or this need to do is actually artificial in nature, that it's artificial, that it's man-made, that it's the result of socialization, and how many people would be suffering from this, like, weird, quiet, loud voice inside themselves that's telling them, you're supposed to be doing more than what you're doing. You're
Mm.
supposed to be contributing more. You're supposed to be that how much of that is actually the culture and the social program, and it's actually genuine? Because what if underneath that voice is no voice at all? It's actually just a sense of peace and being, by just being able to be here and being able to literally do whatever you feel compelled to do from moment to moment, whether it's dye your hair purple like Miss Aaron, or rather it's go to a ball next week, or rather it's to go attempt to get a record deal by the summer, or rather it's to move to Japan by winter, or rather it's to start a fucking family like tomorrow, or what if it's about me doing nothing but just sitting here and just enjoying being a part of the fray, and I don't have to do anything in particular. I mean, I simply exist. And at the core of that, I have meaning. I was meant to exist.
Mm.
I was just simply meant to exist. And I have the creative right from this point now to do whatever I feel. But I think what we should do to be healthy in our feeling is to make sure that what we do is what we truly feel.
I think that that sense of feeling like we need to do more and more and more is the creator in us matching the creator that God is. You know, like the Bible says, these things that I do, you will do also.
Right.
I think that because he created us in his image, and that makes us creators. So we finish one thing and we just automatically are ready to create the next thing. There's never going to be a time in this lifetime that I imagine that we cease to want to create. And if that time comes, I think that we're at the end. So I kind of
But
think
do we take into account how many people actually like live the same life every day? And that like some people literally their fulfillment was just being a mother. They don't want to be Beyonce. They just want to be a mother. And they got their opportunity to be a mom of how many? And they're okay with their lives. Like, do we take into account like the amount of people who are living such modest lives that are not tethered into, you know, being like a NASA astronaut, but just being a construction worker, just being a crossing guard, just being a teacher, or just being a wife, or just being, you know, like, or just being alive.
Or
Like,
just
your
how?
being content.
example of being a mom is exactly what I'm saying. Being a
Uh-oh, your audio out again.
Oh, okay. I was saying your example of being a mom is exactly what I'm saying, because being a mom is like one of the most creative things you can do. I mean, you are literally creating life. So if all you desire to do is that, that's still a very creative force. We just don't give ourselves the
We don't take on the attitude about it.
right. We don't like celebrate how damn magnificent that is. Like, I'm in the medical field, and to see a fetus, like, you know, the automation of a
It's like
fetus,
watching a manifested miracle.
it literally is. It literally is. And we take it for freaking granted, but that is happening inside the womb, and it is truly magical. Um, if all you want to be is, you know, a trash collector, how magnificent is that? Like, think on how terrible this world would be, how awful everywhere would smell if we didn't have trash collectors.
Uh-huh.
And the
Right.
beauty of the trucks being developed, the the way they ride on the back of the trucks, and the freedom that they may feel because they're not stuck at a desk, but they get to ride on that truck and be a productive part of society. That is a wonderful thing to create. And
I think that we should have that attitude about everything, including doing nothing. Because I'm going to be
exactly.
honest, like sometimes, and this might go on for weeks or months, maybe even a year or two, where I'm at peace by not accomplishing really anything. Like, just I'm at that point now where it's like, and I just had someone, and I just had someone say to me, CTV, like, it was like, do you want to go out? Like, do you? Because I am now such a homebody, and I have just found
Me too.
content. Yes, I've just found content now with just like I live stream, and then when I don't live stream, I'm just like home, literally doing nothing. And there's something
But
so powerful about nothing. Like, I've just
Yeah.
found
but
some type of.
but see, and that's what I was going to say. That word content, because I believe it was either Paul or Job in the Bible. I believe I forgot who said it. I believe it was Brother Paul. And he said, "In all things, I'm content." And so I believe when you say true freedom, as Fuzzy was saying, whether if you know a guy, he's
Mhm.
a trash truck driver, and he don't even have to go out into the world and seek any other job or get any other, you know what I'm saying, any other opportunity. He is content in where he's at in his life. And I, truth be told, I have also kind of gotten to the point in my life where it's just like, okay, if God, you don't do anything else for me, okay, I would be content in all things.
Mhm.
You see?
Okay, so my question to you, Eric, because I always say I really don't believe that nobody doesn't truly know what they want to do. What there aside from what you've already shared about, like, obviously just wanting to have a positive impact on the trans community and help other trans women, like, is there something else that shows up in your dream space, that shows up in your like fantasy space, in your idea of who you are?
I would say God has given me the gift of like singing or like music. I just love
Mm-hmm.
music, especially singing. And it's given me such a freedom and a joy. And but I'm trying to figure out where exactly what genre I
Mm-hmm.
fit into and where my message will actually be received. And I'm always the type of person where I've always dreamed with my eyes wide open.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always just been the type where like I just manifested type of thing. But I believe just mm, that I to answer your question, I believe my true gift is like somewhere in the arts. I believe music, or I believe acting as well,
Mm-hmm.
modeling, maybe something along with those lines. But
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure it out. But also, I've just gotten to the point where it's like, okay, I'll be okay
Yeah.
if nothing else ever happens for me. You get what I'm saying?
How, do you mind me asking how old are you?
I'm 31.
Okay, 31, DC. Can you share a little bit about your trans experience? Like, how long have you known? Like, what, like what your journey has been like and where you are now with
Mm,
your experience?
sure. Well, I started my transition like I was just in high school, I believe. Well, I was in high school. I was just getting out of high school. I was about to graduate, and I just started like my transition freshly out. And I was still a teen, and I don't know. I believe I remember I was in class. I would skip class a lot,
Yeah.
and I didn't sort of say I had a hard time finding my tribe. I had a hard time finding like where I actually fit in. Even though I did put in the live chat, like I never was a follower of people. I never like went along with cliques. I never went along with the crowd. I was just always me.
Yes.
And it wasn't until I was on YouTube and I looked up, it was just like the ballroom scene, and I saw one of my friends, he was voguing. I was like, what the hell is that? But it just intrigued me. And
Mm-hmm.
I looked up into it, and my first trans woman that I ever laid eyes on, I just thought that she was so pretty, just so beautiful. And I was like, I want to be her. It was lay on me, Miss Arahi. Lay on me.
Period.
Yes. And then that was the start. And
Mm-hmm.
once I graduated, I had my first job and I was working at a hair salon. It was a gay guy. His name was T.O. And he said to me, he said, Aaron, he said, you are pretty naturally down. He's like, girl, he's like, get on them hormones. He told me what to do. So that's when I started my transition.
Yes.
Um, I would say I've been blessed as
Mm-hmm.
a trans girl where I have not had so many horrible
Yeah.
experiences like my other trans sisters have had. 'Cause I've
Mm-hmm.
heard a lot of horror stories and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my God, like God, thank you.
Yeah.
Like you just been blessing me. But it I would say this, the transitioning is for me, it was kind of easy, but it in
Mhm.
some ways it was very hard.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people understand what trans women like us have to go through on a daily
Yeah.
basis. It's this life, like T.S. Madison says, is not for the weak at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Um. Wow. Okay. Um. So, what do you like? How has your family responded to this like very intersectional existence? Because I think you say you identified as a gay individual and then you transition. How, like, did you have the support of your family? Were they rather supportive or
oh yeah, no, not at all. Not
not at
they've
all?
like even not even to this day. I mean, when I put in the chat that my mom, she has a younger sister, and
Yeah.
her and her husband, they had a part in raising me, and that's
Mhm.
when I say being around them and always spending nights and weekends at their house, I got the opportunity to see what Black love looks like,
Yeah.
what a marriage is supposed to look like. He was my dad. He was just how he treated my aunt was just like how she was supposed to be treated
Yeah.
her phenomenally. And even though my family, I grew up Pentecostal, I grew up in a church, I grew up Church of God in Christ to be exact, and where I come from is very taboo.
Yeah.
They don't agree with it. They don't agree with the gay, and they don't agree with being trans. They don't agree with none of that. And I knew before I transitioned, and before I had came out and told my family that I was gay, I knew that wouldn't accept me, but it prepared me mentally where I accepted me enough.
Yeah.
I started with me. I was like, I don't need your acceptance. I got me. I'm okay with that. And even to this day, they're not okay with it at all. But my dad, we sat down and talked about it, and he's like, look, he's like, you already know how I feel about that. He's like, and I don't agree with it. He's like, but if this is what you want to do, and if you want to transition, he didn't give me his blessing, but he's like, look, just go live your life, do what you need to do. But even to this day, as a trans person, no, my mom, she's very religious. Just she doesn't agree with it, and but I just met my biological family and met my biological mom, I think about like 8 years ago, probably 9 years ago. I met my siblings, and they are like, when I tell you, Conscious, I have felt nothing but love, nothing but true acceptance, nothing but just going back to just freedom, to just be myself.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have to just, you know what I'm saying? Because when I would go with my adopted family, it was always I would have to dumb myself down type of thing just to be around them. But I mean, yeah, yeah.
Wow. So you was able. Okay. So you had an adopted family, and when you got introduced to your biological family, you actually were welcomed and
Yeah,
affirmed and loved. That is actually amazing.
yeah, but you want to know the crazy part? Going back to the church, growing up in the church as a Black gay man during the time,
Mhm.
it's weird how the church do, especially the Black church.
Yeah.
They preach against homosexuality and the ubiquitous community, it's a sin, yada 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 yada. And they rebuke, the queer community, they rebuke us so badly. But I was like, in the church, I was heavily active.
Yeah.
During choir rehearsals, I would teach choir rehearsal, teach the
Uh-huh.
songs. I would lead praise and worship. I would lead the congregational hymn. I would lead this. I would lead that, direct here and there. But when I like started like actually like, because I grew up so sheltered,
Yeah.
and once I started like rebuking it and like rebelling type of thing, then it became a problem. And then when I definitely like when I got out and I left the church completely, and I started like just living my life as Aaron, even it's still a part of me to this day. I can't go back, especially to any Kojic church in the
Yeah.
United States, as Aaron,
Yeah.
dressed up and I just can't do that. So that I would say that's another hard part of transitioning. I would say that. But when I met my biological family, oh man, like it was like the universe was saying, this is what you've been waiting for, and this is what you've been longing for, that love and acceptance.
Yeah. I'm so
Yeah.
happy that you actually got that, and that you got to, and that you get to live this life with a community that loves you and allows you and embraces you. That's something that we all need. Um, how do you feel around a lot of the conversations that have been had over the past few years or the past decade around transness, around uh bio women, trans women getting along, have like, where do you see yourself in that conversation?
Well, to be honest, like I said, I've been blessed as a trans
Mm,
woman where I have beautiful relationships with especially with a lot of my biological
mm,
sisters. I have beautiful my best friend, her whole biological female. We've been best friends since high school. That girl is my sister. I have a lot of female friends. I have also, on contrary to belief, I have a very lot of heterosexual or trade type of men in my circle that love me down like all the way. Um, I am at that point. I do work. I work for the school system. Been working for the school system for
Oh,
about like
nice.
12, 13
Mm-hmm.
years. Get along perfect with everybody. Don't bother nobody. But I will cuss your ass the fuck out if you cross me the wrong way.
As you should.
Hello, okay, thank you. And I don't play that. Like you got me fucked up, like
Mm-hmm.
completely. And I in T.S. Madison, I was watching her live, and she
Yeah.
said something like this. She said she was the type of trans girl where she would hear horror stories of our sisters and what they would have to go through, and she would be like, "Oh my God, glad it's not me." And I was actually that type of trans girl. I was like, "Ooh, I don't have those type of problems."
Yeah.
Until on my job, I befriended one of my coworkers. Me and her got close, and we ended up in like just a stupid physical altercation. Like it got really rough.
Mm-hmm.
Like it got like to that point.
Mm-hmm.
And before it was, oh sis, 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 and oh I love you, and oh girl, like you're my sister, and yada yada yada, we're friends. Now after the fight happened, it's now become, oh he and you ain't nothing but a nigga, and
Yeah.
oh yeah, all of this drama. I've never experienced that with my
Mm-hmm.
biological sisters. I won't say I have a problem with them, and I don't really. To answer your question, I don't know what the true underlying issue is that they have with us. I
Mm-hmm.
really, I just don't know. In that, like T.S. Madison says, I think it's the common denominator is the men. To be honest,
Mm-hmm.
out of all of it, and then I think what really gets underneath my sister's skin against with us trans girls, I believe is basically like I don't know. Like I really can't say. I don't know if it's how we just bag niggas and how just men flock to us and just like I don't know what it is, but
Mm-hmm.
it's just mm,
Okay, so let me ask a sister here, Fuzzy. Like I know you probably have bared witness to a lot of, the conversations and back and forth that have transpired culturally and online between the
Mm-hmm.
sisters and um the trans sisters. And I like that term sister. Like it keeps the love of it all and
yeah,
the
because we're all sisters at the end
togetherness
of the
of it
day.
all intact. Yes, I love that. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna be using that from now on. The sisters. Uh,
Yes.
what do you observe, like Fuzzy, like when it comes to the tension, like as a
The tension comes from it's not from the men. Hetero women mostly think that if a man is into you, then he's LGBTQ. He's in your community. So it's not a competition for the men. It's not like if most hetero women, all that I know, wouldn't see a man that's with a trans as not gay. So it's not a man that
which is interesting to me, Fuzzy, because obviously, if a man is gay, he wants a man, not a woman,
Yeah.
not female, not So it's interesting at all of the different, how like it as you say, two heterosexual women
and
is
that's exactly my point.
gay, and then
That's exactly my point. They still see you as a man in a wig, a man
okay, so
Yes.
that
that's the underbelly.
that has
Yeah.
transitioned to look like a woman, but you're not really a woman. You're a
Yeah.
woman like that. You're not a woman like me. That's what it is. It's not a competition for the men because they'll give you the man because it's like, well, that's not a man that's in my dating pool. What I hear hetero women saying the issue is that trans women are men and men have come in to womanhood and are doing what men do, which is a takeover. So that's a very real um, contention, because what does a woman have if you're a man and now you get to come into my bathroom and I have to have my little girl in the bathroom? You're a man and I have to share. You're a man that transitioned to a woman. I didn't transition to shit, you know. I'm born a woman, and now I have to share my womanhood with you just because you say so. It's males being dominant.
So it feels audacious.
It does. Hmm.
Or do you feel like do you feel like our sisters feel like we are invading their space, like
I
womanhood?
don't believe initially, because you know good and well that we had championed the community. We helped the community to get a lot of the rights that it have now.
Yeah.
You know, we worked alongside you, but now it's like, well, hold on. You are literally born with the design of a man. And I don't care how you change the outside to look like a woman. You're in my sports now, fighting. And there ain't a biological woman that can beat no man's ass, as evident by they getting their ass kicked in all the sports that trans women get to be a part of. Now, nowhere in the community do you see trans
Men.
men rolling up in men's sports trying to dunk on them, trying to outdo them in any of the things. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
I believe that trans men are very respectful of men in their spaces, you know, but trans women are not to women in our spaces. And that is where the contention is from.
Mm. Uh, well, for me, I
Mhm.
respect all my sisters. I respect coming into women's, to my biological women's spaces, to their spaces. I respect y'all, and I actually, I admire, and I think where the misunderstanding, a lot of us trans girls, we look up to you, women. We do. We pattern ourselves. We admire y'all truthfully. But I believe I don't I the disconnect for me is kind of hard to pinpoint, sort of say, because I don't for me I feel like a lot of when I hear from my sisters,
I almost
there's
feel like I need to stop this live stream and restart a new one because this is a very intriguing topic, and you and Fuzzy are doing so awesome and being able to actually like just talk about it rather than it being like a doo-doo throwing match, but it's literally just an honest dialogue about the subject. Would y'all be interested in me deading this live and kind of starting another one?
Can we do it tomorrow? Because I'm running out of gas.
Yeah, because I
But
heard
I
you
love to talk.
yawning. I heard you yawning
sure,
earlier. I
I'm
said,
with it.
y'all, I said she almost out of fuel, honey.
Yeah.
Because we've been running it. Are you available later today? Well, it's already tomorrow my time,
Yeah.
but are you available today, Aaron?
Yes, yeah, I'm
What time
definitely
you
am
get off?
available.
I go to work at 7. I got to leave at 6. So as long as we get it in before then,
Mm-hmm.
like if we could set it up for like 4 p.m., 3 p.m. Oh, wait, I got a massage at 3.
Come on, massage.
No, no, no,
Yes,
no,
I'm
no.
a
Okay.
job.
No, no, no. I had to push it back from tomorrow. Yeah, I'm good. Between 3 and 4 tomorrow.
3 and 4 tomorrow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm definitely down. But
How about
I'm
you, Aaron?
down.
What time? Okay,
I'm
great.
definitely
yay,
down for it.
Okay. All right.
reckless one community. Conscious, you
And
gonna get on one community, pay regular.
I ain't come
You
for the
know that
bullshit,
nigga
y'all.
still that
Don't
nigga
start the
that
bullshit.
nigga still ain't email me. That nigga still ain't did none of that. This trifling, I'm trying to tell you, this straight up trifling. Yes.
I done pop in from the clouds, man. I gotta check on y'all, man. See how y'all doing since
Ain't
I'm
no
back.
damn
Since
pop.
Kaiser Sosa is outside. Fuck. Let me just pop out and just make sure, because I done put the leg straight now, walking straight. So.
Uh-huh. Period. Okay, so before we get into what community up in here, Fuzzy, are you wanting to bounce now to get your sleep, or are you want to stick around for?
Yeah, I'm about to bounce. I'm gonna be in
Okay,
the clouds until I doze off.
okay, well, after I end this live, I'm gonna go ahead and set the watch page up, and then
Okay.
so y'all should see it, and then I don't know how I'm gonna get. Well, I guess y'all just gonna tune in because I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna get y'all to stream your link, but I guess if y'all gonna tune in and
Yeah, I can email you too. I'll email you in the
okay,
morning.
and
Yeah.
Aaron, you do the same thing too, and email me so I can send you the direct stream your link. But if you wanna like just show up on time too, then I will also drop the link from the chat as well.
okay, that's a bet. That's a bet.
Okay.
Do you mind if
Thank
I
you.
stick around? Because I ain't got shit else
Oh
to
yeah,
do.
you can stick around, boo. All right,
Okay.
Fuzzy.
Okay.
Thank you for
Good
being
night.
here, boo. A good night, love.
All right. Bye.
Bye, Fuzzy.
Bye bye, boo. One community. Welcome. So, what you got going on, sir? Like, did you hit this link just to jump in, or something compelled you to step into the lion's den? He can't even hear me, honey. They got that damn audio, them audio damn issues all over again. Can you hear me, one community? Can you hear me? Can you hear me from Brazil, from Italy, wherever the hell you at?
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Oh my
Can you hear me
God.
back there?
The audio was doing the same thing. Last time he brought his ass up here. Okay, so
Y'all hear me? I'm
okay,
back.
yes, we can hear you now.
Oh yeah. There I go. There I go. My bad.
Hi.
My bad. Yeah, I was on the YouTube streets, and
Uh,
I said, let me pop back in and let me check on what's going on, because there's always some good conversations. So I just stopped in and you know just popped in and some stuff.
well, Aaron was sharing with us her trans experience, and her and Fuzzy was actually, in the conversation, exploring what some of the tension is between the bio sisters and the trans sisters, and so we was getting into all of that, which is very fascinating. And Aaron actually made a very interesting point, which I have heard also. I understand that the trans versus the bio sisters is it's a situation that's made up of a lot of tension, so it's like a lot of things kind of happening. But Aaron had made mention that she believes that men is a big part of the contention, because women of all kind are competing, for the attention of men, for the resources of men, and some of the stress of frustration.
And you want to know why I said that? And I'm sorry to cut you off,
Go ahead.
conscious, but I said that because, okay, prime example. Most of the guys I've ever grown up with or hang around
Yeah.
is all heterosexual. They are street type niggas, hood niggas. That's all I ever hang around. I'm real good friends with them. I've known this guy, been knowing him for about like 11, probably 12, 13 years. We've been friends, hanging out, everything. We weren't dating. We were just, friends, platonic friends. Well, it turned out like I think about like 2 or 3 years ago, he ended up having a baby, and he ended up like I guess he got with some girl. I don't know her, but he ended up marrying her. And out of the blue, she found out that me and him was hanging out, and we would do other little things. But she ended up finding out, and then out of the blue, he just cut off the relationship between me and him. And then when me and her had the conversation, the first thing that she said out of her mouth was, "Well, he shouldn't have been hanging out with your tranny self, no way."
Wow.
And it's like little stuff like that where it's like I don't understand where it's like the underlying issue why for me, I don't see it as we are invading biological women's spaces. I don't see that. I just see it as we're just trying to live and survive. We're
Yeah.
just trying to live our lives. Like we just can't help that. Like Tiz Madison say, everybody thinks that we trick these niggas, but in actual whole totality, we trick with niggas is the difference. So
Mm.
it's like I don't understand what the whole underlying issue, and not only just with the biological women. Some some of our gay brothers have actual problems with the trans girls too.
Mhm. I literally have a gay friend right now. We was just going at it. What 2 nights ago because he was talking to me about a project he was working on, and I had asked him like, I was like, oh, I think that you should definitely like sprinkle the trans girls in here. That'd be good for diversifying the situation that you're working on, etc. And then he went into this whole diatribe about I don't believe in the trans agenda. I'm like, what trans agenda? And then
Is
he was
it
like, what the trans? I'm like, trans, there is no trans agenda. There's no more of a trans agenda than there is a gay agenda. It's just people living their damn lives and just wanting a dignified, safe, resourceful existence like anybody else.
All it is that people who have been hurt, traumatized, bullied, oppressed, physically, emotionally, spiritually, all of the above, they're perpetuating the exact same war tactics that were perpetuated against them. It's like when the bully that was once bullied becomes a bully.
right?
Because it's the dumb, stupid, I gotta filter my language. I'm not at work no more. It's the crazy shit that comes out of people's mouths, which gives you insight on the war tactics and language that they were told when they were the victims of said oppression. It's no brainer, and it's also not a surprise that using certain language like agenda is even in the language, or using like the Bible or anything, whatever the war tactics of choice may be. It's not a no-brainer, or it's not surprising that certain people who also may fit into different marginalized groups use those exact same war tactics, because it lets you know where they have been or what they've been through.
But then again, as Conscious was saying, what is the agenda? That's where I'm kind of hung up on, because I I I don't understand the
I
whole
think the argument is formed out of what Fuzzy was talking about, this narrative that there's an invasion and a colonization happening. And I think for like bio women, particularly like Black bio women, I think because of the issue of patriarchy and them already having to fight for space and kind of like
Sure.
fight for their little corner of reality, that I think women largely still feel like, some women, because obviously like not all women like share that idea about what's happening. A lot of women are very pro-trans, and they understand that trans women are just as much a part, like, and fall up under the woman umbrella, and that y'all are all in this together, while other women, I think, who still feel like suffocated in this society due to patriarchy and due to inequality issues, are having an issue because of how limited they feel their little corner is, and then they project that frustration onto trans women without realizing that trans women like didn't create the situation that women as a whole are in, and actually is inheriting the negative patriarchy as a result of identifying as such and aligning with women.
Yeah, and you have a lot of women out here that will mask as trans advocates and to anybody watching this, to any viewer, I'm not saying all women. I love all my sisters, and I know there are I know there are biological women out there that is true advocates for us trans women. I know that, and rock with us and fuck with us down. But you also have some black heterosexual biological women that would say, "Oh, like okay, prime example, my coworker. Me and her were cool. And she literally said to me, she said, "Oh, yeah, I love gay people and I love queer people and especially trans people. I have a lot of gay friends and a lot of lesbian friends." And I was like, what? It- And this little shit like that they say, "Oh, I'm cool with the gays, I'm cool with the trans," but then let us get into like an argument or a fight or just like any conversation, then the whole real underline of how they really feel about us and how they really are thinking about, "Oh, you ain't nothing but a nigga. You ain't nothing but this. You ain't nothing." It's just it's that where I don't know where I have kind of the problem at. And I don't feel like we are in. I don't. For me, I know that I'm not invading their spaces. Like that's just not on my agenda, and it's not in my soul to do something like that. I just don't. I don't know.
Okay, so okay, so some of the hot button issues, I'm sure you and Fuzz are gonna touch on this some too, though. So, like, what are your thoughts as a trans woman about the whole trans women competing in sports? Because this has been a situation that's come up a lot, and I've heard arguments from trans women. I've heard arguments from the other side. We've even like tried to hear from some medical experts, which there seems to be like a middle ground. Like there are some doctors who are arguing that the playing field can be evened out, especially if transition has happened as it relates to hormones, etc., hormone therapy. And then there are other arguments, like even with hormone therapy, it doesn't change kind of some of the inherited qualities that a trans person was born with, including like bone density,
Right.
etc. All these things that can contribute to having a privilege or an advantage. So when you look at the issue as a trans woman, like what do you make of the issue and how do you understand the issue? And do you think it's appropriate for trans women to compete with bio women, or like just what's your whole feeling on that?
I'm not really versed on that topic, so to speak, but I feel like I believe, and I think what people miss is trans people, especially trans women. We only make up 1%, I believe.
Yeah.
And we are a small fraction of society. And so it's like we don't have a lot of like sports teams, and it's not like we're dominating the whole sports arena or like the sports genre. I don't, if you want to ask me my personal opinion, just to like stop all of the bickering, all of this back and forth, whether trans women should be allowed to play in sports, I believe we should just have our own separate league. But then again, we are so little in numbers, to be honest. I don't see us like having a whole like league of a team in sports. Um, as it goes with like medically transitioning, that's kind of a toss up. I would say like if you start your child off at a very young age with hormone replacement therapy, I don't know if that will have an advantage or disadvantage when it comes to playing sports. I'm not well versed in that. I don't know if it will make much of a difference. But at this point, with just all of the bickering and all of just the fear mongering is what it is. I just think like just have a separate team for us trans girls. Just all
Now,
together.
and you just said something important because I just responded to China. Hey China in the chat, hey boo, and had said to China that the problem with that unfortunately is that there aren't enough trans women in sports for, you know, there to be a league and for there to always be like a quantifiable trans competitor per trans competitor when it comes to these sports in high school and college, etc. So with that being said, since there's not enough for that to be a thing yet, there's not enough trans women in sports nationally, what should trans women do then? Just sit sports out and just sacrifice that, even if that's something that they want to do for the sake of allowing bio women to excel accordingly? Or
I mean,
what do you think is the right?
I wouldn't even know what to really give I wouldn't know what to quite say to that. I mean, I would I would say follow your dream, follow your passion, and if there is a sports league out there that supports and will, like, you know, accept a trans woman playing in, you know, their league, then go for it. You know, follow your dreams. I'm never going to say not. I'm never going to not say just stop doing what you love doing. Just keep doing it. But I mean, I Consciously, I can't give an answer on that. Like, truthfully, it's just, I don't.
Yeah.
For me personally, I just believe trans women, if to just dead this whole argument and all the bickering back and forth, just give us just our own little team. But just like China said in the chat, we are so little in numbers, we won't have enough to like form a whole league of our own. Just like going to the bathroom thing with the whole.
So yeah, because I was going to ask you that, like, what, like, I mean, what do you feel the solution is there?
Hey, with me at this point, I don't mind unisex bathrooms. Like, I actually don't mind that, and I wish a lot of churches would actually start doing that. It's a church in Baltimore, Carter Memorial Church of God in Christ.
Yeah.
I went there. I'm just thinking it's a men's bathroom and women's bathroom. Literally, I had to like step out of service, and literally, I didn't even know they had a whole unisex bathroom. I was like, "Yo, this is like so dope." Like, I wish more churches and more people would start doing that, because at the end of the day, Fuzzy, she was saying, oh well, I mean, you know, y'all were still born men, and you know, some women do feel a type of way when trans women come into women's spaces and women's bathrooms, and my daughter is in there and da 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 da. At the end of the day, I'm just trying to use the bathroom. I'm just trying to take a piss, ma'am. I'm not saying Fuzzy, but I'm just saying in general, like, I'm just trying to, I'm just using the bathroom.
Yeah.
And like this whole note, and I hate when I hear people throw the kids in it, and they say, oh, well, my child is in there, and children are so impressionable, and
Can
yada
I be
yada yada.
honest? Fuck them children. Fuck them.
And that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest, because let's call a spade a spade. And the reason why I mean this more in a figuratively way, fucking kids, because they only use the children as a trump card, because they don't even have statistics to even prove that trans women statistically by the droves are a threat to children and also a threat to women in these spaces.
But
But
they use that all the time.
wait. But there are statistics to prove that bio men are a threat to little girls and bio men are a threat to women, but that does not keep them away from what? Being married to men, having sex with men, and also engaging with men. So this idea, like, you have the statistics that proves otherwise, but you still prevail. But when it comes down to trans people, all of a sudden you don't even have the statistics on your side, and you're still trying to hold on to this fantasy. That's not even, and I'm calling it a fantasy because you don't even have the statistics to even prove your point. So the question is, what's the true agenda? And I'm using agenda purposefully. What's the intention? The statistics aren't even on your side. But statistics shows that men, bio men, are your real enemies. But that does not keep you from spreading it low, opening it wide, and having a baby with that nigga.
And busting it down.
with those niggas.
Yeah.
That's all I have
Yeah.
to say.
But I agree with you when you say fuck the children, because I get that a lot from my mom when just this past Thanksgiving. She's like, oh, well, I always have to, at the end of the day, I always have to dumb myself down when I go around certain people, especially like my family, because they'll throw the kids in there. Oh, the kids are, they're impressionable and you're confusing the children. And I told y'all, I work with children. These kids are smart. These babies are smart as hell. They would ask me, they were like, Miss Aaron, are you a girl or a boy? Like, and they would ask me very respectfully. And I'd be like, what do you want? Like, what do you see me as? They're like, I see you as a girl. I'd be like, okay. So it's for me, I don't believe we're confusing anybody. I don't believe we're tricking anybody. These kids know exactly what it is. I'm not going to say all of them, but for me, I'm just trying to go into the bathroom. I'm just trying to use the bathroom in peace. I don't give a fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I understand that. When it comes to the unisex bathroom, like in a hypothetical that like not every institution wants to create a unisex bathroom. Because
But
really,
then,
I guess because I've always felt like the women bathroom situation was really in its underbelly a response to the unresolved fear of men, and like Fuzzy said, because a lot of women look at trans women or acknowledge that there has been a transition from one sex to the other, that in the underbelly of their perception of trans women is still the sense of holding on to the maleness, and that's showing up in some of the issues for bio women. So can it be argued that that's rooted in real fear, or is that actually some form of transphobia in doing so when you hold on and produce a negative narrative out of the male aspect or the transition rather than to see a trans woman as a trans woman? Because I also think that that's a big part of the conversation too, and a lot of women are not being honest about the fact that they are not recognizing a trans woman as a trans woman, and some of this issue is a way to kind of be transphobic in a political way. Like, oh, I don't want trans women in the bathroom. It, to me, is equivalent to just saying I don't want a man in the bathroom. That's what I hear whenever
pretty
women
much.
say that. Yeah, and so I'm just like, just say it then. Like, I think it would be better if you would just like, if
Because
you like to respect it, don't even pretend to. Just snatch off all the pretty and just say that, so that it's not hijacked by issue like Reckless is saying that is like it doesn't even happen enough it to be a statistical like rooted concern. It's literally these fringe isolated incidents that are being sensationalized due to the existing fear and transphobia. And then what's in that is no conversation around the fact that a true perv does not need permission to evade a space they don't belong in. They will take that space. They don't need permission. They don't need to transition. If they want to harm a woman, they are going to. And there's no conversation in these spaces around bathrooms around the way that women have objectified and sexualized and been inappropriate and molested and or raped other women, and or men have raped other men in the restrooms. So to remove all of that and to only blow the conversation up because trans people are now in these spaces,
there's
and
another conversation brewing.
it's just like it's like, and we have a China here who I'm sure would like to respond to some of
Can I say one thing real
Hey,
quick?
China.
But the only thing I want to say is that even with the children being in the bathroom, is since we're talking about a women's bathroom compared to a men's restroom, in a men's restroom you have urinals. In a women's restroom, it's a whole bunch of stalls.
Oh.
So who gives
Right.
a fuck about your child being in the bathroom? If your
Because in some of
child
these
has their
fringe,
own stall,
because in some of
then
these fringe
Mhm.
situations, the men who are masquerading around as
Mhm.
trans women for the sake of trolling, or
Yeah.
the trans women who were just unhinged, were just like apparently just allowing their stuff to hang out, you know, in the open outside of the stalls in the
Like
open
Mhm.
restroom.
But even
yeah,
then,
like
like
that trans girl in New Jersey when she was at the massage spa. She was at some massage
I remember
place and
that.
she was out there. He was shaving. I hate doing that, but like she was just up there shaving, like naked in the women's bathroom. It's
But
like what are
even
we
then,
doing?
like I have to give pushback, because if you also let women talk long enough, they also talk about how other women are disgusting and filthy inside of their own restrooms, like
Oh,
tampons, like
yeah.
doing a lot of waxing, like all of these things. So the issue that I have is that they only try to narrow it down to trans women, and they use the extremes as a way to prove a point instead of actually talking about the reality.
Or like
That's the
T.S.
issue that I
Madison,
have.
or like T.S. Madison says, they use their pussy or their uterus as a weapon. And like they use it, like they'll throw the because I had my coworker do that. She threw her child in there. I have children, and no, I have children. And I was like, don't use your children in this. Like, come on now, like fuck them. I don't like. Come on, like, stop.
Yeah. Hey everybody.
Hi, China.
Hey,
Y'all are making some
Hey,
full
Hey,
points.
boo.
I love these conversations, and it's been a while since I got to talk to you, Conscious and
Cause
Reckless. How you
y'all,
doing
cause y'all
over
love to fucking argue. That's why
hey.
y'all love these conversations.
Well,
No,
I'm
but
gonna
I've
let
been
you know.
watching. No,
I'm
I've
also
been actually watching this
Hmm.
detailed conversation you've been having
Yeah,
about the wife and the whole
yeah.
Twitch thing. But
Hmm.
anyway, so I've been watching. I just been in the
Yes.
booth, man.
Period.
But on this topic, because I'm actually playing a video game, but I tuned in and I seen you was on live, so I just had to hop in on this conversation just a little bit when it comes to the sports, because I do feel like when it comes to that bathroom situation, they're full of shit. Any heterosexual speaking on it, they are using and weaponizing those small incidences and blowing it up to pretty much just cover up their own homophobias on that one, for sure. But as um
Sports. Mm.
when it comes to sports though, I, I've played sports myself, basketball specifically, and other sports. But what I've seen, just for the little bit of things that have come out as far as transgender women being in, uh, I guess the swimming thing has been real big as of lately, and about records being broken by transgender women of just large magnitudes that a natural born woman can't obtain and hadn't obtained. And there's already been nice records set by extremely talented women in those areas, but having them come into these spaces, I do raise an eyebrow, and when questioning the fact that we can't deny, although I do recognize, I do want to say, and I do want them in the spaces and being able to participate. But I feel like there's just gonna just
Is it me or is China's audio out? Can you hear me, China?
she's
Can
going
you?
in and out.
Okay. Oh, we can't hear you, China. If you can hear us, we can't hear you.
A Conscious.
Yes.
I'm just getting off work, so I'm about to go hop in the shower. I'm
Okay.
gonna hop down, but I will be listening from my other device.
All right.
okay. Is this better, y'all?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Do I need to take it back?
Yes, because we missed probably the last like 40 seconds worth of probably what you were saying.
Okay, so I was saying that, just from what I've seen, just about transgender women entering into the world of swimming and competing there and setting in new records that are just completely unobtainable by natural born women who have set extremely good records already in the sports industry. I do have to question just the and 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 I just do want to just say this too. I do feel like I don't want to shun and have transgender women put outside of those spaces, because I feel like being around women and in women's sports is a safe space. We do know that. I just don't feel like men's spaces in sports are safe, not even for other gay men personally.
Yeah.
So I feel like they're in the right place. I just feel like there's just more things that need to be put in place so they're not completely destroying the records that are just completely, they're obtainable by other transgender women, because we can't just take away from the natural things that they can't help. They can't help how they were born. They can't help the bone structure. They can't help the, the muscle mass that are just naturally there. Despite taking the hormones and the limiting of those things, it still doesn't destroy what the makeup is, and also the body structures, and still how they may have a natural born advantage that just natural born women just don't have. And we can't ignore that. But we also, I just feel like there's just other things that just need to be in place. They still need to be included, but there just needs to be like another, like when you have women, this is the most fastest woman here, setting this, well, this is the most fast this transgender woman here, and everybody still gets a trophy in their own lane, but it can't be to where it just takes over and it's just sets a new bar that a natural born woman just will never be able to truly obtain. um and that's just my opinion on that when it comes to that, because we can't shun them for, like I said, how we're naturally born. And even there's naturally born women even in the racing in the track industry right now that have been come after for the fact that, yeah, they're born naturally born women, but they have a lot of, I guess you can say, what people would say, testosterone levels or whatever the case that's naturally happening in their bodies that just makes them just complete beast. And you've had, you know, even the sports industry, men and even some other women even come after the fact, trying to validate if they're truly naturally born women. So it's just, it's a touchy subject, but I do feel like when it comes to the sports, we just really just need to have more things in place that keeps them included and around us, but just creates a different lane so they can be there, but not take over and set completely unobtainable records for naturally born women. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I just wonder what that would look like.
I don't know, like conscious.
Because look what had just happened not too long ago with all the fear mongering that happened. I believe it was a natural born woman. It was boxing or MMA that she was doing, and everybody I think she had went against another woman, and she ended up losing the match. But everybody around was saying that the
Yeah.
girl that she fought was a trans girl, and it was
Yeah,
like,
and she wasn't,
no.
and that's an example right there. They did the same thing for women. It was like these African women in Africa when it came to like doing track. Like, she's strong. They did the same thing with Brittany Griner, like at the same time, like when she came out, into the WNBA. It was all types of people trying to say that she was a hermaphrodite. She couldn't have been a woman. Like, she got to be a man, because especially because how deep her voice is and just how structurally how she looks. It was like the same thing. You remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. But see, also adding to that point, for me as a trans woman, I don't, I understand that, yes, I was born male, but for me, all of, just like the stupid talk of, well, trans women, they are naturally, stronger in the testosterone. For me, I don't quite succumb to that, because how I look at it as, I don't know you conscious personally or you China personally, and if any one of us was to get into like a physical confrontation, I'm not going to underestimate my opponent. I don't know what that other person is capable of. You see what I'm saying? So I don't adhere to the trans women are naturally stronger, and for me, I just don't agree with that.
Well, to that point, I was watching a Jubilee conversation.
I love them.
I love them too, and I be watching their debates all the time. Jubilee and
Yes.
another channel, I forgot what the name is, but they was talking about like I think they're talking about overall a lot of trans related situations, and of course they had like bio people in those discussions. And then the sports thing came up, and I think the trans woman on the panel, what do you call the skating kind of like aggressive skating sport? Rugby?
Derby?
Huh?
Is it derby?
I think the derby, yes. If that's the skating and kind of the hitting, pushing, yeah. She was like, she does that sport, and she's like, she looks like she is pretty tall, and I think she talks about her stature, like, like I'm tall, and I think she even gave like her weight, and I think she was even taller than everybody else there, and then she was like, but I get my ass whooped in derby, it's point, and so, and she's a part, obviously, like she's the only trans woman on her derby team, but she gets her ass whooped. She is not like excelling in it, etc. So what do you say to that, China, to Aaron's point that it's not always like a defaulted trans woman come out superior, going to come out one.
I would say this, it's just like let me think of a scrawny man. Like Wiz Khalifa, right? Okay, Steve Urkel. When he stands, if he was to play Steve Urkel next to a Megan Thee Stallion, I mean, there's structurally, if we put men and women all together in different rooms, you're going to get several different variations, and sometimes women may come on top when it comes to the strength structure of the body woman. But I think generally, I think we may have been conditioned because of different studies to always think that men are superior. Men are stronger naturally when they say, we're the protectors, and if the main reason why a man, if we're going to say just a straight man, never hits a woman, or just boys in general, because boys are always assumed to be stronger based off of the natural things that come with them, like their strength, the natural strengths that come with the way that they're physically structured. Even a skinny man could sometimes even surprise you and be a lot stronger than what you think. And I want to say that there's studies on that. I can't say because I don't have any facts. But I want to say just in general over the years and times, this has been a proven theme. This is why it's coming up so concurrently like this, is because this is what we've been taught. This is what we've seen, and we have been shown in the past. But it can vary. All men aren't these huge, ain't structured like you, Conscious. I think you're a pretty nice looking, strong guy.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, like you're a sexy man. You know what I mean? Like and but not every man. Like there's plenty of, even shoot, I'll give it out to my really flamboyant gay boys. I've seen them have some very slim bodies and nice little poking booties and all that, but they
yes,
get
but they'll fuck a nigga up.
Yeah, I was about to say they get down with them hands. They still strong, and they ain't
They
nowhere
throw
near.
down,
You know what I'm
babies.
saying? And
They're gonna be 2 fighting motherfuckers in here this evening.
That part.
Bring your ass, nigga.
Yep. I think China audio went out again. Yeah, as they say, don't let the cover art fool you, baby.
So yes, I just feel like this. I feel like personally, when it comes to the conversation, sometimes when it comes to like transgender
But
women
even
saying that,
China, like if Stephen Q. Urkel was to activate all 5 infinity stones of his testosterone, even given his stature against Megan, striving at her best physically with her stature, but Stephen Q. Urkel at full testosterone, you think she would still overpower him just based upon her stature, just because he, like, it would require more than just testosterone in his case
I mean,
to overpower Megan?
hell yeah. She looks strong to me. Ooh, she's sexy. She looks
Maybe them knees are definitely that.
Yeah, she looks
Baby.
Maybe she'd
the
be in a
power.
kangaroo kick your ass into next week.
Yeah. A lot of time I really do feel that. But if you place her next to The Rock, hell no, The Rock is taking over, like, but not to say, but most transgender women, if they're transitioning in such a ways to have a physical stature and also taking tea, they're not built up like The Rock. And but it's still, even if they had similar body structures without all the muscle, I still would consider them physically stronger, even on T. It might take it down a bit, but it also wouldn't change what they call the natural bone mass or density of what can also propel you to still be stronger or to stride differently in different sports.
Do you think it's fair for trans women to compete with men?
Ooh.
And for trans men to compete with women?
Wait, you mean trans men compete with trans women, or
no, like for trans women to compete with biological males, and for trans women and for trans men to compete with biological. Hold on, what am I saying? No, okay, for trans women to compete with biological males, if I'm keeping in the hypothetical of everything that China is saying, and for trans men to compete with biological females, is that also fair, or is that unfair?
It's unfair, and I will say this: it's unfair to and like the reverse in different ways. So it would be unfair for a transgender woman to be competing with men because they are most likely taking some form of hormones that would not even the field when it comes to what they could possibly produce off of the T. And same thing when it comes to transgender men competing with natural born women. It's not fair because now you're taking something that amplifies you and could give you an edge on top of what a natural woman is producing in her body.
So either way, trans people are fucked, basically. It's like, even if we compete with is not enough trans people to compete with trans people. And so even if you swap it, reverse it, okay, well, trans women compete with males compete with trans men, it's still there is.
This is why I feel like they
Mhm.
need to stay in. I feel like we just need to make space with them being on either side. So if there's a transgender male competing in male driven sports, first of all, that's the crazy thing, right? So we have not heard yet of a transgender men or transgender men coming into male sports still being able to outdo them and break records for them. That's the thing. We have not heard of that. We have heard it on the opposite side, but we're not seeing it in that opposite side, which tells me that even with the T hormones or whatever you take to do what you do, or for the transgender males, it's still not equaling up to whatever is naturally produced in the natural born male, because they're not still getting the edge. I believe they have the talent, but there's something that's not there physically to get them over the hump. Unlike when it comes to transgender women entering into female sports, there's an edge naturally that's already there, despite what is taken to kind of decrease the edge. There's still a natural edge that just can't be shooken, because you just can't help how you're born. I mean, I'm not taking away, like, I believe in the fact that, just like I believe wholeheartedly, like I was telling my auntie just today about, I felt the way I felt and I knew who I was at a very, very young age. There's no, denying the fact that I had a natural born attraction to women, even as a child, before I even knew what I was knowing. And same thing when it comes to transgender folks. I believe it wholeheartedly that you feel the way you feel and that you are the way you are, who you are. So I just feel like we just have to be more creative in our lens and broadening how we can fit our trans brothers and sisters into the spaces of our sports. That's it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that, but it's just for me as a trans person, I just know I'm not going to go out here. I know that I may have hearing what China is saying. I do understand that we do have an advantage in some way because of our makeup and of our structure, but for me, I just feel like I'm just not gonna go out here and pick fights with somebody or just like compete against another person. Because for me, they may be better or maybe like better equipped or maybe like stronger than me physically, where they may have the advantage. Where I don't that's a tricky type of like conversation that I'm not like well versed in. Like I
Yeah.
wouldn't. Yeah.
I respect your honesty and being like, I don't know where I stand on that because I'm not, as informed, etc. I can respect that. I think
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting set of circumstances. It's probably the only real complicated issue that I think may have some real substance to it out of all the issues that dominant society is trying to resurrect up against. And I guess I want to ask you both, since now we have a full LGBT panel, how do y'all feel about this coming Trump administration and some of the initiatives to protect us being kind of like snatched away? There's already a lot of like corporations and shit that are like removing LGBT this, LGBT pronoun this. There's gonna be a lot of room to kind of like openly fuck with us and discriminate against us. It's not gonna be there's not gonna be all of the protection that we had prior. A lot of that is coming down. How do y'all feel about that?
China, you want to go first?
um I kind of feel like as a people we have become more resilient,
Hmm.
um stronger. Like we're not the weak, hold on, let me correct my words. We're not, although I feel like the younger generation is a bit more sensitive. I feel like there's a lot more of us that have lived through that, like seeing the beginnings of where we came from
Hmm.
to the freedoms that we got, and taking a step back doesn't change our attitude and how we move throughout going through that. We've been through that shit before, had to navigate through that. Um, so I feel like I got involved in a beautiful organization at some point that was right at the beginnings of like when things were becoming a lot more open and we were getting a lot of those freedoms, and a lot of corporations and stuff like that, and clubs and stuff was popping around in schools and just different communities all over the country. And I feel like we're prepared, and if you surround yourself around your people, educate yourself on how to combat that, will be just fine. We'll be just fine, and we'll get those rights back for sure. It's not over.
Definitely, we're survivors. We've always had to survive as queer people, and like I will be honest and say I would be honest and say I was scared, and I kind of am worried because with just Trump being in office, it
Yeah.
just seems like America nowadays is like we have reverted way backwards,
Yeah.
and so to speak, and we have come a mighty long way. Because I'm one of the old school queens. I'm
Hmm.
from back in the day type of thing, and we have the pronoun, and I'm off with the pronouns type of thing. But it's
Hmm.
just, and it has become more accepting, which I love,
Yeah.
and a lot more. I don't even like to use the word tolerable, but it's just more accepting, and
Yeah.
it's not so much as a taboo as it used to be.
Yeah.
And like China has said, we've been through this before. It's nothing that we have not experienced, but also I would add to that, we are survivors. Coming from our community, the queer community, we are true survivors. Like true, we have been through the worst of the worst. So I believe we will. I believe we'll persevere. But do I worry about like our health care? Because I'm on hormone replacement therapy.
Yeah.
And I worry about like they're taking that away. I
Uh,
worry about how I'm going to be able to afford that if they don't go up on like my prescription cost. So it's a little shit like
yeah.
that worries me.
Yeah.
Not just for my trans sisters and my trans brothers, but for my gay brothers and my gay sisters as well. It's like I worry about us.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we definitely not going into an ideal set of circumstances for sure. We definitely going back onto the battlefield, which is interesting. And as a trans woman who works in education, with like some of the policies around pronouns kind of being snatched away, and some of these institutions kind of now leaving it up to humans to decide how they want to treat other people, like, how do you prepare yourself, as like, how do you deal with the pronoun thing, like when you, like, just say the hypothetical that like your school system like snatches down the pronoun situation, and now people have a right to decide if they want to call you Mr., Miss, her, he. Like, how do you even prepare yourself for that? Like, are you real big on the pronoun thing? Would you feel disrespected if someone referred to you? Because I know some trans people are not like Flaming Row, like, like she doesn't care about pronouns. I know earlier on in T.S. Madison's a journey, she really didn't care either about pronouns. How important or not important for you are pronouns?
It was a point. It was a point in time before where I was like, I cringed at the word tranny or at the word he, she, or shim, or like he, or when, just people would mislabel me or misgender me. I would just get very like, it would bother me. But now, like, I've come to know myself and accept myself and love myself a lot more than what I used to have. So it doesn't bother me. And I would say this for the people that, like my family, my adopted family, they just do not agree with my lifestyle. I would make, what's the word? I would
An
excuse them
exception.
when they would say he. Yeah, I make an exception for them. But it's like other people, I don't. At this point, I don't really care. Like at this point, I really don't. Like for me as a trans woman, I'm passable.
Yeah.
I've been blessed in that aspect where I can move freely and I don't have to worry about getting harassed. And 80, actually 100% of the time, all I ever get is miss, ma'am, her. I'm
Yeah.
not all for the pronoun. I mean, hey, whatever you want to be called, I respect that.
Right.
That's how I look at it. But for me, it's just, yeah, I don't really succumb to that.
The
Now,
trap.
if I don't know you, then yeah, it'd be like, like nigga, what do I look like? Do I look like a he to you? Like the fuck? Like, but nah, like, mm-mm.
Yeah.
So I have a question, if you don't mind, Conscious.
Sure.
Um. So, and this is, and forgive me because I don't know. Um. So is taking hormones a lifelong journey, and does it have any like side effects, or is there a point in time throughout as you get older, do you have to stop, or is that a lifelong thing that you're going to have to continue to take to maintain whatever, whatever it does for you? For all transgenders, I just wanted to know.
That's a question right here.
Well, wait. Well, you asking me or conscious?
You.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, if I would see it as a lifetime for me. I would like. I don't see myself, getting off of them, but also what I've learned about hormone replacement therapy is better if you start off at a younger age because it would just like, as T is mad as to say, it would knock the brickness off of you. Like, because, boys, they're very bricky. They're very, like, you know what
I
I'm saying?
cannot
It knocks the brickness off. And so it will help feminize a lot of things.
Mhm.
So I would say the younger you start, and if that's like if you're set on that and you're not, and also what my friend had taught me was be consistent when taking hormone replacement therapy. You have
Yeah.
to stay, if you get on them, stay on them. And but not only that, with you have so many trans girls that can't afford them, and they're not like a whole lot of available resources out there. So I would understand that. But to answer your question, I guess it just depends on the person and your journey. For me, it would be a lifelong type of thing where I would continue to take them. So I mean, but also beware, and what I try to tell my younger trans sisters that are like starting their transition, if you're going to be consistent with taking the hormone replacement therapy, be consistent in it and don't teeter back and forth. Don't be starting them and taking them for like a year, 2 or 3 years, and then end up stopping and then going back on them another 5. It's like you have to be consistent with it. If you're gonna
What
stick with it, stick with it.
and
But
why is that? Is it because there's a health risk to it, or is it
it's
because
not
there's
it's
a
not
mhm.
I don't think it's much so of a health. Well, you will have some side effects, I believe, but not only just like it's not a health risk, it's just like,
You're gonna lose some of the properties
yeah,
that
yeah,
it
you
provides.
lose like, yeah, like you like the breast development after if you stop taking them, that's gonna go away. Like you're gonna start noticing that you're gonna have to shave a whole lot more. Like it's just little stuff like that. So that's why I always say and stress to the girls, if you're gonna stay on them, stick with it,
Yeah.
type of thing. Yeah. It's a commitment. It's a whole commitment. And if you want to say health like conditions, I would say if you're taking hormone replacement therapy, my doctor always says don't smoke cigarettes or like smoke any like tobacco products while
Mhm.
taking the pills because you would get blood clots.
Oh
But I
wow.
mean, yeah, yeah, you're at a high risk for getting blood clots,
Mhm.
like if you're like taking them and smoking at the same time. Like, yeah,
Wow.
That's
yeah.
interesting. Wow, wow, wow.
Oh,
Shut
see, I thought at some point, like, if you didn't been on it, like, for like 10 years or something, you could stop, couldn't it? Because nothing ain't gonna change. Like, once been on it
Mm-hmm.
for so long, like, you stuck. Like, you are who you are. But
No, I guess it's because
Mm-hmm.
like the biology is what it is that you have to keep combating the biology on that level because
oh,
the biology is
Yeah.
keep showing back up. So you got to keep
Mm-hmm.
suppressing that with medicine and chemicals.
okay.
Um,
Yeah.
I had asked the question earlier, China, about God. Like, what do you make of God? Like, why do you like? What do you think of your lesbianism in the context of God? Like, do you think that God intentionally made you queer or same gender loving?
Absolutely. I don't. You know, um, it's just something that just it was not a choice. I didn't choose who I was attracted to. Um, I didn't. I feel like as children we are like the most pure, and when my aunties, like, that's the one thing that kind of pissed me off when it came to coming out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
over here so nervous, so scared, getting cursed out by my granny
Yeah,
out coming out. But yet, as soon as I picked up the phone and I'm telling my auntie, she was like, "Girl, what you saying? I already knew this. We saw this when you was a child. Like, you was running around here. You never had no interest in boys. You never had any. You never taught you had interest in all boy things, and you had
right.
certain mannerisms and the way you carried yourself. It was just not as a typical girl who was, boy crazy or just had those characteristics of a heterosexual woman. Like I didn't have those things, and it was never on my mind. Like I, like looking back into my childhood and the way I interacted with dolls and like watching like some of my favorite movies and stuff like that, I wanted to be the guy. Like, I admired, their style and, being able to romanticize a woman and being the hero. You know what I mean? I never once looked at a woman and said, oh man, I wanted to be like her. Like, you know what I mean? Or I wanted to, I never had those feelings of, even like the feminine things that like feminine women have like about themselves. And
So do you think that that's more of a narrative thing? Like do you think if in the inverted or in the reverse, you would have like lived in a society where women were equally also put in leadership positions? They were seen as the heroes. They did the rescuing of men. Do you think that would have it like strengthen your perception of?
No, it wouldn't have changed my attraction, because at the same time, even in that, like, it's not just about like the characteristics or the narrative. It's about also the connection to femininity. I don't have that. Like, I wanted to dress like the guy, smell like the guy, you know what I'm saying? Like, do all the things that typical, what they would say typical male characteristics, or
So
what
do
do
you
you
consider
call
yourself a trans man or?
No, I do not. No, I do not. And
So what
see,
is the difference between like you and a trans man?
me and a trans man, the
Yeah.
difference is I am comfortable with being a woman. I don't, I don't have any desire to have a penis. And I know that all transgender men don't also take that leap of doing that. Just like
That's why I had asked.
men don't do
Yeah.
that. But also, like, I love being a woman. There's, I love my femininity. I love having a vagina. Like there's, but I just don't have the connection. Also, like, I think my attraction to women
Yeah.
and feminine women and me not having
You are
those things.
masculine presenting,
Very much so.
gender loving
That's right.
female.
That's right.
Woman. Okay.
That's right.
Mhm.
And see, and that was the tricky thing that I kind of, during that whole coming out thing, when you're trying to figure out where you are and everything, like I went through questioning, like, well, because especially when you have, people saying you over here trying to be like a guy, you want to be like a man and all this other stuff, that not being connected to anyone who looked like me or being connected to my people, you know what I mean? I had to find my people. I had to find what felt good to me, and I contribute that to, and I don't know if it's a bad thing to say, but I really appreciated the show. I love the L word for what it was. Like, I love the L word. It gave me all the hope. That's how I found out that, damn, it's prides out here. I'm finding the fucking pride. And I tricked my mom to meeting up with some friends and at a park where there was fucking pride in Columbia, South Carolina. Yes.
Story.
I did. I was like, Mom, me and my
Wait, you're from Columbia, South Carolina, China?
No, I'm not from Columbia, South Carolina. I'm from California, but I ended up having my whole coming out experience. I moved to South Carolina when I was 12 or 11 years old.
Wow. Okay, yeah, okay, that's my hometown.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's where you're from?
Yeah,
Hey.
Columbia.
What school you went to, Conscious?
Eau Claire.
Okay, Eau Claire. Shoot.
Yeah.
I went to 3 different high schools, and I
Mhm.
played on all the basketball teams, and I was also in ROTC. So,
Oh wow.
yeah,
Nice.
I went to Irmo High School,
High.
Columbia High School,
Yeah,
and
that's
then
where my cousin went.
that's what. Hey, and if you know anything about Columbia High, that was called the what?
I forgot. I'm too old now.
The
I'm
gay
pretty
school.
high.
That was called the gay school, man.
Hold
That was,
on, Columbia High was the
yes, that was
Columbia
all
High.
the
You know
gays
it
was.
between y'all and Spring Valley.
Yeah, yes, but they, yep. You are right, but that kind of came. They
Yeah.
was like the later bloomers.
Yeah.
Columbia High was all up in it,
Yeah.
man. I was surrounded by so many gays. I felt so comfortable there, but that was the hood though.
Mhm.
So it also was like the most homophobic from other black people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so that was a little challenge, but I felt protected there though. I did. I felt protected and loved. And then the last high school I ended up graduating from was White Knoll High School. the high school that shooter that shot up the church. Yeah. I went to school there. I was in ROTC with that crazy ass nut. And I was the first like out lesbian there. So, so it was very interesting dynamics. I got to see a little bit, but I had a beautiful experience growing up. My mom was amazing. I didn't have a lot of the different struggles. The only person that really gave me hell was my goddamn grandma.
Them grandmamas, child.
Like she gave me hell, man. Like I kind of like when you asked me like how I feel about God, I was almost a little triggered there because I really did not like the fucking church. Like I hated my grandma. Okay, so you probably know the church out there that's called Bible Way,
Yes, the mega church Bible Way. Yes.
Oh my God, I freaking hated going to that damn church. My granny loved it there. And for about maybe 2 years, I was forced to wear dresses. This is the reason why I also had like triggering response. I can't even have it raised up to me to even like it. It was really I struggled, and when I fucking got free and I got my fucking voice, couldn't tell me nothing, and that was like probably when I was like hit like the 11th grade. 11th grade, I was fully who I am. I was ready. Shit, you gonna kick me out? Kick my ass out then. Shit, I'm good. I'll find my people. I'm good. But I didn't have that experience. My mom was very protective, even though my grandma was in the house and she was giving me hell. But my mom, I was like, shoot, you can't tell me nothing. My mom, except I don't care. I do not care.
You're right.
Like and I gave him hell. So shoot, I had.
Okay, so it's interesting. Okay. So I have a question for y'all then. Well, because do you have an adverse reaction to all like female clothing? Like could you throw on a dress right now and feel comfortable?
No, I can't.
No. Okay, so is that in the same? Because I don't really hear conversations around it, like kind of like aesthetic dysphoria. I always hear about gender dysphoria, but then I'm just like, in cases like this, where like a masculine presenting man would feel like repulsed at dressing effeminately, or a feminine presenting woman would probably feel repulsed by dressing in a masculine fashion. Like, is that a part of gender dysphoria, or is that something else? If there's like this resistance toward dressing aesthetically or aligning aesthetically in any capacity with the opposite,
I would have to say,
or with self-sex, or or whichever way it is.
I would have to say, for me personally, I feel like it comes from the fact that the trauma that I went through with my grandmother. I was forced to be uncomfortable, and I felt like I was visibly uncomfortable. I was forced to be around males in the church. I was forced to have male attention. I was forced to be in spaces where I felt so uncomfortable for at least 2 years before my mom heard me and I was allowed to wear pantsuits and different things that made me feel more comfortable. Like I got to dress like I told my mom, like, I'm watching the show, The L Word, and the character that I want to be like when I grow up, that she's the most beautiful. I want to be like Bet. Like she was sexy to me. She was dominant, but she was still beautiful. You know what I'm saying? And the way that she dressed, I was like that, like, or like a Queen Latifah, like she's beautiful, but she's still, she has those things like, and my mom was like, I hear you.
How did you feel about the Brat?
I love the Brat, but my mom at that time did not want me. It was okay for me being gay, but I couldn't look gay.
Right.
Oh wow.
So I love the Brat.
Yeah, that's a big thing for some, like this compartmentalized homophobia.
Right. So that was my mom then. She's not like that now, but that's how she was back then. And and even when the way like I had to go and move through like corporate America and how I found jobs and stuff, I presented for a long time as a straight. Like I tried to be as girly as I possibly can, and even dressing, in like casual wear that was like for women, right?
Yeah.
shopping at Cato's and stuff like that and stuff before I actually was like, I got with a woman, the woman I'm with now, my wife, and she was like, I don't want you doing that. You don't have to do that. I'm going to show you how you don't have to be the way your mom told you have to be to get accepted out here in the world. And she was absolutely right. I have not did that since. It's been 7 years.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Wow. But
That
On
was
your
just
freedom, honey.
yes.
see, getting
Your wife
free.
gave you your goddamn freedom papers.
Yeah.
But I love that story. I love
Yeah.
that because I will hope other trans women, or it just from our, I just wish anybody that's listening to this would just understand where we're coming from and living in our shoes and what we have had to go through. And also going back to freedom, it will set somebody free, whoever is listening to this right now.
Yeah.
Just go out, be you, and and that's where I got free. I really, it was like before I even came out as a gay boy for my transition, I had to really process and say, Aaron, do you accept you for you? Because you already know they're not going to accept your lifestyle. Do you accept you? So it starts with you first. And then when you get there, when I got there, just like China, I grew up in a church too, and it was just so like growing up in the church, especially the Black church, Pentecostal church. It's just so many like it's structured. It's so many rules. You can't do this. You can't do that, and you just feel so constricted and so confined. But it wasn't until just like China said, I just broke away and was just like, okay, you know what? Let me just be free. Let me just live my life for me and don't worry about anybody or what anybody has to think nor say. So it's just be free.
What do y'all think about the whole like passing thing to begin with? Like, what is your attitude, Aaron, toward like passing? Because you mentioned like TS saying about the hormones helping to take the brickiness off. Like, do you think that contributes kind of to some of the internalized misogyny that like women of all kind deal with, including trans and bio, where you have like even like bio women with masculine features. They may have big hands or feet or height,
That
tall.
clocky.
Even for bio women, like, do you think that it helps women's community when we like hold an image of femininity up rather than to make femininity a broad thing, or maybe even totally inclusive of masculinity too, since like once again there are bio women who have masculine features. I mean, they do have fathers, so some bio women, like they have features from their fathers, just like some males have features from their mothers. They have big hips, big booty, they have a feminine face, they have a high pitched voice, or like they have like what you call like dainty, soft, or womanly like physical features. Like so the whole passing thing, should it even really be a thing? Really?
Well, I think it boils down to privilege, and T.S. Madison helped me. T.S. Madison and Craig, they helped me understand that a lot more. And it really is privilege at the end of the day when you really look at it, because it's like I keep going back to the topic, God.
Yeah.
I have been blessed in this journey so far, where I have been, as you say, passing, where I'm able to move freely and move freely out here without. I've never been gay bashed. I've never been harassed as a trans woman. I've never had those issues.
Yeah.
Never. So when I don't, for me, passing is just, I think it's at the end of the day, it's really more about privilege.
Yeah.
And not only that, but you have some
Is it
trans women.
harmful? Are these ideas harmful to both bio and trans women? Like you have trans women almost killing themselves to assimilate, to these expectations. And you even have now also bio women assimilating. through various cosmetic surgeries or the development of dysphorias of all kind around their body because they don't look like what they call traditional women. Like, should we dismantle passing as a thing altogether in order to free both trans and biological women from the stress of having to dress down any type of masculine attribute and be more accepting of all women embracing their masculine qualities, because it doesn't make you less of a woman to have a masculine quality, considering that everybody is androgynous. Like, we all are born in the image of our mothers and fathers. We literally have androgynous bodies. We have androgynous, like, men have estrogen, women have testosterone, like one may have more natural over the other, but all of our bodies are made in the image of male and female. So why are we even really assimilating in ways that become maybe harmful when it shouldn't really be that deep at the end of the day?
Truthfully, it really shouldn't. And that going back to what Fuzzy was saying before she got up, I think that's also where the biological women have an issue with us trans women, is because like you just said, you have some biological females out here. The men, the heterosexual men that they date in their everyday life, they will get misgendered as being trans. So I think that also, like, and like just like you said, they may be masculine features above them. They maybe have big hands, or they may have some facial features or whatever. But like you do have some men out here that will mistake them as trans or misgender them as trans. So I don't, like Laverne Cox says, I'm trying to like not say the word passing so much, or like like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I just, because at the end of the day, I don't know if it's harmful. It may be harmful to others because it's like, oh my gosh, that girl has privilege, or like she's able to move freely out here, but here you have another trans girl who's not so blessed in having those feminine features. And then I guess that's where the harm may come into.
And I would like to add too, like, that was, I think, a part of my mom's fear.
Yeah.
My mom is she works in the corporate world, in HR specifically, and she's seen a lot of different, ways in which hiring has favored different folks. One of her concerns was the fact that, first of all, at this point, I feel like when I walk into a room, it's undeniable where I lean, as far as like my sexuality goes. That was a concern because of being shut out, and I feel like that could be also an added point of why, because there's opportunities and doors that get shut on us when we do come out being who we are. And not only that, then you also add in the beauty factor. There's been studies that show that, beautiful women, feminine women, they're more likely to get a job. Same thing.
Privilege.
Right. That thing is there.
And not only that, I think that our parents are, I think truthfully, they were, like you said, I think they are scared of, not scared so much. I think they are just like, they know that
it's going to be a rough ride.
yes, like it's going to be tough for us. And I think that's why they are like so gun-ho on like the whole like homophobia, transphobia type of thing.
Yeah.
Like, I think
I
that plays
have
a
heard
part
a lot of
into it.
parents say that they say that their homophobia or transphobia was a result of knowing just how bad or how hard their kid was going to have it, and they didn't want their kids to have to go through what they knew queer people have to endure in order to be themselves. But my response to that has always been, how about challenge homophobia then, rather than accommodating it? Like, rather than telling me to straighten up so that I can be safe in the world filled with a bunch of bad behaving people, why not like just put the pressure on bad behaving people to get over themselves?
And I think that's what happened over the last couple of years. This is why we got the rights that we've gotten now, and the protections that we've had. Now things are being snatched away. So we're going back to that error.
And do y'all find that exhausting
Oh,
as
yes, man.
minority people within a minority people within a minority people? It's like I sometimes it's like when we talk about like battle fatigue, I really be like, that is a real fucking thing, because it's just like it's not natural to be in this gas break, gas break, gas break, gas break, gas break type of dynamic. It's like, what the fuck are we continuing to take 20 steps forward just to take 20 steps back eventually, and then 20 steps again? Like, where are we actually getting to if we're gas stopping? Like, we're like, if I don't, it's redundant and it's dumb. And if we're going back, what does that mean? Does it mean that nothing in fact has changed? Does it mean that it's just that those who in power have not changed? What is it a reflection of? How are we to have a healthy understanding of this gas breaking? And
I think we're going to be the case study for that, Conscious, because this is going to be the first. I can't even say that it's the first time. I'm pretty sure, like, historically there's been different things that have been snatched away and then we had to go back and get it again.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we're going to be literally the living test study of what that looks like and what our relationships to folks look like around us by how we're going to be getting treated and the respect and what we think was built to protect us. We're going to be seeing how that's violating. We're going to see the true colors and the natures of the people in our circles, in our workspaces, and how that's going to come out. And even just, day to day of how we experience the world, like it's going to come out. Because if it has been true change within the hearts of the people, then we're still going to be protected. We're still not going to be violated in such ways that are just so egregious. But we're going to find that out the hard way.
Mm.
That's the exhausting thing about it. It's just like, it's just like, get on with it already. Like, can it just be better, for God's sake? So, like, who wants to spend their life fighting? Nobody. Like, I did not come here to swing and bang,
And that's
like, through my experience.
And that's what I felt like being doing social justice work.
Yeah.
Even gonna lie to you, like I was in organizations that constantly there was a campaign for something, and then said there's different rights there. We take 2 steps forward, 10 steps back. 2 steps forward, 10 steps back. It's always something, and it's like a never-ending war because the true nature of a lot of folks, unfortunately, is just gonna be there. And not only that, it's like a disease. They're spreading it to their offspring. So it's like a constant battle here. Like,
But do you think it's just like, do you think it's just pure ignorance? Like they don't want to change? Like they don't want to like validate us or like just
a little
like
bit of
what do you
both. I think it's the old boys, the new concepts that's built in with the fear, and
mm,
it's the folks that are still there. They're still here. The folks that do have a lot of power, older folks that still have a say so. I was actually shocked that to be honest, I did not know that certain bills and certain things can be reversed. Like, like I was like, if that's the case, why the hell haven't we rewritten a lot of this shit that was in, you know, Bill of Rights, constitutional right, all these things. Like, I was actually shocked when that actually happened. I did not know. So I'm just like, the wool was just pulled over our eyes here. So I'm just like, it's a little bit of both. It's the older because they're still here, and it's the new. And it's the new that's not even like our age in the 30s. I would say, 40s, 50s, 60s that's still up and running and still got power to do things. So it's exhausting, but what I do know in my heart of all hearts is that we are okay. What I do know in my heart of all hearts is that we are resilient people.
yes we are.
We have gone through as Black people, because we Black first. We've gone through so fucking much as a queer community. We've gone through so much together that
Yeah.
we're gonna band together. We're still gonna fight this shit. It's just gonna reinvigorate a new generation. That's another thing that's the beauty that comes out of this fight, is that there's a new generation that's going to be fired up to come up and fight alongside us when it comes to this shit. I do have faith that we'll be able to, whatever that's so-called taken away from us, we'll get that shit back tenfold.
And these new babies, these new generation of kids today, they are so freaking smart and they're so woke and just, I believe, just like you said, China, yeah, they're gonna do something great. I believe it. They're gonna help change this world and hopefully change it for the better. Truthfully.
Changing it for the better, child. I agree. So we should be looking at change then as a long game, not a short game. Considering how complex hatred, discrimination, prejudice, and ignorance is. That we shouldn't be expecting no like overnight success, but that this is just something that we gotta like continue to squeeze out per generation, with the hopes that each generation is filled with more informed people than ignorant folk, more loving people than unloving folk.
I just wish more people was just more loving in general, to be honest. And just let people live their freaking lives. And I mean, at the end of the day, you can just change if you want to. That's if you actually want to change. But I mean,
Yeah, this is for the long strokers, man. I'm just saying it's gonna be and on top of that, one thing I feel like we've kind of lost a little bit is, like, our ancestors would tell us not to forget. We cannot forget.
yeah.
Got to where we at, and we got to remember to see the signs of where certain folks are trying to revert us back to, and we got to be more on top of it. We dropped the ball with this election, and it's because a lot of things were forgotten. We've forgotten how
Okay, hold on. Now, when you say we, who is the we?
You know what?
Because the majority of us, in terms of Black folk, we did our part of this election. 89%, 88%.
You know what? I would, when I say we, because also I have to hold, and I'm gonna just be honest, I have to hold a lot of different other communities.
Yes.
They got that they were alongside us either. There's no one equal to the white man but the white man. Yeah. And I feel like Latinas dropped the ball on us. I feel like the Asians dropped the ball on us. I feel like as coming together as, for real, the Latino. I was really shocked. Mexican, Latinos, whatever you call yourself, Dominicans. I don't care. Y'all dropped the ball. Your communities dropped the ball on showing up for what the fuck the real fight is for. Because too many Black folks have come out for other folks' causes, other communities' causes, other minority causes, and have shown support and have banded together.
Never show support for us.
And there's never on no sides. And I really did hate when the and I ain't even trying to get sidetracked, but when the stuff was going down with the Pakistani and the whole all of that,
and whole war.
People forgot the history. And that's the problem. That's why I say we cannot forget the history and the legacies and the paths that get created for when we do have our wins and even our losses, and how we don't get caught up in the crossfires and forgetting how we got to where we at so we can protect what we got. People forgot the history of Pakistan. People forgot how Israel came to be where Israel is at, and the support and the connections that they do and have already built deep rootedly in this country. So, and then the fact that they didn't feel supported by Black folks and just thought that we were supposed to come out in droves on that. I was like, are you not paying attention to our own fight here in America? Like, it's just a lot. And I feel like other races have continuously dropped the ball on us. So I'm gonna just say that.
They dropped the ball countless times. And they gonna keep doing it. I don't.
And this is why you got them saying, or a lot of people saying, we don't care about y'all getting deported. We don't care about what happens. Y'all families, y'all want to go. This is not going to be our fight this time. We're not coming out this time because we've come out before. The
Mm-hmm.
one that I was with fought against ICE and all this stuff. You know, we were so many undocumented people we protected within the ranks of our organization. Period. Providing jobs, places to stay, all these different things. Shutting down police stations, getting arrested on purpose just to get up in the jails to do documentation behind y'all. Like, hell no. Like, this shit is ridiculous on how things went down. And the fact that y'all feel like y'all was protected and y'all had a friend in Trump is hilarious to me. Like,
After he done called y'all country the his shithole country and whatever he'll say, floating garbage can.
like, come on, man. Like, it was just ridiculous. Like, we not y'all freaking enemy, but y'all, since y'all want to be on the same level as a white man and have white privilege and have that same access and to do the same things, just like how heterosexual black men want to have the access and be able to be aligned with the white men and do the same things. Fine, I'm gonna leave y'all on the boat to burn. When the next time they all come and they stepping on your necks and you're breaking your backs and they throwing your asses and gel all over the place, I'm not marching no more. I'm done. I'm all marched out. As a black woman, I'm all marched out for y'all motherfuckers. I am. I've done a lot of motherfucking marching, a lot of protesting, a lot of crying for motherfuckers that ain't never marched for me, ain't never marched for our community, period, black or not. Like, they ain't never marched for us. They ain't never came out for the queer community, and they gonna let us burn. They ain't about to fight for none of our rights right now. They don't give a fuck about what we got going on. But then they gonna be the
At
main
all.
ones jealous when we get this shit back and talk about how, oh, hey, this person supporting this, and you know, the hatred that comes behind the little bit that we got. The little bit that we got. We got so much hate for the little bit that we got.
But see, you have some people that have voted for Trump. They 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 align with his policies and they were going for his policies, especially when they heard with the fear mongering towards our community. They were all on board for that shit, but they missed
All
the
of a
whole point.
sudden, people was
Right,
like, "Oh, well, I agree with him on that.
right, right.
I don't fuck with him on nothing else, but I agree about him and them trans, him and them
Mhm,
gays, him and them."
mhm.
Oh, wow.
But baby, when he gets into office, honey.
And I also got beef with the gay white community.
Mhm.
I do got beef with y'all motherfuckers because y'all are part of the motherfucking chaos too. And this is why there is a fucking black pride and a regular pride. But
Yep.
that all that other shit, we have to have our separate. This is why we have black carcasses and shit like that, because we cannot trust you motherfuckers. Y'all was a part of this chaos too.
Absolutely. Oh no, yeah, because this was that guy. Okay, so let's now. Okay, so let me ask y'all this then. So on one hand, like, was it also like affirming to see that 88% of the black community came out and voted blue, voted Kamala, vote for the lesser of two evils for some people? Like, what does that signify to y'all?
I mean, I was actually kind of baffled when I heard that one, to be honest, because from my understanding, a lot of black men that I'm in spaces with, they have always voted for Trump for some reason. I don't know why, and I would be like, "Why the hell are you voting for him?" But I mean, you vote for whoever the hell you vote for. But I was kind of surprised when you just quoted that statistic. You said 85%
Yeah,
came out and voted. Okay, well, that's
88.
very. You said 88.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I'm actually very surprised at that.
hmm
You know, but I'm actually happy. But also, when I think about it, I would have loved Kamala to be our first Black female president. But at the end of the day, they wasn't gonna, they wasn't gonna put her in because she was a Black woman. at
And
the
it's
end of
not
the
just
truth.
that they wouldn't have put her in if she was a white woman.
At
It's
all,
the
at
sexism
all.
of it all too. I have a problem with men in general and they fucking sexism, they hypocrisy and all that other bullshit. I'm tired of seeing a bunch of white men, the one spot of black that we got on that motherfucking calendar, and all these wrinkly ass men on this motherfucking calendar of presidents. And if we had anything to say, like, you know how when you talk about what is it, discrimination
Yeah.
within a certain job sector or whatever, where there's a huge, like, why can't I wish I could sue the fucking government and charge them for discrimination against women. And specifically, I got all the proof when I look at this motherfucking calendar of fucking male presidents from 100 and something plus fucking years. Like, I'm sick of it. Like, it's it irritates my soul. Because we had two shots. We had Hillary and we had shit, and that blew up. And that was, to me, that wasn't about no fucking emails. That was a fact that it was a woman going in and she
Yeah, that's
high
all
ass.
that was.
Yeah, that's what that was about. We not on.
Okay, so let me ask y'all about then, because I feel like, what did it say to y'all for Hillary to have won the popular vote? So technically, most Americans were ready for a female president. If that electoral college didn't exist, like, she would have got it, and she won the popular vote by 3 million more votes. So it wasn't even like a close, like, it wasn't even like a close race. It was like a whopping gap, like, of Americans stepping out for Hillary in that way. What does that say? That she won the popular vote.
That the electoral vote was put in to cause chaos. I hate the electoral college. I don't understand the purpose of it at
Yeah,
this
we need
point.
to get rid of it.
Yeah, we need to. And I would believe that this year is the first time I actually seen like a campaign initiative that was trying to actually get votes, enough votes to actually get rid of the electoral college because of that reason. And as far as seeing black people come out, you said an 80 something percent, it showed me that we not enough in this damn country. That's what it is.
No.
Like,
And
it
we
showed me
can't
that
be as a minority, or we can't be. Like, we gonna always
and that's
need
another thing. So
allies.
So that's what I was thinking. Like, all this fear mongering amongst white folks, the fact that it's black people taking over this motherfucking country. But yet still,
And
the
then
votes showed that if we weren't even enough to take over half of the freaking spots on the damn map. It was just ridiculous. Like,
Baby,
watching
the
that
amount
broke
of red on that fucking map, I felt like Kamala had only won a city. Like, the way that goddamn map was inflamed with red, it was appalling. But at the same time, let me ask y'all this: all the compilations, because there was a YouTuber that did like a compilation. I think he was actually doing a reaction video to people who voted for Trump saying why. And the running theme, it was Mark Lamont Hill actually. The running theme was the economy. Like, the cost of living is crazy, and it seemed like most Americans were willing to like roll the dice on Trump so that they could literally survive just everyday living. Like, and apparently it caused people to throw out other things, in exchange for being able to afford life. Like, if we got to throw out, an appropriate leader who stands on virtue, who loves all people, if we got to sacrifice some things, we pretty much, it's almost like we kind of sold our soul a little bit. Like, I'm going to implement this dangerous person who might not be well, who definitely don't see it for everybody. But at the same time, if my everyday life has been compromised and I can't even afford, a full month's worth of groceries.
But see conscious data. But see conscious that people don't understand that. For some reason, either they do understand it or they just doing whatever the fuck they want to do. This man has shown them several times who he really is, and he doesn't give a fuck about anybody. And especially when I hear people from our community, not just the gay community, but the
Yeah.
black community. I would hear these niggas sitting up here, yeah, well, Trump this, Trump that, yada 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 yada, and I would have to tell them, you do realize he don't give a fuck about you, nor does he give a fuck about the poor white man. Like, bruh, like it's just I
But if
just
everybody is poor, and since human beings will result to pure survival mode if they, if they're in a position to, which is what apparently a lot of Americans believe. Like a lot of Americans were living from check to check.
yeah.
Apparently, our
What was
middle
the
class was
evidence?
almost completely exterminated. There was really just a lower class and a
But I would
and
just
an
want to
upper
know, like,
class.
what was the evidence that when this dude was on that
It was his
4
promises
years,
initially. It was his
what,
promises, and then Trump came out after he won. It was like, I won by using the word groceries.
once again, and there was no like, if they look back, y'all you would think that this nigga was pumping out checks every month, like for real,
Right.
to us, and we ain't had to struggle through nothing. Like people was just living off of the fact that he was just in office. Like
Right.
there was nothing but besides that COVID relief check. And I would just like to say, since it was still under the administration of technically Joe when they wrote that to be able to send those funds, and Trump wouldn't release it unless his name was on the letters that got sent out saying that he was the one that sent those checks out. I remember getting that letter, but I also remember all of a sudden my taxes that year, I felt like I paid for that shit back.
Right.
Like it was a catch-22, and I knew I had no business touching that money. I said, "Oh shit, here we go. Okay, all right, the government. This is the first time I ever had a little government check for no freaking reason." And literally, my taxes that year, if you look back at your taxes,
oh yeah, I
you
didn't get
gave that
shit
shit
back,
back.
baby.
You gave that shit back for the first time. I had to
Baby,
give
I
back
didn't get
$1,000+, and I was like, I know I fucking didn't work this much. Like for real, like I was so fucking mad. I was like, okay, whatever. I knew I had no business touching this money. This money was not free at all. So y'all, it's like under a farce. And then they always want to talk. Men want to talk business. Men who don't got no businesses. Black men that ain't got no business talking about this businessman and his business that y'all ain't never been invited into. You ain't never went to no Trump conference. He ain't never invited you on no
Trump
business meeting
Towers.
for nothing. So the only man that he
He
ain't worked
wanted
with.
He wanted 5 innocent black men on death row after they were exonerated.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Yes, but y'all niggas seem to forget. But guess what? They don't got no loyalty to each other, so I don't expect them to have no loyalty to nothing that
The only
actually
time that they
makes.
have any loyalty is when it comes to banding together to talk shit about women or the LGBT.
That is very
And then all of a sudden, it's niggas united.
true. Like Botron, I can't stand it.
And this is what I mean by the gas stop. So if we don't really have a community we can rely upon, we are deeply outnumbered. And now we've been through this social experiment that shows us that most Americans would be willing to trade out their morals and values if it meant being able to have a more affordable life. I mean, yikes. I don't know what that means other than something very bad. Because I almost felt like that was a whole PSYOP program, and I feel if I'm scared that we fell for it because now the powers that be know what the results are.
Oh yeah, baby, we gonna get it.
Yeah.
For the people that voted for him, oh yeah. It's the great gathering, honey. It's in full
Like we
effect.
just proved to them that our values are actually in our wallet and not in our hearts. And now they can manipulate society further and continue to dangle or compromise us because we don't stand on business as a people. We will result to our debased selves if it meant once again being able to keep the lights on. And I also don't want to minimize life needing to be affordable, because at the same time, like, minimum wage ain't going up. People do need to be able to afford life. I mean, it's quote unquote the basic essentials, but we also can't keep being in this predicament where we have to choose between rent and and protection for humanity, and like a quality of life for all people. And it can't always be that, well, if I want to afford life, I gotta choose a fucking dictator. If I want to be broke, though, I gotta choose a virtuous leader. It's like something got to start making sense at some point. It's like it just can't be that we're always paying the price for shit, and that the ball drops every time you go to make one choice, another ecosystem is overturned. But that's the way that the system is now. For every fire you put out, you do get a new home, but you create a fire elsewhere. For every solution comes with another fucking problem. So it's sickening. And I just feel like the people just need to just run up in this shit and just reclaim their time and reclaim our land for once. Just run up in this shit. Just run up in this shit. Just run up in it. Old Testament style, baby. Just run up in it on horses at that. Just run up in this shit and take it all back. Cause the fuck is all this? What is this? I feel like we are part of a big ass stupid social experiment.
No, I mean, so do you think that we should get like reparations as Black people?
Yeah.
But do you think we will ever get that?
Hell no. Hell no, because that would come with a reconstruction that is just beyond the system at this point. The system wants to create worker bees. It don't want empowered people. It don't want liberated people. It wants codependency. It wants a lower class. It wants a slave class. Even if that's made up of some of their own people too, they don't care. Like they will enslave the whites, because the thing about the white system is that they eat their own too. So they really don't give a fuck about white people like that either. Not white people who don't contribute. So the only even like non-Black people they care about are the people that contribute to the system. Everybody else can end up in a throwaway bin or an exploited bin. But no, I don't foresee reparations. It's too much like right, and it will cost the country in a way that it'll just create another civil war. If you like, any of us listening to white people have already said like, I'll stop motherfucking working and paying taxes if it meant not like, a lot of white people are like hell bent on the fact that, first of all, I'm not a slave master, and bitch, you were never a slave. So what the fuck are we, doing reparations from? But then it also comes through like white denial, because white people are also under the impression that Black people are literally living and existing on a fair ground, on an equal playing field, even in modern time, when we all know that's not the case, and the data rolls that out. Hello, like they're removing DEI, which was put in place to combat systemic oppression. They're getting rid of all of these affirmative action of initiatives that were put in place to help make sure that Black people could exist in spaces, or else they would be counted out. If white people were not forced to choose Black people would not get ahead in the system unless white people's hands were forced, which is what all these affirmative action programs were created and birthed out of, which is a really ugly truth about whiteness in this system. So,
and I would like to add that the accountability piece, like they seriously in their heads don't want to think of themselves as racist, think of themselves as being wrong for what they did, because first of all, we were the first. We weren't the first, but we were the massive overhaul of wrong that you did to a massive group of people by erasing our legacy and torturing and enslaving us and putting us in a massive workforce that built your country, because you didn't do that to any other race outside of doing that to us. we were the biggest and most affected. If that was the case, then it would be Indians who would also have the same claim to reparations, and the little bit that they gave to them. Well, first of all, they wiped out damn near all of them.
Yeah.
The Native Americans.
Mhm.
So,
and a lot of them were also in kind of integrated into slavery as well because of Black, Indigenous, Native Americans already being here as well. So it has been overhauling of both communities of the Native Americans, the Black, Indigenous people who are already here, and then like, you know, our ancestors who were imported.
Yeah, they don't
And
want to take on that accountability. They're already trying to erase that history, because when they tell their kids and they little white kids looking at them, they hate being the villain and the bad guy of their own story, but they still want to prosper and hold themselves up on that pedestal, though.
Yeah, and then
And
they
here's
want to
the biggest
appropriate
thing
off
too,
our
like,
culture.
and they would also find it completely backhanded because the whole point of them doing what they did was to like get free labor. If they only had to pay that, if they had to pay all that back, they feel duped. Like the whole point was to get that free labor. Free being the big word. So of course they're not interested in no goddamn reparations because we weren't supposed to profit. The profit was supposed to be for them in the kingdom that they were building here. So, and then people were arguing that like various corporations and private entities would go bankrupt if they had to contribute to whatchamacallit, particularly like the industries around cotton, tobacco, etc. All major industries that exploited the fuck out of Black bodies and Black labor, and that these corporations and entities could not handle a debt of that magnitude.
Do you think that white people today, what do you think they're so afraid of? Because correct me if I'm wrong, I believe I had read something where they said by like 2026 or like 2060 or 2070 that white people are going to be the minority, I believe. So like what do you believe, like they're so, do you believe that's why they're so afraid, where they're just like times is like reversing backwards, if you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that white people, not okay. Let me not say white people. Whiteness, because you know, not all white people are made equal, but whiteness as a concept. Yeah, I think that it was created to ensure stability and empowerment, and I think that that's just the nature of the system of whiteness. I like whiteness was never created to be diverse. It was never created out of virtue. It was created out of an ascending toward power and control.
Yeah.
And it's designed that way by nature. Like its very nature is that. So that's
And
why
so
whiteness
much,
has
and that will never be the case. The whole damn world pretty much is white. You got the Russians, okay? You got the England motherfuckers that they derive from over there. Like, the majority of the damn world will forever fucking be white. Canada, you know what I'm saying? Australia, the majority, Turkey, all these other countries still a form to whiteness, white privilege, and benefited from it, and still benefits from it.
Yeah.
Like, it will never be that. And they will make sure it never be that. They will kill us before that ever happens. I believe that. They will somehow, some way, there will be some destruction of our communities, as they did in the past and in other damn countries, where they will knock those numbers down.
My God, today.
well, the whiteness of this country is going to do that, and they proved that through the insurrection.
And what they crazy asses.
Yeah, like
That was
white people proved that they are not going to lose any sense of power And I think with the numbers dwindling and the country becoming more diverse and there being more melanated bodies and more non-white bodies and non-white culture that is infiltrating the country, that there might be a fear and a threat. And I think things like C-19, it was meant to neutralize some of the threat, to lay some bodies down. I think that there's going to be a lot of PSYOP programs ahead. I mean, I don't know if y'all was hearing all that shit about the chemical fog and people getting sick, and some of these drones were spraying shit in the air, and all of the research from the I gotta use code language for the sake of YouTube, from the jab are now coming out, contributing to a disparity of health issues and deaths globally. I just think that it's about to get real fucked up, and I think that the danger level is about to be heightened. And I think that, and I don't know if we are as aware as we should be. We are as lucid as we should be to really be, to have our priorities straight, because that civil war that's been long prophesied, it started a long time ago, and we're just kind of clueless that we're dead smack in the middle of it already. And if we don't really wake up, the end is going to be a lot nearer.
Pretty much. And I need Black people to fucking wake the fuck up, and Black men to really activate in the ways that we really need them to activate. I'm tired of them being on the blocks, shooting each other up in Chicago and all these other places. I need you motherfucking soldiers on the motherfucking front line for these real motherfucking fights that we gonna need y'all for. Y'all some killers and serial killers. I love all that shit. I need your energy focused towards the white man, whiteness, and everything else white in this bitch, because we do got a motherfucking fight on our hands. Our people don't, we are so fucking privileged to not really have had any real wars on our soil, that we have gotten comfortable with feeling like we're invisible. This is why these other countries look at us like we crazy. Like, they understand what the fuck death really looks like and war really looks like on their front lines, because they've seen their monuments, their houses, grandmama houses and communities blown to fucking smithereens, kids running around here with guns in their hands. I'm gonna need us to really get like that, because these white people are ready to get like that. If we ain't realized it, the white crazy MAGA motherfuckers, they ready to get like that. We need to get like that.
Because the Proud Boys were raised to be like that.
Come on, like, for real. Like, I need us to really get serious about protecting our people as a community, gay, straight, or fucking not. Like, we are in danger here. We're too fucking comfortable. We do not have the resources. We don't have no militaries around here. I don't know where the Muslims
We ain't got our own hospitals. We ain't got our own schools.
Right.
We don't have our own military.
We got food deserts, all of that.
Right. We don't have nowhere where we can say, man, this is a safe haven for our people to go to, and this is going to be protected. Like, what is the Islamic, what they call them?
With the Muslims, what?
Yeah, with the
who?
Which one?
The dudes, what's the man? The Malcolm X, the dude that Malcolm X was running with, but Elijah Muhammad. Where them niggas is at? Where them niggas is at? I need to be where you. I need y'all to make sure that y'all got some protected spaces, some land, some something. But we honestly need some various different places in the States, because if the Civil War did break out here, we gonna be so freaking blindsided, and we can, from the jump, we ain't gonna have no fight in us. Like, we already are hurt people, but when you talk about not having the resources, not having the places to go, it's gonna be too easy, too freaking easy. I need us to get like our ancestors,
We don't have any survival skills. Half of us don't even know how to live off the earth. We don't know how to recreate any electricity or gardening or to grow our own food. Like, a civil war would basically shut the whole entire country down. We would be forced to live off the land and know how to make do. We don't even have those skills, like China saying. So this would have to restructure the whole how we're raising Like this would be something that would be really preparated for and well planned. But then
Baby,
how
I
do you
would be.
also do that? Like in the situation, how do you plan covertly without also, risking putting the ops on game?
I
How do
don't.
you get on code covertly?
I don't feel like it. Also, all of that needs to be covert. Are they doing everything covertly?
But
Nope.
the only reason why they don't have to is because they don't. Like they're the ones in power, so they don't have to go under the veil entirely. They have the militaries, they have the hospitals, they are in control and have those systems in place. We don't. So it would look highly suspicious and put the ops on game if buildings started going up to the sky, if things started being created, or if we started talking all that hoopla. Like, look at how Malcolm X was set up by the CIA. Like, look at all of the infiltrations that happened once the system got spooked and nervous.
True.
And how they galvanized to take out our leaders and joint forces with our raccoons to do it. With the raccoons of the community. I mean, this is some nasty work. And so we've been through this all historically. So we know what this would look like, which can work to our advantage because we've been through this again and again and again with Black Wall Street, with our Black leaders, with Malcolm, with Martin, with da-da-da-da-da-da. Like we've studied the way they move, the way they respond, and what they do. I mean, and we do need that our own military because that's how they destroyed Black Wall Street. They bombed it from the sky.
Yes, they did.
They dropped bombs over it. So this live stream though is about to cut off because it's almost at that 12-hour mark and my laptop about to die. But this was an incredible all-day extravaganza. Aaron, are you sure you're going to be up?
Hell yeah.
What should I call this live stream? Yeah, I mean, what should I call the one later today? Something that's catchy, but something that's like not clickbaity either.
I was thinking like something like how Jubilee would do, like I don't know, like bio women, something with trans women. It would have to be a conversation think piece. I wouldn't even know what to really call it.
Okay, so you want to go real like a corporate title?
Nah, it wouldn't be corporate title. I wouldn't even know what to say. I wouldn't
Okay,
even know I wouldn't even know what to title it. Like what do you think?
I probably got to let my brain sleep a little bit, and when I wake up, my brain will probably have an idea, or I may try to think of one before I go to bed, so I can already have it in place.
What are you thinking, China?
Well, I feel like I came in on the tail end a little bit, so
yeah. Well, on later today, it's just gonna be a conversation between Fuzzy and Aaron about just unpacking the conversation around the versus match that's been taking place, and just having an honest dialogue without the ad hominem attacks, without all of that, but just like a real unpacking.
Yeah, I'll leave that up to y'all. I'm blessed and grateful to be talking to you, Conscious, and it was nice to be here.
It was nice meeting you, China. Thank you, Conscious. I'm sorry if I'm
Can I
nervous.
can I tell you that I'm so proud of y'all? Because like all of y'all's exchanges, even like, and being able to even agree with each other, not agree, even with like Fuzzy, China, and you, Aaron, like y'all did so good. Like these conversations definitely have gotten explosive on this platform. So, to be able to actually have a conversation, and it just feels like a conversation. It don't feel like nobody has no ego. It don't feel like nobody is, not open to the other side. Everybody feels so reasonable, and it's kind of leading from being reasonable and just making sense of things. And that is really fucking refreshing over such a hot button topic. So I really appreciate just how grown and mature and articulate and, you know, just how grounded y'all were on this topic. So I really appreciate that. And that's kind of why I also want to do the show tomorrow, because just as a demonstration to the fact that like it can be a talk. It doesn't have to be hair snatching, weave,
Right.
you know, pulling. It doesn't have to be fuck you, bitch, I'm better, y'all hoes just mad. Like, you know, it doesn't have to be none of that. It can just be a real conversation to unpack, you know, the tough parts, to create solutions, to think about, you know, the bridging, but, you know, of course, to be honest as well about where things are and what things look like and what the concerns are on both sides. So
Right.
I think that's really dope. It's really dope. But
Yeah,
I think that all y'all asses tired. China ass is wide open playing Nintendo 64, but I can hear the grogginess in your voice, Aaron. Your ass
No,
is
I was
hanging on by a thin thread.
I was actually about to say thank you, Conscious. Thank you.
Mhm.
And I really do. I've been watching your videos for a while now, and like I just love you. You always keep
I
it
love you.
real. And so thank you for allowing me on here. Thank you
Of
for allowing me to be on
course.
the show tomorrow. Thank you.
No, I'm so happy you. That's why I love when the commenters and the Bush babies actually come up, because I get to just know y'all, and then, you know, I get to explore y'all and just build a relationship to y'all. And if you had not hit this link and, you know, shared with us that you were trans and just participated in the conversation going on later today wouldn't be happening. So thank you for, you know, giving us yourself, and I'm so happy to have you here. And you know,
Thank
you
you,
mean a lot to the
Conscious.
platform of you and China. So I'm gonna create the watch page actually before I go to bed, and so y'all just check and keep your notification bell. But we will be live. I'm gonna say 2:30. 2:30.
Okay.
2:30
Are
later
you?
today.
Yes. Is
Okay.
that good for you, Aaron? Like, are you
Uh-huh.
on East? Well, you in DC? Like, what is DC? East Peak?
Eastern. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So okay. So, we Eastern. All right. So 2:30 Eastern today. So
What's
if you,
that in Central?
huh?
What is that Central time?
I'm gonna have to put it in because I don't know shit about time zones. I'd be like,
Like,
I don't even understand the time zones.
is it West Coast or
I
East
don't want to
Coast?
miss it. I don't want to miss it. I'm in Texas.
Huh?
I said I don't want to miss it. I'm in Texas.
Yes. Okay, hold on. Oh, so you are an hour behind
Okay,
me.
cool.
So yeah, so that's 1:30 your time then.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Sweet.
that's 1:30. What part of Texas you in, China?
Houston.
Oh, you ain't me.
Hey.
I'm gonna be in Texas this year visiting Knockout Media. So I'm definitely gonna hit you up like when
Yeah,
I come through.
Conscious. I would
Yeah.
love to cook for you. Me and baby gonna go,
Ow!
baby.
Now that's the way to my soul. Okay, you got me then.
Oh, can I come? I
Come
wanna
Of
on through,
come.
honey.
course,
Put you on through, honey. Let's make it a
Yes,
family
God. I
affair.
love to eat now, child.
Period.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, I would keep y'all posted then on when. We haven't decided on the when. I just know I'm gonna come at some point, and so I'm gonna figure all that out, and I'll let y'all know, you know, and I'll definitely send out the bat signal so
All right.
you know we can all get it together. All
I love
right,
y'all. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
I love
Love
y'all
y'all.
too. All right, y'all. A good night. This was absolutely
Good
amazing,
night.
you all. Good night, boo. Uh, Erin is gonna be returning back to us with Fuzzy. I'll see y'all. We'll see y'all at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Today, man, I worked my ass off again. Cannot believe this was supposed to be a hour-long commentary that turned into 11 and a half fucking hours. I'm sick of myself. Sick of me. Steven Twitch is just bringing out all of everything I got. And I'm sick of it. We probably won't be reporting anything else about Steven and Allison's situation probably until the book comes next month. We will be reading it. I just don't have it in me to respond and unpack shit else. It's time to move on for now. So unless something like super crazy happens, then yeah, the next thing we'll be talking about concerning them will be the book. And if you guys enjoyed yourself, you already know, baby. If you enjoyed the work, baby, it just got you through your third shift, your second shift, your first shift, or it's going to get you through a damn shift, then definitely show some love for the Kane pop, locking, and dropping on this bitch on Cash App, $Consciouztv, and or paypal.me/ConsciouzTV. Email me all the tea at consciouztv@gmail.com. Definitely follow the nigga on Patreon, Instagram, all that good jazz. And I will see you all later. Bye.